Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The scorching sun blazed mercilessly over the endless sea of sand.
Dizziness, drowsiness, fatigue.
In the uninhabited northern stretch of the Middle Eastern desert, a lone figure trudged forward, barely more than a shadow of a man. Tony Stark staggered through the golden wasteland, his face pale, eyes bloodshot, each step a battle against the soft, shifting sand. 2 full days had passed without water. His body was failing, thirsty, starving, drained beyond measure. The sun above, once a symbol of life, now felt like a cruel tormentor. Its ultraviolet rays scorched the sand and everything it touched. His skin, though wrapped in makeshift desert garb like a Berber, was blistered and raw.
No shelter. No oasis.
Not even a desert scorpion in sight.
Was this how it ended? Would anyone mourn him?
His lips cracked open as if to say a name, perhaps a farewell, perhaps a plea, but only garbled murmurs came out.
His vision blurred.
The horizon swirled like a mirage.
And then, collapse. Thud.
Tony Stark tumbled down a sand dune, his limbs giving out completely. He hit the ground and didn't rise again. His eyes closed, and everything faded.
Time passed. Or maybe it didn't.
Tony felt weightless, suspended in warm liquid.
He was floating.
Surrounded by water.
Gulyalu. Gulyalu.
Sounds echoed, muffled and distant. His ears filled with liquid, pressure building behind his eardrums. Water surged into his nose through the eustachian tubes.
Panic jolted through him.
He gasped, then his eyes snapped open. But instead of the afterlife or a hospital tent, he found himself inside what looked like a luxurious, high-tech chamber. The lighting was soft but bright, the air clean, and the furniture elegant, like something out of a 5-star hotel in Dubai.
He blinked in disbelief.
Moments ago, he was crawling through hell. Now he was surrounded by a minimalist dreamscape. Suspended wardrobes, platform bedding, a private bar, sleek lighting, lush green plants lining the walls.
Civilization. Wealth. Style.
He reached forward, his hand touching the inside of the transparent glass enclosing him.
It was real. The surface was cool. Smooth. He was alive. Drip, drip, drip. A mechanical hum came to life.
The water level beneath him began to drop. Colored indicators on a console nearby switched from red to green. A pump gurgled beneath his feet as the liquid drained away. Then, clack, the glass shell slid open with a hiss. Tony stepped out slowly. His muscles moved with unexpected ease. The pain, the strain, the desert fatigue, gone. His limbs were lighter than they had been in years. Breathing deeply, he looked down and touched his chest. The arc reactor glowed softly beneath his shirt.
Damn.
It wasn't a dream. He remembered it vividly now. The desert. The collapse. And yet here he stood, stronger, cleaner, restored. The potion-like liquid dripping from his skin left a soft scent.
Not water. Something else.
Some kind of advanced healing fluid? Where the hell am I? He muttered, eyes scanning the pristine room. There were no cameras, no visible monitoring systems. Whoever had saved him had gone to great lengths to keep it discreet. Moving into the living space, he found a television still running in the background.
The news was on.
Good morning, New Yorkers.
Today's headlines.
On July 30th, Dr. Breezov, founder of Universal Capsule Company, confirmed the acquisition of Pym Technologies, founded in 1973. Dr. Hank Pym and his daughter Hope retained 35% of shares, with Carrot L appointed as the new CEO. Following 4 months of Tony Stark's disappearance, Stark Industries stock prices have stabilized. Obadiah Stane has assumed interim leadership, with Pepper Potts named as assistant director.
Tony froze. 4 months?
His eyes narrowed as the broadcast continued. The world had moved on. He had been presumed gone, lost in the sands. Someone, no something, had brought him back.
Restored him. But why? And at what cost? His expression hardened. This wasn't over.
It was only the beginning. At 9 p.m. on August 1st, a massive explosion rocked the Wayne building in central Gotham City, bringing traffic to a standstill. The Dark Knight Batman once again garnered public attention. Commissioner Gordon confirmed that a molecular formula for neutralizing the chemical agent used in the blast was handed to authorities, its source still unknown.
August 2nd.
The Earth Peace United Organization, TPC, headquartered on East Island in the Pacific, reported that its Victory team intercepted an unidentified meteorite earlier this morning. The news buzzed faintly in the background when a calm voice interrupted Tony Stark's thoughts. "You're recovering faster than expected, Mr. Stark."
Tony turned sharply.
Standing, or rather lounging, in a blackwood chair was a tall, sharp-featured young man dressed in spotless white. His light blue eyes gleamed like frozen lakes, calm, deep, and unreadable. He poured himself a glass of sherry with fluid ease, the movement precise, elegant. The man looked barely out of high school, but everything about him exuded confidence. Dark, neatly combed hair framed a strikingly symmetrical face, Chinese Western features blended perfectly. His arms, visible under rolled-up sleeves, were subtly muscular. Yet there was something unnatural in their perfect symmetry. As if his body had been engineered, not grown. Across from him, a 10-meter table stretched wide, laden with enough food to feed an entire banquet hall. Roasted turkey, Australian lobster, foie gras, seared steak, stir-fried greens, fried rice, burgers, grilled meats, an eclectic mix of global cuisines, mostly Chinese. The aroma alone made Stark's stomach roar. "I figured you'd wake by nightfall," the man continued as he sliced into a steak. "We only used the lowest possible dose of the compound." Tony's instincts kicked in. He studied the man, every word, every gesture. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone cautious despite the lingering hunger in his voice. The young man didn't stop eating. "Carrot L," he said evenly. "Kansas born." Tony stared, unconvinced. "Kansas doesn't produce many guys like you." Carrot didn't reply immediately. His eyes drifted, contemplative, as if revisiting a memory. He remembered a younger version of himself, frail, standing on a Kansas haystack, hand outstretched toward the stars. Back then, he could only dream of reaching the galaxy. Now, he could destroy it with a flick of his hand. "Who are you really?" Tony pressed. "Where is this? And, can I have a bite of that burger?" Carrot simply nodded toward the table. That was all Stark needed. He rushed over, snatched the nearest burger, and devoured it. "Oh my God," he mumbled with a full mouth. "This is way better than anything from Stark Tower." His eyes fluttered shut as he sank to the ground, finally tasting relief. After days in the desert, this was heaven. Carrot watched him with detached curiosity, then calmly poured a glass of wine and handed it to him. "Try not to choke. Would be a shame if you died again." Tony took the wine gratefully, drinking deeply. "Thanks. Just for that burger, I owe you one." "No joke." Then he paused, wiping his mouth. "Wait, again." Carrot smiled faintly. "You can call me Al. And yes, you technically died out there." Heart stopped, vitals flat. "Right now, you're only alive thanks to a mixture of synthetic compounds and photonic regeneration. Also, the machine you woke up in? It's called a Genesis pod." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Genesis pod? What's in it? Some kind of biochemical cocktail? How much for the formula?" "I'll offer $300 million right now." Carrot chuckled softly, then said without a trace of arrogance, "I don't need your money. And truthfully, Mr. Stark, you're not in a position to buy anything. You're legally dead. As of last month, you had a funeral. A pretty lavish one, actually." Tony froze. "My assets are frozen," Carrot said, reaching for a chicken leg. "Obadiah Stane has assumed control of Stark Industries. Pepper Potts is listed as his executive assistant." Tony sank lower, stunned. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of realization. "You really are my savior," he muttered. Carrot leaned back in his chair, wiping his fingers with a cloth napkin. "I don't do it for gratitude. I do it for balance." Tony narrowed his eyes. "So what's your angle? You're not just some mysterious Good Samaritan." "I suppose not," Carrot said, eyes twinkling. "But you'll find out soon enough. For now, eat. Regain your strength. The world thinks you're gone. That gives you a rare advantage." Tony looked at the remaining food, then at the strange young man before him. And for the first time in weeks, he felt full. Not just in body, but in purpose.
Speaking of this, Tony Stark slapped his head suddenly. That's right, he has been missing for 3 months, and the outside world must have judged him to be dead. Maybe the media has already released relevant news and registered Stark's identity information as dead. No, I have to make a phone call and quickly call a car back to Stark Tower. I still have a lot of things to do. Thank you for the meal, Carrot Al, right? I remember this name. Wait, I will definitely come to you. As Stark said, he looked at Carrot with a look of expecting the other party to hand him the phone, and he almost reached out his hand. However, the person in front of him just shook the red wine glass gently, unmoved at all. Suddenly, Carrot L's eyes slightly deviated, as if he saw something outside through the layers of walls, and then slowly put down the wine glass and said, "If you can get out, then go wherever you want." Tony Stark blinked and was stunned for a long time. He didn't see Carrot Al get up to take the phone, so he shrugged. "Well, thank you for your burgers and wine. Since you don't want to provide a phone, I'll leave first." Patting the dust off his body, Tony Stark walked to the door step by step with a feeling of survival. This time he escaped from death. He really saw the other side of this world. Cruel, dark, bloody, disordered. Countless days of fear of death completely made him a brand new person. In response, Carrot just looked at him quietly until Stark pushed open the door. A bright piece of golden yellow sand came into view. A scorching wind blew in the sun. A boundless golden color instantly made Tony Stark stunned. What's going on? Am I still not awake? The daylight was dazzling, and what caught Stark's eyes was still the nightmare-like yellow sand. The scorching sand sea blew surging heat waves, reaching a high temperature of 40 degrees in the center of the desert, scorching all living things and vegetation. Tony Stark was stunned, his mouth wide open in amazement. He looked at the endless desert outside the house, his shocked pupils full of disbelief. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, until a gust of yellow sand blew on his face along the wind, and the nightmare-like sun scorched the back of his hand again. Tony Stark was so scared that he took 2 steps back and slammed the door shut. "Help, help, oh shit, what the hell? Why is it still a desert outside?" Tony Stark's legs were shaking, and the nightmare of being kidnapped once again swept through his body, panic and trembling. He turned his head in panic and looked at Carrot L, who was still eating, and his shocked eyes kept wandering between the world inside and outside the door. Fuck. Is it a hallucination? Or, am I dead? Stark cursed in disbelief, and fell to the ground with a plop, as if his heart was dead. Carrot L looked at him with lowered eyebrows, picked up a tissue to wipe his hands, and asked lightly, "Where do you think you are now?" Tony Stark swallowed his saliva, and his voice trembled rapidly. Isn't this New York?" Carrot L swallowed a 3-pound shelled Australian lobster in his mouth in a gluttonous way, and then swallowed it with a gurgle, and asked back, "You fainted in the desert, how could you wake up in New York? Could it be that you can teleport?" Tony Stark widened his eyes and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "God, am I dazzled? How did this guy eat that Australian lobster in one bite?" But then, Carrot's words were like a knife stabbing into his chest. He wanted to shout out in panic, but the terrifying anxiety attack reaction that followed made him sit on the ground and gasp for air. "Ha ha, ha, nightmare, isn't it over yet?" "Yes, the nightmare has just begun. This is unreasonable." The brainstorming from the depths of his mind is still running. That special wisdom, as if it will not be controlled by emotions at all, also gave him the courage to resist the cold in the desperate cold. Stark stood up from the ground with all his strength, pushed open the door, wiped the corner of his mouth with a wandering look, and said to Carrot, "This building, your mansion, is impossible. It's all desert outside, and it's all yellow sand a few dozen meters deep. There's not even a little water and building materials for hundreds of kilometers around. How could you build it? Look at the luxury of this room, as well as the laboratory and medical equipment. It would cost hundreds of millions of dollars in New York, right? It's unreasonable that such a mansion would appear in the depths of the desert. And these news on TV, you deliberately played them for me, right? Who are you? Why are you here? Do you want to gain my trust?" A series of questions permeated from a pair of eyes that seemed to be trying to stay rational, but were actually filled with fear. Carrot L had seen this kind of gaze more than once in his life. His existence was born to make people fear him. Even if he pretended to be sunny and cheerful, even if he was harmless in his heart, this was his sin, the original sin of his birth, and the crime was his power. So, Carrot got used to this very early. The only people who were not afraid of him were Dr. and Mrs. Breeze, Bulma, and a few others, except his adoptive parents, the Kents. If old Pym knew that I saved Tony Stark, he would probably faint from anger. Taking a sip of red wine, Carrot L cut the steak elegantly. The sharp blade shaved the plump and juicy meat from the bones like a dissection, and then put it into his mouth, leaning back in the chair and chewing. What should I say now? Accurate judgment? Quick reaction? Or great wisdom? Or should I say it's Tony Stark? None of them, it's nonsense. An 8-year-old child can see through the deliberate arrangement and abnormality at a glance. It took you so long to realize it. It's stupid. The tone was indifferent, but the sarcasm was as painful as a knife. Tony Stark's face froze, just when he thought that the man in front of him was in the same group as the 10 Commandments. "It's a pity, Mr. Stark, that you are not as talented as the other person in this area." Carrot L calmly pointed to the direction of the gate. "I can answer your question later. Now that the person who is looking for you is here, what are you going to do?" Following Carrot's gaze, Tony Stark looked towards the door in confusion. Through the outline of the gate, deep in the flying yellow sand, where the hot air waves distorted the vision, a group of mercenaries with live ammunition slowly appeared, reflected at the end of the horizon. The moment he looked out, Stark felt like he was falling into the abyss, his face turned pale, and he closed the door with a bang as fast as he could. Chasing troops. Damn it, it's the pursuers. Tony Stark's eyes couldn't hide the look of horror. It has been 2 days since he built the Mark I armor and escaped from the desert base. Stark has experienced dehydration, hunger, heat, fatigue, death, worsening of wounds all over his body, inflammation, and countless other extreme conditions. But he never expected that before the military found him, there would be pursuers from the Ten Commandments gang chasing him. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. He has obviously killed everyone, so why would someone come after him? He couldn't help but look at Carrot beside him and frowned. Are you with them? Tony Stark's eyes were a little wary. Although Carrot's behavior judged this to be impossible, the man who suddenly appeared in the depths of the desert did reveal too much irrationality. This building is unreasonable, and neither is this person. Although he already had negative guesses in his mind, Tony Stark still couldn't help blurting out the question. Obviously, compared to the calmness of the bat, he is more like an emotional person. The anxiety lingering in his heart makes him want to seize every minute to find safety. What you think? Seeing this, Carrot asked rhetorically, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Stark's hands were shaking. It was fear, a fear that could not be suppressed or concealed at all. Tony Stark's eyes wandered back and forth on Carrot's dress and temperament. Although this is not a reasonable speculation, Al and the Ten Commandments gang are not the same people. Although it is a very strange thing to appear here, his temperament, clothing, and behavior are very different from those of the Ten Commandments gang. Compared to the ferocity, brutality, and inhumanity of the Ten Commandments gang, which frequently kills people, slaughters villages, and tortures them severely, every move of this guy named Al appears to be very gentle, even elegant. This is a reading attitude that has been cultivated by a good education, and there is no greed for money in Al's eyes when he looks at him. His behavior is completely unlike that of a terrorist who hides his head and hides his tail, carefully avoiding the pursuit of Interpol. Hearing this, Tony Stark took a deep breath, lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Okay, no matter who you are or what your purpose is, we have to get out of here now. The pursuers outside are completely a group of inhuman murderers, mercenaries, and terrorists. I believe you don't want to offend them, right, Mr. Al? But maybe I could choose to hand you over." Glancing at him with a smile, Carrot L's words made Tony Stark pale. "It's a good idea, but I think you'll be silenced because they won't let anyone know they have Tony Stark." Tony Stark answered immediately, but immediately afterwards, Carrot's words filled the shaking wine glass with some kind of indifferent joking. He glanced at him appreciatively, and motioned to the surroundings with his eyes. "There is only one building here, and there are hundreds of kilometers of desert no man's land nearby. If you run out, you will be a living target. So what are you going to do in this situation?" Tony Stark was silent. After analyzing all the possibilities, his dull eyes were filled with only one color, despair. "What is that? Oh God, a mirage. I actually saw a building in the desert." Enrique Royo Ellens couldn't help but rub his eyes with the hand holding the gun. In the yellow sand sky not far away, a semicircular building was shockingly exposed. In the depths of the world-famous desert, this brand new building looks like the remains of an alien civilization, which is incredible. Something's wrong, this is weird. Boris Elfman cocked the barrel of his gun, raised his gun and warned, "Everyone spread out, cover your advance, be careful, there seems to be a light inside that building." Time goes back to 1 day ago. Just as Stark escaped to ascend to heaven, an unimaginable killing occurred at the headquarters of the Ten Commandments gang. The Red Ribbon Legion, a terrorist organization that mysteriously disappeared overnight 5 years ago, suddenly appeared at the headquarters of the Ten Commandments gang, and forcefully occupied, annexed, and took over their sphere of influence with thunderous force. This battle lasted very hastily, and could be called a textbook mercenary blitz attack and strangulation. However, what is interesting is that just when the Red Ribbon Legion sent people to conquer Base 13, they found that there was an unexpected battle at Base 13, and the entire army was wiped out. The Red Ribbon Legion, which found the remains of the steel armor, seemed to have some interest. After obtaining information about the recent activities of Base 13 from the database, we found out that they had kidnapped Tony Stark to make missiles for them. Exploration News told them that Stark has not returned to human society and may still be wandering deep in the desert. So, the team in front of them received the order to find Tony Stark. Faced with the never-ending heat wave, deep into the deepest part of this no man's land, a group of mercenaries with live ammunition, under the alternating search of number 100 people, finally slowly approached the hut in the desert. "They're coming. It's all because your house is too conspicuous. Now you can't leave at all." At this point where he couldn't run away, Tony Stark calmed down. He opened the reactor on his chest. Unfortunately, there was no iron armor for him to use. Even if there was a laboratory that could make it, he didn't have time to make it. "Do you have any weapons here?" Carrot Al shook his head decisively. "No." Tony Stark looked at him eating slowly and couldn't help but complain. "Am I dreaming? You are a guy living in a no man's land, surrounded by terrorist organizations that kill people without blinking an eye, and you don't have any weapons in your home. And we are going to die soon, you are still in the mood to eat. Huh? Wait. How come there are only 10 portions left on the table? Oh my god, you've finished the 20 portions? Is your stomach a black hole?" Carrot L glanced at him, unhurriedly took chopsticks to add food to his mouth, chewing, and said, "Since we are going to die anyway, of course we should eat as much as possible. I am not afraid of anything else, but I am afraid of being hungry. If anyone makes me hungry, I will make him not eat for the rest of his life." Welcome, welcome, warm welcome? Tony Stark raised his forehead speechlessly. Okay, I can see that you really love to eat. After calming down for a while, Tony Stark's face showed a trace of determination. If there were dozens of people outside the door, then he might still be able to deal with them. But the search team outside the door consisted of hundreds of people, and many of them even carried individual rocket launchers. The only possibility for him to survive is to bet that these people still need to make missiles or better equipment for them. As long as you have value, you won't be hurt. To put it bluntly, if you think of a way to detonate the arc reactor, it will be the most terrifying bomb in the world, and it may be a bargaining chip to threaten them. Then you should eat well. Turning around with a complaining tone, there was a solemn look. The heavy heartbeat echoed in Carrot's ears, which sounded so pleasant. He smiled and cut the steak with a fork a little harder. Don't worry, I will. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. He felt that this guy might be a little crazy. How could anyone still sit there and eat steak calmly under the gunpoint of a gang in the desert no man's land? I don't know why you are so confident, but the rocket launcher held at the door is no joke. After taking the last step out of the door, Tony Stark looked back with his farewell eyes, and what he saw was still Carrot-L's calmness that ignored everything. After looking at each other for a long time, Carrot-L did not answer his words, and even calmly did not even blink at his generous act of sacrificing his life for righteousness. Well, I thought you would say something. Tony Stark shook his head in displeasure, turned around and stepped out of the door, facing hundreds of gunshots. At the same time, watching Tony Stark walk out of the room with a sigh, Carrot put down the red wine glass and suddenly asked, "How about it? How do you feel about seeing your enemy with your own eyes?" As the words fell, a holographic projection slowly appeared from the surveillance camera. The sexy girl is a combination of sweetness and royal sister, followed by a silver-haired boy with cold and hateful eyes, and a blue-haired girl, looking at both of them with vague relief. "Don't shoot, I surrender." Although he walked resolutely, Tony Stark's trembling legs were obviously not so relaxed. Those guys immediately raised their guns and formed a defensive formation as soon as they saw him. Damn it, at this moment, I really want a set of armor. Do not move. The rocket launcher was set up, the snipers were in place, the assault team was ready, and the support team was ready. In the blink of an eye, dozens of firepower points and installations were completed. Although the team of several hundred people was not large, it was still considered a success in the deserted Gobi Desert. Dragnet. Lucky boss, the target is confirmed to be Tony Stark. He is still alive. With the number 100 gun behind him, Boris Elfman's confidence was swelled to the maximum, but he did not dare to be too careless in the face of that inexplicable building, so he ordered, "Hold your head with your hands, walk over slowly, and stay away from that house." With his hands raised, Tony Stark walked into them little by little. Until Stark walked in completely, there was no gunshot announcing the opening of fire inside the house, which made the mercenaries sigh in relief. After 5 years of dormancy, these remnants of the Red Ribbon Legion have become quite cautious. Except for some extremists, most of them no longer engage in terrorist attacks, nor do they care about the goal of world domination, because it is pure nonsense. Walking forward, Tony Stark keenly discovered that this group of people all had an R_R mark on their bodies, which was extremely obvious. Aren't they from the Ten Commandments gang? But at first they said they confirmed that the target was Tony Stark. God, when did I become such a popular piece of cake? Why is everyone looking for me? Boom. The next second, the gun butt hit his leg on the spot, followed by a knee on his lower abdomen, which made him vomit out bile and he lay on the ground retching. Ugh. Enrique Ellens kicked him on the body and stepped on his arm. His expressionless eyes flashed with inexplicable viciousness. "Oh, brother, do you know that because of you, we are here in vain? I've been in the desert for 2 days." Tony Stark's face was covered with sand, and together with his unshaved beard, he looked extremely embarrassed. "You are not from the Ten Commandments gang, why?" Boom. Another kick to his face, Enrique's gun pointed at Tony Stark's head buried in the sand. "Shut up, you playboy." "Boss, there's something wrong with him. It doesn't look like he walked in the desert for 2 days. Then go search the house. Someone may have treated him. We can't leave him alive." Seeing that the target was easily achieved, Boris Elfman's vigilance dropped a lot. If the opponent was very powerful, Stark would not have to walk in front of them like this and throw himself into the trap. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark became anxious and wanted to get up from the ground in a panic. No, there is nothing there. If he was still lucky at the beginning, the man named Carrot might have a trump card, but now, seeing that he was beaten like this and showed no signs of wanting to come out, he gave up completely. Bang, 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 bang. However, when he finished speaking, he was greeted with a merciless beating. "You, bang, can't do this. I, bang, have a bomb in my chest. If you dare to go in, I will detonate it." Upon hearing this, Boris Elfman frowned, and with a look, everyone immediately pushed Stark to the ground, and at the same time tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the glowing arc reactor inside. "Crone, harm, destroy his limbs. Tim, Thomas, lead the team into the house to search." After observing for a while, Boris Elfman issued a combat order and gave Stark a cold look. "Detonate it, you can still move it." "No, you can't." Stark tried desperately to struggle, but how could those people let him get what they wanted? Just when they wanted to smash his wrists, the door to the room was pushed open. Squeak. Where countless gunshot eyes converged, Carrot walked out leisurely. After eating and drinking, He wiped his mouth with a tissue and then stretched out his hand to say hello. Yo, he's still alive. Tony Stark looked like he had seen a ghost, his eyes widened in disbelief. Come on man, are you a natural idiot? What are you doing out here at this time? Are you looking for death? Tony Stark's roar was filled with a tone of how can this kid with this intelligence become a CEO? But what he didn't know was that Carrot's words were not talking about him, but about the Red Ribbon Army in front of him. The sand was as silent as a blizzard. The sky was as blue as the deep sea. The only ray of light that fell, hanging high above the sky, brought that unique light, but it only fell on one person. Although in Tony Stark's eyes, the man who was under the hail of bullets was so stupid. Bang! The next second, a gunshot echoed in the desert. Enrique Alaz pointed his gun at Carrot, who came out and fired with disdain. However, a shocking thing happened, because the man who came out of the hut was fine. Relaxed, comfortable, as if the shot just now was just an illusion. Carrot raised his eyelids and glanced at Enrique, who shot him, his eyes, unconsciously narrowed. Walter. What happened? Enrique looked like he had seen a ghost, and the rest of the people were also shocked. Not to mention whether the shot was accurate or not, let alone ricochet, they didn't even see a spark. Even Stark was stunned. He didn't care about the pain on his body, and stared at Carrot with his eyes. It's been 5 years, and you still haven't learned to be polite. Carrot L looked at everyone indifferently, scanning them word by word. Dare to shoot at me. It can't be said to be courageous, it can only be said to be ignorant and fearless. But it's true, everyone who saw me in the Red Ribbon that year should have been killed. A hand with an orchid finger casually flicked between the thumb and middle finger, and a bullet pierced Enrique's body with a bang. So it's normal that you don't know me. Then, since you can't learn to be polite, I will teach you the consequences of being impolite. Standing with his hands behind his back, the place where his feet stepped was as unshakable as a mountain. Carrot L didn't say much, and there was no need for him to talk to the dying man. Red light gradually appeared in his eyes. Deep in his eyes, hot light burst out instantly, far more scorching than the sun, and the terrible rays of 16,387.6 degrees turned all the flesh and blood creatures in front of him into ashes. Fire. As soon as Enrique was killed by a snap of his fingers, Boris's face changed drastically and he gave the order to attack. Crack, puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the overwhelming firepower network intertwined in the air, forming a brilliance belonging to human civilization. Facing the red burning death light, the entire desert was dyed with blood in an instant. Carrot did not move at all, bathing in the fire net of bullets, just like standing under the pattering spring rain, without any ripples. Slowly turning his head, the scarlet in his eyes melted everything in sight. What is that? Monster. Run. Fire? No. Lie down. ZZZZ. Boom. Where the bullets were crisscrossing, a rocket came straight from a distance. Carrot L frowned slightly and stretched out his hand to catch it. This thing was no different from drizzle to him, but such a good house behind him couldn't be blown up. This house is indeed bulletproof, but it is not rocket-proof. Carrot L twisted his wrist, gently pushed the rocket, and returned it the same way. Boom. Under the scorching sun, the dazzling explosion was deafening in the depths of the desert. In a short moment, the remains of the hundreds of people were not even charcoal left. It was as if they had never appeared on this land, only a huge crater and countless bullets buried in this strange uninhabited land. In just a few seconds, when Stark crawled out of the ruins of the war, all he saw was a piece of black land and a piece of burning crater after the explosion. The flames shot up to the sky, the sun was shining, and the dust of death covered the earth. That man was standing like a god, looking down at him in the light. You, who are you? Staring at everything that happened in front of him, it was not a sudden illusion. When he looked at the pair of light blue eyes again, Tony Stark lost the courage to look directly at him. With a plop, he collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and even the courage to stand up disappeared in an instant. At this moment, even if he said that he was a demon from hell, or an angel sent by God to take him away, Stark felt that he would believe it. El. A faint word seemed to cross the distance of time and space, extending from the sun in the depths of the desert to the cloudless sky. Shield heli-carrier. In Nick Fury's office, Natasha Romanoff listened in detail to Hill's description of the mission target. El. Alias, Clark's son, born on November 11, 1991 in a farmer's home in the small town of Smallville, Kansas. Adopted by Jonathan Kent's adoptive father, an Oriental old man named Son, and later named Clark by the Kent couple. Until the age of 6, the old man's surnamed Son died of illness, and Clark's son was handed over to the Kent couple to continue raising. After the age of 13, he went to the metropolis to study and changed his name to El. At the age of 16, he was hailed as a genius boy. He obtained 3 doctoral degrees in bioenergetics, mechanics, and philosophy. He is currently the CEO of Universal Capsule Company. Natasha sat on the table, crossed her legs, and looked comfortable and relaxed, but countless intelligence analyses had flashed through her mind. She crossed her arms and said, "Inspirational story. An abandoned orphan, a farmer's son from a small city with no background, became the CEO of a world-class company in a big city. He started from scratch, a super genius, and obtained 3 doctoral degrees at the age of 16. If you put it in a weekly magazine, he will definitely become an idol worshipped by young workers. Why did he change his name?" Nick Fury, who was facing away from the city below the clouds in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looked very solemn. The room's external mute mode was pressed, and the black isolation material slowly fell until the entire house had blocked the signals and sounds transmitted to the outside. There was no light in the room. In the darkness, a projection slowly lit up on the table. Natasha frowned. In her impression, she had rarely seen Nick Fury use this level of protection to announce the mission to her. How serious is this matter? Those were all external files just now. Take a look at these. A change that will affect the fate of the world is about to come. In the dark and claustrophobic room, Nick Fury, dressed in black, almost merged with the entire darkness, staring at the only light source, reflecting the images of the two old men. In 1970, Dr. Hank Pym discovered a special particle, named the Pym particle. This is a special substance that can infinitely shrink matter to the microscopic world and re-amplify it according to needs. Natasha looked at Nick Fury in confusion. She didn't know much about this kind of scientific terminology. What's the meaning? Hill stepped on Henshang Jiao and elegantly walked to the opposite side of the channel, opened his hands and said, "For example, he can turn your house into a palm-sized size and carry it with you, and then take it out and enlarge it when needed." Natasha narrowed her eyes. What about the change time? Hill gave her a playful expression. 3 seconds. And the operation is just a push of a button. As soon as these words came out, Natasha no longer sat in a carefree manner. Her face became more solemn, but the corners of her mouth slowly raised. It was like God's magic. Sitting in this room, Natasha Romanoff would not have thought any of this was a joke. If true, it would be the greatest invention of this century. And the Universal Capsule Company that owns it will also irreversibly break the world pattern with an unstoppable trend. Nick Fury was wearing a black leather jacket, perhaps to allow Natasha to see more clearly. He walked out of the darkness and continued to narrate. Fortunately, whatever the purpose of Magnum Capsule Corporation, Pym particles now work on humans. In 1970, due to the theft of Pym particles, Dr. Hank Pym had a big fight with Howard Stark, so he left the military completely and established his own private company. What we didn't expect, however, was that Hank Pym was not the only one who discovered the Pym particle. Natasha instantly gave the answer, Dr. Brizeff. Nick Fury nodded. Yes, this Dr. Brizeff had discovered the existence of this particle 10 years before Hank Pym. But he decisively chose to conceal it and never disclosed his research results to anyone. Hearing this, Natasha was convinced of this and nodded. It's easy to understand. If he really discovered such a great thing, in that dark age when the world structure collapsed, death would be waiting for him. Nick Fury agrees with Natasha. Yes, Brizeff obviously expected this. He is a genius. He has achieved unimaginable achievements at the age of 23, and even made conjectures about maglev vehicles. Natasha Romanoff instantly thought of the New York Times broadcast recently. These two genius old men have united at the cross-century threshold. And now, two geniuses have come together. Magic Capsules acquires Pym Technologies. Hill immediately adjusted the information to the next page. Several photos appeared in the projection screen, including a docked tail, a doctor, a double R standard, a blue-haired girl and a boy. The interesting part is that the Universal Capsule Company founded by Dr. Brizeff was established nearly 20 years later than Pym Technology. It was only established 10 years ago and became famous 5 years ago. After listening to Hill's story, Natasha's eyes shone brightly. She did not immediately look at the updated information on the big screen. Instead, she quickly analyzed it in her mind and faintly caught something. A genius scientist discovered a shocking scientific research result. He was afraid that he would be killed, so he carefully hid it for more than 10 years. But it suddenly appeared today and officially launched new products to the public. This only shows that he has enough confidence. Is it because of L? Nick Fury frowned and clapped his hands vigorously, a very accurate judgment. This man's situation is far worse than when Pym particles were officially released to the public. It can even be said that he single-handedly promoted the establishment of Magnum Capsule Company. Come on, it's time for us to hit the road. In the Sahara Desert, the yellow sand swallowed up countless life trajectories here at the end of time, letting them dry and wither. And L, like a man standing at the end of time, stretched out his hand and pulled Stark up. What? Stark, who was in a mess, had no room for resistance. After being pulled up, he had to quickly raise his hand to wipe the sand on his face with nosebleeds, and spoke nervously and incoherently. Honestly, I don't quite know what words to use to describe what I just saw. Illusion, dream, magic, or miracle. In short, wasn't that dazzling that I just saw? L walked to the door of the house, adjusted a light curtain, and pressed a few times on it. If you think there's nothing wrong with your eyes. Tony Stark pursed his lips, walked over, and looked at the dark pit in front of him. He felt that his bruised and swollen cheeks were hurt by the wind. As if he had recognized the reality, his eyes were blank. Well, it's true. That's not right. Since you have this ability, why did you let me come out and die just now? You came out so late. You deliberately. Yes, you must have done it on purpose, to see me beaten so badly. Tony Stark suddenly came to his senses and looked in disbelief. L gave him a blunt look. Because you are not as important as Beef Wellington and Buddha jumping over the wall with Sea View. Tony Stark was stunned. When he heard this, his brain seemed to stop working for a while, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. His whole mind seemed to be slapped hard by a steak covered with sauce, and he was dazed. If this guy had answered just now that he wanted to see him get beaten on purpose, then he would feel better. What does this mean now? So he, Tony Stark, a billionaire, a genius, a super scientist, a playboy, is not as good as a steak. Can't I rent a ranch for you to chase the cows and eat them raw? Do you know how many people would rather not eat for 3 days and hope to see him? Okay. For a long time, Tony Stark could only attribute it to Carrot's blindness and not recognizing the value of him, Big Tony. However, the next second, he was stunned to see the huge semicircular building he had just entered. With a bang, it became the size of a palm, and then turned into a small capsule-shaped bottle. Tony Stark was stunned and confused. I take back what I just said. My eyes seem to have problems. I'll go to the best ophthalmologist when I get back. Where is the house that doesn't conform to the principles of architecture just now? How come such a big house suddenly disappeared? Could it be that you are using magic? Stark was suspicious for a moment, his frowning eyes pulled the corners of his eyes, and there was even a hint of expectation. After all, who hasn't fantasized about a world with magic? However, Carrot L just patted the sand on his hands, took out a small box for storing capsules from his arms, picked up the building capsule on the ground, put it into the groove, and glanced at him. I don't have that kind of boring power. This is called the universal capsule, a product made of a microscopic particle discovered in the 1970s. This particle can freely convert matter between the macroscopic and microscopic. Hearing this, Tony Stark turned his head almost instinctively. His brain structure is like picking up all the people who lost their brains while reading novels, and then throwing their unused brains into the pot to stew a pot of brains. The cooked thing said almost at the same time. The flow rate of time in the macroscopic and microscopic worlds is different from the change of matter, that is, the so-called particles you mentioned can greatly prolong the change of the mass of the attached objects. This also explains why there are freshly baked Wellington steaks and classic dishes from all over the world on your table, and why this house that does not conform to the principles of architecture at all appears in the desert. This is incredible. If what you said is true, I bet it will definitely set off a new round of technological revolution. Carry it with you and place it at hand. This magical creation is actually the power of technology. 30 billion. I am willing to pay 30 billion to acquire it and give you 39% of Stark Industries shares. I believe that with this level of technology, you also need the protection of the military, right? Stark now looked at him with an affirmative look. After 3 months of hellish despair, Tony has now completely changed. In the past, he would never notice, or even think about, what kind of dangers people with this technology would face. At that time, he didn't understand the truth that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. But now, after his own personal experience, he has deeply realized how terrible it is behind this. He could die at any time? Carrot found Tony's words a little funny. I don't need your 30 billion, and of course I don't need the protection of the military. The universal capsule product was officially announced to the public through the media 2 days ago. However, because this particle is very precious, the products exhibited in the first 3 phases will not appear in large buildings like this. The press conference held 2 days ago? Then why is he here? Hearing this, Tony Stark fell into silence, and a huge wave had already been set off in his heart. Whether it was Carrot L who unexpectedly appeared in the depths of the desert, or the terrible rays emitted from his eyes, or the particles that could trigger a world revolution, all of them completely overturned his worldview. The man in front of him was full of mysteries. He was trapped in the cave for only a few months, and it was hard to imagine that the outside world seemed to be beyond his cognition. This man, with rigorous logic and careful thinking, would never come to the desert for a simple tour since he held such power. After a long time, Tony Stark raised his head and stared at Carrot L in a daze. You came to see me on purpose. You just said you were on the road. I guess you definitely didn't mean to send me back to New York. Carrot L raised his head and looked at the sun, and a trace of comfort flashed across his face, because on Earth, only the desert located at the center of the equator could get such abundant sunlight. After examining for a long time, he cast his gaze into Stark's eyes and asked, when you were kidnapped, did you see the missile weapons produced by your own company? Tony Stark's pupils shrank immediately, and he subconsciously turned his head to reveal a dim look, took a deep breath, and sighed without any excuse. That's my fault. Seeing this, Carrot L nodded, took out a capsule of a desert off-road vehicle from the capsule box, and said, many years ago, in a small inland country in Sokovia, there was a the family is eating. A bomb with Stark Industries printed on it fell, and with a bang, the couple died on the spot. The 2 10-year-old children who survived by chance are lingering in the area occupied by terrorists. Tony Stark listened to Carrot L's story seriously. Are you one of them? No. Carrot L shook his head and threw the capsule to the ground. The finger-sized capsule once again appeared in an incredible form and turned into a black off-road vehicle. This scene made Tony Stark's heart itch, his eyes widened, and he wished he could memorize every change process. But 5 years ago, I was also a child. I embarked on an adventure with another girl and finally met them. Remember those people with the double R logo on their clothes just now? Tony Stark nodded slightly, curled his lips and said, of course, even if I forget, I can't forget the wound on my face. Carrot L made a gesture to get in the car, opened the door casually, sat on the driver's seat, and operated the vehicle skillfully. Their name is the Red Ribbon Army. In fact, on the dark side of the world, the experiment on superpowers began much earlier than you think. At that time, the Red Ribbon relied on a kind of artificial human technology, which can be said to be famous in the circle. Even the old terrorist organizations such as the Ten Commandments and Hydra did not dare to touch their eyebrows. Tony Stark's heart trembled. He had experienced the Ten Commandments and heard of Hydra. If he dared not offend even these organizations, then what a terrible opponent this was. However, just when Stark thought he was going to face a big trouble, Carrot's words made his heart tremble as if he fell into the abyss. But later I killed them all. Tony Stark took a half step back in horror, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Carrot was permeated with lingering fear. He didn't think this was a joke, because he just saw with his own eyes that this guy completely ignored the 7.62 and 5.540 individual rocket launchers and missiles, and killed hundreds of killers without leaving any ashes. In the experiment, both of them gained some incredible abilities, although only a part, but after training, they have a bright future. As for the Red Ribbon Army, Carrot didn't care at all, and they were not qualified to be in his eyes. Even if Dr. Gero really brought out Sal, he didn't care. God won't bleed, but he will definitely make you bleed. Those two children think you are a murderer and want revenge on you. Next to the backrest, Carrot's white fingers casually rubbed on the steering wheel, and said with burning eyes, "So I decided to take you to meet them." After hearing this, Tony Stark finally understood why many of Carrot's actions seemed to be saving him, while some did not care about his life or death at all. "And then let them kill me." Carrot turned on the air conditioner in the car, leaned on the chair, and said calmly, "I don't want to interfere with other people's revenge, and I'm not used to moral kidnapping. It's just that I still have some things to do before I bring you to them." Tony Stark spread his hands helplessly, with despair on his face. "That means I was kidnapped again." When Carrot heard this, he couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Just think of it as an incredible adventure. That's what the girl who used to come to the farm told me." After the words fell, the tune of the stereo rang throughout the carriage, and Tony Stark shook his head mockingly. "Come on man, please understand, you are not a pretty girl." The next second, Carrot thoughtfully took out a long metal strip with an S pattern from the drawer next to it, like some kind of inserted key. "What's that?" "S." Carrot leaned back in his chair and did not reply. In silence, he slowly started the vehicle and drove deeper into the desert. Countless questions that had been silent for many years arose in his heart. Carrot that's the name on the back of that sign. Why does he have the S symbol of the L family of Krypton even though he is wearing a Saiyan battlesuit and has a tail? Adoptive father Jonathan Kent recounts the sign as the only symbol hanging around his neck. Caro Cockroach, who am I? Al's murmur recalled certain speculations that were ready to come out but were uncertain. This trip is to confirm these. Congenital tail resection. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff looked a little ugly. She rubbed her swollen eyebrows and felt her blood pressure rise. It was difficult for her to connect the completely unrelated words of meteorite fall, tail resection, the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, and the Universal Capsule Company. "We found the doctor who was doing the surgery." Nick Fury didn't want to continue to be a dumb fan. The situation was urgent and there was no room for any compromise. According to him, Carrot's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, had his tail removed when he was a child. Coincidentally, just one day ago, a meteorite crash occurred in the small town. However, the detectives at that time did not find the remains of the meteorite in the crater, so they made a hasty inference that the meteorite had already fallen after it fell. Burnout. Afterwards, we checked medical treatment records in towns, hospitals, and within 10 kilometers nearby. We found that there were no more than 5 newborns born in those 2 days, and we ruled out the possibility of abandoned babies through preliminary interviews and surveys. Although this explanation was outrageous, Natasha Romanoff understood what Nick Fury meant and looked at him present with a psychopathic look. "You don't mean to say that he is an alien with a tail, do you? And that meteorite is actually a spaceship?" Faced with Natasha's stupid look, Nick Fury didn't care at all, because people who don't know the truth are the real fools. Instead, he added, "And he is an alien who has the ability to destroy the entire Red Ribbon Army at the age of 13. 5 years ago, Dr. Bryzeff's daughter Bulma came to a small town in Kansas. At that time, a large-scale tornado hit the town. Jonathan Kent was trapped in heavy traffic while rescuing people and was about to be swallowed by a tornado. It was in that desperate situation that Carrot showed extraordinary strength despite his dissuasion. But his power to save his adoptive father made many residents feel ostracized and frightened. Although there were no unpleasant conflicts, it also had a considerable impact on the Kent family. So, he changed his name to Carrot and left the town with Bulma." Natasha Romanoff murmured, "Is it so that your parents won't be hurt?" Judging from this, he is not a heartless person. Nick Fury, and our focus is that after Carrot joined, the rise of the Universal Capsule Company began. He'll continue to narrate, after so many years, in the grand publicity of Magnum Capsule Company to the United States for the first time, Carrot who was supposed to be the core figure, has been missing for 2 days. Natasha Romanoff reacted quickly. "They are attacking in the east and west, are they covering for Carrot? This is the focus of the goal." Nick Fury's expression turned serious, and a trace of solemnity flashed through his solemn eyes. "Currently we are not sure of Carrot's purpose, and all our agents sent to the Universal Capsule Company have all disappeared mysteriously, including Coulson." Upon hearing this name, Natasha Romanoff straightened up instantly. "How is he? Have his physical signs disappeared?" "It's still there, but we can't locate it. Maybe they don't want to break up with us, or it could be a trap to make us afraid to act rashly." If the situation hadn't seriously gone beyond his control, or even a conspiracy against the next global change, Nick Fury would not have used such a huge amount of manpower and material resources. They are ahead of us in both technology and force. In recent years of investigation, we found that the rise of the Universal Capsule Company is very strange. It has been mediocre in the past 10 years, until 5 years ago, it officially rose through a series of large-scale projects such as contracting demolition projects, slag cleaning, mine blasting, and disaster ruins reconstruction. They have monopolized almost half of the blasting projects in America with extremely efficient slag cleaning methods. Natasha Romanoff wondered, efficient? How efficient? Zero building residue. No transportation routes. No dumping sites. Labor costs are about zero. Time. About a few seconds. Natasha widened her eyes and opened her mouth in amazement. Smoke, the aroma of boiling gravy. A faint thought drifted away through the car window. In a deserted area, a black off-road vehicle drove towards the center of the desert. On the radar, there was a thick gray fog. You are really obsessed with food. Tony Stark was too tired to complain about this behavior of having a smokeless grill and an air fryer in the car. Carrot Al stepped on the accelerator with one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on cumin. For him, driving a car is more of a pleasure, just like sitting on a throne and resting. It takes him less than a second to get to any place on the earth. Yes, so if you dare to drip your saliva on my steak, I will tie a rope around you and throw you behind the car to run. Tony Stark was speechless. He regretted why he didn't eat more before. That burger was not enough to satisfy his hunger. Now he is starving. Can you tell me where you are going? It seems that you are driving into the desert. Carrot Al asked expressionlessly. Listen, did you mention the gray fog area? Tony Stark thought for a moment and said, I have heard of it in the tabloids before. Like Bermuda, the Delta, Shenandoah, Kunlun, the Himalayas, the Amazon Paradise Island, these places that cannot be searched on the radar are said to be displayed as a hazy gray fog. Carrot L looked at him in surprise, as if he did not expect Stark to be interested in knowing these things. Well, what the tabloids said is right. There are many mysterious forces that cover these places and prevent outsiders from approaching. And the first stop we are going to is the oasis deep in the desert. Why go to the oasis? You will know when you get there. The scorching sun was replaced during the long drive. The golden sun has been replaced by the moon. The cloudless sky suddenly turned pitch black with twinkling stars, turning into a beautiful painting. Stop sleeping, get out of the car. Stark was forcibly awakened from his sleep, looking around in a daze, and was thrown out of the car by Carrot by the back of his neck like a kitten, shivering with cold. Yawn. Oh my god, this damn desert is so cold. Be gentle, I think I have a cold. Carrot got out of the car and closed the door, took out a small handheld ice chest from the trunk, and threw a blanket to him. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is very large. Great, you can survive the first 2 days, and it's all because of your reactor that keeps your heart beating, otherwise you would have frozen to death. Blow. Stark hurriedly wrapped the blanket around himself, sniffed his nose, and suddenly felt weak all over. Oh my god, it's so cold, and you still carry a freezer. Ice beer, in the depths of the desert, a bottle costs you 10 million, right? But unfortunately, these are not for you to drink. As he said, Carrot L raised his head, and Stark followed his gaze, only to find that the scene in front of him had completely changed. In the dark night, the traces of yellow sand all over the sky have faded in the night, and a dense vegetation has laid out a world of weeds in the vast world. The riverbed flows with streams, and the high canyons on both sides make the entire terrain sink, hiding this oasis symbolizing life in this cursed devil's yellow sand. Oasis? It's a desert oasis. Tony Stark rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and for a moment he could not hide his joy. Ha ha ha, this is incredible, Oasis. I only heard about this thing before, and never thought that I would be so shocked when I saw it. This is simply a miracle? An exciting miracle. Stark's joy cannot be understood by those who have not wandered in the desert. Although he is no longer struggling to find water, he is still shocked by this after almost dying of thirst. This place is great, why didn't I find it earlier? Ha ha ha. Carrot L glanced at him lightly, then you should be thankful for this. If you didn't meet me, but found this place in advance, you would be dead now. Tony Stark's smile froze. Ah, what do you mean? Boom. Suddenly, a sound exploded in the air, and a terrible air pressure fell from the sky, stirring up the sand and dust in a radius of several kilometers. The ripples spread out like a sandstorm blowing in all directions, spreading out, and in an instant, it pressed Stark to the ground, and his chest was choking. Fuck. Swoosh. Before Tony Stark could figure out what was happening, a sound of cutting through the air flew away under the night, and a golden object was thrown towards them. Snap. Carrot L raised his hand and opened his palm lightly. A glowing golden sphere was thrown from above the oasis into his palm and was caught steadily by him. The golden sphere exuded a luster that could not be seen clearly inside, and it was slightly bright in the night. In the depths of the center, 6 stars were shining. However, the strange thing was that no matter from which angle you looked at it, you could see a pentagonal star pattern. 6-pointed star. Carrot L's mouth corners gradually rose, raised his head, and looked at the white wind robe above the sky. Long time no see. Piccolo. The figure in the sky showed a smile, and the green figure slowly fell to the ground. Under the 2 tentacles, there was a pair of evil eyes flashing with murderous intent. Sunday. Compared to the Namekian after the fusion in the later period of Dragon Ball, obviously prefers the Piccolo who said that fighting is my specialty in the Vegeta period. He is sharp, decisive, ruthless but not without tenderness. In the later period, he is indeed more intelligent, but less brave, and lacks the courage to continue to rush up even if he is beaten to a mouthful of blood. In this fusion world dominated by American comics, there is actually no legend of Piccolo in the outside world, because the combat power of old Piccolo is far from enough. When he was just born, he was killed by someone carelessly. Piccolo's egg was also sealed, and it was not until Bulma came here 5 years ago that she accidentally broke the seal and hatched Dan. 5 years ago, Piccolo was just a child, but the growth period of the combat-type Megatron was only 3 years. So, now they have all grown up. Maybe it was destined, or maybe it was intentional. Piccolo's position was also placed at the location of the Celestial spaceship 200 years ago, which is what Celestial said, home. This oasis deep in the desert is also the most suitable place for him, isolated from the world, and also far away from the troublesome shield and the political Dawn agency. Until 2 years ago, Bulma helped Piccolo build a mansion and a gravity room for training and residence. Carrot, who has almost the same problem as Piccolo and lives on the Earth, promised him that one day when he has enough ability and social status, he will help him live in human society. After all, this is the nanny booked by their family? What the hell is this? When Piccolo's anger dissipated, Tony Stark finally had the strength to get up from the ground. The green grimace in front of him almost made him think he had seen Satan. What kind of monster is this? The webbing turned into a sperm. After hearing this, L instantly gave a thumbs up in agreement. Heroes say the same thing. I felt the same way when I first met him. Piccolo twitched the corner of his mouth, looked at Stark a little, frowned, and exuded a cold meaning from the corner of his eye. Tisk, what a weak person. L pointed to his head. It's different. He is similar to Bulma. They are both truly genius scientists. His intelligence is not weaker than Bulma's. With that said, Carrot took out a bottle of cold beer from the freezer and threw it to Bic. Yeah. Piccolo glanced at Stark with a look of surprise. He took the wine and almost spit it out after taking a sip. His face seemed to turn greener. Pfft. Son, why does this water taste weird? L took out the drink capsule from the capsule box and handed it to Piccolo. This thing is called wine. I heard you say before that you only need to drink water to replenish energy through photosynthesis. Coincidentally, human society's pursuit of water is not much worse than food. There are tens of thousands of wines, juices, drinks, soups, and a series of aquatic products. I think you'll like it. Upon hearing this, although Piccolo still had the same cold expression on the surface, the silent upward curve of the corners of his mouth revealed his inner expectations. In terms of enjoyment, these weak guys are really blessed. L parked the car here casually, pulled up Stark, who was still confused, and walked towards Piccolo's house. Yes, this is the joy of life. Piccolo's residence is the Namek spaceship deep in the oasis, with a house next to it. When Stark saw the spaceship, he was still in the signal receiving state and suddenly woke up. He rushed forward, looked left and right, and his whole body seemed to have discovered a new continent, and he started to boil. I no longer have a cold or fever, I am no longer thirsty, and I am no longer hungry. That makes me feel 100 times more energetic. How's it going? Have you been comfortable these past few years? The bonfire shines on the dim land of the oasis. The moonlight shining softly in the dark night is completely different from the daytime. In this desolate and barren land, Carrot and Bic had a drink together, and next to them was Tony Stark, who was running around in the spaceship just like a monkey. After drinking him 10 pounds of vodka, the Namekian, who relied on water to survive, finally tasted the intoxication brought by the world's best wine. Don't say it. It's cool. So cool. It's not that great. I barely managed to master 30 times the force of gravity. I feel more and more alive. I couldn't even feel my breath just now. Piccolo's face is always green and never red, but the hazy look in his eyes shows a bit of drunkenness. L's indifferent gaze traced a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's less than 2 years since your body has fully developed. It's already good to be able to lay basic training. As long as we reach the later growth period, we will see rapid improvement. I heard from Bulma that you have changed your name now. What is your name, L? Sunyu. Piccolo was stunned for a moment. L shook his head, sat by the campfire with a wine glass, and interrupted him. That's just to avoid trouble. The name is just a title. I don't have any problem with whatever name you call it. Clark-san. This is also one of his names. He did not regret being under the tornado. The scene where he rescued his adoptive father Jonathan was exposed. But it was that time that he had to leave. The alienation and opposition from these ordinary people towards the Kent family also made him set the goal that he must achieve in human society. That is to obtain the social status of an extraordinary person, or even the right to rule, to influence, and control the spiritual life and material foundation of this society. Since the eyes of this society will not satisfy you no matter what, then use relatively acceptable means to make it as satisfying as possible. Actually, I have always been curious. We are obviously the same outsiders. Why do you have to choose to live in the human world? With your power, it shouldn't be difficult to rule them. L drank all the wine in his glass. There are millions of roads in the world, and everyone has their own choice. On different roads, people may choose the same thing, but the paths they take are ultimately different. Some people are so fond of martial arts that they become crazy, and some people are unjust and unjust. No matter how strong someone becomes, even if he can crush stars with his bare hands, he will still use this power to save a cat trapped in a tree. And some people, even if they are powerless, will slander, hurt, bully and trample on others. What you said is just one of the thousands of paths I can choose at will. Power gives me more choices than them, but I don't want to choose this one yet, and I don't know which one I should take. L's words were very sincere. In addition to finding out his own life experience, when he really had this invincible power, he only wanted two thoughts. One was the opponent on the road ahead, and the other was a home to belong to. He was warlike in his bones? This is a fact that cannot be changed at the genetic level. Al and Piccolo were chatting enthusiastically, but Tony Stark was trembling when he heard them. He looked at them with fear. Both of you have the power to destroy the world. Al gently raised his eyelids, glanced at her calmly, and asked a soul-searching question the moment he looked into Stark's eyes. Do you think you don't have it? If you were not special, I would not have dragged you into this journey. With your wisdom, if you were to turn evil, it would also be an unimaginable disaster in the universe. Tony Stark was very happy to hear these words, and he felt happy. This was simply the most touching compliment he had heard since he was kidnapped for several months. Thank you, you can say more of this kind of words in the future. Al ignored his narcissism, egomaniac. Tony Stark suddenly came over, with a little curiosity in his excited eyes, and asked, "So, you are really aliens?" Compared to a certain skeptical fan bat, Tony Stark's curiosity and childlike innocence are obviously stronger. L did not hide anything from Tony Stark, because there was no need. The special device used to treat your injuries before was made with the data on my spaceship. Well, as a great physics genius, I am more accepting of the aliens' arguments, rather than God and the devil. Perhaps it was due to the drunkenness of alcohol, or perhaps Tony Stark had really experienced too many incredible things. His brain processing made him quickly accept the fact that two aliens were drinking with him in the depths of the desert. Of course, the main reason was that he had just been on the spaceship and saw it with his own eyes, so he had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. Why did you bring him here? L opened a bottle of 1982 wine and poured it for Piccolo. I want to throw it to you for practice. Tony Stark's face froze, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Picker looked at L in shock, and blurted out, "Son, are you serious?" L pulled open the clothes on Tony Stark's chest, revealing the arc reactor inside. No need to train too hard, just let him learn how to use Chi, and his wisdom will handle the rest. Picker took a look at the reactor on Stark's chest, and his intuition told him that the energy inside was very strong. Of course, it was only relative to humans. Just learn how to use air. That's easy. Tony Stark's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Would these two aliens use him for human experiments? Wait, what are you doing to me? Beak showed a sinister smile on his face. He really liked torturing people. Enjoy your last moments, genius. What awaits you is a hell of despair. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a scientist, not a super soldier. Tony Stark collapsed. When he saw the red light in L's eyes, he subconsciously swallowed back the words in his mouth. At least give me a laboratory so I can build a new reactor. This one is almost broken. Al casually threw him a capsule and flicked his fingers slowly. Everything you need is in the capsule. Tony Stark took a deep breath. The moment he took the capsule, he was actually a little grateful for Stockholm Syndrome, but he soon realized that this gratitude was a little wrong. Seriously, what do you want to do? You saved me, kidnapped me, and took me to the people who wanted to kill me, and now you want to train me. Al threw a light screen projection from the capsule. Instantly, a light screen full of technology slowly opened a dazzling white light under the moonlight. The content of the light screen was that a huge stone statue was under the foot of a monster, and it suddenly moved and lifted the monster away. Awakening from the long sleep of ancient resurrection, a colorful giant composed of three colors, red, dark purple, and silver, stood on the ground in horror. In front of him, two monsters as big as mountains, roaring with fangs, dancing with claws, shattering the sky and tearing the earth. In a blink of an eye, under the light of the giant, the strange bird flying in the sky was smashed to pieces, and the one that dived into the ground had already escaped. The next second, the picture turned over, and countless figures appeared in the glacier, digging a blue figure out of the endless cold. Tony Stark recognized that it was the well-known Captain America, and also the one his father often used to teach him a lesson, Steve Rogers. Is he still alive? The picture flashed again, and in the dark alley, a man riding a motorcycle suddenly screamed and knelt on the ground hideously. His face and arms began to burn, and the raging fire cut through the heat from hell. In a short breath, only a terrifying skull was left, with a hideous grin on his mouth. The flames burned with the wailing of the vengeful ghosts. The man laughed wildly, pulled a chain with both hands and hung it on his body, like a ghost, reaching out to touch his beloved motorcycle. Some strange magic turned it into a more dazzling and cool silver under the rising flames, and flew away. In the curtain of darkness, the huge bat lamp was shrouded in the cloudy sky. In the city called Sin, all kinds of monsters were being bred. In the picture, there were angels and demons intertwined, and warriors and monsters were fighting, but everything formed two extremes with the world where normal people live. What is this? Not only Tony Stark, but even Piccolo was a little shocked. He hadn't been out for a few years. Unexpectedly, so many earth-shaking changes have taken place on the Earth. Oh, these guys look very interesting. Don't tell me this is a new Hollywood movie? Or did I miraculously travel through time after working as a forger in a cave for 3 months? Tony Stark stood there in a daze, not even noticing that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. This is the other side of the world. L answered concisely, but it is also the side that the world will always be most malicious and unwilling to accept. Raised his hand and took back the light screen. He could play pictures like this endlessly. From Amazon Paradise Island to Midtown Manhattan, from the primitive tribe under the Gallon Tower to the 3 major world economic centers in the Holy of Holies of Kamartaj. Don't think that they are threatening the world. The reason they hide is because the world is threatening them. A new era has arrived. Since the multiverse is bound to have wonderful disputes, let me control the direction of all this. Or, let me be the first party. The bonfire, burning with the sound of branches bursting. Words, rising to the sky in a calm narration. Above the clouds, it seems that some eyes are watching here. In this strange, vast, grand, chaotic, but not noticed by the real Supreme, or it is the anchor universe that was deliberately divided by these Supremes. L's words seemed to have opened a new origin at this moment, shaking the wine glass word by word. 3 months later, the Universal Capsule Company will officially open to the public and hold the first world's #1 martial arts conference for the world. Invite extraordinary people from all over the world to gather together and start a wonderful battle between superheroes. The prizes have been prepared in advance and are very generous. The top 5 will be rewarded. Carrot's expression showed a hint of joy, and he spread his palms. Compared with the generous prizes in his mouth, he naturally preferred to watch others fight. Like him, Tony Stark's first reaction was not about a prize. Wisdom created layers of storms in his mind. As the storm gradually surfaced on his face, his originally dull eyes gradually turned pale. You are gathering them with a purpose. What are you going to do? The corner of L's mouth curved. This is obvious. Cold sweat broke out on Tony Stark's forehead. Although he could not stop the fear in his heart, as if an ant was standing next to an elephant, he still suppressed his fear and said firmly, I will not allow you to do anything harmful to humans, no matter how powerful you are. Even if it means death, I will stop you. L looked at him calmly, not even the slightest bit angry because of Stark's threat, and stood up slowly. A new era has arrived. Whether you like it or not, it has arrived. If humans don't fight on their own, they will remain silently protected by nameless people in the dark as before. In the end they will become a bunch of ignorant lambs. Even if someone who is really destroying the world stands in front of them and fights, they will still deceive themselves and others and say it is a trick. Just like you did before. Are you shocked when you see me? Are you scared? Are you scared? Are you scared? While trying to please me with a smile on your face, you're thinking about it in your heart and be wary of my intentions. L looked directly at Tony Stark calmly, but the calmer the silence, the more chilling you feel from the bottom of your heart, because his words hurt what you least want in your heart. Things to face. But even if you realize this reality, I guess you want to forget everything, as if you have never experienced this and never seen the other side of the world. Want to treat this all as a self-deceiving joke, pretend that these truths are false, and continue to live your playboy life. And if the consequences of this affect all mankind, it will be a disaster. It will make you die, and make you stay in your comfort zone forever, without even knowing how you died. Fear doesn't make people die, it makes people live. Only ignorance, arrogance, blind optimism, and foolish self-confidence are the poisons of dreaming in a requiem soup. Carrot's words opened up the heart of Tony Stark that he had never wanted to admit. It was the end of all his anxiety and the anticipation of danger by his genius brain. Just like Mr. Satan from the Dragon Ball era, L definitely doesn't want to see this old bastard in this universe. Fortunately, his super hearing has not heard his arrogant voice yet. Otherwise, Carrot would definitely kill him on the spot, no matter how many people said he was a hero, no matter how many people coveted his daughter's body. He doesn't lack a woman, he doesn't care about a hero, and he doesn't want to become an in-law with him. That's an insult to his genes? He used his heroic name to extinguish the hope of all mankind. He used his shamelessness to steal the hero's desire to save the world and his deserved reward. People will forgive him because of his trivial kindness and forced choice to stand up, but they will never hold him accountable for the original sin of the first pot of gold. In short, no matter what others say, L will not let him go. Tony Stark is a smart man. It should be said that there are few people in the world who can match his smartness. Of course he understood what Carrot meant. L wants to uncover all of this, to expose all of this, to stop people from being surprised by all of this, and to make all ordinary people feel that all of this is extremely ordinary and pursue it. Modify people's cognition and establish communication between the two parties. But that might cause panic among the public. The argument that Tony Stark blurted out made Carrot frown for the first time. That's none of my business. L scolded him mercilessly. Why should I care if you are afraid? Why don't you ask deep in the starry sky if there is someone who won't show their power because you are afraid? Tony Stark. Stark is like an eggplant beaten by frost. As a person cursed by knowledge, he understands that human exploration of knowledge time and time again is often accompanied by innovations in the worldview again and again. If everything is really inevitable, if you choose ignorance now, you may really face death in the future. At this time, Piccolo, who was watching the two people quarreling for no reason, suddenly asked seriously, "Son, will you participate in the war? Participate in this martial arts conference?" L looked like you were joking. Even if the world's elite are tied together, is it enough for him to fight with one hand? I am the organizer, so I won't give up. L smiled and expressed his meaning tactfully. If he also joins the battle, then this will be a fight without suspense. Hearing this, Piccolo stood in front of him meaningfully, and slowly lowered his hands that were originally folded across his chest, and looked at him sternly. I remember you said 5 years ago that you longed for an opponent, because you were destined to seek defeat in this life but could not get it. L nodded, yes. Now, still the same. Then I will be your opponent. 10 of you can't beat me, even if you merge with someone. L said this with a gentleness like strolling in the garden, and blurted it out without any concealment, as if it was just an extremely insignificant thing. But this word was like a needle, deeply piercing the heart of the great demon king Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo clenched his fists, and the energy in his body bloomed in an instant, triggering a huge magnetic field, and even the gray fog detected on the radar was obviously trembling. Boom! The sky, which was originally cloudless, was suddenly covered with lightning. Piccolo's eyes exuded a terrifying fighting spirit, but the eyes on the other side were as calm as a lake, without any change. The wind made the trees throughout the oasis tremble. Thunder pierced the dark sky and earth before the heavy rain fell. The bonfire was extinguished. The only mortal present did not have any strength comparable to the gods. He was unable to restrain a chicken. At this moment, he felt as if he was in the vast ocean, watching the two towering beasts in the sea, stirring up the mighty power of the waves. The two just stared at each other. Tread. The next second, L took a step, and the steps he stepped on the soil already made Piccolo feel like a formidable enemy, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, just when he thought Carrot was about to take action, that elegant and calm figure slowly walked past him and lingered in his ear. You'd better go to bed early. The hot water has just been heated in the house. Take a nice bath. It seems you haven't enjoyed a hot bath yet, right? That's a rare experience. Tap, tap, tap. After saying that, Carrot walked into his mansion without looking back. He froze in place, cold sweat slowly dripping from Piccolo's forehead. At that moment, he didn't feel any breath, but the suffocation and terrible depression that hit his face made him move. Can't move. Damn it. Sunday. How strong are you now? Tony Stark on the side also looked at Piccolo with fear and said in his heart, monster. Suddenly, he looked at L, thought for a moment, then made a judgment, twitching the corner of his mouth, more monster than monster. The next day, Tony Stark's nightmare began. He swore that he would rather go back to the 10 Commandments gang's cave to help them develop missiles than come here and suffer such abuse. In just 5 minutes, there were no less than 100 wounds on his body, 3 fatal injuries, 12 fractures, and more than 50 internal organs were damaged. Then throw it into the treatment machine and come out 10 minutes later to continue practicing. Ligaments or not, just throw it away and somersault down from the top of the mountain? If you can't beat them to death, then beat them to death. Comparing the punishments for fraud groups and terrorists, it's just childish. He seriously doubted that Piccolo's so-called teaching was purely to torture him to death. When he was rescued from the treatment cabin in the 1932nd time, Tony Stark decisively chose to commit suicide. Boom. L held the roasted wings with one hand and grabbed his wrist with the other. Tony Stark's eyes were red, and he was about to stab his aorta with a sharp stone. He gritted his teeth and even looked at him with a pleading look. If you have the ability, give me a good one. L looked at Piccolo helplessly. You are too cruel. Then, he casually sent the recorded video to brother and sister Wanda. Facing Stark's pleading eyes, L showed no expression, slowly opened his palm, and pointed it at Tony Stark's face. Where the electric light met, a bright ball of energy was only 5 centimeters away from him, converging on Carrot's hand. For a moment, Tony Stark was stunned, and the astonishment in his pupils seemed to be a little unbelievable that Carrot really wanted to kill him. But immediately after, he closed his eyes silently and quietly accepted the arrival of death, because this kind of torture, which was far better than torture, really made him want to die. However, the imaginary destruction did not come as expected. What came to my ears was still the voice that had never wavered before. Your arc reactor only has 3 billion joules of energy per second. But even these 3 billion joules are not what your body can bear. Do you know why the Red Ribbon Army wants to capture you? Opening his eyes, L slowly retracted his palm, his eyes as calm as ever. Because a few years ago, they developed a controllable artificial human plan. They first removed the emotional part, adjusted the brain nerve center for physical control, and then improved the human body structure so that it can absorb external energy. Strengthen yourself so that ordinary people's bodies can withstand huge amounts of energy. What were you doing at that time? You're sleeping with Cover Girl. L stared at him, slowly squatted down, and faced Tony Stark's eyes with fear and resentment. With the steel armor you developed in the cave, you will die in their hands even if it is updated to 10 generations. Why do you care about me? What does my life and death have to do with you? Didn't you say you were going to take me to those 2 children to kill me? Tony Stark's eyes stared at him blankly, and for a moment, his whole person showed a childlike aggrieved tone. L was amused by him instead. Okay, practice or not is up to you. Boom. The next second, a deafening sonic boom penetrated the entire sky and earth. From the feet of L, ripple-like cracks snaked out on the earth. Just the scroll that the gods step on at will can stir up the waves of the sea of clouds in the sky. Tony Stark covered his ears and knelt on the ground. He was so close that he was like a deserter avoiding an explosion, trembling with fear. Oh shit. Although Superman's biological position did not hurt him, the terrible sonic boom still awakened the most primitive fear of creatures. When he looked up, a black spot had disappeared in the daylight on the horizon. Tony Stark looked around at the trees in the oasis in a daze, standing on the cracked land as if there had been an earthquake. Is this the power of God? Tony Stark swallowed his saliva, and before he could be surprised, he saw Piccolo with his face getting greener and greener, with anger in his eyes. What are you doing? For Piccolo, L's kick that was almost like a house-destroying act was obviously telling him that if you can't beat him, I will beat you. Piccolo took off his cloak and threw it to the ground. Anger seemed to burst out of his eyes. You're finished, Tony. Fuck. Help. The deafening sonic boom was like the sound of a god piercing through the world. Boom. In ancient times, a golden rock rose with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Today, a divine body instantly soars into the sky, bathing the world in the daytime and being invincible. In the Amazon, above the Indian tribe, gray fog area. If you look from the world, then what you see is always a hazy gray fog. But if you stand on the center building standing above the sky, you will find that no matter how many tens of millions of years have passed, the sky here is always clear. Temple of the God of Heaven. A strong wind blew from afar, awakening the face that was already aging while watching the lower world. The originally green face had brown age spots, and the two flexible tentacles in youth had now shriveled the traces of time. Some people stand tall in time, while others are buried in the long river and grow old. You are here. Old Piccolo leaned on his cane and slowly looked at the person who was frozen in the air. Seeing the figure of that person, the dark-skinned fat man beside the God of Heaven immediately pushed a large cart of food over with such skill that it made people feel distressed. L's floating figure slowly landed on the temple, floating on the ground as lightly as a goose feather, and cast an admiring look. Look at how sensible Bobo is. God of Heaven Piccolo. Alas. Sighing, the old man's helpless and declining expression made this high and mighty god become like an ordinary person. Sitting casually on the ground, old Piccolo and L sat on the ground. Mr. Bobo handed the god a cup of tea like a waiter, and helped Carrot peel a 4-pound lobster. What, are you tired of being a god? He took a deep bite, and the delicious lobster meat filled his mouth and slid into his stomach along the back wall of his throat. Even he couldn't help but show an intoxicated look. Old Piccolo's eyes were not just as simple as old age, but more of regret for his own powerlessness. At the age when he should have gained power, he chose to become a god in a fit of anger, which not only split himself in two, but also locked up the growth of his own strength. Even though he has been a god for more than 200 years, he is controlled by others everywhere and can hardly intervene in everything. These are all the bitter fruits brewed in his youth. The world has changed, and there are many things that I can't control. L couldn't deny it, and the contempt in his heart couldn't help but seep out of his eyes. He smiled while slurping the lobster gravy. Correction, it's not that I can't control it now, but that you can't control it from the beginning to the end. Your status as a god is not high, not to mention your strength is not strong. What else can you do? As a superior, I am controlled by Odin and trapped in the 9 realms. As a subordinate, let alone those powerful demon lords in hell, you can't even control the registration stamp at the door. Yen Mo Wang is so scared. In the human world, except for those who climb up the tower, no one is authorized to interfere in other matters. In the divine circle, although you are green, no one takes you seriously. You are a god in name, but in reality you are just a puppet to whitewash the truth. Shut up. Old Piccolo's face became darker and darker as he listened, and he held his cane with gritted teeth. Are you here to anger me on purpose? So much food can't shut your mouth. You can do it, come on. 5 years ago, I said I would give up the position of God to you. I gave it to you, and then retired to live a good life, but you just didn't want to, and you almost smashed the temple of the God of Heaven. L put the last bite of lobster into his mouth, picked up a bottle of sports drink and drank it all. Yes, I don't want to, no one can force me, but I didn't expect that you have survived for so many years, but still haven't understood the essence of being a god. The one who is in the hearts of the people is a god, and the one who is powerful is a god. The one who anchors the destiny is a god, and the one who overcomes the sky with the heart is a god. L stood up and patted the dust and said, You, the God of Heaven. Heh, it's more like a toy to fool children. It can't even keep you young forever. Even the power of the wishing bead is something you have in yourself. I don't need to become a god at all. If the facts are really as I expected, my status is higher than that of gods. After eating and drinking, L's eyes finally gathered a trace of solemnity, and he took back the playful heart in front of his elders. And I just want to confirm this, so I came here to get the answer from 5 years ago. Silence suppressed the meaning of scrutiny in the silent sky. L's words were expected by the god Piccolo. Time, looking back at the beginning of the summer night 5 years ago. The boy in the black martial arts uniform was not as tall as he is now, but his aura had already given off a sense of dominance over all living beings. Since you can observe the lower world, help me find the same S symbol as it. I will come back in 5 years. In exchange, I will let Piccolo live in peace with the human world for 5 years, and then integrate into human society. However, for 5 years, L turned a deaf ear to this, as if he had completely forgotten all of this. An answer that takes less than 3 seconds to answer has confused the god Piccolo for 5 years, and he did not get the answer from Carrot's subsequent visits. I could have told you this 5 years ago, why did you come only today? Hearing this, L pursed his lips in surprise. Although it was only a short moment, the god could still see a look of looking at a fool from him, and heard him say, because at that time, I didn't have enough power. Rashly exploring your life experience may attract some immeasurable things and the greedy gaze of the world. My adoptive parents taught me to focus very early. I should learn to be afraid of the boundless starry sky, and endure and grow for it. Until now. As he spoke, L's voice echoed above the temple. He slowly stroked his arm, feeling the huge energy and blood in every cell, and closed his eyes. I am no longer afraid of the strong winds between heaven and earth, nor the sudden rains brought by disasters. At the same time, I am increasingly unable to control certain things in my body. As those things awaken, I realize that I am not a god, so I begin to ask for something. What do you ask for? The cold sweat on the face of the god Piccolo dripped onto the ground as he frowned, and he himself did not even hear it. The faint trembling horror in his tone was because in the past 5 years of observation, he had always seen L's indifferent attitude towards everything except food and family. He was not afraid that he would ask for something, but for someone like Carrot, if he had something to ask for, why would he hide it? L opened his eyes and looked into the depths of the Milky Way, which was deeper than the sky. At this moment, the god Piccolo saw a smile that was pure to the extreme in his pupils. I am not cruel, just a little belligerent. Ants are not allowed, because there is no fun at all. I love many people, so I don't want to gamble. Others are all right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conference. The first floor is the technology exhibition area of our Universal Capsule Company. The second floor is the drinking and reception area. On the third floor, there are some private negotiation rooms, with leisure areas and children's display areas on both sides. The intertwined light curtains create a signal of civilization at the peak of science and technology. At this moment, the Universal Technology Building located in the headquarters of downtown New York gathers more than half of the world's top scientific research talents and business leaders. The reporters swarming in formed a wall of people outside, and it was impossible to count how many flashes were shooting here every second. The soft hair blooms and exudes the clarity of natural blue. The cunning big eyes sparkled with the light of brewing wisdom. The dazzling dress outlines a curvy figure. With a calm and unhurried attitude, even when standing at the center of the world stage, he still maintains his composure, showing confidence and elegance. Bulma stepped on red high heels and led everyone to the entrance step by step. She raised the corners of her mouth with a smile. Here, we present to you the first generation of Universal Capsule products. Please forgive me for the fact that CEO Mr. L is temporarily unable to explain it to you in person. Bulma, the girl who once took L out of the farm was also the person who changed each other's lives with him. Really, Demal, he is always so irresponsible. It was obviously a press conference he was going to hold, but he actually left me here alone. Bulma still had a calm smile on the surface, but in her heart she had greeted L's Gecko-san that she had broken millions of times. Long time no see, Professor Otto, welcome. A chubby curly-haired man walked in with a smile on his face. The joy on his face had never stopped since he saw the Universal Company building, which was 1 inch taller than the Stark Tower, from a distance. You have grown into a big girl, little Bulma. How are you doing now? Where is that boy Al? Bulma playfully made a heart sign and winked. I'm trying to live a better life. Otto Gunther Octavius. Majoring in physical science, he is a world-renowned nuclear physicist and Dr. Octopus in the Spider-Man series. When they were in school, both Bulma and L had taken his physics classes, and were fortunate enough to receive his private tuition in atomic physics. Bulma wants to explore a deeper energy source that stimulates the operation of PIM particles, while Carrot never underestimates his own energy. He majored in mechanics and energetics, and was involved in the power operation of nuclear energy and atomic energy. They are all excellent students. Seeing this, Otto lamented that time had flown by and that his students had already achieved something. They were already standing on the stage that attracted everyone's attention, telling the story of scientific research results that shocked the world. But he still doesn't seem to have grasped the power of the sun. Although, there are already some achievements in neurology, and even if his scientific research technology is used in clinical practice, it will be of great help to disabled patients around the world. But there are still some. That guy Al is still the same as before. He was often missing when he was young, but he never seems to be late. Bulma's eyes were filled with memories, and the smile on her lips unconsciously revealed a hazy look in her eyes. Yes, he is never late. Even if he is on the other side of the world or at the end of time in the universe, as long as he hears his call, he will appear in the next second. Call. Bulma took a deep breath, and after so many years, she glanced at the young man who once took adventures with her, and now he has entered the Sea of Stars. Sunday. Just do what you want to do. Hey, Mr. Osborne, Harry, I didn't expect you to come so early. I don't even know who should be the last one. Otto knew that Bulma would be so busy today that her hands and feet were not enough, so he didn't bother her too much. I said hello and walked into the venue to wander around alone. The head of the Osborn group, Norman Osborn, led Harry Osborn, and a father and son walked toward her like elegant gentlemen. Old Osborn's face looked very gentle. The straight suit was as neat and meticulous as a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He smiled and nodded to Bulma. "Because I can't wait to see your products, Ms. Bulma." Following his father, Harry took out a rose from the pocket of his scarf and handed it to Bulma. "If my father can't wait to see the results of your research, then I can't wait to admire your beauty, ma'am." Bulma was a little embarrassed when she saw this, but as a senior driver second only to Kame Sennin in Dragon Ball Works, she had long been accustomed to these small scenes. She smiled and took the rose. "Thank you, Harry, but a friendly reminder, although my future husband also has playboy tendencies, he will still be jealous." Harry Osborn seemed to be a little disdainful, but also vaguely mocking, and asked calmly, "You mean the farmer in Kansas? Where is he now? Are you shy in this situation?" Bulma's eyes changed instantly. He looked Harry up and down with piercing eyes. Although his expression did not change, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. "I hope you can understand, Mr. Osborn, that this farmer from Kansas is my whole world, and I don't think you have the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with him." After saying that, Bulma glanced at Norman Osborn from the corner of her eye, and a wave of emotion rose in her heart. The news of Al's true life being leaked was expected since the day he became the CEO of the Universal Capsule Company, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Is he trying to show his power by embarrassing the host in such an occasion? Seeing Bulma's eyes looking at him, Norman Osborn quickly glared at his son. Seeing this, Osborn could only purse his lips and muttered softly, "Sorry." Seeing this, Bulma didn't say anything more, nodded lightly and got up and left. She was a simple person. She would praise people whenever she was given face, and scold them when they were shameless, and beat them when they were not given face. Don't think this girl is a good person. She dared to venture into several uninhabited areas alone at the age of 15. She is not a socialite who talks to everyone. Please make yourselves at ease. Twisting her body, Bulma waved her hand and left. She tightened her handbag with a gloomy face, as if there was a hard brick in it, which could fall on someone's head at any time. Norman Osborn's face looked a little bad, and he looked at his son with a look of regret. "Don't tell me that you have grown up so much, and I still need a tutor to teach you etiquette lessons. Look at what kind of occasion this is. Is it a place for you to show off by belittling others?" Harry Osborn didn't dare to talk back to his father, nor did he dare to tell him his true thoughts, so he had to lower his head and admit his mistakes. Fortunately, this occasion was not the place for Osborn to teach his son a lesson. After simply scolding him, he went to greet other nobles who were present. Harry didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Osborn left, but the corner of his eyes was vaguely looking at a corner behind him. Sure enough, the next second, after seeing the elders leave, Mary Jane, who had been secretly watching from behind, quickly came to Harry's side, and a trace of imperceptible sourness flashed in her eyes. "Hey, is that Dr. Bulma? Her hair is actually blue, so beautiful." While chatting silently, Mary Jane's eyes gradually lingered on Harry's face. Obviously, she couldn't stay still when she saw Harry showing his affection for other girls. Unlike the others, Mary Jane was not invited to attend the press conference as a representative of a family or a high-ranking social elite. She was a participating representative sent by the school to attend the press conference as a thank you gift because Midtown High School had received funding from the Universal Capsule Company. What is thank you gift? The school staff sent here this time are all school beauties level goddesses. Yes, the principal's purpose was really to thank and give back, but unfortunately, the person he wanted to thank, that is, the investor of Midtown High School, L himself, was not there. And Bulma didn't have any good feelings for these gifts specially sent to her fiancé, and she did her best by not driving them out. So Mary Jane, who lost her accompanying goal, could only fly around like a headless fly. But unexpectedly, she met Harry here, which made Mary Jane's eyes brighten and finally had a goal. The same is true for Harry. For a pure boy who has been strictly educated since childhood, being controlled by a girl like Mary Jane is as easy as playing. To be honest, if she was just a gold digger, Harry might not like her, but the problem is that she is not just a gold digger. Mary Jane, who grew up in domestic violence since childhood, has a strong sense of independence and a full distrust of men. This feeling of being close and distant is fundamentally different from those gold diggers who want to climb up the dragon and the phoenix. She can talk to you about everything and tell a lot of dirty jokes without scruples, but when you want to get closer, no matter how powerful you are, you can never do it. This is really Spider-Man singing a horse pole, and the horse is Peter. And Harry himself is different from a playboy like Stark. He is a more innocent boy. He was very fascinated by a girl like Mary Jane, but family reasons prevented him from expressing his feelings directly or pursuing her. So the two of them enjoyed this game of being close and distant. But unlike Mary Jane, Harry seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. He even began to express his love to Bulma regardless of the occasion to stimulate Mary Jane's desire to win. As for making her jealous, it was not a question of that. Unlike what Bulma and Norman Osborn guessed, Harry just said that not because he really liked Bulma or wanted to find a position in this occasion. He just wanted Mary Jane to have a sense of crisis. Compared with this sudden press conference, Harry's focus was obviously more on the girl. For Bulma, Mary Jane was very self-aware. Compared with this world-renowned genius scientist, her poor academic performance was not even as good as Peter Parker. What really made her sit still was that Harry actually showed an attitude of being completely attracted to another woman. Sure enough, Harry's plan worked. Seeing Mary Jane approaching calmly, Harry turned his head and showed a sly smile. Beautiful? I think so too. Harry's upturned mouth was fixed on Bulma's back not far away. A slender arm suddenly rested on her shoulder. Just when Bulma was in a bad mood and wanted to throw the bag in her hand, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Hey, what's wrong, miss? Who made you angry again? Bulma's raised bag froze in the air. Seeing the face of the person who came, she relaxed unhappily. Long time no see, my father's former assistant. Pepper Potts looked at her helplessly, her eyes moving up and down, with the suspicious look she gave to menopausal women. Okay, leaving you 5 years ago was my biggest business mistake. Who would have thought that as soon as I left, you would start to go uphill and get bigger and bigger. And my new boss is a playboy who only knows how to sleep with cover girls every day. He has been missing for 3 months and 7 days. Seeing an acquaintance, Bulma felt much better. Then who do you blame? You chose to leave in the first place. Hearing this, Pepper Potts slapped her forehead directly, as if there was a suffocation in her chest, and complained unlucky. Please, miss, don't you see the situation you were in? Dr. Brasif is a weird old man who only knows how to play with black cats. His wife is like a sexy etiquette lady. Her voice is as sweet as a little girl of 18 or 19 years old, and she has such a good figure. If I were a man, I would definitely be happy to death, but unfortunately I am not. Your eldest sister doesn't care about things, and you are a wild child, going out for adventures every day. No, that's not called adventure, it's called courting death. You often disappear for half a decade or half a month, and I don't even know if you are dead outside. As the person in charge of this kind of ghost company, it's a question whether it can go bankrupt the next day. Why should I work here? A normal person would choose to leave, okay. Hearing Pepper Potts's almost venting complaints, Bulma couldn't say that she was a little embarrassed, but could only say that she was overjoyed, and then her words made people laugh. So you got a new boss, and then Stark also mysteriously disappeared for 3 months, and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Stark Industries' stock plummeted, Obadiah took over, and you were kicked out of the first-line echelon. So, dear Pepper, have you ever thought that this is not our problem, but your problem? Wherever you go, there will be bad luck, ha 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 ha. Pepper Potts' face became redder, and her gums were trembling with anger, just like a real pepper, and she was about to get angry, and she said, Your fiancé is not much better, didn't he come today? Bulma was speechless for a moment. After venting, Pepper Potts took a deep breath. After chatting with Bulma, the sadness about Tony's disappearance was diluted. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that Tony Stark had been kidnapped for more than 3 months. The rescue search range exceeded 300 kilometers nearby. The possibility of his return was very small. Before Iron Man appeared, Pepper Potts did not think that Tony, the playboy, could escape with his bare hands. However, Bulma, who had just video called Al a few days ago, knew that Tony Stark was safe and sound. Even Bulma was shocked that he could escape from the clutches of the terrorist organization alone. Even if it was her, she might not be able to do it. Soon, as reporters and Gensha staff entered the venue one after another, Bulma led a group of bigwigs into the luxurious technology exhibition hall. Below, the performance time of the Universal Capsule began. When Bulma casually demonstrated a wave of Universal Capsules on the high platform in the conference hall, everyone in the audience was stunned. Pudong. Someone accidentally broke the cup in surprise, until the sound of glass breaking echoed in the audience seats of the technology booth, and at the same time, the cognition and worldview of everyone present were shattered. No one blamed the person who accidentally broke the cup for his rude behavior. Those who were engaged in scientific research, those who were not engaged in scientific research, those who wrote press releases, those who worked in offices, those who sold arms, those who watched models, those who watched the scenery, those who came here to kill time out of boredom, and even 3 children who were brought by unknown families to see the world and were lying on the wealth tree in the hall were all stunned with horror. Dr. Otto's heart was beating wildly, and his blood pressure was soaring, making his brain almost dizzy. Incredible. This is a miracle of the times. No, this is a miracle beyond the times. Otto didn't believe that his former student would do any magic tricks in such an occasion, but he had to admit that even he was shocked. Not only him, but everyone present was shocked, but they were also extremely glad in their hearts that they came to the right place today. The shocking uproar lasted for an unknown period of time, just like watching a story with a climax and ups and downs, and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The ecstasy and excitement that followed were like surging river water, gradually floating up to the eyes, revealing a pair of eyes flashing with greed. This can be called a miracle created by God, and you must get an admission ticket no matter what? Dr. Bulma, are you really not asking a magician to fool us? Just when everyone was immersed in the shock of subverting the worldview, a female reporter in the audience had already recovered from the unbelievable horror and asked a question according to the etiquette of the press conference. Bulma looked at her with some surprise. This female reporter's mental quality seemed to be beyond most people present. Although her face still couldn't control the excitement of surprise, her gradually calming eyes were obviously calming down her emotions. Lois Lane smiled and broke the stalemate without losing her courtesy. Sorry, doctor, I don't mean anything else, it's just too surprising, like magic. Norman Osborn on the side glanced at the work badge on her neck. He was also attracted by the efficacy of the universal capsule and seemed to want to win Bulma's favor, so he stepped forward and said, "Ms. Reporter, I can understand your suspicion, but do you think that so many people gathered here is a shocking scam? I can't wait to learn about this product and its selling price. I guess it must be an astonishing number." Otto also muttered to himself in the audience, "So that's why it's called the universal capsule, that's what it means. I wonder how long this capsule can shrink the matter in a microscopic form, and how long it can last at most. Are there any safety hazards?" Once the dead silence and shock of the scene were broken, it was followed by a heated uproar. Before Lois Lane could get a response, she had no room to interrupt. "All right." Bulma looked at the people whispering in the audience and shouted to the microphone in front of the stage, "I will answer the reporter's question first." Instantly, the noisy voices in the audience stopped, and everyone looked at Bulma, fearing that they would miss any word. "This is not magic, ma'am." Facing the people with fiery eyes, Bulma did not show any sign of stage fright. The eyes of the people looking at her were greedy, cold, fearful, or sweaty. The emergence of the universal capsule will undoubtedly have a wide impact on the market of various industries. However, no matter what, it cannot stop its appearance today. This is not only because of Carrot L, but also the ultimate wish of her father Dr. Blissful, who has been working hard all his life to achieve. What you are seeing now is our company's product, the universal capsule. As for its principle, it is one of our core secrets and cannot be disclosed. First of all, I would like to assure you about the potential safety hazards. The universal capsule product has been developed and tested for more than 40 years, and the safety of users is guaranteed first. Of course, the premise is that it doesn't affect people. If anyone wants to use this technology on living subjects, they do so at their own risk. Bulma first solemnly stated this, "Our company will not be responsible for anything. It is irresponsible." In the audience, the boss of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, who was also invited, agreed very much with Bulma's approach. While Lois Lane was sorting out the recorder and notes, he asked the next question. "So, what is the selling price of this capsule?" Bulma stood in front of the stage, slowly supporting the podium with both hands, lowered her head and smiled. "That's a good question. But I don't think there is currently an appraisal company in the world that can estimate the market price of universal capsules by calculating data. So, our products are sold according to the loss of the number of particles used, the difficulty of production and the replenishment time. The first generation of capsules on the shelves are divided into 5 grades: civilian, commercial, industrial, technological, and military. The 5 levels have different price ranges, and everyone can choose products according to their needs. From the commercial selling price of $5 million to the ultra-luxury special capsule package of $500 million, there is no cap on the full set of customization of $1 billion. In the audience, Natasha Romanoff, who had been secretly paying attention to the surroundings of the exhibition hall, could not help but twitch her face when she heard the price. "Good guy, the starting price is $5 million, and there is no upper limit. Is this something that ordinary people can afford?" Yes, most people can't afford it. For them, this first-generation capsule product that has been eliminated is purely used to harvest the wool of the rich and enter the aristocratic market. Because Bulma understands the psychology of these people so well, none of them buy it for their own use. They all want to study the principles and then make pirated copies themselves. So no matter how high the price she wants today, they will take it with pride. But in fact, Hank Pym and Bryzef had already considered this. The two scientists had done something about these products, plus the alien technology carried on Carrot's spacecraft. Not to mention that they couldn't decipher it. Even if they could decipher it, the product would already be on the shelves in its 10th generation. Natasha Romanoff's hand smoothed the hair hanging down by her ears, revealing the communicator of the Bluetooth headset, and said calmly, "The conference went smoothly and was basically in line with our expectations. There were no accidents. Carrot did not show up. Do we need to follow up and investigate?" At this moment, everyone present showed the deepest interest in Magnum Capsule, but Natasha knew that the focus of Magnum Capsule Company was actually Carrot L. Those PIM particles, which are core secrets, have actually been obtained by the Gensha military a long time ago, and stealing them has no practical significance. Carrot, who has always been invisible, is the most important thing they need to observe. Also aware of this was Lois Lane, who did not know Natasha's information in as much detail. Just relying on the sense of being a reporter for many years, such a grand occasion was initially announced in the name of Carrot, but it was also from that time that Carrot himself disappeared from the public view. So, what is he doing? Louise Lane held the hand of the recorder and squeezed it silently. Her intuition told her that what happened to Carrot L was strange. In SHIELD, Nick Fury stands in front of a satellite screen. In the age of technology, it is rare for humans to use the power of satellites to search for a person and not be found. Either the opponent is deep in an undetectable gray fog area, or there are hostile satellites interfering. What a troubled time. The giant that appeared in the island country has caused an uproar in the center of world public opinion. I asked Clint to investigate. I can only rely on you here, Natasha. We have to prepare for the worst. Natasha, who noticed Lois Lane, was about to walk towards her. This daughter of a congressman with a military background was naturally in the database that Black Widow knew by heart. When she heard Nick Fury's words, she couldn't help but pause. He stopped walking and frowned. What preparation? Prepare for force. Pfft. Southwest Island Group of Yingdao, Juliangdao, Local Government Land and Property Planning Bureau. A faint chuckle came from Carrot L's mouth, and he stretched out his hand to tease a small white cat hidden in the parking lot. Seeing the cat baring its teeth and claws at him, he felt a little cute, and he laughed unconsciously. Prepare for force. He could hear the voice of anyone on the planet if he paid attention. It looks like SHIELD has its sights on him. Mr. Al, are you sure you want to buy this place? With all due respect, I know that Magnum Capsule Company is a large international group that started out as a real estate company, but it is difficult for me to see the purchase value of any of the properties here as commercial real estate. Ando Hiraki, the land manager of the Southwest Islands, was caught off guard by Carrot L's sudden visit. He really didn't expect that the CEO of Universal Capsule Company, which has attracted worldwide attention, would appear here at this time. Mr. Ando, I don't need anyone to teach me how to do things. Carrot L silently withdrew the hand that was playing with the cat. Maybe it was because S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation made him feel a little bad. Maybe it was because of the problems left in his memory. Even across the world, it is difficult to change, word by word. He suddenly said, I believe that the price of 1.3 billion yen is already much higher than the market price. I don't want to hold an auction, and you don't have any need for an auction here. The money will be transferred to the account in the name of Magnum Capsule Company. I hope to get the approval document in the shortest possible time. Ando Acer opened his mouth, and finally nodded. Although he didn't know what Al was planning, they did take advantage of the fact that a desolate stone mine island could be sold for such a price. Okay, Mr. Al, we will sign online immediately, and the acquisition documents will be handed over to Magnum Capsule Company within 3 days. Carrot L nodded and added, by the way, I hope you will keep this matter secret from the outside world and carry out all-round relocation of the villagers on the island. Of course, as a developer, I will fully pay the demolition money, but you are not allowed to interfere with the series of projects and construction facilities that will be built here later. Ando Acer's pupils shrank, and his whole body suddenly showed a surprised look. Are all the villagers going to move away? You know, there are many mountain people who live here in the city. Yes, and relocation is not allowed. Acer Ando. Tonight is destined to be a night that will shock the New York era. A small capsule is like a smash into the calm water in the torrent of the times. The weak waves on the other side of the ocean spread in a ripple shape until a storm sweeping the whole world. Almost immediately after the press conference ended, the overwhelming news reports spread the waves that were raised, which were like water that could not be stopped. From New York to Washington, to America, and Europe. Overnight, the Universal Capsule Company became famous, from the original Fortune 500 company to the giants of the world's top chaebols. At this moment, Bulma, who was in a luxurious manner, was standing in front of a photo wall, holding the phone with her fingertips slightly white. Hey, Al, what do you mean? I'm busy making money here, and you're busy spending money, right? Why did you buy such a faraway broken island? Vacation. What? Digging a hole? What are you doing? In the dark underground world, 2 huge monsters seemed to be hidden deep in the mountains of the underground world, standing tall, but trembling constantly. As they trembled, the whole island seemed to be shaking. The 2 eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, seemed to have seen some terrible monsters, showing a horrified look. Standing in front of them, Carrot Al held the blueprint in one hand and hung up the phone with the other hand. In the empty underground space, he floated in the air and asked with a smile. Can you understand what is drawn above? I'll explain to you the parts you don't understand. If Tony were still alive, your product would scare him. I really want to see how surprised he is. After hanging up the phone, Pepper Pot's voice came from behind Bulma, and she slowly walked to her side with condolences for the deceased. What are these? Pepper Potts asked curiously. What came into view was a world map full of photos, deserts, grasslands, wastelands, wilderness, endless Gobi Desert, and endless sea. There were gentle graduation photos when they received their degrees, and lonely ships dancing with the wind in the tsunami. But the photo in the middle was taken next to a haystack on a wheat farm, on the morning when she first met a boy. An adventure in the past. Bulma's words were full of yearning memories, the ignorance of 2 young children, a journey without an end, and a destined meeting. Carrot L. Pepper Potts had already guessed the identity of the man in the photo. Don't say it, he is really handsome. Yeah. Bulma nodded and looked at her with a smile. How about it? After seeing the great prospects of our company, are you interested in coming back to continue to be my assistant? Hearing this, Pepper Potts didn't know how to answer for a moment, and could only smile awkwardly. To be honest, it would be impossible not to be tempted at all. It is human nature for employees to change new bosses when the boss dies. But somehow, before seeing Tony Stark's body completely, Pepper Potts always had a last fantasy in her heart. This is also the reason why she has never left Stark Industries. Even after Obadiah took over, the people Tony used to use were promoted in name but demoted in reality, with promotions and salary increases on the surface, but secretly undermined. Please believe that I was indeed moved just now, but thank you for your kindness. Waving her hand apologetically, Pepper Potts still frankly rejected Bulma's recruitment. Oh, you rejected me so easily. Bulma was surprised and looked sideways. She didn't expect that arrogant playboy to have such personality charm. So, did they take her down? I'm sorry, Bulma, your new assistant board has already been selected. Just then, Hope Dane walked in leisurely in cool black high heels. As the daughter of Hank Pym, Hope Dane, who has been trained as Ant-Man since childhood, is currently responsible for the security of the core experiment with Wanda. Both Hank Pym and Breeze are now old and have retired from the front line and started their retirement career. In addition, the two companies are now merged into one, and the handover of power to their children has been tacitly completed. Unlike Bulma, a wild child who doesn't like to be in charge, Hope Dane is a strong woman with a strong sense of career. Because of this, the two of them can be said to completely complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. With Carrot L, the two old people can be said to be completely relieved to retire. Bulma turned around in confusion, and Hope Dane walked in with two ladies. "Hello, Dr. Bulma, Natalie Rose, I am here to apply for your assistant." The blonde girl with the alias Natalie is naturally the famous agent Black Widow. Natasha glanced at the girls present and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "Oh my god, why are there only women here? Is this Carrot also a playboy?" Louise Lane, a reporter at the press conference, from Metropolitan Planet Daily. Unlike Natalie's charming appearance, Lois Lane's face is obviously more solemn. She purely arranged a news interview through official channels. However, the two people's purpose was to point to Carrot L. Bulma looked them up and down. She was very impressed with this reporter, so she greeted them first. "Hello, I remember you. Is this an interview? I don't remember receiving an appointment." Louise Lane shook hands with Bulma. As a veteran reporter, she naturally understood the rules of the industry and said, "My appointment was placed in Mr. L's account. He is not here, so the company automatically transferred it to you." Bulma's face turned black and she almost slapped herself on the forehead. Damn. The next second, Natalie also smiled and said, "My application was also placed with Mr. L. After I was accepted, I don't know how it was automatically assigned to me." Hope Dane looked like he was watching a good show. Don't say it, the fun between Bulma and L was really too good to watch. Bulma glared at her and pouted unhappily, "Change this program for me." The next second, Bulma looked at Lois Lane helplessly and replied, "Okay, then Miss Lois, since there is a procedural problem in our company, I can make an exception and agree to accept this interview, but I can only give you 5 minutes. "No problem, Dr. Bulma, thank you for your understanding." Louise Lane's face was always serious, but after hearing Bulma's answer, she finally showed a relaxed smile. Using tricks to sneak into various places is also one of the common routines of reporters. "I only have one question to ask, which is Mr. L's whereabouts." Hearing this, Natasha looked at Louise Lane in surprise, and a hint of surprise flashed in the corner of her eyes. Is she also here for Carrot L? Interesting. Bulma was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect the other party to want to ask this. She thought the other party would ask about the gossip materials about the development process of the universal capsule. After examining the two for a while, Bulma silently turned sideways, made room, and motioned everyone to look at the wall in front of them. "I don't know where he is now, but he is in one of these places." Louise Lane was stunned. She looked at the photos on the entire wall and the huge world map hanging above, and she didn't know what to say for a while. This, however, compared to Louise Lane's confusion, Natasha's eyes calmed down silently and emptied her mind. For the world's top ace agent, this is enough. The site passed by one, and the location of each photo echoed with the map behind it. For adventurers, there is no need to conquer the places they have been to. The map above is very old, and countless line-shaped graffiti outlines a line of illogical but ambiguous routes. And according to the degree of wear of the entire map and the photo frame hanging below, the elimination method is used. Although the world is big, people must have a goal to go to. And the place with the highest degree of wear on the entire map, but never appeared in the frame, is Natasha's sight slowly fixed on the pure white at the top of the map. It is the most difficult area to reach on the entire map, but it is also the place with the highest degree of wear. That is, the North Pole. Time floats on the golden sand deep in the desert. When a pair of exquisite shoes slowly fell from midair, they left a shallow mark on the endless sand. Tony Stark looked at the man with a look of death in his eyes. After 10 days of torture, the sling hook in front of him didn't kill him, Tony Stark, which was a blessing for him. He would rather go back to the iron furnace of the 10 Commandments than go through this completely inhumane and unscientific training again. In the past few days, he didn't say he had walked through hell, but at least he had stared into the abyss 80,000 times. Painful as it was, the effect was also significant. The moment he landed, Carrot L's sight focused on the energy in Tony's body. The little light wandering in his palm, although not bright, had achieved the process from 0 to 1. However, looking at this scene, Carrot L's brows frowned slightly. He didn't bring Tony Stark here to practice chi on impulse, he was doing an experiment. Although they are all human beings, they come from different cosmic perspectives, and their life structures and historical origins are completely different, so their respective powers are also different. Why? Carrot's sight penetrated his body. Due to his perception of chi, Al was able to detect that the source of this power was not simply the chi generated through training. Although there was indeed a trace of life energy flowing in it, more of it came from the arc reactor in Stark's chest. That was pure energy. It was just that under Piccolo's practice, Tony Stark controlled him physically, rather than through a battle armor connected by lines. At this moment, Carrot's silence lasted for a long time. If Tony Stark can learn to use chi in this way, then can other characters also learn the power of other cosmic perspectives in some way? These forces that work together in the world constitute this intertwined and chaotic universe. Putting together deserts, forests, cities, seas, glaciers, and other completely different things that have nothing in common, an extremely magnificent and huge world has been constructed. Let's take a step back and say that if the energy flowing in Tony's body really comes from the arc reactor, then what about the radiation? This grandson has such good technology that he can build the arc reactor without any radiation leakage, and even extract energy directly from the body without being affected. Inexplicably, L's ears echoed the sound of a sleeping person in the depths of the sea. It seems that it is not impossible. Ordinary people's bodies cannot bear such huge energies. The existence of the reactor in Stark's body is similar to the artificial perpetual motion furnace project developed by Dr. Gro. Since we have practiced almost, let's get ready to go. Our next stop is the North Pole. Tony Stark's mouth slowly opened in horror. If it weren't for the fixation of the mandible, he could even drag it to the ground. The whole person can't be said to be crying without tears, but can only be said to be ashamed. Help, it seems that he has not suffered enough from this torture. Are you sure you are talking about the North Pole, not the North Sea? Ice and fire, Al, you are quite good at playing. I have to admit that even an arrogant person like Tony Stark has begun to be confused about Carrot's train of thought. L pulled him up from the ground like a kitten. You are not good at playing. You learned to control the chi in 10 days. I will consider you a genius. Thank you. Tony Stark's body had been overdrawn to the point that he could not stand up. If it were not for the Saiyan's special treatment cabin, which allowed him to revive from near death again and again, he would have been killed tens of thousands of times by these two guys. What do you mean by consider it? You all never taught me properly, but just kept training to death. Sling hook, you wait, sooner or later I will fight back. Tony Stark glared at Piccolo fiercely, and Piccolo responded with a cold and disdainful smile. Oh, okay, I'll accompany you anytime, but next time I fight, I might kill you accidentally. Tony Stark's gums were shaking with anger. Well, this feud is settled. Sling hook, you are going to the martial arts conference. I must teach you a lesson on that day. Son, why are you going to the North Pole? Are you looking for the old man's beads? Faced with Piccolo's question, Carrot shook his head. No, I collected those beads before just to put them at home as decorations, and now I'm almost done. Carrot had asked about the power of the Dragon Balls when he used them last time. He was actually able to revive a person once. I don't know what kind of deal the dragon god Salama made with death, so that his wishing dragon could rescue people from the kingdom of death. This is really incredible. You know, this is not just the Dragon Ball universe. But Carrot L himself has no need to use it. I have other things to do on this trip, and some people want to see me. Don't follow me with your green face. I'll notify you on the day of the opening of the martial arts conference. In fact, although Carrot L knew about the Kryptonian spaceship in the North Pole, he didn't know the exact location, so he could only ask the gods to help keep an eye on it. Of course, he could look for it little by himself, but unlike Superman Clark Kent, Carrot L hated the exhaustive method the most. So, he let others exhaust the method. Anyway, the old man standing in the temple was idle. Tisk, I still can't stand your faces. Bick rolled his eyes at him, crossed his arms and turned his back. What's wrong with his face? It's pure and natural. Tony Stark murmured, looking at the high sun, and sighed, you can go to the North Pole, just go to the North Pole. Why do you have to drag me with you? Don't you know how to fly? Just fly there by yourself. Carrot Al looked at him silently. Okay, then I'll leave you here to continue practicing. Or you can walk out of the desert step by step. Then I'll go with you. Hearing this, Stark was so scared that he immediately grabbed the corner of Carrot's clothes, fearing that he would fly away in the next second. The sky was gradually swallowed up by black clouds. The darkness that covers the Arctic Ocean is the precursor of the coming storm at sea. The waves are surging, and the strong wind is blowing the force majeure of nature. In the distance on the sea, wandering whales whistled hunting signals, suddenly exposed a corner of their huge bodies in the deep sea, and bit the flying seabirds unexpectedly. The swaying boat was like a leaf under the waves, as a huge humpback whale jumped up from the sea, and a violent wave splashed Tony Stark with water, making his face darken. Well, from now on, in addition to the desert, he also hates the ocean. I said, can't you get a luxury yacht or something like that? Do you find it exciting to do wilderness survival every time? Tony Stark glared at Carrot with a sad look on his face. This Stark's fantasy life was really not beautiful at all. He suffered nothing but suffering. The ship was driving automatically, but Carrot L was still sitting at the helm, leaning on the fence among countless huge groups of whales, casually pulling a seabird from midair, and taking a look at the sky. There are no luxury cruise ships in the Arctic, just Inuit igloos and raw seal meat year-round. So why are you going to this place where birds don't poop? Want to try some raw seal meat? If life and death could describe Tony Stark's current mood, what a wonderful thing it would be, because he really wants to die. How about I let you eat raw seal meat for a few months? In the cloudy sky, deafening thunder could be heard faintly. Carrot, who regretted bringing this oil bottle with him, glared at him angrily. There's so much nonsense, you'll understand when the time comes. During the few days of training, every part of this guy's body was damaged, but his mouth was the only one that even Piccolo couldn't tear apart. It was both smelly and capable of making noises. A storm is coming at sea. There is a fishing boat ahead. It seems to be quite large. Send a distress signal. We should be able to get up there and take shelter from the rain. Tony Stark stood up and looked forward twice. Except for the whales that emerged from the water, which would trigger deep-sea phobia, there was nothing at the end of his sight. Where is the boat? Why didn't I see anything? I said yes. As the words fell, the rolling waves stretched along the coastline covered with thick dark clouds, drifting to the other side of the rolling waves. As the distress signal was sent, a huge fishing boat was slowly sailing in the fishing area on the eve of the storm. This is Haigsun ship number 1123. We have just received a distress signal and have recorded the coordinates of the sea area. We have to lower the cage and clear the deck before the storm. The activity area on the deck is not very large, and as the sailors are busy, it seems a bit crowded. Fishermen drifting on the sea have long been accustomed to the salty air and moisture. The bait was stuffed into the cage in an orderly manner and thrown into the sea. Even on the eve of the storm, the sailors never panicked. It can be seen that these are a group of experienced veterans. Captain Walid Jassam patrolled the decks, inspecting nets and cages, wrapped in thick work clothes. When the huge fishing boat approached, Tony Stark's understanding of Carrot was refreshed again. It wasn't until Walid Jassam threw down the ladder and let Carrot and Tony climb up the ladder that they came back to their senses. The sailors used cables to secure the delicate-looking but ridiculously small boat the two were riding into the rear of the vessel. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Captain. Carrot shook hands with the captain. The bearded man in front of him was probably in his early 50s and weighed 160 pounds. His already burly figure was made even more bloated by the thick sailor uniform. But despite this, Carrot still didn't see the slightest obstruction or discomfort from his movements. It was obvious that he was an old sailor. You're not shy, boy. Are you here for vacation? You should learn to be in awe of the sea. At the last sentence, Walid Jassam muttered a warning into Carrot's ear, and moved his scrutinizing eyes over the two of them. I thought I was saving a fisherman trapped at sea, but unexpectedly it was a young man with fair skin. As for the other person, he looked a little embarrassed. Maybe he was his housekeeper. This can kill people. The storm at sea will not dissipate for up to several months. Carrot smiled. He only saw reproach in the captain's eyes, but no disgust. Naturally, he did not take his words to heart. I know, but I have a reason to come. I'm here to find my relatives. Walid Jassam was stunned for a moment. Did you come to this vast sea to find relatives? Are you kidding me? You city people are really good at telling lies. Is it possible that your mother is also a legendary Atlantean? The old Captain Walid shook his head helplessly, not believing what he said. Hurry up and hide in the cabin. If you get seasick, grab a plastic bag and secure yourself. Hopefully this storm is not too big and you can still have a hot bowl of fish soup in your cabin. When he heard that there was fish soup to drink, Carrot Elton nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." The next second, under the guidance of a sailor, Carrot and Tony squeezed into the narrow cabin passage. They were taken in and arranged to go to the place where the sailors rested. "Boss, come and see, something is wrong." Suddenly, a sailor who had just finished taking the cage and tidying up the ropes shouted to Walid Jassam with an ugly face. "What's wrong? What happened?" Walid Jassam hurried over to check. The sailor pointed to the behemoth in the sea in the distance. Looking along his gaze, the humpback whales that were originally preying on seabirds stopped their actions and dived into the water one after another. Not long after, huge waves jumping out of the water were seen in the distance. The seabirds in the sky were startled and scattered in an instant, fleeing in panic on the sea. Seeing this, Walid Jassam patted the sailor on the shoulder, and his originally tense mood relaxed a lot, but his tone of scolding was extremely stern. "Are you a newcomer, kid? What's so surprising about this? Whales and seabirds have the nature to avoid storms." "I'm not a newcomer, Captain." As the son of an old tower keeper and a fisherman, Arthur Curry's fierce face was a little ugly. He has belonged to the sea since he was a child, and he hates people saying that he is a newcomer the most. But he couldn't say clearly that the escape of these whales and seabirds was not caused by the storm. He has some little secrets, that is, he has special abilities. For example, he can talk to fish. For Arthur Curry, this was not the first time he had gone out of Port Saiyan to conduct independent ocean fishing. Although this trip to the Arctic Ocean was the farthest he had ever gone, he did not feel uneasy about leaving home. The entire ocean was his home, and he would not get lost no matter how far he went. Moreover, he was born stronger than others, and had extraordinary adaptability to water, whether it was terrible water pressure or an environment without oxygen. "We'd better change our route immediately." Arthur Curry looked at the captain's eyes sincerely, and his words were very serious. Because the fleeing whales and seabirds were not afraid of the storm formed in the atmosphere. But the seabed? The response Arthur heard from the low roar of the whale group was that something was swimming towards here deep in the sea. However, the old Captain Walid Jassam did not listen to him. The route of the fishing boat every time was very fixed. This was not only to avoid getting lost in the sea, but also to minimize the risk of harvest every time going out to sea. Putting fishing facilities in the rich fish areas that have been explored and summarized by several generations can often get the greatest harvest under the experience of the older generation. Who doesn't talk about interests when they come out to make a living? Newcomer, for fishermen, the first lesson you have to learn is to respect the sea, but the second lesson is, have the courage to conquer the sea you respect. Before the old captain finished speaking, Arthur Curry added the last sentence, proving that he was not a novice, and kicked the last huge net cage with bait from the deck into the sea. Then he didn't even look at the old captain, turned around and picked up the rope on the ground, wrapped it around his arm twice, carried it on his shoulder, and walked into the cabin step by step. Tisk, young people nowadays really can't listen to admonitions. Waleed pursed his lips, looked at Arthur's strong body, didn't call him, stood alone on the deck and looked at the sky, and then returned to the captain's room. In the cabin, the disgusting smell was really not good. After all, you can't expect a fishing boat sailing in the open sea to provide 24-hour free hot water for the staff on board to take a shower. Coupled with the fishy smell that permeated every inch of the board of the entire ship, in this case, even Carrot L couldn't eat anything and found a corner to sit down. You just said that you are here to find your relatives. Squeezed in the small cabin, Tony Stark couldn't help the surrounding environment, and asked casually with the intention of diverting attention. Carrot nodded, well, yes. Tony Stark finally heard a little interesting information, and he immediately became interested. So you are going to the North Pole. There were many people in the cabin, and Carrot L didn't say it directly. He sat on the ground with his hands folded on his chest, and asked back against the wall. Haven't you seen Piccolo's home? Tony Stark was stunned for a moment. After a few days of getting along, he and Piccolo had some basic understanding. Naturally, he knew that Piccolo's so-called home was the Namek spacecraft he took. So, is L's spaceship in the North Pole? To be honest, I'm really curious about your life story. Looking directly at Tony Stark's very interested eyes, Carrot, as the person involved, was not excited to reveal the answer, but murmured casually. It's not a good thing to rashly explore the unknown depths of the starry sky, so I didn't embark on the journey until today. Are you really ready to welcome that starry sky? Carrot's question made Tony, who wanted to gossip, a little stunned. But somehow, Al's words made him seem to grasp something vaguely. For example, why did he torture himself like that? Was it for us to face that starry sky? Or did even he dare not face the endless Milky Way alone? Carrot Al seemed to understand his inner thoughts and said calmly, don't get me wrong, I just don't want to be too lonely on this road. Even if I am destined to find an opponent in this life, I hope it will be in the era of the strong. Tony Stark stared at him silently for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly he raised his head and looked into his eyes, and asked seriously, what is your attitude towards humans? Carrot Al answered without thinking, I have an ID card. The country on the other side of the ocean has no household registration and household registration system, so he originally wanted to say that he had a household registration on Earth, so he could only use his ID card instead. When he heard this, Tony Stark showed a tacit smile on his face. This plain answer has already expressed Carrot's meaning. In this case, as he said, this journey may have some meaning. So how did you grow up on this planet? I mean, how did you grow up here? You were born knowing it. Tony Stark pointed upwards as if to indicate. No, I was very weak at first, with a combat power of only 2. All in all, Carrot and Tony have been together for more than half a month. During this journey-like adventure, Carrot told him stories about his childhood when he was idle anyway. At this moment, with a loud slam of the door, Arthur Curry walked into the cabin carrying food and clothes. He glanced at Carrot and Tony who were out of tune with the sailors, thought for a while, and sat down next to them. Carrot's tone of voice couldn't help but pause, and his eyes suddenly passed through his body. I didn't notice it on the deck just now. The density of muscles on this blonde man's body is completely different from that of ordinary people. His body is very hard, and the composition of his blood is also different from that of humans. Seeing Carrot looking at him, Arthur Curry was a little confused. He didn't know what this man was going to do. After thinking about it, he took out a bottle of rum from his arms and handed it to him as a greeting. Want some? Upon seeing this, Carrot also took out a small bottle of vodka from his arms and made a toast gesture. Thank you, let's go together. Seeing this scene, Arthur's face instantly became as happy as a flower. Hey, this is where he met someone of the same kind. He bumped the glasses with Carrot and said with a naive smile. Oh, yes. The two of them looked at Tony Stark who was standing aside at the same time. Stark subconsciously touched his empty pockets and lowered his head with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing the two people taking out the wine and toasting together, I couldn't help but swallow. Madfuck, so angry? Boom. Deafening thunder, and sudden flashes of lightning in the depths of the rolling ocean. In an instant, the distance between heaven and earth was illuminated in the darkness. Then came the violent wind and rain, setting off turbulent waves, which slapped the sails one after another. My name is Arthur Curry, from Mercy Harbor, Maine. What's yours? Carrot Air, Kansas. Hearing this name, Carrot L's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out to be him, no wonder. Arthur Curry, a descendant of the royal family of Atlantis, half human and half Atlantis, one of the 7 giants of the Jinglian Alliance, and the king of the sea who finally captured the trident of Poseidon and gained the kingship of the ocean. Arthur Curry's eyes showed a hint of shock. He looked Carrot up and down, and said in surprise, Are you from Kansas? It's not a short journey. You're about the same. Arthur Curry took a sip of wine uninhibitedly and held the bottle in his hand. This was his habit and his way of socializing. He said casually, I'm here to meet fishermen from all over the world, but you don't dress like someone who lives in the sea. Isn't it true that you are here to find relatives, as you and the old captain said? Carrot gently clinked the glasses with Arthur and smiled casually. Who knows, I'm looking for a bride, I'll kiss you when I find you. Ha 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 ha, you are really interesting. Carrot's argument made Arthur feel novel and weird. He glanced at the clock on the wall and calculated the time. It was almost time for the sailors to rest. He kindly reminded, don't sleep too hard at night, and put on all your clothes. The rainy season and storms will cause the temperature to drop sharply. This is the Arctic Ocean, and the temperature will be much lower than in the normal sea. After taking 2 sips of wine, Arthur Curry thought about what the whales had just told him, and somehow felt uneasy deep in his heart. As he said this, he reached out and took 2 blankets from the shelf and handed them to Carrot and Tony. Thanks. Al waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. After taking it from Arthur, he threw his blanket on Tony and sat leaning against the wall. Stark wrapped his clothes tightly and glanced sideways at the 2 of them. This rich man who is naturally arrogant does not understand what rejection means except what is handed to him. He covered himself with both blankets without any burden. After experiencing the double hell of the 10 Commandments gang's blacksmithing and Piccolo's devil training, Stark had long wanted to have a solid sleep. Although the beds here are not soft high-end Simmons anti-mite mattresses, there are only hard and moldy decks and mountains of debris, and the boat is still rocking. But to be fair, he slept really soundly. Of course, only in the first half of the night. At night, they were wrapped in heavy blankets and lying on their own berths. Only a few people were awake, and they were scattered around playing cards and smoking. There were no bonfires or fireplaces in the stormy ship, and only thick clothes covered the body's only warmth, preventing it from passing away. The sudden drop in temperature made everyone in the cabin shiver except for Carrot and Arthur. Despite the difficulty, Captain Walid Jassam still gave everyone a bowl of warm fish soup as a late-night snack. But Carrot didn't really want to swallow the bowl of soup, so he fed it to Stark again, sat cross-legged silently, and began to meditate. Sleep is just a means of mental relaxation for him. Even if he didn't sleep for several years, let alone several months, he wouldn't have any problems. As long as the yellow sun in the solar system is still shining, its vitality will become stronger day by day. Arthur Curry was very surprised at Carrot L's physical fitness. In this temperature, he seemed to be fine even in single clothes. Most people would have been shivering from the cold. Perhaps he was a little drunk, so after drinking a bowl of fish soup, Arthur closed his eyes tiredly. The days when fishermen wait for their harvest are always extremely long. They have long learned to stay with the vast sea and sleep peacefully on their pillows during such days. Yet at the same time, just as the storm was roaring, in the vast underwater world, about 300 kilometers away in the depths of the sea, a blue light suddenly flashed. A huge thing in the deep sea, like the awakening of an old god, slowly moves its body, like a huge mountain range buried in the bottomless abyss, shaking with frightening fear. Well, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance for a moment. He seemed to smell some of the same breath and began to swim towards the place where the storm was spreading. What happened? It moved. Track that direction immediately and use satellite positioning. Our submarine engines can't keep up with this big guy. Everyone should be alert and careful. It has never made any unusual movements in the past 20 years. Inform the bordering outposts and higher UPS. As before, don't get too close. Record data. The endless ocean finally hides traces of human civilization. A submarine at the observation station revealed a dense group of submarines under the light of a diving light. Since the introduction of the theory of relativity in 1915, which led human development to the dawn of the atomic age, there have been few places on this planet that humans cannot touch, whether it is the ocean or the top of the sky. During the exploration process, some people gradually separated from the group and formed new secrets. Relying on their unique discovery of the world, they organized fundraising, developed scientific research, contacted the government, established bases, armed themselves, and eventually became a new group that parasitized the normal human society and could not be shaken off. Until 1946, when the famous SHIELD was still a strategic scientific research expedition, a team specializing in investigating unconfirmed Earth creatures was established. And it spread secretly to all parts of the world in 10 years. Monarch. A group of supervisors who specialize in searching for evidence of the existence of ancient monsters in mythology, observing and witnessing, monsters really exist. Boom. The storm swept across the sky, and the lightning that suddenly fell reflected the lonely boat. I don't know how long they sailed northward until the fixed beacon placed in the center of the sea finally reflected the signal of the surrounding coordinate points on the radar scan, and Captain Walid determined their return route. At the bottom of the cabin, the few remaining sailors who were playing cards and smoking had gradually fallen asleep after drinking the fish soup. Tony Stark, wrapped in a blanket, slept like he was used to sleeping in a big bed, but he slept surprisingly sweetly. On the whole ship, except for the night watchman, only Arthur Curry woke up after a short nap. Damn it, the tower keeper's son actually lost sleep at sea. It's really laughable. Perhaps it was the uneasiness and anxiety in the air, and the instinct of certain fishes to predict danger that made Arthur Curry feel very uncomfortable now. So I just took a nap and then got up and went to check the supplies as a habit. The storm was coming, and it was difficult to hear the sounds of fish around him under the sea level. This also made Arthur feel less safe, and he felt some anxiety in his heart. At this time, Carrot was as quiet as a sleeping baby, lightly closing his eyes. Immerse yourself in the depths of consciousness through meditation, while meditating on the battle process over and over again. Boom, 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 boom. Heart to heart, fist to fist, fighting another self in the realm of thinking. The thousands of thoughts that flash through every second are all offensives towards different possibilities in the moment when time stops. Meditation is an art, and his opponent is only himself. Gradually, a force field as thin as a cicada's wings emitted from Carrot's body, wrapping his entire body in it to offset the power he had invisibly leaked. Well, suddenly, a distant voice came into his mind. Well, what is that sound? Water flow? Theoretically, Al can hear sounds from anywhere on the planet. This made him feel very bored for a long time. Then, when he was in school, he learned to listen to the class like a student sitting in the last row of the class, no matter how other students played on their mobile phones and chatted about games, how the teacher talked about knowledge points on the stage, or how the top student discussed this inverted example question. No matter how noisy the classroom is, I can't even hear a single word. Similarly, no matter how chaotic and noisy the surrounding sounds are, whenever the word "get out of class" is over appears, the ears can immediately sort it out and control the body to react. Carrot L slowly opened his eyes. The moment he raised his eyelids, his brain began to consciously receive all sounds within a radius of 500 miles and filter out useless information. His gaze has not yet looked past. The energy perception that reaches the nerves has locked the position of the sound and is approaching at a very fast speed. Skimming over the sleeping people one by one, Carrot L's eyes looked to a certain location in the southeast. Obviously, the thick wall in front of him could not hinder his eyes. And as his gaze went straight into the sea, the deep-sea giant at the end of his sight made Carrot frown deeply. Coming towards us. Carrot L froze in confusion, lost in thought. Mainly because he really didn't think clearly about the logic. Is such a broken fishing boat worthy of this old guy moving his ass? After pondering for a while, Carrot L suddenly shrank his pupils, and instantly looked at Tony Stark, who was sleeping innocently beside him, and gradually opened his mouth wide. Then, he slapped himself on the forehead and cursed helplessly. Fuck. Can't sleep? Newcomer. Waleed mocked Arthur as if he had expected it, but he did not forget to hand him an old-fashioned oil lamp to hang on the wall, and gave him a bottle of seasickness medicine from the drawer. Arthur Curry washed his face with the water in the room and declined the seasickness medicine. After all, he was not seasick at all. He said in a low voice. Again, Captain, I'm not new. Waleed Jassem smiled and patted him on the shoulder. He was completely different from the serious and unsmiling person he was when working during the day. When night fell and his busy work faded away, he looked more like an old man staying at home quietly watching the sea. It is the responsibility of every veteran sailor to protect newcomers. Arthur Curry lowered his head when he heard this, opened his mouth, and sat down against the wall in the captain's cabin. I'm sorry about what happened during the day, but I really think we should change course. While the beacon network is still available, Arthur knew very well that old Waleed was indeed a qualified captain, but their work did not allow for any negligence, so he was usually so strict at work. If the bait in one cage is improperly arranged, the results of their several months at sea will be greatly reduced or even completely wasted. Waleed Jassem smiled at him. Although he said that during the day, in his heart he only thought that Arthur was a young and energetic child. But now that he heard him apologize, he still felt very good. Learn to trust the captain, kid. We can't leave now, the storm will make us lost in the sea. Seeing this, Arthur Curry sighed helplessly and took a sip of wine. He couldn't say clearly now that he was on board the ship to ensure that he wouldn't get lost at sea. Zit-size, zit-size, zit-size. At this moment, the originally clear radar display on the ship suddenly became blurry as if it had been interfered with. Damn, it looks like we're out of luck. There seems to be something wrong with the beacon outside. When it comes to serious matters, the old Captain Waleed Jassem is more resolute than anyone else, and he has experienced. It could be that the communication beacon was affected by the storm. It may be necessary to repair it manually. I'll get the tools and change into your rainy work clothes. Newcomer, follow me. Arthur Curry knew the situation was urgent, so he stood up quickly and didn't dare to delay. At the same time, he didn't want to explain the word newcomer anymore. Soon, the two of them tied safety ropes and climbed onto the deck step by step in the storm. Hua-wah-wah, hua-wah-wah, boom. The rain in the storm was heavy, accompanied by thunderous thunder from time to time, like a precursor to doomsday. Arthur Curry stood in front of the old captain, as if he wanted to block the rain for him, but was rejected by Waleed Jassem. In his words, you are a newcomer and you must learn to trust your captain. Arthur didn't stop him because his father used to be like this, but he followed Waleed closely, fearing that something would happen to the old man. In the staggering wind and rain, the old captain groped over step by step with a searchlight and looked down from the deck. Under the sound of heavy rain and dark clouds, only a beam of light representing the signal light was seen, slowly rising and falling under the swing of the buoy. Looking down at the sea, Waleed Jassem couldn't help but frowned. Strange, the signal light is still on, which means there is no problem. Boom. Just then, a flash of lightning fell from the sky, briefly illuminating the surrounding darkness. The waves reflected a huge silhouette, which had stood up from the sea at some point, standing behind the two people, as if gazing from the depths of the sea, overlooking their every move. Well, the heavy rain and sudden thunder and lightning formed huge intertwined spider webs over the sea. The electric light spreads out the vast natural power along the lines of the clouds. It is fleeting and allows people to get a glimpse of the deep and dark world. They are born to fear, they are born to panic, they must be in awe. The huge shadow behind him reflected its outline on the sea. The sound of breathing was like a sudden strong wind, blowing on Walid Jassam and Arthur, sending chills down the spine. The rain is like miasma and the mountains are like fog. The waves rolled and shook the earth. His body was trembling, stiff and hesitant. Eyes, looking up at the giant thing in the abyss. In the dark sea of night amid the heavy rain, the two slowly looked away, suppressing their frightened horror with trembling hands. Even Arthur Curry didn't dare to move at all. The suffocating feeling filled every cell in his body like maggots attached to his bones, strangling his throat tightly. The trembling body had obviously opened its mouth in fear, but in the end, it could only spit out a few unexplained notes. Ah, weird. Monster. Boom. Thunder sounded, and the vast deep sea slowly lit up with blue light. Under the dark clouds that blocked the sky, a dorsal fin was outlined that seemed to connect the sky and the earth. Sea monster. Is there really a sea monster in this world? Walid Jassam's eyes widened in confusion. This old captain, who had been fishing in the deep sea for decades, felt as if his soul had been sucked away, and he was filled with fear and trembling. It's unbelievable, and even completely incomprehensible. How could such a terrifying monster exist in this world? Does it want to eat us? Not only him, but also Arthur Curry felt the fear from the depths of the sea for the first time. He can't communicate with this thing, and in front of such a size, they don't even have the possibility to resist. Their mere presence is a source of despair. There are few people in the world who have not heard the legend of sea monsters, especially these boatmen who wander the sea all year round. In almost every household, they used the legend of sea monsters to scare children. However, if they really saw it with their own eyes, it would definitely not be as simple as Mr. Yahalong being frightened and fainting. It would really be the end of the ship sinking if the other party made a move. The king of monsters, Godzilla. Height is 108.24 119.79 meters and weight is 99,643 tons. Well, standing like an Optimus pillar under the storm, Godzilla's whispers exuded a vague suspicion. The sail was so close that it almost touched its thigh. I thought that another one like him was born in the deep sea, but in fact, when I really saw the target, it turned out to be just an ordinary ship. People and ships. Godzilla's nose seemed to sniff forward, and the smell was still there. The next second, a roaring roar, with a hint of provocation, woke up everyone on the ship. Ouch. Walid Jassam, who finally forced himself to calm down, suddenly said something bad to himself. Oh, shit, he seems to think of us as food. Arthur Curry refuted him almost instinctively. No, that's not right. The habits of animals mean that they generally don't roar before hunting. This sound seems to be territory violation warning. After the words fell, Arthur Curry's face turned pale. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and this time the thunder in the sky could not illuminate the brief glimmer of light, because the giant claws of the behemoth had already rushed down. Boom. It's over. Both of them secretly thought that they were dead at the same time. However, at this shocking moment, the sharp claws, like divine punishment, did not arrive as expected as they imagined. There was a muffled sound and stopped in midair. When the two of them looked up again, they saw a figure holding a fallen giant claw with one hand, standing in the air, standing still amidst the violent waves sweeping the world. Even Arthur was crazy about the muscles of his naked upper body. Under his feet, the ripples caused by the force spread in the sea. The whole boat was blown around like a banana leaf swaying in the wind and rain, and was almost overturned. Seawater poured in and the cabin shook. The wind and rain dropped the boat more than 10 meters away. With this claw, Godzilla felt as if his palm was hitting a nail, but strangely, his palm did not pass through the nail due to mechanical principles. Instead, his entire palm felt pain. No. Amid the lightning and thunder, the vastness of the sky, and the majestic heavy rain, the black-haired and blue-eyed figure standing in the sky stared at the abyssal beast from ancient times. Thunder mingled behind him. The falling lightning seemed to be integrated with it, like a long cloak, dragging from the top of the sky to the ground. And those eyes looked down at him like gods. You're nothing. L looked down at Godzilla's titanic body that covered the sky, like the legendary son of the God King who fought against the Kraken. Who is that? Is it God, the God sent by God to save us? Oh shit, am I blinded? What the hell is that? It's too big. It's a sea monster. It's a sea monster. My god, there really is such a thing. It's too scary. Call the police. We should call the police. We have to seek help immediately. The cabin suffered such a violent shock that the sailors who came out one after another had already lost their minds in panic. They looked at the Titan in front of them in disbelief, and their weak feet unconsciously grasped the fence. The storm swept many people into the sea, but compared to the storm, they definitely didn't want to face the situation in front of them. No matter how experienced sailors they were, no one had ever faced Godzilla, and no one dared to fish in front of him. What should we do now, Captain? Looking at the scene that shattered his three views in front of him, Walid Jazam whispered a few words from his teeth. Save your life. More than 10 kilometers away, people could still hear the roar of the giant beast. When Godzilla's huge body once again stirred up huge waves, L didn't touch a hair where his palm fell. I didn't expect that those weak human reptiles have reached such a terrible level. The claws were waving, and the gap under the ribs at that moment was big enough for a train to pass through in Carrot's opinion. He dodged and flew in front of Godzilla. Just when he was about to punch him, he found that the ship had been submerged by the waves. Seeing this, L's face turned black. At the moment when his fist was about to fall, he changed his fist into a palm, changed the impact force into thrust, and pushed the giant beast weighing nearly 100,000 tons flat for thousands of meters. Then, it plunged into the sea with a whoosh. I don't care about the work, but I declare in advance that I didn't shout the rap. I am a poet. Although I am from the Northeast, I don't shout the rap. I just try to use this technique to embellish some descriptions. Gilula. As soon as he entered the seabed, L saw Arthur saving people in the ocean. Since he caused the trouble, he couldn't ignore it. If he hadn't brought Tony Stark on the ship, Godzilla wouldn't have come, and these people wouldn't have been in trouble. God doesn't care about ants, but God cares about his own behavior. Besides, he's not a god. On the other side, Arthur Curry quickly took off his clothes and tied them to the old Captain Walid Jazam, who was holding him tightly to prevent him from being washed away by the undercurrent. This was the most helpless situation he had ever experienced. He was desperately trying to pull people up after diving into the seabed, but he didn't know where to pull them. Surrounded by the sea, Arthur Curry could only bring them to the surface, barely breathe, and tie them together with ropes to prevent them from being broken up by the waves. Although these old sailors were very proficient in water, no one dared to say that they were proficient in water in the face of the huge waves and strong rapids of the sea. Gulp, gulp, splash, splash. Stark, who also fell into the water in the overturned boat, was also swept to the bottom of the sea by the turbulent undercurrent. He choked several times unexpectedly, and his mouth and nose were completely filled with seawater, and his nasal cavity was in pain. Cough, cough. With the last remaining light, he looked at the sea surface getting farther and farther away from him. Even if he tried his best to swim upward, he could not resist the thrust of the sea. Just as he was sinking, Arthur Curry held Walid in one hand and grabbed his neck with the other hand, and swam towards the surface of the water. However, at this moment, the scene in front of them shocked the three people at the same time, because they saw that the boat that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea was actually floating upwards. No, not floating. It was carried by a person and flew upwards. Splash. Suddenly, the sail jumped out of the water. Carrot held the boat in both hands and jumped up from the sea. He placed it steadily on the sea in the raging storm. Until this moment, those who were about to drown in the vast sea finally saw the other side of hope and swam desperately to the deck. Oh yeah. Arthur Curry grinned at the first time, and was only surprised for a second before he followed with all his strength. The speed was so fast that it almost crossed the distance between the seabed and the sea surface in an instant and threw the two people on the board. Ugh, cough, 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 cough. They staggered to the deck, and several people were already soaked in a mess, and their faces were choked by water and looked terrible. At this time, Arthur's golden hair had been wet by the waves. The layers of waves were still blowing on the hull. Arthur and Carrot looked at each other and nodded to each other tacitly. So handsome. Arthur Curry gave Al a thumbs up. The wind whistled, and the rainstorm flooded the vision like a tide. Walid Jazam took off his diving goggles with difficulty. Ahem. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank God, I'm still alive. You must be the special envoy sent by Poseidon to save me. Carrot L smiled indifferently, his naked upper body, like bathing in a rainstorm, showing off his muscles, and replied, "You're welcome, you save me, I save you?" Tony Stark was really confused this time, and it took him a long time to make his words clear. I cough cough vomit. Did I miss something? I just took off Pepper's first coat in the bathroom. Why is there a flood? There is a famous saying in Gotham that as long as you experience the worst day, you can drive the most rational person crazy. But unfortunately, there is no worst in the world, only worse. When you think this is the worst day, you will find that, wow, it turns out that there is something worse than that. Stark was now in a state of giving up, and his face no longer had the look of surprise at the beginning. It was a mess. Anyway, he could accept any situation, even if he saw the end of the world as soon as he opened his eyes. Arthur Curry rolled his eyes at him. You were dreaming. Luckily you didn't miss it. That guy was coming for you. However, the next second, Carrot L's words made him sober instantly. Looking at the giant monster that stood up and roared from the seabed in the distance, he jumped up from the ground and said in surprise, "Ugh, cough, cough, what did you say?" Even Arthur Curry couldn't help but cast a shocked look at Stark. After the special training of Piccolo, Tony Stark at this time has begun to have the mentality of the Iron Man period. But even so, when he saw the mountain-like monster swimming towards him, his legs became weak and he collapsed and shouted, "What the hell am I capable of?" Carrot L laughed. "You're right, it's nuclear energy." Carrot L pointed at Godzilla's tail fin. "Look at the blue light on its back, does it look familiar?" Stark looked over. The light in the storm was extremely dim, but it also made the blue light on Godzilla's back inexplicably dazzling. Stark's eyes widened instantly, his face gradually turned pale, and he almost immediately opened his shirt on his chest, revealing the arc reactor inside that was also glowing. "How is this possible? Is this your relative?" Arthur Curry asked unexpectedly. "Go to hell. You are a relative of fish." Tony Stark, who was brainstorming about the possibility of the reactor causing biological mutations to become huge, was almost short-circuited by Arthur's words. Walid Jazam leaned over and replied, This monster seems to be a lizard, right?" Tony Stark slapped his forehead and cried out in despair. Please, is this the time to talk about this? Carrot Al pondered for a moment, looked at the king of monsters swimming towards them, and cast his eyes on Tony Stark. There is only one way to make him leave now. When Carrot Al's voice fell, Waleed and Arthur were both at a loss, but Tony fell into silence and had a guess. He looked around, thinking of those who had been displaced because of him, and those sailors who were now being swept into the sea by the storm and were about to freeze to death, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Stark, you are really a disaster. Then do it, Al, if sacrificing me can save everything. Staggering, with a firm chest, Tony Stark walked in front of Carrot and looked at him silently. Upon hearing this, Carrot Al knew what he was thinking, but he ignored it and nodded slightly to Waleed. Thank you for taking me in, Captain. I'm sorry to have delayed your fishing days. Someone will transfer the compensation to your account. Arthur will go into the water to save people first. The captain can check whether the equipment can be used. Please leave the sea area as quickly as possible. If you are late, you may be surrounded and unable to get out. We are two uninvited guests. Sorry for disturbing you for a long time, so we will leave first. After Al finished speaking, Arthur Curry and Waleed Jazam realized something and their faces froze. You are crazy, Carrot Al. Good luck to you, Stark. The rain of the storm hit Arthur Curry's shoulders. He murmured silently and jumped into the sea immediately. He thought he was not a person with giant phobia, but Godzilla's titan body that made him feel like falling into the abyss at a distance did not make him want to get close. But this is their only way at the moment. You don't have to go, kid. Waleed Jazam lay on the mast, holding the chain tightly. The old fisherman sailing on the sea did not think that many sailors could survive after being swept away by the waves in such a storm. It is the responsibility of every old sailor to protect newcomers. Arthur Curry returned what the old captain said to him in the house. His resolute eyes also made Waleed Jazam see the spirit of a true sailor. He said coldly and sank into the sea. And I have said many times that I am not a newcomer. Plop. The next second, the waves that sank into the water seemed to splash into the old captain's heart. Waleed Jazam burst into tears in the rain, holding the mast tighter, and murmured, Good luck to you, child, may the sea god bless you and other sailors. Good luck to you, Captain. Carrot L grabbed Stark's neck and nodded to the old captain, and then, boom. Above the sky and the sea, the clouds rolled out the end of the world scene with thunder and lightning, and the last thing left was Carrot L's farewell smile and the sonic boom that resounded through the sky. Looking at the arc across the horizon, Waleed Jazam's eyes were filled with awe and even more with longing. A real man should gallop across the world and soar over the wind and waves. Everything that happened today will be a day that Waleed Jazam will never forget, and it is also the most exciting day in his career as a fisherman who is about to retire. He saw the real sea, and also saw people who can come and go freely in the sea, and also saw the God on earth who is like the Son of God. Boom. A deafening sound resounded through the sky swept by the storm, carrying an arc that penetrated the sky and the earth, and falling down with the waterfall. One foot stepped on the back of Godzilla rushing towards the fishing boat. Bang. In an instant, the waves that spread out in a ripple shape seemed to be pressed to the bottom of the sea as soon as some huge monster emerged. The aftermath of the shock set off a raging mad dog wave, a tsunami-like frenzy, drowning the Monster King's roar of pain. Oh my, is it so exciting? Holding Al's arm tightly, Stark finally felt how powerful Carrot was through the first-person perspective. But now, well, he had never been so close to the thunder in the sky, and he knew whether it would kill Al or not. He might kill him in the next second. Okay, what is our plan? Floating nearly 100 meters in the air, looking around, hundreds of kilometers are all oceans. This extremely small fear is what Stark is unwilling to face, not to mention that there is a towering monster on the seabed. Carrot Al looked up at the sky. Due to the storm at sea, the satellite observed only a group of clouds gathering and moving above, but in the sea, there were already some submarines with the logo of the Imperial Organization heading here. It's simple. Feed you to it. Godzilla took 2 deep breaths, feeling that his spine was about to break. He raised his head, and the nuclear energy in Stark made him cast a scrutinizing gaze at the first time. Roar. Carrot L's breath was as steady as the long river at the end of time. He slowly floated in front of Godzilla, staggered out of the sea, and lifted Stark in front of him. Madfuck. Help. Help. Carrot, you perverted sadist. I hate you. At this moment, even the sudden rain in the sky could not cover the horror on Stark's face. He could even see the lines on Godzilla's teeth now, and his nose smelled the strong fishy smell, which almost made him faint. His legs were really soft, and the trembling all over his body was completely uncontrollable. Hi, big guy, hello, you look very unique. He was suspended 100 meters in the air, thunder roared overhead, and a huge mouth of the abyss was close at hand, and behind him stood a torturer. This scene is probably something most people have never experienced. Stark felt that he was already the best among humans as he could still speak. Godzilla arched his nose in confusion, sniffed at the figure in front of him, and took a step back in surprise. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? You still dislike me, right? As titans whose lives have evolved to a certain level, Godzilla and the others are not monsters that cannot be communicated with. Taking a step back was just to let himself see more clearly. When Godzilla felt the same breath as him on the sea, he thought that another giant beast that threatened his territory had been born. But he never expected that this TM was actually a person. Godzilla's cheeks moved, and his cloudy eyes were full of traces of time, but he was still looking at Stark for a moment, and a kind of absent-minded color flashed across his face. This is its kind but not its kind. L sneered and looked at Stark in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect it to like you. Tony Stark couldn't tell whether it was rain or sweat on his wet body, and he said exhaustedly, "Yes, I felt it, and I have to thank it for not biting me." To be honest, in a sense, Tony Stark and Godzilla are indeed of the same kind between different species, because they both have reactors in their bodies. Are you touched? Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. You have to be thankful, otherwise it will find you sooner or later. Tony Stark sighed, and thought of this possibility in his heart, and suddenly his back was cold. Indeed, it is impossible for him not to go to the beach in his life, but if he attracts this thing without any precautions, it will be a disaster with countless casualties. Seeing that Godzilla did not seem to attack him, Tony Stark finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not think that Carrot would really feed him to the monster, the most primitive fear of creatures could not be controlled at all. This fantasy drift of Stark finally survived another catastrophe. TM? Why are all these monsters coming to him? Who did he offend? Thinking of this, Tony Stark just looked at this huge abyss monster. Time seemed to be quiet. One person, one beast, just like a turtle looking at a green bean. Godzilla was interested in him. How could Stark not be interested in Godzilla after seeing Godzilla? The storm has not dissipated yet. The rolling waves reflected the ancient and heavy eyes. When he looked again, Godzilla, who confirmed that Stark was not a threat, slowly shifted his gaze and focused on Carrot. Boom! Lightning flashed, and tiny ants seemed to be flying in front of a mammoth. The two auras of psychological and physical fear sandwiched Stark and trembled. Hey, what do you want to do? Are you two going to fight? Tony Stark's heart thumped, and a bad premonition suddenly filled his heart. Well, Godzilla's throat roared like a beast before attacking, which was a warning. Quit the territory, or surrender. Although everyone made a mistake, Godzilla was hit twice for no reason, so how could he just let it go? What's more, it now understands that the strange human being in front of it is completely different from the people it has come into contact with before who will die if they get close to him. He couldn't understand why the small human in front of him had such terrifying power. He could catch his claws with one hand, step him into the sea, and even fly. In this regard, L calmly looked at Godzilla's provocative eyes. In his opinion, all Godzilla's angry and unwilling eyes were just a provocation against him. Roar. The next second, a huge abyssal mouth bit him preemptively. Although the scene was shocking, the result was that he could only break his own teeth. No one could clearly see how Carrot moved. Even if the satellite could shine into the depths of the storm, it would be completely unable to capture his movements. Using chi to form a biological force field to wrap around Stark, L instantly walked around to Godzilla's side and gave it a cold look. At this moment, the eyes of both parties, which were very close to each other, looked at each other. Through this window of the soul, it is like looking directly into each other's hearts. In the name of God, he devoted himself to the market to soothe the loneliness of his soul, but at the right moment he showed frightening indifference. A king of monsters sleeps in the deep sea. The vicissitudes of the sea have erased all traces of his kind. When he wakes up again, the world is turned upside down and he is already in an era that does not belong to him. Boom. The next second, L punched him. It was a blow beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it directly sank the 90,000-ton Godzilla into the sea. Ouch. The tsunami and landslides caused the earth to shake, and painful wails were heard from the rolling tsunami. The fishermen on several nearby fish islands felt that an earthquake was coming. The volcano on the bottom of the sea seemed to be erupting, and only a school of fish was stunned by the aftermath. It has accumulated into tens of millions. Tony Stark's eyes almost popped out of his head. From this moment on, his late-stage anxiety disorder not only broke out 2 years before the Battle of New York, but was also completely incurable. With this power, are you really sure that you are an alien and not the son of some god? Like God. Superhuman strength. Even Hung Chao, who is known as the worst, is at the level of tens of millions of tons, and he can even carry 6 stars on his back. This makes Superman have to be very, very careful in his daily life, because if he is not careful, he will directly smash this eggshell-like Earth. But L has no such trouble at all. He inherited from the Saiyans the most convenient thing in the Dragon Ball universe, and that is the control of combat power. It's not that people in Dragon Ball can't maintain peak combat values for a long time. Those powerful powers are inherently part of themselves. But they themselves chose to reduce the combat power to daily use value in daily life, which is generally around 5,000 units. But the disadvantage is that it is easy to make a mistake and regret it forever. But what is Superman? It is a body of steel, with an evolved life level and a supreme status, which just makes up for this shortcoming. It does not reduce defense at all, and is naturally full of defense, super hearing, supervision, and a series of other abilities. Similarly, when he basks in the yellow sun, he can make up for the Saiyans' deterioration in combat power due to lack of training and increase it infinitely. This is a perfect blend. Therefore, Al has no worries about Superman or Saiyans. You know, Tony, volume doesn't determine anything, energy control is everything. In that punch just now, L didn't even use 1/10,000,000th of his strength. He just wanted to anger Godzilla. Sure enough, the next second, a blue light lit up on the bottom of the sea. The corners of L's mouth curved into an indifferent arc, and he said pointedly, "Watch carefully and see how your relatives use this energy." "It's not my relative," Tony Stark complained, looking intently at the bottom of the sea, and saw that the huge tail hanging from the sea was suddenly filled with blue energy. Stark's breathing couldn't help but speed up. It was hard to imagine that this big man could transmit huge energy in his body without any connecting wires. How will energy be released using such a huge volume reactor? Each question and the answer that was about to be revealed made Stark confused and obsessed. Staring straight ahead, where the sea and the sky meet, the huge dorsal fin like a barb is gradually covered piece by azure light, until it fissures into the vast mouth of the abyss to reveal the vastness of the world-destroying poem. The next second, the light came on. The roar of burning air lit up the sky that had broken through the storm. The rain was melted by the evaporation, and the azure nuclear light rushed straight towards L. While dodged it sideways, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, but it was fleeting. Boom. When the last thunder fell, the storm began to dissipate, and the roar of the night was replaced by the azure blue that penetrated directly from the seabed. The rain stopped. Submarines surfaced under the seabed, and the researchers inside the submarines were stunned. "Why are you hiding?" Stark, who had a first-person perspective, could feel that decided to avoid it at the last moment, and he was extremely calm and indifferent. This shows that he has the ability to withstand this blow. In response, L just smiled, looked up at the sky and said, "Because I like the sun." The sun, floating through the thick clouds, slowly fell on L through the gaps burned by the atomic breath. At this moment, he was like a god. "You are the king of monsters, but I am the god of the world." Bang! The king of monsters has fallen. When Saiyan, Chen-Ling, Emma Russell, and others from Godzilla's tracking fleet arrived here, the monster they had been tracking for decades and only dared to watch from afar seemed to be dead at the moment, motionless. Fell into the deep sea. Plop. Gilula. The huge body was swallowed up by the sea water like a whale falling. Under that seemingly light blow, the inside of its body was like a shattered mirror, with a terrifying force penetrating the body. And at the same time as it passed through, the power spread from one point to the whole body in an incredible way. It won't die, but it will be enough to let it lie down for 3 months. One punch. Tony Stark didn't even know what percentage of L's power he used, because the look on his face when he punched was no different from knocking down a stuffed animal when coaxing a child. That was such a terrifying and suffocating thing. Thousands of miles away in an instant, the sky is far away, and daylight is in the sky. Stark's rough palms touched the ice and snow of the Arctic for the first time. When his wet body climbed up from the deep sea, the suffocating feeling from the extreme cold made him dazed for a moment. He couldn't even tell whether the coldness he felt at the moment came from this glacial land that had not changed for thousands of years, or from the fear of L. Tony Stark finally realized how powerful the sadist in front of him was. He has transcended common sense, he has transcended cognition, he can no longer be understood, and no one can defeat him. Civilization cannot be destroyed, laws cannot sanction, disasters cannot be taken away, and gods cannot judge. You will fear me because you can't limit me, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. L's figure slowly froze in midair, taking out clean clothes from the capsule box and changing into them. He could naturally see what this guy was thinking, and the fear deep in his eyes was about to overflow. The moment Stark looked at him, continued calmly. "But you will also respect me and worship me, but it is not because of what I have done or what I want to rule. It's because after you have me, you only need to fear me, and you don't need to fear the other side of the starry sky above the Milky Way." Tony Stark looked at this scene with fascination, just like when stretched out his hand to him in the desert. God never gave up on him, and at this moment he understood L's definition of his powerful existence. So, despite facing the icy academic style like a knife, despite being at the end of the unbearable cold, Stark, who was wearing thin clothes, still controlled his body and stood up. With his pale face, he stared at the gods, like a mortal crawling from the disaster of the end of the world, and said word by word, "We have to chase you, and we're going to keep chasing you. Behind you, we will always look at you. We chase because we are not satisfied with the scenery passing by on both sides of the starry sky." At this moment, Tony Stark's eyes changed. What shone deep in his eyes was no longer the fear and avoidance before, nor was it self-pity and despair. Al could no longer see the slightest trace of a playboy in him. "Iron Man? Very well, then come along." For a long time, L walked ahead under the gaze of the sun. Tony Stark was shivering from the cold, until threw him a set of special fleece jackets from the capsule box, and then he quickly changed into them, one deep and one shallow. "Follow him." "Hey, do you still have shoes? My feet seem to be frostbitten, fac hurts me to death." Report, Godzilla's physical condition is stable, but also approaching the weakest state. It's unbelievable, what happened here. The satellite footage didn't capture anything reliable, except for the storm, just the storm. Emperor organizes Godzilla observation fleet. Inside the mothership, Dr. Chen-Ling and Dr. Saiyan, as the actual research leaders of the team, are negotiating with Colonel Russell, the head of the Armed Forces Department. Colonel Russell looked at the countless intersections looming on the big screen and calmed down the shocking emotions in his heart. It emitted atomic breath, but according to radar signal monitoring, there are no traces of large life forms here. Storms are also natural phenomena. The Meteorological Observation Center predicted this offshore storm 2 weeks ago. Stanton used radar to monitor the sound of Godzilla under the sea, and said with an ugly face, "The heartbeat is normal, but the surrounding radiation level has increased to 35%. It's a deep sleep state, but it would be more accurate to say coma." Arthur Curry exposed half of his body from the sea, watching from a distance, and luckily escaped from the encirclement with his ship. This is not good. For some reason, Arthur felt something bad in his heart. Looking at the densely packed human troops in front of him, if he hadn't used his special ability to control the ocean currents and escape with the fishing boats, I'm afraid these sailors at sea would have been taken back for interrogation. It's fighting, it's feeling the call. Dr. Serizawa, who has studied Godzilla for many years and is also the human who understands it best, watched the seabed on the big screen, and the picture gradually appeared. He had his own guess in his heart. There must be something here. But the picture taken by the submarine Vanguard detection ship showed nothing at all. No, not nothing. At this moment, Dr. Chenling, who had been typing on the computer keyboard repeatedly, finally stood up and transferred the picture to the big screen. Look, although the satellite picture did not capture it, the air vibration data showed that there were quite terrible abnormalities. Look at 6 minutes and 17 seconds and 9 minutes and 12 seconds, there were 2 sonic booms here. And at 11 minutes and 26 seconds, 1 second before Godzilla fell, the air oscillation and external pressure changes showed a terrifying wavelength far beyond the existing human data. Chenling took a deep breath with a serious face. There must be something here that defeated Godzilla head-on. But obviously, it is no longer here. Colonel Luo Xiu, as the commander, also realized the seriousness of the matter, and his face also flashed a solemn expression. The existence that can defeat this monster is definitely the nightmare of all mankind. Order the submarine force to launch an underwater search and investigate the nearby civilian ports to see if there are any clues. The most urgent task is to figure out where this guy is most likely to go. Serizawa's eyes stared at the deep sea, or to be precise, at the giant beast in the deep sea. He seemed to have never imagined that the king of monsters that he had sworn to follow for the rest of his life would have such a weak moment. If only you could tell me the answer. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Serizawa slowly shook his head, having already made a definite guess in his heart. This was definitely not done by the Titans. The traces of the on-site battle, the result of Godzilla's current coma, and the fact that he struck out violently but left with his head hidden and his tail exposed, are completely inconsistent with the law of competition between giant beasts. To be more like an intelligent life form. Could it be that the giant who resurrected in the island country some time ago did it? He has the power to kill monsters, the ability to disappear instantly, and he can fly very fast. This condition is very consistent. Thinking of this, Serizawa suddenly felt that it was very possible and quickly sent a call request to the victory team. Arctic Glacier. The howling wind took away the warmth of the passage of time. The extreme cold buried the last pure land in the world. The far North Pole, across the vast Arctic Ocean, is a pure white continent, standing majestically at the point of 90 degrees north latitude. The weather here often lasts for weeks at a time, with long days and glaciers dominating everything here. Help! Help! Anyone there? Looking into the distance, the white field in front of him reflects the sun's rays. Tony Stark covers his eyes. He has been walking in the snow for a long time, but he will suffer from snow blindness. Suddenly, a girl's hoarse cry for help came from below the blue ice rock. Did I hear wrongly? Tony Stark's expression tightened and he looked around subconsciously. It seems like someone is calling for help. L looked down, and an unpredictable meaning flashed across his face. Inside the crevasses beneath our feet. Tony Stark asked hesitantly, knowing that he was not qualified to make the decision now. So, save or not? L was silent for a moment, then relaxed his brows and asked a question. What should you do if you save someone but he harms you in turn? Tony Stark was stunned for a long time, blinked in confusion, and said in disbelief. No, with your status, do you still have to worry about this problem? L crossed his arms and looked at Stark curiously. I just want to hear your answer. Tony Stark heard this and blurted out without hesitation. There's nothing to say. My feelings are mutual. I saved you. This is a sacrifice. But if I encounter betrayal, even betrayal with my life, I will kill him at all costs. But I don't regret what I've given my heart to, and I won't be timid about giving my heart the next time. That's too pretentious. After hearing this, looked at Stark up and down, and smiled slightly. That's a good answer. Let's see what other people's final choices are. Tony Stark frowned in confusion. No, what else are you trying to do? Help? Help? Is there anyone there? I'm trapped. At the foot of the mountain, the ice and rocks have faded away from the frost and snow, revealing crystal clear blue ice, which is beautiful and intoxicating. But this is precisely the most dangerous thing, because the thin layer of frozen glacier under your feet may be hollow underneath. If you step on the ground, or encounter mountain snow, you will die completely inside. And the process is very painful. The two of them walked down the mountain and saw a woman wearing a red snow suit standing sideways in a crack in the ice. Her burgundy red hair was particularly eye-catching in the snow. Her helpless and desperate eyes made me feel pity for her. There were tears on her face and she was excited to see the person coming. Help, help me, please, I fell and got stuck. I can't move now. L stood on the edge of the ice crevice, took a look, threw a rope down, and pulled her out. The moment the girl came up, Stark's eyes lit up when he saw her. You know, he has been abused for more than 3 months, but he has never seen a woman before. Wow, this is truly a beauty in the world. L stayed away from him in disgust, but he almost didn't avoid the woman's desperate hug. Thank you so much. I almost thought I was going to die. Natasha stumbled and almost fell, so she could only put her hands on Carrot's arms. But the palm of his hand was subconsciously groping his muscles, testing with slight force. His trembling tone was like a person who was really about to be trapped and died in the snowy mountains. His eyes were full of fear, grievance, fear, and desperate situation. The joy of life. My name is Natasha, what's yours? L carefully studied Natasha's face. To be precise, he felt her chi, or should be called life force. It is indeed special, complex, and pure. El. Where his eyes fell, his eyes penetrated the empty uterus under the lower abdomen, and also scanned the scars all over the body. Natasha Romanoff showed a touch of emotion, and the judgment deep in her heart also made a check on the target in front of her. Anyone who can save people these days won't be some heinous monster. Her eyes were clear and pure, and she didn't even take advantage of the opportunity. To be honest, Natasha had a good first impression of him. It had been 3 days since she left the Universal Capsule Company and passed the information to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury attached great importance to Natasha's information. He immediately mobilized NASA's exploration satellite to focus on searching in the Arctic. Sure enough, near the Arctic Ocean, in an unmanned area deep in the ruins of the former Bear Country, an abnormal ice layer was detected. 700 meters below, a 300-meter-long black shadow appeared. The area near there is currently taken over by a military base, but it is not difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to transfer this military base or even take over this military base. They quickly found this place and found that the thickness of the ice layer under the building was about 25,000 years. This information was immediately sealed off by Nick Fury as top secret. His intuition told him that L would come here, so the satellite of S.H.I.E.L.D. never stopped scanning from the moment he stepped on the glacier. Obviously, he came, and even brought a surprise. Tony Stark. Nick Fury was confused, and he didn't expect how these two people got together. However, this didn't seem to hinder his plan. With Stark's presence, Al was easier to track. Otherwise, they couldn't catch Carrot's trace. And just in case, Natasha Romanoff disguised herself again. And for an explorer trapped deep in the glacier waiting for rescue, the best thing to do is to temporarily join someone else's team. Thank you very much. Without you, I would have died here when it got dark. The new snow has just stopped, and the vast sea of white snow shines like a piece of pure white untainted by the world under the sunlight. And on this pure white snow, Natasha's bright red dress is like a unique rose blooming in a white world. Why are you stuck here, beautiful lady? I have to admit that even Tony Stark, who has had countless women, was attracted by this scene. He seemed confused, but it was more like asking in a pick-up style. Natasha's smile was full of gratitude, and the small gesture of licking her lower lips seemed to evoke some other kind of emotion. While seeing Tony Stark feel restless, he also gave Carrot a look that showed him how lucky he was and how he was seizing the opportunity. Natasha naturally saw Tony's eyes, but she didn't care. She already knew the virtues of this playboy. I am a photographer and of course an explorer. I want to capture the scenery on the cliff because the sun angle is the best there. Just from these words, Carrot was sure that Natasha must have had a detailed understanding of herself. He and Bulma first originated from adventure experiences, and after many years, they met another beautiful explorer by chance, and they naturally developed a psychological affinity. After taking so much effort, I'd like to see what tricks you want to do. Since they are explorers, they often have rich experience in wilderness survival. Before going to a place, they will conduct a detailed investigation of the local area and make a rescue plan if they are trapped. How could you be so accidentally trapped in the ice area? Carrot's eyes looked at the beauty in front of him with an indifferent smile, and he seemed to ask with a hint. Natasha Romanoff always maintained the highest vigilance against the person in front of her. Carrot's question seemed reasonable, but in fact it contained the seeds of testing her. Even the best explorer can't say that he has never made any mistakes. Natasha smiled and showed a trace of relief on her face. She was a master in training human dialogue skills. What about you? Why are you here? Carrot smiled. We are the same as you. Wow, that's such a coincidence. Can we go together? Natasha's eyes lit up and she looked at the two of them with a slightly sideways look. Tony Stark whistled at her teasingly. Aren't you afraid that the two of us will do bad things to you? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Stark. Then I have to remind you in advance that I haven't taken a shower in almost 3 months. Carrot and Tony looked at each other, smiled at each other, and neither said a word. On the snowy mountain, the original team of 2 has become 3. After walking for a long time, it was getting late. Except for those extremely bright days, the sky in the Arctic gets dark extremely quickly. Natasha walked at the front, constantly looking for various angles. The camera in her hand was busy from afternoon to night, as if she didn't care about the 2 people behind her at all. Carrot patted Tony's shoulder, raised his chin and asked, "Did you see anything?" Tony Stark, who was focused on looking at the beauty, didn't react for a moment, and subconsciously replied, "Ah, she's pretty." Carrot seeing that there was something wrong with Carrot's eyes when he looked at him, with a hint of contempt for fools, the super genius who claimed to be the embodiment of wisdom couldn't help himself. Okay, something's not right. The way she takes pictures is not the way that outdoor photographers look for beauty in the lens and capturing sports shots. Look at her several changes of position. She is observing the same scene from 4 aspects: downward, side, upward, and horizontal. Tony Stark has been dealing with the military all year round and has slept with many cover girls. He is also a proficient in photography. This is a shooting technique used by snipers and agents to detect enemy targets during wars in the last century. She didn't show it very obviously, but there was still a little bit of trace. L leaned back in disbelief, suddenly looked pleased, and patted his shoulder hard. There is progress. I have definitely made progress along the way. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. This doesn't mean anything. In such a no man's land, it's not unbelievable that a retired agent or mercenary would appear as an explorer or poacher. Logic. L stared at Natasha's back, not knowing what it felt like for this woman to set foot on the ruins of her homeland again after so many years, and added to herself. Then he accidentally fell under the ice and was rescued by us. Tony Stark frowned. You mean someone is targeting you? Yeah. L gave him a meaningful look and continued to walk forward. Then maybe I was targeted by them on purpose. Let's go, we're almost at the end. Although he didn't say all the words, Stark was not a fool. L went all out to find his relatives, going all the way to the desert, and then to the oases and the Arctic Ocean. He would never really just do it for looking for relatives. The night came faster than anyone imagined. It was hard to have night here, but fortunately, the Arctic Ocean, which had just experienced a long polar day, was lucky enough to catch up with the night. Bang! The next second, a simple suite appeared from the universal capsule. L opened the door and walked in. He glanced at Stark, who was frozen into an ice stick, and lit the bonfire in the fireplace. Come in quickly. The temperature here will drop to -40 degrees at night. You will freeze to death. What a weak person. Stark didn't want to talk anymore. He might as well sit in a chair and warm himself by the fire instead of his previous bold words. From the desert to the Arctic, he lost at least 40 kilograms. Natasha covered her mouth in fear when she saw the changes of the universal capsule. This is... Oh, God, it's really a ghost. Carrot ignored Natasha, who pretended to be terrified, and walked into the kitchen as soon as possible. Tony Stark, who was warming by the fire, told her little by little how this house was transformed. When Carrot came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles after having eaten his fill, he discovered that in the short time he had been eating, the experienced Natasha had already recounted the entire process of her and Tony Stark's encounter within the acceptable range for a normal person. Thank God, I can actually eat hot noodles in this ice and snow. I have to go to the bathroom to clear out the inventory. Satisfied, Natasha held onto her mental strength. God knows what the hell she just heard. Carrot Air put the noodles on the table and looked at Stark, whose hands were covered with frostbite but still persisted in saying nothing. He couldn't help but said, "Now that you've learned how to use chi, won't you try to use that energy to keep out the cold?" Stark sat tremblingly by the fire, feeling a little hot on his face, so he leaned back. After experiencing so much, he was no longer a delicate playboy. Even in this situation, he could still chat calmly. "I've already used it. Otherwise no one would be able to walk more than 30 kilometers with you in this hellish place without any rest after being tortured by you for so long. I have to thank Stark for his talent and wisdom for learning to use this energy so quickly. And thanks to that big guy for the inspiration. By the way, what did you do to it? Don't just beat it to death, right?" Carrot also took the opportunity to sit by the fire, opened a bottle of wine, and covered himself with a blanket. Not dead, just lying there for a few months. The existence of chi grows with the individual itself. You will still have to practice it in the future. Suck. Tony Stark picked up the bowl of noodles tiredly. His instinct for longing for living things made him swallow big mouthfuls, but the tiredness in his eyes could not erase the weakness that penetrated into his bones. Maybe. Now I want to go home and take a nap, close the weapons manufacturing department, take a bath in a hot spring, and have a barbecue dinner, date Pepper and find a way to feel safe. Carrot L looked at Tony at this moment. Originally, this journey should also go to some places, such as Skull Island. But looking at him, Stark, who could no longer bear the torture of the new map, decided to leave this special adventure to others. What have you been talking to her about? After taking a sip of noodle soup, Tony Stark seemed to have finally regained some blood, and his face became slightly better. The glorious history of the great Stark's escape from kidnapping. Pretend I didn't ask. Carrot L's super hearing is naturally not in vain. The content of the two people's chat can still be heard in his ears even if they are 800 miles apart. After a while, Natasha, also wrapped in a blanket, sat down with them to warm themselves by the fire. The evening wind blows, and the wilderness is cold. No one can steal from this female agent her long-closed heart. But in this land, Natasha tells the story of this country's past in a very natural way. Although the most noble ideal born in mankind has died, it also made the female agent who returned to her homeland feel a little moved in her heart. It's a pity that when she debuted, her noble ideals were almost disappearing. Raising glasses to the moon and drinking wine together, even though Natasha Romanoff could tell clearly, she was deliberately closing the distance between them. But I have to admit that this rare quiet moment in my career is now happening on this snow-capped mountain cliff. Carrot L also enjoyed this moment. Perhaps this was their last piece before the new era came. There was no words for the whole night, but they understood each other tacitly. When the day fills the sky, polar bears fishing are looming on the glacier. This time, the one walking in front was Carrot L. Today, he seemed a little silent. Along the way, no words were spoken. What's wrong with him? Didn't he sleep well last night? Natasha and Stark followed Al, walking in the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Tony Stark spread his hands, and Al's silence made him less presumptuous than usual. I don't know, but I'll give you a piece of advice. It's best not to mess with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distant sky, several fighter planes loomed past, then disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark frowned. As a weapons expert, he immediately realized that this should be a military-grade fighter equipped with retroreflective panels that could achieve such a degree of invisibility in the air. Is there a military base near here? Stark narrowed his eyes in confusion, completely opposite to the calmness that Al had expected, and walked to the camera of the cliff. On the other side of the thousands-mile ice field, a huge snowstorm city was erected with reinforced concrete. The surging military vehicles and helicopters hovering above embody the research results of human civilization. That huge steel city built deep in the glacier world is like a rare miracle in this snowy land. Let's go down from here. Looking at the military armed forces in front of him, Carrot L just sneered lightly. Natasha noticed that there was no fear in Carrot's eyes. Not to mention surprise or fear, he was so calm that he didn't even blink. That is indifference and is not human. Because no human being would show disdain in front of witnessing the military power of modern technology. Walking towards the direction of the military base, several people soon came to the end of a canyon. Looking at the eternal blue ice wall in front of him, Carrot stopped in his tracks. This is a dead end. Natasha Romanoff looked around. Al, where are we going now? Go to the military base on the other side of the mountain to seek help. No, let's go down here. Carrot Al shook his head, stretched out his hand, and slowly touched the ice wall. Natasha Romanoff acted like an ordinary explorer, wondering, but this is a dead end, and there are no cracks to climb down. Carrot Al closed his eyes silently, and when he opened them again, the hot scarlet flashing in his eyes instantly hit the ice wall. Sit size, sit size, sit size. Oh my god. Natasha was so scared that she took 2 steps back in an instant, and her right hand subconsciously placed on the gun hidden in her waist, and at the same time, both hands activated her exclusive weapon, the Widow Sting. This action was seen by Stark, and he didn't understand why Carrot wanted to show his ability in front of ordinary people. But what he didn't know was that although Natasha's weapon was aimed at Carrot, the escape plan that formed in her mind instantly was to hold him hostage. The answer is inside. Almost in an instant, the red light in Carrot's eyes disappeared. He had to carefully control his power, otherwise if he stopped for a second longer, this planet would have an extra wound running through the north and south. In the darkness, a huge deep road that stretched thousands of meters straight came into view in the heat of the dissipated red light. The deep tunnel leads directly into the glacier, a dark world 700 meters underground. Looking around, there is no light in the passage, like the mysterious caves in many adventure novels, making people hesitate in the choice of entering and leaving. Carrot L turned his head and looked at the 2 people. At this moment, Natasha's horror at him was not pretended, but was really caught off guard. Glancing at her, Carrot L turned slightly and left aback. You can choose to leave now, or come in with me. After saying that, Carrot L turned and walked into the tunnel leading to the underground. Stark snorted with an unclear meaning and sneered. Cut, you've come here, and you still say such words. You've tortured me for so long. I want to see where you come from. Stark followed without hesitation. He had broadened his horizons along the way. What aliens, big monsters, superpowers, terrorist organizations, he really wanted to see what incredible things there were inside. Natasha Romanoff stood there, somewhat hesitant. Logically speaking, her mission had been completed by now, but for some reason, as a female agent who had survived a long life, her desire for knowledge at this moment was far greater than all the previous missions. After a little hesitation, Natasha made up her mind. Since even that playboy dared to follow, why shouldn't she? Nick, they have reached their destination and entered. Thinking of this, Natasha reported the progress to Nick Fury at a very fast speed. In a distant military base, Nick Fury was gathering all the available forces to prepare for the next action. They went in. How did they get in? According to our observations, the thickness of the ice layer is at least 20,000 years old. Even the most advanced drilling equipment now needs to be. That's not important. What's important is that I have to go in now. What? Not allowed. The army will take over here next. It's too dangerous. Withdraw immediately. ZZZZ. Natasha didn't listen to Nick Fury's nonsense. After hanging up the communication equipment, she quickly followed. The 3 of them went straight into the ground along the ice wall. With every step, the temperature would drop sharply. Not only that, Stark even felt a little short of oxygen, but he still held on and walked down step by step. A thick cold fog was floating around until a huge space field opened up an underground world with a diameter of 3,000 meters. A building generated by civilization was covered by thick rock ice. Like a lonely fortress standing at the end of time, it has spent countless polar days and nights at the bottom of the Arctic glacier. Seeing this magnificent scene, Natasha and Stark stood there in a daze, with incredible expressions on their faces, staring at this miraculous and magnificent building in amazement. This is really spectacular. I have to admit that your spaceship is much more magnificent than that flat belt hook. How did you find this place? Compared with Natasha's shock, Tony Stark was more curious after the shock, and his heart was beating wildly like a scientist, which made him want to dissect the spaceship right now. The coordinates were given by an old flat belt hook. Al murmured back, and the look in his eyes was a little empty. The huge S outline on the spaceship where his sight fell also made his heart faintly ripple, and he walked forward step by step. Tap, tap, tap. Walking to the entrance of this Krypton reconnaissance ship, Al reached out and touched the frozen frost on the door wall. He heard the sound of fighter planes outside, cutting through the air, and heard dozens of tanks surrounding here. He heard the missile troops turning their artillery, and even heard the sound of wind and snow falling. But that was not important, and there was nothing worth caring about. At this moment, the only thing that came to his mind was the old man surnamed Sun, who, on his deathbed, used the stiffest corners of a dying human's mouth to outline the warmest smile in the world for Al, and told him, "Eat well, sleep well, play well, have fun, and grow up well." The Kents held their young selves in their arms with tears in their eyes, patted his shoulders gently and told him that from now on, we are your parents, but in another corner of the world, there is another pair of parents who gave you life. Who am I, Saiyan or Kryptonian? Am I here with the hope of the L family, or the purpose of the Saiyans selling planets? Carrot did not feel confused at all, he just wondered that if he could not understand the origin of his past, his future development would be greatly restricted. Pa. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Carrot's shoulder from behind, and when he turned around, it was Stark's eyes that were hesitant and speechless for a long time. Tony did not know how to comfort people, but at least he knew what to say now, and rubbed his hands pretending to relax. "Don't be nervous, there may be nothing inside." L looked at him calmly and said, "Thank you, if you can't comfort people, you can shut up." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up immediately. "Let me do it, I can comfort people, I am a professional." However, the next second, just when Natasha wanted to say something, Al had already pushed open the door and walked in. No one spoke along the way, mainly because they were quickly attracted by the interior of the ship. The huge space was connected in all directions, and the clean and tidy interior seemed like someone had specially cleaned it, like a huge maze. The space was more than 3 meters high, and the overall black light-absorbing atmosphere was presented. At the end of the center of the road, there was a machine whose purpose was unclear, which looked like a starting device. "What is this place?" "Alien ruins." Natasha Romanoff looked around and asked curiously. Surprisingly, the oxygen here is more abundant than outside. The cold air that penetrated the ice wall made a thin layer of white mist float here, giving people a looming mystery, and it seemed as if they had walked into a pure land that did not belong to this world. "You're right, ma'am, this is the remains of an alien civilization." Tony Stark found a strange-looking metal instrument, and his curiosity as a scientist made him want to touch it. "Don't move. That's defensive intelligence, it will tear you to pieces in an instant." "Fuck." Al's stern warning scared Tony so much that he took his hand back and ran behind him, and the whole person stopped running around quietly. Carrot glared at him coldly and gave him a look that said, "Why are you so rude?" You know, if his hand had moved half an inch forward, it would have been torn apart alive. Carrot's stern warning also made Natasha, who wanted to do something, dare not move. Her intuition told the female agent that any extra temptation and words at this moment would bring her death. She only needed to wait quietly, and everything would naturally surface. Seeing that both of them stayed there obediently, L also breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the center of the control facility, looked at the inverted triangle interface on it, and took out the S key he carried with him and pressed it in. Sit size. Suddenly, the echo of the machine starting came from the empty interior of the spacecraft, and the sound of the rotation was as if the spacecraft itself was cheering for the day it finally woke up. After 25,000 years, this Krypton reconnaissance ship, which had been buried deep in the extreme cold and had long been forgotten, finally welcomed its new owner. The lights on the ceiling slowly lit up, adding a bit of mysterious haziness to the entire dark corridor. The oxygen was automatically filled, and before long, even the temperature inside was gradually rising. In just a few breaths, it automatically rose to the most suitable temperature on this planet, 18-20 degrees Celsius. This also allowed Stark, who was almost frozen, to finally breathe a mouthful of blood. Natasha's condition was better than his. After all, she was transformed, but she was not in a good condition after being frozen in a glacier at more than 40 degrees below zero for so long. In the darkness, a figure suddenly flashed at the end of the corridor. There was a curious look in his eyes, as well as a complex look of relief. In an instant, Carrot's eyes met the man's pupils. This look spanned time and space. This look spanned the dead and the living, strange and familiar. And when he slowly walked out, in the darkness of the shadow, a female synthetic voice of artificial intelligence came from the interior of the ship. "All systems are online, and the core of the spacecraft has resumed operation. Navigation and identity confirmation have been completed. Ship owner, El. Welcome back, now hand it over to the intelligent body Joe El." A series of changes made Natasha and Tony dare not act rashly, until a magnetic male voice, with the calmness and elegance unique to civilian staff, slowly came out, which attracted their attention. "Under the crisis of the destruction of 2 planets, I never thought that you would actually grow up. It would be great if Alika could see this scene." Hearing this, L's face was finally no longer as elegant and indifferent as before, and his chest was faintly ups and downs, and it can be seen that he is not as calm as he seems now. Even his hands, which would not tremble even if they carried the weight of several stars, softened involuntarily at this moment, but he still tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Who are you? Jor-El did not answer him first, but looked at the two people behind him and asked. Are you sure they want to hear what I'm going to say? Natasha and Tony looked at each other for a moment, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and they looked at Al nervously at the same time. Of course, otherwise they couldn't get in here. After a moment of trance, Al seemed to have adjusted his mood and gave a positive answer. Jor-El nodded, but the next words hit the hearts of the three people like a stone breaking. I am your father, Carrot. Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened in horror. This experienced female agent never expected that her mission target this time was to find relatives after she had gone through so much trouble, traveled around, attracted the attention of countries around the world, and finally concealed the truth and played a disappearance? Are you kidding me? Tony Stark was also a little surprised, but he was more curious and gossipy. He pricked up his ears to listen to the next words, fearing that he would miss a word. He subconsciously touched his pocket and wished he had a bag of melon seeds in his hand. Don't be nervous, I'm just an artificial intelligence image based on him. Joel's eyes were kind and gentle, walking around Carrot, looking at him and continuing. To some extent, I am him, but not him. Carrot's tone was solemn. So, L, is this really my name? Joel nodded and answered him seriously. He knew that Carrot had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes, in fact, the name originally assigned to you by Planet Vegeta should be Kakarot. But your mother felt that this name was a bit difficult to pronounce after being crowned with the surname of the L family. So one word was removed and it became Carrot El. Hearing this, Carrot L's face changed into a complicated expression. Kakarot? The origin represented by this name seems to be unnecessary to say. What about my mother? To be honest, this is the question he is most curious about now. Her name is Alika, and she is the sister of Bardock, the Saiyan who visited Krypton at the time. At this point, Jor-El's expression seemed to extend a touch of tender memories, and he quickly followed. The look in his eyes seemed to be both fear and regret. At the same time, a black projection formed on the screen in the room. A strong man with a crab head led a girl with a sweet smile, and was welcomed by the entire Krypton with the etiquette of receiving a visiting minister. Hearing Xiao El's words, Carrot El felt relieved. It was as if a big stone had finally been removed from his heart, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Do you know what he fears most? What he fears most is hearing that his mother is Bardock. That would be such a shame. Jor-El was surprised for a moment, as if he didn't quite understand Carrot's look of relief. Tony Stark stood there, catching the keyword, and touched his chin thoughtfully. So, this is a social event between two planets. Natasha Romanoff murmured, an alien communication visit. Compare the curiosity aroused by the two of them and the excitement of exploring the unknown alien world. After Carrot El heard this, he frowned slightly and felt a little doubt in his heart. The Saiyans are a cruel and murderous race, killing planets and planets wherever they go. How could they visit Krypton in such a gentle manner? However, the next second, Jor-El gave the answer. No, it's business activities to be precise. We're going to buy a planet from them. Natasha and Tony froze in shock. You'd better start from the beginning. Not only Natasha, but also Carrot El are extremely curious about this story involving the magnificent universe. Even before he heard it, he already felt a hint of murderous intent. Intuition told Carrot El that this love story from Krypton and Vegeta might not be beautiful, and might even be a little scary. The next second, Jor-El stretched out his hand, and countless physical particles forming projections began to reorganize as he told the story, evolving into dynamic murals that marked history. Then let's start with the history of Krypton. Everyone followed Jor-El's gaze and looked at the ever-changing murals in front of them. Krypton is a planet with a much harsher environment than Earth. It should be said that among the approximately 100 billion stars in the Milky Way, the Earth can be considered a place with a very good environment, but it is very weak. Seeing this, Tony Stark smiled inexplicably, his tone somewhat self-deprecating and ironic. Really? Then we are really lucky. Xiao El's voice had a quiet magnetism, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace, and he slowly narrated. A long time ago, with the evolution of the times, in order to find a new world, we began to explore the starry sky, and ships from Krypton were able to spread to many galaxies. The reconnaissance ship you are on now is also one of them. Several people looked around and found it hard to imagine that alien civilizations had visited this place in such a distant era. We establish outposts on various planets and use machines to change the local climate and make it a planet suitable for us to live in. Since then, over the past 100,000 years, our civilization has flourished. 100,000 years is really a long history. Our civilization is only 10,000 years old. Hearing Jor-El's words, Natasha Romanoff sighed and pursed her lips. Thinking about what he was going to hear next, it would definitely be a secret among S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets, and it might even be the truth of this world. Thinking of this, the female agent's expression became more focused than ever before. Even Tony Stark showed extremely solemnity. His whole aura was completely different from that of the previous playboy. What bloomed in his eyes was that he belonged to colors from one of the top talents of the era. I'm afraid that in the history of the universe, 100,000 years is just a blip in the pan. Jor-El glanced at the two of them for a moment. Yes, it was like a miracle that suddenly shone in the universe. After a short burst, we quickly reached the end of the development of civilization. Several people did not just stay there, but followed Jor-El's guidance and walked step by step towards the depths of the Kryptonian spacecraft. What happened next? Carrot followed Jor-El and listened very carefully. Later, a breakthrough in life technology allowed us to no longer worry about the reproduction of the race. Based on this change in decision-making, we gave up those outposts and reconnaissance ships that were once explored. The three expressed their understanding of this. Breakthroughs in science and technology will indeed bring about an unprecedented surge in productivity and will also trigger changes in social systems. Tony Stark was obviously very interested in this. What technology is that? While talking, several people came to a place similar to a breeding warehouse. What they saw was a huge plant-like rhizome, with wrapped germs on the rhizomes. But if you look closely, you will see that that thing is not the product of plants, technology, and metal. It is not a fruit, but the crystallization of Kryptonian civilization. Xiao looked at everything in front of him and replied with a complicated expression. The code of life. This technology for artificially creating life can completely reproduce the form of life genetically. It's like an extension of your cloning and IVF technology. Tony Stark instantly showed a look of disgust and curled his lips contemptuously. Omitting the process and joy of creating human beings, the inventor of this technology must be remiss. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at him angrily and slapped him on the back of the head. Shut up. But Jor-El seemed to agree with Stark's words. When he turned around, he actually showed a regretful look, but Carrot decisively ignored it and continued. The life code technology, in addition to copying everyone's genes, can also create life according to social needs. If we need soldiers, we will produce soldiers. If we need doctors, we will produce doctors. Everything is planned in advance for everyone, as if their souls were imprisoned. And the stabilization of social classes caused by this also accelerates our demise. Natasha Romanoff felt frightened by this, and at the same time she felt a little disgusted. It's as if they were born for this profession, born warriors, born commanders, and born leaders. And they won't have other preferences and possibilities because this is determined at the genetic level. Jor-El continued to pace in front of everyone, but his eyes always lingered on Carrot. We have exhausted our natural resources, and the center of the Earth has begun to become unstable. The Kryptonian Council has tried many redemption methods for this. I have tried to contact the Interstellar Organization for help more than once, but unfortunately, I failed. At the last moment, General Zod, the military leader of Krypton, launched a proposal to purchase a planet through relocation. And it was during this transaction that we were involved in another destroyed planet. Jor-El made several people feel a chill of fear. Whether it was Tony or Natasha, they were the most intelligent people in the world, so they thought of more things in their minds than others. If planets can be sold at will, then the cruel laws of survival in the universe can be imagined. If I remember correctly, Jor-El just said that the Earth is a habitable planet, right? So will we? Thinking of this, Tony Stark's whole back was covered with cold sweat, and he rubbed his arms vigorously, as if to relieve anxiety. Wait a minute, how do you buy it? In currency. Has a cross-galactic currency exchange system already been formed in the universe? Jor-El shook his head, as if he didn't want to mention this. No, the universe is not a civilized place, and the universal form of money does not have a unified measurement. But technology, resources, and manpower are the eternal themes of development. Using the data observed by you humans as an example, there are about 2 trillion to 200 trillion galaxies in the universe, and a large galaxy has about 100 billion stars. With such a huge total number of star clusters, let alone the universe, even the war in the Milky Way has almost never stopped. Just as the universe has never stopped the colonial era, countless habitable planets have also been sold and divided up as bargaining chips for many powerful forces at the negotiation table. Invasion, killing, genocide, and then sold at high prices. One after another horrifying words came out of Jor-El's mouth, and Stark and Natasha were frightened. It's like the most direct hatred of civilians who have been traumatized by the war for the arms dealers who provoked the war. You don't even need to think about it to know how cruel and terrible the Dark Law is. One of them has experienced the most chaotic era, and the other is a capitalist and arms dealer. This process is really familiar, too familiar? But it is precisely because they are familiar with this that the horror they can feel from it is more like seeping into the bone marrow. As long as they think about it, cold sweat will wet their backs. Saiyans. Another new race emerged from Jor-El's mouth, shocking the three people at the same time. A natural fighting nation, cruel and warlike, bloodthirsty, and powerful. They invade and seize planets, kill all the residents on the planets, and sell the occupied planets at a high price to cosmic people looking for planets to live. Thus they gain their own civilization development. Natasha Romanoff silently clenched her fists and widened her eyes, as if in disbelief. Kill all the residents. Although as an artificial intelligence, Jor-El's program still recorded deep and complex emotions for this race. Yes. At this time, Carrot L, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke, looking at Jor-El's eyes, and said word by word. And in me, half of their blood, the son of hope and sin. Natasha Romanoff looked at him instantly. Tony Stark widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh my god, you are still a mixed race. Joel looked at the child in front of him with great distress. If a hug could be given across time, it would be in the name of the father. No, Carrot, you are not sinful. On the contrary, you will always represent hope. Your mother and I believe this. Revealing the cruel laws of the universe, Joel finally talked about Carrot's life experience. Under the survival crisis of civilization on the verge of extinction, even Krypton has to choose to become one of those who create demand for war profiteers. Hearing this, Tony Stark's eyes dimmed at this moment, and he lowered his head silently. And this also led to the meeting where Bardock and Erica visited Krypton. The projections reassembled and converged again, outlining a man with a sturdy body but a crab-like head shape, and a thin girl with short hair and fair skin. At that meeting, I was responsible for receiving them as a negotiation ambassador. That was also the first time I met your mother and the legendary Notorious race. Sure enough, they are as powerful as the rumors say. Carrot L showed an unprecedented obsession with the origin that was closely related to him but completely unfamiliar to him, and asked quickly, "What happened later? Did you buy a suitable planet?" Joel laughed self-deprecatingly. "No. Why? Because they died soon." "What?" This news also made the two people other than Carrot L feel like they were struck by lightning, and they looked at each other with deep disbelief. Joel was silent for a moment, as if recalling everything that seemed sudden but was premeditated. The meeting did not last long, but Bardock, as the representative of the other party, showed a hint of concern when he saw the life code technology, and asked for it at the end of the meeting. General Zod objected on the spot. He believed that the life code technology was the core of the Kryptonians and even challenged Bardock. However, General Zod, who had always lived under the Red Sun, was still defeated by the battle-hardened Sun warrior. I watched the whole process and found in the battle that Bardock was a completely different existence from other brutal Suns. So I tried to suggest that the first generation of life code technology can be used to complete this transaction. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows in confusion. First generation technology. Joel, yes, unlike the existing code technology, the first generation of code technology does not have a specific gene control system, and cannot create life matching the profession according to demand. But this makes Bardock and surprisingly satisfied. Speaking of this, Joel sighed deeply. In fact, this transaction is almost complete here. Alicia stayed in Krypton as a docking person. Bardock returned to planet Vegeta to screen and post-order the planet. But what none of us expected was that something unexpected happened. Sometime after reporting the life code technology to King Vegeta, Bardock was imprisoned. What? Bardock was imprisoned? Carrot L's pupils shrank immediately, and his clenched palms tightened subconsciously. This sentence did make him feel a little surprised. The so-called known plot of the time traveler finally disappeared in such a world that connects everything. Every living life is guiding the original direction of the world, and it has been multiplying since the beginning of the universe. When he was born, it has changed beyond recognition. Fortunately, Carrot realized this early, and his inner premonition told him that what he would hear next might be even more shocking. I have to admit that Joel's words were indeed beyond his expectations, and beyond the expectations of everyone present. Tony Stark touched his chin in thought. But, why is this? Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes and quickly analyzed. There is only one possibility, which is that the interests of the upper ruling class were touched. But he was not imprisoned directly, but after a period of time, so it may involve considerations and arrangements for interests. Natasha's judgment was suddenly sharp. Sometimes in their line of work, they must come up with the most likely guess in the shortest time. But the premise is that his imprisonment was indeed due to the life code incident. Tony Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff blankly, and his stunned expression seemed like he had met her for the first time. At this time, Natasha Romanoff obviously didn't want to act anymore, and her whole momentum began to become sharp and calm. After taking a look at the three people, Joel's eyes extended a trace of emptiness in his reminiscence. He even thought of the seemingly quiet days at the beginning, which were all signs of impending storms. It was not until that time that Alika really told me the true situation of planet Vegeta. I really realized that the 1 year squeezed out by this so-called transaction was like a year stolen from the hands of the god of death, a comfort before extinction. It is not our salvation, but the last calm before the destruction. Carrot, this is how you were born. My birth. Carrot and Jor-Al stood face to face, gazing at each other, as if they were crossing the distance between life and death, inheriting the last hope of the Al family. No one interrupted them, they just listened to Chiao-El's story attentively. The handover of the planet is not a simple matter of handing over money and delivering the goods. It is a trekking migration of life on the entire planet. A lot of preparation work in the early and late stages will take at least 1 year. It was a beautiful and peaceful time like a mirage, whether it was for your mother, me, or Krypton. In those days, only about half a year later, Alika and I have become people who talk about everything. There was a hint of longing in Jor-El's tone, a hint of triumph that perhaps every father in the world would have when telling his son about the time he met his mother. At least that's what Carrot heard from it. There was a smile on the corner of Chiao-El's mouth. I have never seen a woman like her. Because of Zod, it is really difficult for me to associate the word violence with playfulness, but her appearance did it. When I was busy contemplating the crisis of destruction, your mother was almost the only light in my life. But I didn't know that they were also facing the same crisis. It wasn't until half a year later that the bad news came from planet Vegeta that Barrack was imprisoned, but the new traitor who was supposed to replace him did not arrive. Your mother realized something was wrong because of this, and it was only then that she told me what her brother had always been afraid of. L's eyes showed a hint of understanding, as if he had vaguely guessed something. Natasha Romanoff also realized that was the crux of the matter. What is that? The next second, the broken projection was scattered again in Jor-L's sight, and gradually transformed into a short weirdo with 2 horns and a tail. L recognized the man at a glance. Frisia. Although Jor-L's magnetic voice will not change due to artificial synthesis, the eyes formed by the projection reveal a trace of clearly visible fear. The young heir of the Universe Emperor Kurd, a genius that the Frozen clan has rarely seen in a century, and the new Universe Emperor. Although the Saiyans belong to his subordinates, they are always regarded as inferior monkeys in terms of status and have never been able to enter the core of Frisia's army. In fact, it can be said that the Saiyans are not even the middle class, they are just a group of thugs who slaughter the planet for them. Natasha Romanoff nodded with understanding and sneered coldly. Oh, the warmonger, and the boss behind him. Jor-L said with approval, it's a very appropriate description, ma'am. The Saiyans have always been under Frisia's control. Even the communication systems and search equipment they rely on are equipped with eavesdropping systems. The Emperor of the Universe who controls the power of life and death on planet Vegeta, even King Vegeta must surrender to his feet. Natasha Romanoff, a bunch of dispensable tools, haven't they ever tried to resist? Jor-L pointed to his head. This action was obviously saying that there might be something wrong with their brains. Except for a few Saiyans such as Bardock, others are even proud of it. L twitched the corner of his mouth at this, Tony Stark slapped him on the head, and even Natasha couldn't help but complain. They don't even have the most basic human rights and are even called monkeys. It's hard for me to imagine that they would be proud of it. This is true. Jor-L continued to talk. In fact, even he was just standing in the perspective of a bystander, clarifying the truth of the matter from Alika's narration. And Bardock sensed the danger. He thinks Frisia's army is supervising them more and more. The control over them is becoming more and more strict. He believes that this is a precursor to destruction. Frisia is likely to take action against them. Since developing an anxiety disorder, Tony Stark's insight into the sense of crisis is far more acute than others. He guessed that it must be a very bad desperate situation. But he failed in the end because you just said he was jailed. Joel, yes, external contradictions are never fatal, but internal class struggle is fatal. After arriving on Krypton, the discovery of the life code technology gave Bardock a glimmer of hope for redemption. He hurriedly reported the matter to King Vegeta, but, having said this, Jor-L was silent for a moment. But Carrot has already guessed an answer in his heart. It is not difficult to guess. If we get rid of the reliance on the plot and seriously think and analyze, human beings will be outstanding in the universe in sorting out chaos and unknowns. But Bardock and the others were abandoned. If life can really be controlled and the genes most suitable for a specific occupation can be created, then that world must not belong to the lower class. During the moment of Jor-L's silence, Carrot's answer was like a cold glacier, echoing in everyone's ears. In an instant, Tony Stark's face turned pale, as if he was petrified on the spot. His chest began to rise and fall, and he spat out a few words warmly. The theory of 80% population extinction. This is an almost inhumane theory that few people have heard of. In order to permanently maintain class solidification and occupy resources, the manipulators standing at the top of the world once proposed a vision that we will eliminate 80% of the inferior races in the world in various ways. Only the real elites of the upper class will be left to ensure a new round of blood transfusion and evolution of the human race, and at the same time let their descendants occupy the world's best resources. Obviously, Carrot has the same view as Tony. But he knows more than Tony. Planet Vegeta is a society with serious social class solidification. Almost everyone will be divided into upper, middle, lower, elite, and completely incompetent garbage from the moment they are born and tested for combat effectiveness. In such a social system, if the code technology is really moved to the upper parliament table and adopted in the crisis of survival, then the first to be eliminated must be all the lower-level warriors. In the face of the survival of the race, King Vegeta may indeed temporarily give up the so-called pride of the Saiyans and consider the possibility of the code technology. However, if he could really freely screen the warriors' genes, then why would they choose to produce lower-level warriors whose combat effectiveness would discredit them? Wouldn't it be better to leave only the elites? So, Bardock was confused. He never expected that what he thought was the road to salvation was almost the last sword for them. The abandonment and backstab from the upper class made him completely despair of this stupid and arrogant race, and at the same time, the entire group of lower-level warriors was completely abandoned. The development of things is beyond imagination and unpredictable, and the fate of destruction is like the sword of Damocles hanging above the two planets, always ready to swing the final beheading. Bardock and King Vegeta fell out. This man, who was so desperate that he rushed to the universe to fight Frisia, was one man in charge, and he chose countless elites as low-level warriors, but he was still outnumbered and captured. As an insider of Codex technology, Bardock was imprisoned, and the Kryptonian transaction was forced to suspend. King Vegeta must prevent the Codex of Life technology from being obtained by lower-level warriors, so Krypton's imminent planet relocation plan has been delayed again and again. The destruction brought about by class solidification on both races made your mother and I feel the horror of being imprisoned. So, hope was born, and it was you, Al. Staring into Carrot's eyes, Jor-Al stretched out his hand and slowly opened the clothes on his chest, revealing the S pattern inside. This is the crest of the L family. It represents hope. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Carrot with a strange expression, where his eyes fell, Carrot L's eyes were also staring deeply at the pattern. Does it represent hope? Seeing this, Jor-El continued to tell, when your mother returned to planet Vegeta, she was already pregnant. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark was suddenly stunned. Pregnant? Aren't you artificially reproduced? Yes, L is the only child born naturally. Tony Stark opened his mouth wide, his big eyes flashed, and a smile that men would automatically show when talking about certain topics appeared on his face. So, you secretly tried it without telling the whole planet? I'll go and have fun under the surveillance of the whole planet. Carrot L's face darkened, Superman's disapproving look came from him, and he glared at him coldly from the depths of his soul. Shut up. If you fucking say one more thing about this topic, I'll throw you into the sea and feed it to Godzilla. Tony Stark covered his mouth with a snap. Okay, I shut up. Jor-El sighed, and as he spoke, several people had reached the depths of the spacecraft. It is precisely because the life path of artificially cultivated children will be planned from the beginning, that we chose the path of natural reproduction. We want our son to have endless possibilities. Stark glanced at Carrot in his mind. Well, this is not only infinite possibilities, it is simply omnipotent. By the time your mother returns to planet Vegeta, the situation will be dire. At this time, we all know the fact that we are doomed. Jor-El's words are full of regrets, with nostalgia and regret, but he does not regret that he served as a kindling to ignite the last glory of history. With my help, your mother collected some of the genes of lower-level Saiyan warriors and put them into the original code, and I stole the code that records the genes of Krypton's life and gave it to her. Please believe that there is really very little time left for us. Everything happened so quickly that we couldn't even stay with you for a while after you were born. Under the surveillance of Frisia's army, your mother doesn't even have the possibility to escape. Carrot looked at Jor-El looking at him with regretful eyes, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. He could only nod his head to express his understanding. I understand that you had no choice at the time. After hearing his son's words, Jor-El seemed to relax a bit, and sighed. According to the information Alika learned when she visited Bardock in prison, King Vegeta implanted the life genes of the Saiyan elite into his son Vegeta. But your mother chose another path, which is the freedom of lower-level soldiers. As he listened, there was no expression on Carrot L's face, but the more he looked like this, the less peaceful he seemed. Interesting, do the people at the top and the bottom each bear half of their fate? Natasha Romanoff felt a little curious about the mysterious direction of this decision. At the last moment of destruction, we used the space capsule that Bardock had hidden long ago to send you to Earth. Alika and I, as Kryptonians and Saiyans respectively, chose to live and die with our home planet. At this point, the truth is almost out. But Jor-El seemed to still have his own ideas about this. He slowly walked towards Carrot, looking into his blue pupils as if he was entrusting or expecting, and murmured, Carrot, I hope you understand that your departure is completely different from King Vegeta's desire to maintain his son's selfish rule. Your mother has always been determined to part ways with them once and for all. He believes that the Saiyans should have their own future, rather than being brutal killing weapons under the rulers. That's why I gave you the Al family name. When the destruction of the twin stars shines at the end of the Milky Way, the sins and shackles of the past will also be annihilated into the dust of the universe. And you will start over as a son of hope carrying two worlds. As a son of complete freedom, you will control the direction of all destiny. Carrot L, please forgive us for not being able to accompany you. Because we can't, we are the remnants of the old times, and we are also the crows trapped in the cage. As Jor-El's voice gradually fell, the corridors on both sides also opened the doors one by one, and the light slowly sprinkled in along the cold brought by the ice and snow. The iconic S clothing, one by one, was reflected in the eyes of everyone in this Kryptonian exclusive cloakroom. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Carrot L, and neither Tony nor Natasha spoke. In the huge spaceship, only a pair of blue eyes were left, quietly staring at the last projection in front of them. The black camouflage metal reflected the final destruction of the two planets. When the woman who shouted his name, in the fireworks that pleased the Emperor, showed a relieved smile and turned into ashes. When the man who looked at the earth splitting under the shining of the red sun, he closed his eyes with nostalgia. The light passing through hundreds of billions of planets finally stopped in the sky where the legend began. In the dark, it seems that two figures are intertwined at this moment. The bright red cape against the blonde and blue eyes always carries a smile brighter than the sun. It is like the broken glass in time. In the interweaving of blue and orange, the most simple black is gathered. The steps were heavy, and the iconic formal clothes of the Al family were suspended on both sides of the passage. Boom, boom. In an instant, the earth made a deafening roar, and the surrounding deep blue ice slowly collapsed under the sound of the Kryptonian spacecraft's engine starting. In the midst of both Stark and Natasha's stunned and overwhelmed panic, the high daylight in the sky revealed the prelude of hope standing in the wind and snow. A huge S-pattern spans tens of thousands of years and shoots straight into the sky from the gray underground. Under the waiting package of countless warships, it stood majestically until it slowly docked on the cliff of the Arctic glacier. Until the rays of the yellow sun shone through the cabin and fell on a few people, what they saw was the incredible shock and vigilance from the outside world. Oh God, what is that? UFO. Captain, what should we do? Attack. Don't act rashly. All soldiers maintain a defensive formation and cannot launch fire attacks. Repeat, no fire attacks are allowed. The horrified voice of the pilot came from the battleship hovering in the sky. Nick Fury quickly walked down from the command tank. He was wrapped in a black windbreaker and his face was very solemn. He had tried to call Natasha for the 63rd time. However, he did not wait for the Black Widow's response until the spaceship soared into the sky from the cracks in the ice and was revealed in front of everyone. Colonel, my people are still inside. Please immediately surround the spacecraft and adjust the missile force and artillery to be on standby. I will shout inside and request negotiations with the other party. Nick Fury's face was filled with a deep sense of solemnity, and he gave a stern order to the white man in military uniform beside him. Sergio Leone, the white colonel in charge of the military base, could not refuse the order from S.H.I.E.L.D. and could only remind him from a strategic perspective. In this case, I propose to apply to the local government to mobilize the Air Force to take the lead in seizing air superiority to prevent the other party from escaping. Nick Fury shook his head and refused without hesitation. Sorry, Colonel, this operation is highly confidential and must not be leaked to the outside world. I believe you have signed documents before. What we are dealing with this time are not terrorists. Sergio Leone took a step forward, looked directly into Nick Fury's eyes without fear, and reminded. I know, but that will put us in a passive position. I must be responsible for the safety of my soldiers' lives. Nick Fury responded to his gaze without retreating, looked at the spaceship above the glacier with an indifferent expression, and said word by word. So, I prepared some trump cards before coming here. After the words fell, several footsteps broke through the traces in the snow. Sergio Leone looked over and saw the mark on the person who came, and his eyes were surprised. Everything in the outside world was seen by Carrot, but it only gave him a glance. He walked in the deep corridor, like a master choosing a style in a cloakroom, looking at everything around him, and finally stopped next to a set of black battle clothes and hesitated. Although he hesitated, he still had no choice. On Krypton, black is the attire of the house. Jor-El was behind him, patiently looking at his son's grown back, and said happily as he walked to his side. Tony Stark walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. He pondered for a long time and didn't know what to say. He pursed his lips as if sighing. Honestly, on the way here, I thought about what your bizarre life experience is. But I didn't expect that this was no longer bizarre, but outrageous. But thank you for allowing me to stay here and listen to this story. This also allows me to enter your world. At this moment, Tony Stark revealed his truly mature side beneath his cynical face. Every glance he stared at Carrot exuded seriousness and solemnity that seeped into his heart. Your parents asked you to carry the destiny of rebirth on 2 planets, but maybe it was 3. Perhaps it was not until this moment that Tony Stark realized that he and the god who could only look up to him finally had a distance called friends. Remember what we said on the boat before. You still have an Earthling ID card. Carrot-L's eyes stayed on Tony Stark's face, and the smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to be answering his words, and also seemed to be admonishing himself. Yes, this is my world. After hearing this, Natasha Romanoff's heart moved slightly, and the smile on her face also gave birth to a different emotion. She thought this planet had gained a rare friendship. By some strange coincidence, she and Stark put their hands on Al's shoulders, with joyful smiles on their faces. Congratulations, Carrot. Jor-El looked at this scene with relief, knowing that his son would live a good life on this planet. At this moment, caressing the S pattern on the black suit, Carrot felt that something was missing. It should not only represent Krypton, but also represent the L family if there is another person's mark on his body. Then, this pattern should also be. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Carrot, who was still hesitant, took a step forward, crossed his white fingers across the S on it, turned around and asked. Can this be changed? Joel was stunned and asked in confusion. What? Carrot-L said decisively, I don't want it to be just a simple hope. Joel nodded. He was just an artificial intelligence. Since all the choices had been given to his son, creating a new pattern seemed to symbolize a new beginning for the L family. How do you want to change it? Tony and Natasha also looked at him curiously. After a long time, when the door opened again, Tony and Natasha looked over. A black cloak fluttered slightly in the wind with the force field, and the tight black combat suit outlined the angular muscles. On the chest, the triangular frame that once bound the L family's hope pattern had disappeared at this moment. Instead, a silver-gray oriental dragon swirled into an S pattern, vividly wrapped around his chest. That dragon was the dragon representing the Dragon Ball? Carrot-L thought for a long time. If the symbol of a Kryptonian is S, then what is the real symbol of Kakarot? It is neither the word nor the word turtle, nor the blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan, nor the orange-red martial arts uniform. Rather, it is the 4-star ball, the Dragon Ball. It is the Shenlong that always symbolizes wishes and the beginning of the journey. The Shenlong named after wishes, carrying the family emblem that symbolizes hope. This is him, Carrot-L. The light, along the remaining dust, wanders in the hazy gray mist. The walking posture of the black figure does not look like a god at this moment, but more like a hormonal machine full of masculine charm. Wow, this is so cool. Natasha looked at Carrot-L's new clothes crazily. Even the Black Widow, who had seen countless men, had to admit that he had never seen a person exuding such rich masculine charm. The originally monotonous S pattern is spiraled into the logo in the form of a dragon. The silver gray is paired with a deep black background to create a dark aesthetic. Black, white and gray are always the most mature colors for men. Coupled with Al's own temperament, it gives people an elegant and calm posture. Tony Stark applauded in admiration and vowed from the bottom of his heart that one day he would get a suit like this. I have to admit that this set is much more tasteful than the one just now, Natasha Romanoff said with an admiring smile. I think you should be a fashion designer, not a CEO. Carrot L glanced at Natasha slightly. He didn't believe that the famous Black Widow could not control her words. This sentence basically revealed that Natasha knew her identity. It seems that this female agent no longer wants to continue acting. Carrot walked to Jor-El's side and looked at his deceased father, as if passing on his inheritance as a son. Hope should not be trapped in a frame, so the inverted triangle that binds it must be removed. Looking at Carrot now, Jor-El was not only pleased, but also proud. He sighed and said, "When you grow up, kid, your mother will be happy for you." At this moment, although he was very calm, in front of Natasha and Tony, Jor-El did not elaborate on the yellow sun as the source of Krypton's power. He believes that his son will make the best friends, but as a father, it is natural to keep some little secrets between father and son, such as Kara Zor-El, such as Sid. However, at this moment, through the afterglow of light, Natasha Romanoff vaguely saw the overwhelming army in the distance. This made her face turn pale instantly. Not good? Natasha's heart thumped. Before she knew it, a long time had passed. Nick Fury, who had not received a reply from her for a long time, was likely to take extreme measures. The snowy glacier in front of him was covered by overwhelming troops and tanks. Seeing this scene, even the Black Widow agent who had been trained for a long time without any habitual movements pinched his fingers nervously. She didn't know why she was worried, but having only seen the power of Carrot's heat ray, she subconsciously took his side. Just like the name she just called Al was Carrot, not Mr. Al, which was obviously a name among friends. We have to go, Carrot. The next second, Natasha Romanoff suddenly raised her head, and made a decision in her heart that even she didn't expect. She looked at Al with a solemn expression. Black Widow is not an indecisive woman. She is even more ferocious than ordinary people when it comes to making choices. Once a new decision is made, she can overturn her previous position in a second. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff had decided to have a showdown with Carrot L, and she quickly turned her attention to Chiao L. Mr. Jor-El, can this ship be sailed? We have to get out of here as soon as possible. There are a large number of troops and agents outside surrounding us. It's estimated that the shouting will start in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to delay them now, and you start the spacecraft and leave immediately. Hearing this, Carrot and Tony looked at Natasha Romanoff at the same time. At this moment, the aura of this woman was completely different from before. Tony Stark suddenly remembered the military fighter planes he had seen above the snowy area before, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He also followed Natasha's gaze and looked out the window. Sure enough, they were surrounded. Damn, that's that military base we saw today. There is such a big commotion here, it must have attracted their attention. However, Natasha Romanoff shook her head, took a deep breath and said, "No, that military base was not an accident, Carrot. This was originally a secret operation against you." Natasha's words attracted the attention of Joel and Tony, but the situation was urgent, and she was not in a position to explain so much, so she quickly said to Carrot, "Introduce yourself, Natasha Romanoff, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., codename Black Widow, responsible for investigating the Magnum Capsule Company and the fact that Carrot L may be an alien." What? After hearing what Natasha said, not only Jor-El frowned deeply, but even Tony Stark took 2 steps back and looked at her in horror. Are you an agent? Although he and Al had already expected it, Natasha Romanoff's identity was by no means an ordinary photographer. But Stark never expected that she would come directly to Carrot, and she had already known his identity before. Natasha Romanoff ignored the 2 people who were in shock. She kept her eyes on Carrot and warned nervously, "Listen, I'm not sure what cards Nick has, but he never fights without confidence. You have to leave here immediately." However, Carrot L on the opposite side just looked at her quietly, as if admiring this rose-like woman, curious and puzzled, charming and dangerous, with his hands slowly folded across his chest. "I have to say thank you, Natasha. But I'm curious, what drove you to make this decision? As an Earthling, I understand that people who are not my kind must have different hearts, and I also understand that the fate of people like you is beyond your control. Letting me go is not a wise choice for you, and it may even bring threats to yourself." Carrot Al asked this question very seriously, but Natasha responded to him with a nonchalant tone, asking, "What about you? Why do you want us to come in again? Enter this spaceship openly, witness, and listen to your story." Natasha knew very well what was waiting for Carrot outside. She was not only worried about Carrot because of this friendship, also for the strategic goal. She also judged that Carrot would become a key person in the process of human beings entering the interstellar. "That's right, Al, I can tell what is true and what is false. You don't deserve to be treated like this. You are innocent, Carrot. That's why." Time pondered for a long time. When a loud roar opened the cold wilderness outside the window, the biting cold wind blew along the white snowfield and blew on several people. In a trance, the coldness that hit my face also dispelled the warmth of the family reunion just now. Looking back and looking out the window, perhaps the outside world is always cold. At this moment, Carrot L looked at Natasha Romanoff calmly, with a smile on his face, and nodded gently. Behind him, the door of the Kryptonian ship was already opened. "Thank you for your trust, Natasha. I congratulate you as well. Because what you said just now not only saved you, but also saved Coulson. And all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who fell into the Universal Capsule Company. The cold wind blew on my face, blowing the corner of the cloak that fell, and Carrot's words made Natasha's eyes change again and again. What does this mean? Suddenly, Carrot's face lost its frank sincerity. His eyes, expression, and cold pride were like the manipulator's winning face. I am not a passive person, but I know that my existence is destined to be watched by the world one day. So I learned to hide a long time ago. People are strange. From students with outstanding grades to geniuses who transcend the times, no one has not been targeted and isolated. If you are too strong, they will be afraid of you. If you are too weak, they will step on you. Only if you blend into them silently and do not attract their attention, you will not be targeted. Carrot L closed his eyes silently and whispered. Just like I didn't say a word just now, letting you stand in my perspective, personally in this spaceship, to witness, listen, and even substitute my story. After understanding everything, what do you feel, Natasha? Is it sympathy or pity? Sympathy or empathy gained from common ground? Carrot L spread his hands to Natasha, and sighed faintly in a calm tone. A child who drifted into this world alone, his parents died, his whole family was destroyed, his planet was destroyed, and he drifted here and grew up carefully. After finding his relatives with great difficulty, he now faces an army with live ammunition, and may be dissected or imprisoned for research. Carrot L stared at the bright red hair of the Black Widow word by word. Natasha, this is your illusion. You ignore my own strength, and I can also distinguish between true and false. Are you saying that you already knew my identity? Natasha Romanoff's face showed a fear that she tried hard to hide. L's words pulled her out of a small mistake that was confused by the situation. That is, from the beginning, Carrot was not a victim, and she almost instinctively ignored the disappearance of Coulson and the fact that Carrot was in charge of all this. Carrot nodded calmly. Yes. When? From the first time I saw you. Natasha Romanoff's hand trembled slightly, but she sneered at herself. Oh, I really took a long vacation, and my business level has regressed. Carrot shook her head, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth. No, that's because I have the ability that every man dreams of. I can see every scar on your body and every structure in your body. Natasha Romanoff's face suddenly became strange. She wanted to cover her chest subconsciously, but it seemed useless to react, so she stared at Carrot with a look of looking at a gangster, and then smiled charmingly. Then do you think I have a good figure? Tony Stark's eyes were almost condensed with fire when he stared at him. The whole person's heart was like broken glass, and then the word jealousy formed a human figure. The envy and jealousy were about to burst out of his head. Damn, I'm so angry. Why am I not the one with this superpower? Facing Natasha's teasing, Carrot L knew very well that she wanted to hide the pain of being seen by others at a glance without a uterus in her body, and even being disgusted, so she replied very casually. I'm afraid only those who have experienced it can feel it. But those who can experience the Black Widow personally, I'm afraid they have died. Hearing Carrot say this code name, Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes and looked at him solemnly. I'm sure you are not bluffing now, Carrot. I have to admit that this is a rare mistake in my career. Hearing this, Carrot L shook his head solemnly. On the contrary, I think this is the greatest success in your career. Huh? Why do you think so? Natasha raised her eyebrows in confusion, and what responded to her was L slowly turning back and the voice that drifted with the snow wind. It is because we understand lies that we know the preciousness of the truth. What you said just now, no matter under what circumstances and for what purpose, it was undoubtedly sincere. Returning the truth with sincerity is something that an agent will never get and will never believe. And you just used it to gain my friendship. This is something you can't get from me with 10 million agent skills. Carrot L walked towards the door step by step, facing the unchanging snowstorm and the missile troops pointing their guns at him, but what remained in Natasha's ears was such a relaxed and comfortable voice. So, half an hour later, the missing agents will be placed in front of the Stark building. Don't worry, they are all safe. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff sighed deeply. I have to say thank you, Mr. L. Even if it is dignified after failure, this is indeed an answer that makes me not very angry, and even a little comfortable. Finally seeing the reality, she now has only one question. But are you sure you want to go out? Natasha Romanoff confirmed that since Carrot chose to show his hand, he would not lie about the hostages. The safety of Coulson and others also shows that Carrot's purpose is not a direct armed conflict. That's exactly what I want. Carrot L turned his body slightly and looked at Deo. How do you think you can find my whereabouts? After all, blocking satellites is not a difficult task for me. I thought about it. Sooner or later, I will be watched and watched by you. Why don't I take some power that you have to give or not? Since you want to talk, I will talk with you. Also, you can continue to call me Carrot. I allow it. Carrot L walked out without looking back. Under Jor-L's pleased eyes, he faced everything he should have faced without retreating or avoiding it. When his heavy footsteps slowly stepped on the white snow, he left footprints as thin as cicada wings. The symbol and black cloak that carry the hope of the L family also looked deep and charming in the sunlight. Xiao L looked at Carrot's back and felt a sense of relief that the child had grown up for no reason. His son has already calculated everything and has the determination to move forward and open up the future. Fortunately, Carrot did not inherit the Sun clan in his mind. He is a civil servant, so the child's wisdom must have been inherited from him? Thinking of this, even now as an artificial intelligence, Jor-El feels extremely happy. Are we going out? Tony Stark glanced at Natasha, looked at the overwhelming army in front of him, and swallowed hesitantly. Natasha Romanoff stretched her muscles and nodded to Jor-El. To be on the safe side, I think it's better to go out and take a look. Call, call, call. On the white snow, the whistling wind played a bright and clear music, and the dark cloak reflected the footsteps of a man walking alone on the mountain. The figure stood on the cliff, with the sun shining on his back, like a holy sun who had descended into the world, overlooking the crowd of people in the distance who were armed with live ammunition. Everyone was alert to this scene. The boundless sea of people overwhelmed the tanks and missiles. Someone silently clenched the handle of the gun and nervously held the butt of the gun against his chest. Someone is hovering in a corner of the sky, always ready to press the button to launch missiles. The snipers wiped their sights dry, adjusted the crosshairs of their rifles, and locked the bullseye 1,000 meters away. The tank turned its muzzle, and the commander observing in the periscope was always waiting for the order to cover the mountain with fire. The front end of the Kryptonian spacecraft left nearly 500 meters of white snow in the air. A black man wearing a black trench coat and an eye patch on one side was watching him silently with a white kernel. It was not my intention to speak to you in this manner, El. But my people are missing from your place one after another, and I have to ask you for an explanation. In his sight, he suddenly felt a clear penetration into his bones, and his focused gaze extended to every inch of Nick Fury's body. After a general glance, the curvature of the corners of El's mouth showed some subtle changes, and he crossed his arms. Me too, it's not my original intention to negotiate with you in this way. El pondered for a moment and walked in front of the two people. But whether it was at Magnum Capsule Company or now, I don't seem to have invited your agents to my home. Nick Fury looked at Carrot's leisurely posture. Even standing in front of a massive army, there was no hint of timidity in this man's eyes. In this regard, he could only answer Carrot's words righteously in the most official tone. Sorry, my duty is to deal with various strange events, including but not limited to alien invasions, or spy organization infiltration and other situations that endanger the Earth. El smiled calmly. Let's be honest, Director, there is no way you can restrain me, and there is no way you can control me. I couldn't do it in the past, I can't do it now, and I can't do it in the future. After the words fell, an arrow pointing towards him was revealed on the snowy peak not far away. The bow was fully drawn, and the eyes of Clint Barton, the eagle-eyed man, were filled with anger. Anyone could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. What did you do to Natasha? El turned his head and looked back. He saw that his bow and arrows were filled with explosive warheads, and glanced at him without changing his expression. What should I say? Haven't you noticed that I have been talking to you calmly? El stayed on Nick Fury's body, and his calm eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Is it the illusion of planes and cannons surrounding me that makes you think I'm scared? Director Nick, your men are pointing arrows at my head. I believe no negotiation in the world has been conducted in this format. Sergio Leon tugged at the corner of Nick Fury's clothes. He didn't know how powerful a person was, but if it was possible to achieve peace talks without going to war, then he would be happy to do so without causing any sacrifices. But Nick Fury obviously has the idea of testing El's power, and he wants to make an accurate judgment on this. At the same time, it was also because of the successive disappearances of Coulson and Natasha that he almost ran out of patience. The turmoil caused by the disclosure of scientific research results by Magnum Capsule Company has swept almost the entire American continent. The consequences of this have had a very large impact on SHIELD. After a long silence, didn't even wait for Nick Fury's answer. The arms that were originally holding his chest slowly dropped. Okay, I thought you wanted to talk to me before, but now it seems like you want to take me back. Originally, I wanted to talk to you about the ways of the world. But since you don't want to talk about it, let's talk about One Punch to the Stars. Nick Fury did not deny it, but simply corrected it. It's to assist in the investigation. You have been in the Earth for 20 years, Mr. Al, and nearly 17 SHIELD-level agents have disappeared because of investigating you. Al interrupted. I just said that you can't do it. Try and you will know. The next second, Nick Fury clapped his hands, and three figures slowly walked out from below. The leader was wearing a blue battlesuit, and he was solemn and ready to fight, as if he was a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time and looked down on death and war. The whole person was dressed as if the national flag was tattooed on his body. He held a vibranium shield and wore a light blue helmet. He stood in front of step by step and stared at him in the wind and snow. Captain America, Steve Rogers? Another person was dressed very ordinary, wearing a fleece coat and shivering from the cold. He rubbed his hands vigorously. He didn't look like a combatant. When he saw he even waved his hand, as if to say hello to him. The last lady was the only one among the three who surprised and made him stop looking. As beautiful as Aphrodite, as smart as Athena, more agile than Hermes, and stronger than Hercules. Diana Prince. Wonder Woman? Sure enough, all the results reached at the negotiation table by humans are based on the end of the war. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Logically speaking, I thought for a long time that the protagonist's nickname should be Super Saiyan Superman, but you said that with the example of that unfortunate child Son Gohan, I really think it's better to call him Instant Noodles, simple and clear. Call. The moment Carrot L lowered his palms, and as he slowly stepped out, the flawless white snowflakes instantly rolled up a wave of frost that swept around, covering the 3 members of Captain America in the blink of an eye. Wow. In an instant, the strong wind whipped over like a knife, swirling the crystal-clear snowflakes, and scratched the faces of the 3 of them. This scene was not lethal, but full of humiliation. Diana's expression changed, and Bruce Banner was almost knocked over, and he staggered to his feet. Only Steve took the lead and stared at Carrot, his blue and slightly yellow eyes not changing at all due to the pain of the ice and snow. Steve Rogers. Seeing this scene, Carrot L's eyes were fixed on the leader of the blue star-striped man, looking up and down at his makeup. His tone was calm as if he was chatting. Captain America. The school textbook record is the greatest benchmark for human moral standards in the last century. An immortal legend, a fighting hero who sacrificed his ego to fulfill the greater self. Strong, brave, and resourceful, but maybe my elementary school teacher was a fan of yours. Carrot L sneered mockingly. But when I was learning this lesson, I once refuted her. I said there are many people like him, and there are countless people who are even shorter than him, thinner than him, and from worse backgrounds than him, so that even living has become a luxury, and they are still doing the same as before. Do good. Instead of remembering you, we should respond to this sentiment. But you know what? As a result, she punished me to copy this text 30 times. Steve Rogers' expression changed slightly. He really didn't know how to answer this question and could only give an explanation about this mission. I don't mean to offend, Carrot L, but you are a threat. I believe you are aware of this. What we do is just want to know more about you. I have heard about the Universal Capsule Company. To be precise, after I woke up, the first name I heard in my ears was you, Carrot El. Captain America's words carry a sense of scrutiny across the ages. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that the first battle he fought after waking up in this era was actually Carrot L. Carrot L took a silent breath, looked into Steve's eyes, and said word by word. That's a coincidence, Captain. When I was growing up, the name I heard the most was yours, Steve Rogers. But today, unfortunately, I have to tell you something. You are not qualified to stand in front of me today, because you are just a soldier and you can't see clearly whether your own battlefield is a sin or an evil, because you are not the commander. If it were on a farm in Kansas, or at the gate of Magnum Capsule Company, I would treat you to the best barbecue or a cup of freshly ground coffee. We can have a good talk about how to use what you call the moral standards of mankind to create an environment for the public to thrive. But now, the only thing I can think of in this situation is a question I asked my elementary school teacher in class many years ago. I said Captain America has been frozen under the glacier for so many years. Maybe he is dead. After all, he has been buried under the glacier for 70 years. So, does he feel cold? Carrot L stared at Steve Rogers, adjusted for this minute, with a certain disdain, and said every word clearly, and said doubtfully, "Tell me, soldier, will you be cold during the 70 years you're frozen?" After the words fell, Carrot L opened his mouth and blew gently. Call. In an instant, the terrible cold that froze everything followed, and Steve Rogers only felt a sense of crisis bursting from the depths of his soul sweeping through his body. The moment he hurriedly put up his vibranium shield to block it, the air around him was frozen. In an almost instinctive moment, Steve sensed a sense of crisis on the line between life and death, even though he had blocked the cold with a vibranium shield. But the severe cold is not just a one-sided collapse, but a condensation sweeping in from all directions. With Carrot AI's gentle blow, Steve Rogers, who had just raised his shield to resist, was frozen into a lifelike wind ice sculpture in an instant. Wow! The extremely cold temperature froze everything around him into irresistible ice in an instant. Even Captain America was no exception. The shield that had saved him countless times turned out to be like paper in front of Carrot and became vulnerable. In the blink of an eye, Steve Rogers was completely frozen by this simple breath. The rest of the people didn't even have time to react, so they watched helplessly as their companion turned into an ice sculpture. Instant kill. A sudden instant kill, a complete instant kill. Team leader. Nick Fury exclaimed. Captain America, whom he had finally dug out with great difficulty, was turned into an ice sculpture whose life or death was uncertain after being breathed lightly by Carrot L. But Carrot L just took it lightly and let out a sigh of relief. Even this breath was the result of his mercy, otherwise the layers of troops behind him would be annihilated in the glacier by his breath. This man doesn't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. Is there anyone more powerful? Carrot L stood in the glacier and snow surrounded by the army with an indifferent look, as if he was in a deserted place, without any ripples. Swoosh. Suddenly, when the sun's light covered the corner of his eyes, Hawkeye seemed to have seized the opportunity, and the arrow shot out of his hand was aimed at Carrot's temple and rushed out. Pa! Carrot L didn't even look at it, but stretched out his hand steadily, clamped the arrow flying towards him with his index and middle fingers, and glanced at the rotating explosive device on it, without moving a bit. Boom! Suddenly, the trapped arrow exploded, splitting into a bright fire, and the explosion that soared into the sky lit up the white heat in the snow. However, until the thick smoke dissipated, the figure revealed was Carrot L, who was not hurt at all. He glanced at him coldly. In the moment when the explosion spread, even Carrot's clothes were not stained with a trace of dust. You are really rude. Clint Barton. The things that cannot be looked at directly in the world are, first, the sun, second, the human heart, and third, gods like the sun. For a moment of sudden loss, when he was stared at by Carrot's eyes, Clint felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He has never seen someone who can resist the explosion of an arrow like this, and even remain unscathed and motionless. Carrot L slowly stretched out a finger to him, and his indifferent and calm eyes extended a hint of coldness. If it weren't for Natasha's sake, you would have died 10,000 times. If the explosion yield of this arrow is increased by another 10 million times, it might make me frown a little. I can't use arrows, but I can also use range. Swish swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the unstoppable light broke through the barrier of sound speed, tearing apart Clint Barton's limb joints at a speed that no one could observe. The first 2 rounds went through his kneecaps, and the last 2 pierced his arms. Ah! Screaming, wailing, pain, struggling, unsteady steps, rolling down the snowy mountain cliffs, and falling into the cold ice crevices. The chill that seeped into my heart seemed to come not only from the temperature of the Arctic glaciers, but also from the fear of Carrot L. Barton. The moment she stepped out of the Kryptonian spaceship, Natasha Romanoff saw Hawkeye falling down the glacier. Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened, and her heart felt as if she had been stabbed deeply, and the pain was unbearable. Just when she was about to rush to save Hawkeye, she saw Tony Stark suddenly pulled her back, looked at her with a solemn explanation and said, "Wait, we have to stop this, Natasha. Listen to me, I once saw Carrot punch a monster nearly 200 meters tall and weighing 100,000 tons until it fainted in the sea and couldn't get up." Tony Stark stared solemnly at Natasha, who was in a state of breakdown. He took her arm and said word by word, "I'm very responsible to tell you that Carrot hasn't taken it seriously yet. Once he takes action, no one here will go back alive. Although Natasha Romanoff is the best agent in the world, she is not a machine after all." She gritted her teeth and said with trembling, "That's my best comrade." I know. Tony Stark comforted her and said, "You heard what Carrot said just now, he is not dead. Okay, well, let's divide our troops into 2 groups. You will go to save people, and I will go to stop them. But after confirming that the guy is fine, you have to try to persuade your commander. The guy who looks like a braised egg should be your leader, right? You have to persuade him to stop, otherwise many people will die here." Natasha Romanoff nodded. In her heart, Hawkeye Barton's safety was more important than anything else. "Okay, I'll try my best." After saying that, Natasha could no longer control her inner impulse and ran down the cliff quickly. The moment she climbed down the cliff from the corner, she seemed to see Carrot L looking at her. But it seemed to be just a short-lived illusion. After a moment, Carrot L's eyes rested on Nick Fury again. "I don't have much patience. If you have any odds and ends, use them all." In a sense, Carrot L and Jiren have the same quirk. They all like to wait for the opponent to show all their strength, and then declare their victory and invincible strength with an absolute crushing attitude. Witnessing Captain America and Hawkeye being killed instantly, Nick Fury's always deep and solemn expression finally broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Is the man in front of me the same level as Captain Marvel? If this is really the case, then I'm afraid they will be out of luck. The wind and snow bathed the glaciers, and the sunshine spread across the blue. Before Nick Fury could say anything, Bruce Banner, who had witnessed the power of Carrot L, suddenly took a step and pursed his lips at a loss. "Hiya. To be honest, I don't want to do this, Mr. L. Although it's a bit hypocritical to say this, please believe that I am not affiliated with the so-called SHIELD. I was called here for no reason, listening to a lot of truths that I have been taught since I was 8 years old." Bruce Banner scratched his chin like a very ordinary middle-aged man. "How should I put it? I feel really uncomfortable. But I have dedicated my life to preventing the end of the world and preventing the monster inside me from wreaking havoc on the world. So please understand that if another monster appears, then I will not hesitate to stop him. So." Carrot L tilted his head, his expression as calm as a bottomless lake. He had only one answer to Bruce Banner's words. "You think too highly of yourself, Doctor, you are nothing. Whether it's this you or another you." Carrot L's indifferent eyes were filled with the simplest contempt stemming from strength. It made Bruce Banner feel slightly dazed, and his originally suppressed expression was vaguely released. "Okay, then I can't bear it anymore." After the words fell, Bruce Banner took a deep breath, and his whole body was filled with green blood, as if a door dominated by anger had been opened. The swollen muscles burst out with incredible angry blood giants, which were the combination of gods and monsters, or the fusion of children and demons. Roar. In the snowy area, a roar resounded in all directions, shaking the world and the shadows. The clothes were torn into pieces, and what stood out from the human-shaped package was a huge monster, the Invincible Hulk. In an instant, a pair of angry eyes stared straight at Carrot, raised his fist high and roared at Carrot L. Roar. The next second, he jumped up and smashed him hard. Bang. In an instant, the glacier under his feet shattered into countless pieces like glass, splashing in the air. The cloak fluttered lightly, and the expression on his face remained unchanged, allowing the ice and snow scattered under his feet to spread into fan-shaped penetrating forces. With one hand, he caught the huge fist that hit like a hammer. Behind Carrot L, the huge force that hit him had already shattered him into pieces of collapsed debris. Boom. The cliff collapsed, leaving only a floating figure slowly floating up, and the words sent to his ears were so calm and elegant. 400,000 tons of power. This punch is good, can you be stronger? The angry roar was mixed with an incredible look, and he looked at the black cape fluttering in front of him with incredible surprise. At the moment when Carrot Al caught the fist with one hand, Hulk, who could not control his reason, felt a little shocked and surprised. Roar. The next second, the broken glaciers cracked inch by inch from under Carrot Al's feet, and with a deafening roar, it resounded around the snowy area. Seeing this, Hulk tried desperately to pull his fist back, but Al's motionless palm made him unable to shake it no matter how hard he pulled. Roar, roar, roar. Although in theory, Hulk's power is unlimited, the angrier he is, the stronger he will be. But in fact, Carrot's cheating is even more unlimited. Even if the universe is destroyed, the world is reversed, and the world is restarted, no one will appear to defeat him. Seeing Hulk struggling hard, the snowfield under his feet began to break into pieces of ice cracks that penetrated deep into the gully. Carrot L gently squeezed Hulk's fist and swung it back. Roar. Instantly, the whistling sound of breaking through the air hit the towering iceberg, and the flying green body was penetrated into the mountain by the overwhelming force. The cold wind and ice and snow in the sky drowned him, burying his figure under the eternal ice wall. Boom. The avalanche hit, and in the loud sound of the mountain collapsing, a devastating natural disaster broke out. A hazy white fog spread from afar. It was not until the icy snowflakes blew on their faces that some people's hands holding guns began to tremble faintly. Strange. Monster. So scary. Is this the power of God? Isn't it hallucinating? That man just threw it casually, and he turned the whole mountain. Not only that, he froze Captain America into an ice sculpture with just a breath. And that green monster, did you hear the sound of his fist falling? He smashed half of the cliff, but he couldn't shake that guy at all. It's unbelievable that there is such a thing in the world. Sir, do we really want to be enemies with this guy? No one is allowed to fire at him without my order. This is definitely not something we can deal with. The army and snipers were trembling with their teeth clenched tightly. The warships flying in the sky and the tanks turning their guns, none of them dared to act rashly. Seeing this, Sergio Leone turned his head, stared at him solemnly, and said solemnly, "Sorry, sir, from now on, my army and I will refuse all your orders." Strictly speaking, Sergio Leone and Nick Fury do not belong to the same military system. Although soldiers are bound by orders, Sergio Leone still obeyed Nick Fury's orders when Homeland Security and Rank 33 agents have the power to mobilize non-strategic core forces, govern and be directly responsible to the parliament. But now, after witnessing the power of L, Sergio Leone had to admit that under the premise that the two sides could negotiate, Nick Fury's impulsive actions were likely to cause the entire army to be annihilated. So he refused to execute his orders. This is still a 33rd level agent. This black braised egg TM is not bought with money, right? At this moment, Nick Fury's face was also very ugly, and his hands were faintly clenched into fists. He never expected that the invincible Hulk, who was feared by the military, would be so vulnerable in front of Carrot L. Is this guy really at the same level as Danvers? Or is he stronger than Danvers? No, this is impossible. Thinking of this, Nick Fury began to sweat on his smooth and round head. However, when he came to his senses, Nick Fury happened to look into Carrot's cold eyes that looked down at him. Those blue and clear eyes gradually turned red. Zi. The feeling of death instantly enveloped Nick Fury's heart, and a suffocating feeling of being strangled in the throat made him unable to move. Roar. At this moment, a roar interrupted Carrot's action. Suddenly, when Wonder Woman was holding the shield in front of Nick Fury, the collapsed glacier behind him actually broke open again. Under the avalanche, in the collapsed ruins, the green figure stubbornly overturned the snow and blue ice that pressed him down, and suddenly jumped up. Raised his fists in the air and smashed down at Carrot fiercely. This scene made Tony Stark, who was watching from behind and couldn't help, stand there in a daze. Damn it, where did these monsters come from in this world? Carrot turned his head silently, and the heat rays that emerged from his eye sockets instantly burned on the Hulk's body. The Hulk in the air was caught off guard, and the scorching heat almost burned through him. It only passed for a moment, and he subconsciously dodged it. The pilot of the fighter plane saw two red lights rushing into the sky, and then disappeared as Carrot Al closed his eyes. Carrot Al put one hand behind his back, only showing one hand, and slowly waved to the Hulk. The figure rushing up was as fearless as ever, not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, not afraid of falling, no matter how huge or scary the person in front of him was. Only the constant anger supported him to stand up again and smash the opponent again and again. But in Carrot's eyes, the Hulk who rushed up like a beast was completely unsystematic and full of flaws. Not to mention crushing with absolute strength, even if Carrot used the same strength as it, deduced the Kame-sen martial arts through his super brain, and mastered the martial arts of various countries in the world in the process, beating the Hulk was no different from playing. Seeing a pair of huge fists coming from both sides, Carrot took a step forward calmly, pressed one hand on the Hulk's face, and smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! A huge figure suddenly fell into the huge deep pit, and the skin on his face rubbed against the bottom, dragged by the flying figure in the air. A long arc was drawn. Until the empty space, Carrot L exerted a little force and stepped on Hulk's chest. Bang! This kick seemed to make the entire Arctic ice field tremble, and Hulk couldn't get up at all. Buzz! The feeling of the earthquake made everyone present unstable. Putting his hands on his knees, Carrot stepped on Hulk's chest with one foot, looking at the almost dying Hulk, slowly leaning down, and asked in an examining manner, "Is this the end? Can it be stronger? Pain. Overwhelming pain. Even if cells can recover quickly, even if wounds can heal quickly. But the profound memory of that moment will indeed come to mind every time he punches." Standing in the deep pit, Hulk stared directly at the sun, feeling that everything around him was eclipsed in the daylight. It was so dark that he couldn't see his surroundings clearly, and the only thing left in his eyes was a huge S symbol, like a mark of fear engraved at the end of time, so eye-catching and charming. From this moment on, the S symbol was deeply engraved in Hulk's heart. He suddenly realized that it was actually impossible for him to defeat this pretty boy who was thinner, shorter, and smaller than him. He looked gentle and gentle, just like an ordinary human being. But Carrot stepped on him and asked condescending words, which still made Hulk roar unwillingly. Roar. His strength has improved a bit. Seeing this, Carrot grabbed Hulk's arm, turned him over and beat him from side to side, and kept throwing it to the ground like a rag. Bang, 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 bang. On the ground, a huge ice pit embedded with the Hulk may become an attraction in the future of the Avengers and appear on the ground. The deep cloak was flying in the air, and every step Carrot took forward made the people around him take a step back in fear. The steps gradually took off, and Carrot slowly floated to the top of Hulk's head in a suspended posture, pointed his toes at his chest, and when he rose to a certain level, he suddenly stepped down. Boom. The entire snowfield swayed, and white ripples vibrated like an earthquake. What then echoed in everyone's ears was Carrot's indifferent self-talk. A battle without any sense of beauty, the strength gained by losing one's mind, has no meaning at all. Boom. There are as many flaws in every move as there are ants in an anthill. Boom. There is only one feeling that makes me feel satisfied, and that is purity. Pure rage. Boom. The earth cracked again and again, and the deep pits spread. As Carrot stepped out again and again, the cracks caused became bigger each time. Ouch. In the deep pit, people could no longer see the roaring figure of the green giant, and could only hear screams and wails coming from beneath the ground. No one knows how deeply the monster has been trampled, because the 3 kilometers of snowy and ice fields around him have all collapsed. Crack. At this moment, someone was so frightened that he dropped his gun and fell to the ground with a plop. This is naked humiliation, flagrant play, undisguised torture, and inhumane abuse. Then, can a person who has recovered from near-death continue to be angry? The first-generation Avengers, except Thor, the god of thunder, have all gathered here. Carrot originally thought that the Hulk, who was hailed as the trump card by all Avengers personnel, would have some unexpected performances. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The light shone down, and when Carrot appeared as an invincible god, he was once again suspended in the sky from the cracks in the ice. His eyes were always staring blankly at the sky, as if waiting for something, staring quietly at the sun. Natasha, with eagle eye covered in blood on her back, looked up at this scene at the foot of the glacier, and her voice unconsciously lowered her voice when she spoke. "Why did you say you provoked him? How much money did Nick Fury give you to make you risk your life like this?" Seeing this scene, Clint Barton's pale face also showed his luck and fear of escaping from death, and he said with a cry of injustice, "Holy shit, can you blame me? If you had come out a little earlier, I wouldn't have taken the arrow with you. You said you could at least send me a message and tell me that you are in the same group." Natasha Romanoff carried him away from the battlefield step by step, cursing. "I don't want to either, but who made his spaceship look like a maze and blocked the signal? That guy Stark is right. If Al wants to kill, there will definitely be no survivors here." In the distance, the inhumane bloodbath plunged the entire snow ice field into unprecedented fear. The fish in the sea ran away one after another, and even the polar bears who were more than 10 kilometers away subconsciously stayed away when they heard the sound. When Clint Barton witnessed Carrot's invincible posture as a god on Earth, he couldn't even feel a trace of resentment in his heart. Instead, he started cursing himself in his mind for being crazy and shooting that arrow. Anyway, the injury can still be recovered, plus the other side is Natasha's friend. Thinking about it, Clint feels that it is not that important whether this mission is a mission or not. Going home to spend time with his wife and children is the right thing to do. Whoosh. On the other side, Diana jumped up and flew towards Carrot. She put her shield behind her back, stood with her sword in hand, and looked at him face to face and asked, "Carrot, the alien son who came to Earth. You brutally torture your enemies in battle, are bloodthirsty and cruel. Tell me your purpose? What is your purpose in getting involved in human society?" In midair, the mantra lasso shining with golden light suddenly tied his arm. Diana stood on the cliff, like a trainer holding a mad bull, alert as if facing a powerful enemy. But what he didn't know was that no one could tie the rope to Carrot if he didn't want to. Slowly landing on the ground, Carrot glanced at the mantra lasso on his arm, and looked at the goddess of Paradise Island with a calm and clear gaze. "You're wrong. I'm not cruel, just a little belligerent. I only want people like you and me to live well, live better and better in this world." Diana frowned. The lasso of truth would not lie. What Carrot said was true. But he was so cruel to the Hulk that even she felt palpitated and frightened. It seems that he has seen Wonder Woman's doubts, and it also seems that he has finally wanted to wait for the change. It wasn't until a flash of red light flashed on the horizon, as if it was flying from the depths of the universe and falling directly under the crevices of the glacier, that a smile gradually appeared on the corner of Carrot L's mouth. "I just want to see the power of anger after facing your fear. The huge crater cracked by the ice has reached 1,100 meters underground. There seems to be no sunlight there, but the faint light that comes through still hits Bruce Banner's face. The figure belonging to the Hulk had disappeared in the coma after wailing, and what was revealed was Bruce Banner, naked, who suddenly woke up from the cold. When he opened his eyes, before he could react to the cold things around him, the passing body temperature made him curl up into a ball subconsciously. He raised his eyelids tremblingly, and a ring with red light slowly settled on his forehead. Before. Intelligent life is locked. Bruce Banner from Sector 2814 of the Solar System. You have a boiling rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Boom. The snowflakes were floating in the world in the horror of extreme cold. The moment they merged into the whiteness of the earth, a sharp sword light broke through the barrier of sound speed and was fixed on the top of Carrot's forehead, unable to move any further. Chiang. The solemn eyes reflected a white and smooth finger, like an unshakable mount tie, blocking the Vulcan sword that could cut objects at the subatomic level. That's it. Carrot L's indifferent gaze stayed on Wonder Woman. Looking into each other's eyes, he saw the shock deep in Diana's eyes. Although I didn't feel the killing intent from this sword, this arrogance of taking action without any hesitation really makes me think highly of your rationality in facing fear. Diana quickly took a step back, her pupils trembled, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she murmured, "What a monster. You actually blocked the Vulcan sword with just one finger." Seeing this, Carrot L smiled, spread his palms and asked, "What's wrong, Princess of Paradise Island, are you afraid of me?" Hearing Carrot's somewhat arrogant words, Diana laughed in appreciation. At this moment, she once again seemed to have the same feeling she had when confronting the gods. It was the pleasure of facing the powerful and invincible, and finally surpassing herself. Now that you know where I come from, you should know that the daughter of Paradise Island has nothing to fear. I'm just belligerent. Especially, being warlike against the strong. Carrot L, this is the first time in a century and countless days and nights that I want to challenge someone. Endless fighting spirit burst out from his slightly frightened eyes, but after saying this, Carrot L's face relaxed slightly. The warlike nature of the Amazons is visible to all the world. Diana, who participated in World War I, has an open identity among the top inner circles of mankind. The Princess of Paradise Island, a goddess who calls herself a warrior. Carrot, who has the same militant characteristics, does have a blood appreciation for this type of women. Among the three, the strongest one is undoubtedly Wonder Woman. Whether it is rich combat experience, or incomparable strength and speed, even the intensity of the movie version can match the three-stage Doomsday for dozens of rounds without falling behind, and even cut off Doomsday's arm in one fell swoop. Although Hung Chao is rated as the weakest Superman, he is Superman after all, and anyone who can fight Superman must not be underestimated. So, Carrot L extended a finger. Diana was stunned for a long while, looking at Carrot's current movements with an expression of shame and anger. The angle at which the index finger was extended showed that it was not a directional gesture, but rather like the gesture of a swordsman from the old century when drawing his sword. What does it mean? Are you humiliating me? I didn't use any force with that sword just now. Carrot L pondered for a moment, but the expression on his face never changed. Just show some respect, that's all I want. In an instant, a golden light condensed on the fingertips and enveloped it, as if a layer of energy as thin as a cicada's wing had been poured into it, making it indestructible and as heavy as a mountain. The moment golden light spread across her fingertips, Diana slashed with her angry sword. Chiang. The fingertips blocked the sword light, and no one present could see their movements clearly. After image had already frozen the scene into an unobservable image. Crack crack. Crack 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 crack. Sides of ears, chest, temples, under ribs, cheeks, forehead, heart, kidneys, liver, lower abdomen, neck. As the sword struck one after another, the speed and force of each sword was harder and faster than before. But from Diana's perspective, no matter what tricky angle she drew the sword at, no matter what weird speed she swung at, no matter how terrifying the force she exerted on her hand, Carrot L's finger would always block the sword he was swinging at the moment the sword was about to pierce his body. It can't be cut away, can't be thrown away, can't be avoided, and can't be broken. It seems to have turned into an eternal wall that makes the gods sigh. It is indestructible and indestructible. And this is just Carrot's defense at the snap of his fingers. Bang 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 bang. Carrot's arms kept waving along with Diana's movements, and his feet never even moved a step. There was no expression on his face, and he didn't even bother to look at it. He relied entirely on his sense of breath to predict his movements. It wasn't until Diana jumped away, panting heavily in front of her, and thrusting the Vulcan sword into the ground angrily, that she silently retracted her fingers. Carrot L shook his head at her. Have you beaten enough? Is it okay? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Diana's face was not ordinary ugly, and her motionless figure was like a mountain that he could not shake for the rest of his life. Even though she raised her hand to protect the silver bracelet and slammed it forward, the huge sonic boom and airwave generated between the crossed arms only made Carrot's cloak dance slightly. Buzz buzz. All her self-righteous attacks are no different from the brawling of a young child venting his anger on an adult. Damn it, no, this guy is not something I can deal with. I can't beat him. Diana can accept her own failure, she can accept that her skills are inferior to others, and she can accept that she loses to others. But it didn't move even a bit. Just one finger blocking her sword became a barrier that she couldn't break through. So just imagine, how hard must Carrot's body be? Even if he stood still and let her chop for 3 days and 3 nights, what harm could she do? Can't win. There's no way to win? Diana is belligerent, but she is not stupid. This kind of opponent is not at the same level as her, and is even several levels higher than himself. She has to admit, I lost? Although I really didn't want to say these words, looking at Carrot's clear eyes, it was hard to imagine what an invincible god this was. Those eyes were not as clear as the human world, maybe it was because he was invincible. Since he came out of the cave, he was invincible and could spare others. The moment the words fell, Diana also realized that people like Carrot L were already powerful beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. He is definitely not the alien that Nick Fury said was plotting secretly and trying to cause harm to human society. If he were, humankind would have been doomed long ago. With such power, Diana couldn't imagine any new or old god being able to defeat him. Zeus? Ares? Odin? Darkseid? Diana expressed doubts, mainly because the guy in front of her seemed a bit too strong, as if he couldn't see the bottom at all. At the same time, Diana began to re-examine what Carrot had said before. Whether it was the blessing of the truth lasso or the gap between the strong and the weak, Carrot disdained and had no need to lie to her. After fighting in person, Diana now had a clearer understanding of this man's strength than anyone else. He did let him go, even letting the water of the entire Pacific Ocean go. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, a red light from deep underground illuminated Carrot's dark back. Diana looked up in surprise, and saw a red light symbolizing anger, splitting from the ground into a scarlet like a scorching fire. Black and red interweave into a vow, and at the end of eternal time, a low and empty sound is heard. Hot blood and scarlet anger. Take it from the body before it is cold. Deep hatred and grudges cook the lungs. Forge your road to the underworld. Carrot L slowly turned around, revealing a hint of expectation as if he had expected it. Just when Diana challenged Al with her arms and legs, under the crack deep into the ground that he stepped on, Bruce Banner was looking at the tempting red light ring in front of him, hesitating and stunned there. When Hulk came out, he could not see the same angle, so he didn't know what happened outside, and who would win or lose between him and the alien. But as the smartest scientist, Banner knew at a glance that there was no human remains around, but a huge human-shaped deep pit, as if it was smashed by Hulk. Then what is the result? Banner wanted to say something from the bottom of his heart about Hulk being knocked down. You have come to this day too. However, the glacier cracks that were hundreds of meters high around him also made him so desperate that he didn't want to say a word. The severe cold of more than 40 degrees below zero almost instantly froze him without clothes into the current Captain America. So under the desire to survive, he could only make a choice with an unknown result. If Hulk is the one who can attract the red light ring, then Banner is the one who can suppress the red light ring. This is a fact that everyone ignores. Bruce Banner's control over emotions has far exceeded the limits of human beings, especially for the emotion of anger. It can be said that no one in the world knows how to control anger better than him. All his seemingly cowardly external performances are just because he is a little angry, which may trigger the Hulk's full-scale rampage. So he must control it. Let's ask, a person who has been controlling his emotions for 2 consecutive years without interruption, and has not risen a trace of anger under any circumstances, how terrible is this person? Not to mention that there is a Hulk in his body ready to move? So is Bruce Banner really not angry? On the contrary, he was extremely angry, and he could even keep on being angry. But his suppression of anger was absolutely unimaginable and terrible. He was to Hulk like Jinchuriki to the tailed beast, enduring the pain of staring into the abyss all the time, but he could never get angry at all, and had to suppress himself forever. 2 years, it was no exaggeration to say that every second felt like a year. No one could escape, hunt, hide, and survive for 2 years without feeling a trace of anger, blaming others, breaking the jar, throwing it away, and destroying it when tired. But he did it. He did it. Therefore, no one is more suitable for the Red Lantern Corps than him. Those recruited by the Red Lantern Ring will always be in extreme anger, but Banner is in such a state almost all the time. And he is not only not crazy, but even alive and kicking. In addition, Hulk represents anger. The angrier he is, the stronger his power will be, and it will never end. So when Hulk shows his power, he can attract the Red Lantern Corps' ring. But he was finally kicked unconscious by Carrot. Because Banner and Hulk are the same person, the Red Lantern ring did not leave. Although neither of them admits this to each other, this is the fact. The origin of Hulk is Bruce Banner's second personality caused by his own childhood shadow. The two of them are exactly the best candidates for the Red Lantern ring. One represents anger, the angrier he is, the stronger his power will be, and the other can even suppress this anger. Under the crack, when Bruce Banner put on the ring, an unprecedented pain swept through all the cells in his body. What a hot blood it was, burning even the heart couldn't bear it. Until the red energy replaced the blood flowing in the body and sprayed out of the body, turning into a flame burning like purgatory. This kind of fire can even burn in a vacuum, burning any combustible or non-combustible material. There is nothing like this when there is anger in one's heart. The next second, as the flames spread, Banner's body slowly rose into the air. He was originally naked, but suddenly he had a black and red combat uniform. What is that? Diana looked up at Bruce Banner flying in the sky. Sure enough, he was not killed by Carrot. But what is this power? The sun seemed to be burning, and the overwhelming heat was like hell descending on the Arctic glaciers. The next moment, L's figure slowly floated into the air, and the black cloak covered a corner of the sun's rays. Seeing Bruce Banner with a painful face, the calm tone finally had a hint of expectation. It's okay, where I am, you can never be patient. L's palm slowly placed on Bruce Banner's hot chest, and bewitched in his ear. You can't control this energy completely now, relax, let this anger awaken the guy in your body. Let me see too. You who have no limit because of anger, in the end. Can you take my punch? After saying that, Carrot's palm on Banner's chest suddenly exerted force and pushed him down in an instant. The red streamer hit the blue and white iceberg. Bang! Falling from midair, Banner's figure hit the depths of the glacier, and his eyes gradually closed. The terrible flames grew bigger and bigger, burning more and more vigorously, like magma from purgatory flowing on the snowy area of the Arctic glacier. And what burst out from the magma was a perfect combination of red and green. Roar! Roaring and roaring, until the moment when the angry blood giant awakened, the new and old hatreds had turned into infinitely expanding power, and smashed down from midair fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the terrible waves that shook the earth were so loud that even Diana had to put up a shield to block it. At this moment, Carrot's cold smile came from midair. Very good. Please continue. Dance. The deafening roar made the entire army on the ground almost have the tendency to mutiny. When the fist was blocked again, Hulk's heart once again recalled the fear of being stepped on by Carrot. The red light ring will make people lose their minds and fall into brutal and bloody rage, which makes the already angry Hulk even more crazy. And the angrier you are, the stronger you are, and this stacks up almost infinitely. On the ground, Sergio Leon's face looked extremely ugly. No matter how strong the human army is, it cannot be stronger than natural disasters. These monsters are already stronger than natural disasters. Fortunately, Stark has appeared and successfully communicated with his friend Rhodes through the communication vehicle. He is now directly talking to the various general bureaus of the Gensha military and putting pressure through Parliament to directly stop the military operation against Carrot and stop the investigation of the Magnum Capsule Company. However, now that the battle has begun, it is no longer up to him whether it will stop or not. It's about whether Carrot is enjoying himself to the fullest. Boom. Roar. Angry roars resounded through the sky, and the blazing iron fist, like divine punishment falling from the sky, hit Carrot's blocking arm. A smile appeared on Carrot's face. He grabbed Hulk's arm and squeezed it hard, almost breaking his bones. Then he grabbed his neck with his backhand, and with a huge and terrifying sonic boom sound, he grabbed Hulk in the air and dragged and tore him apart. In an instant, traveling thousands of miles away, a rumbling sound could be heard from the top of the sky and clouds for a long time. In the final analysis, the lamp ring is just an auxiliary prop for you. His only power is to plunge you into irreversible anger, to make you approach an anger that you cannot reach by your own will. Then stimulate yourself to become stronger and stronger, and become stronger and stronger. Banner's heart can't stand the burning blood, but you can withstand the gamma-ray radiation, because no matter how powerful the power of anger exerted by the lamp ring is on you, your body will immediately follow this. The power of anger becomes stronger, so Carrot flew for a while, until he felt that the strength in his hand was gradually decreasing, and then he threw him away with his backhand. Tell me how strong you can be. The whistling wind passed by my ears, and after fluttering twice in the air, Hulk subconsciously flew up. Hulk's thoughts are pure and simple. Since he hates the fact that Carrot can fly, the light ring naturally gives him the power to fly. Roar. The moment the strong wind swept over the glacier, the whole world seemed to be shaking. The intensity of the magnetic field increased rapidly, and just when it was about to reach the critical point and form a distortion of space, Carrot suddenly patted his cheek gently and murmured to himself. Don't go up, don't go up, the blood of the fighting nation is not boiling yet. It's not strong enough yet. The guy on the opposite side is far from strong enough. Closing his eyes, he saw a raging heat wave in front of him, coming straight from midair, blowing the cloak behind him, making a hunting sound. The hot red blood turned into a giant fist 20 meters high, covering the sun. Seeing this scene, Carrot smiled lightly, closed his eyes, and slowly opened his arms. Standing on the top of the clouds without retreating or avoiding, as if embracing the warm sea breeze at the beach, he actually showed an expression of enjoyment. Boom. Suddenly, energy collided. The earth-shaking sound tore open a bright red line in midair, submerging Carrot's figure in the explosion. The red magma seemed to burn the entire Arctic sky into blood. Looking at this scene, Diana was stunned on the spot while holding the Vulcan sword. Hawkeye, Black Widow, Stark, Sergio Leon, and the countless intertwined figures of the army on the ground. Those who could only watch from a distance on the ground were all firmly attracted by this scene. Eyes. They are scared, they are surprised, they are shocked, they are afraid, and they cannot raise any fighting spirit. A long time. The scorching light gradually dissipated, and the smoke filled the sky revealed a pattern that could never be defeated. The sacred silver-gray dragon is like a god sitting in the sky, hovering lifelike on the chest. The dark cloak was raised behind him, and the one who stood out from the swirling smoke was the unharmed Carrot. The smile on his face was like an elder's encouragement to his back, and he nodded gently. 25 million tons is more than 60 times what it was just now. You did a good job with this punch. Carrot's voice, as light as the breeze, sounded in Hulk's ears, and it sounded very pleasant. When he looked into those blue eyes again, Hulk's eyes showed trembling fear. At this moment, all Hulk could think about was smashing and smashing on the big earth. I finally became convinced of one thing, that is, he couldn't hit this guy. The punch just now seemed to have consumed most of the red light's energy, and also restored Hulk's sanity a lot. He was breathing heavily, seeming a little surprised by his posture standing in midair and the clothes on his body. But the next second, he saw Carrot raise his hand towards him, and a ball of golden energy gathered in his palm, sizzling in the air. Is it my turn? If you continue to be angry, I'm afraid your head will be broken. Feeling that Hulk's breath was rapidly decreasing, Carrot knew that he could no longer exert more powerful power. Although he could become infinitely stronger because of the power of anger, the power of the lamp ring itself was limited. First, there was no lamp furnace, and second, there was no lamp beast. Now the anger that Hulk could reach was already at its maximum. In addition, he was tired of playing, and there was no one who could fight better here. So it was time to end it all. Boom. Looking at the terrifying energy that Carrot released, Hulk's pupils gradually enlarged, and his sturdy arms immediately hugged his head as if it was an instinctive reaction. The golden light, overflowing with brilliant energy, all poured onto Hulk's body. Like a turbulent ocean current in the deep sea, it swept him away for hundreds of miles until it exploded near the coast of the Arctic Ocean. Boom. The power of the explosion cracked layer after layer of glaciers, pushing out a tsunami hundreds of meters high, and even blowing away the tide. In the stunned horror of the crowd, a completely burned figure fell from midair motionlessly. Suddenly, a hand pressed against his chest, and he flew back to them silently. When Carrot Al threw the unconscious Bruce Banner in front of everyone, Sergio Leone immediately tensed his body and saluted him. Welcome Mr. Al to inspect the work of the 12th Military Research Project in the Arctic. Colonel Sergio Leone of the Marine Corps reports to you. Carrot Al. Forget it, let's just end the adventure story. It's boring now. Just when Carrot was stunned, Sergio Leone turned and marched to the edge of the cliff step by step, and shouted to the army below. Salute, applause from the whole army. Under the cliff, all the soldiers lined up in formation felt weak in the legs, but after hearing this order, none of them reacted slowly, and all stood at attention and saluted Al, and then applauded in unison. Wow, wow, wow. On the empty snowy ice field, a warm applause was like a cannon, so passionate. Everyone wanted to clap their hands but continued to clap. Wow, 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 wow. The next second, Sergio Leone turned around with a snap, facing Carrot in a standard military posture, with a solemn salute full of waiting to be inspected. This set of skilled movements, which seemed to have been practiced thousands of times, not only stunned the rest of the crowd, but even Carrot was unable to react for a while and was stunned for a long time. This is really impossible for him? Inspecting the work? Yes, inspecting the work. Ahem. Hello, Colonel Leon. Since the matter of the One-Punch Star has been discussed, it is now your turn to talk to me about the ways of the world. Carrot Al walked to Sergio Leone's side with his hands behind his back with a comfortable look. After hearing Carrot's words, Sergio Leone silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then waved his hand vigorously to the people below. A soldier below brought a cup of hot coffee as if he had been prepared and handed it to Al. Carrot opened his mouth in surprise and glanced at Sergio Leone. Good guy, I shouted, good guy, where did you come from in this icy and snowy world? Thank you, but I don't drink coffee. Okay, sir. As soon as Al finished speaking, Colonel Leon immediately stuffed the cup of coffee into Nick Fury's hand with lightning speed, without even looking at the spilled coffee, and pushed him. Please move aside, you are blocking Mr. Al's view. You. Nick Fury was so angry that he choked on his throat. He was scalded by the coffee, and he didn't hold it firmly and it was all over his coat. He said fuck you and didn't know whether he should say it out loud. Tony Stark's cheek twitched. Fuck. This guy is a talent. Seeing this, Diana also slapped herself in the face. Sure enough, the flexible bottom line of human positions always makes her feel stomachache unconsciously. Reaching out her hand and silently helping the unconscious Banner, Diana felt his breath and found that he was still alive. Diana originally wanted to put a piece of clothing on him, but after touching him, she found that he was very hot. Following the source of the heat, I found a blood-red ring on Banner's hand. I think the scarlet power comes from this ring. Colonel Leon, I took a general look at your research project. It's really valuable. After a long time, the applause stopped. Carrot L followed the stage steps that Sergio Leone had set up with all his might, walked to the edge of the cliff, looked at the army below, which was standing in formation but trembling, and said in a pretentious manner, "Let me think, what mission did you report for this time? Oh, by the way, it seems to be hunting down alien spies." Sergio Leone panicked. "No, sir, why not?" Carrot L sneered, grabbed Nick Fury's neck, and the hot red light in his eyes scorched his face. The next second, Nick Fury showed a green alien face. Now, it was Sergio Leone's turn to be confused. Tony Stark hung up the phone in the communication car, staggered out, and collapsed in shock. Fuck, what's going on? Damn, are all the aliens showing up now? Diana frowned, took out the lasso of truth on the spot, and put it on the scroll. Who are you? Where are you from? The scroll locked by the truth lock could only answer Diana's words. He couldn't break free of L's arm, and even escaping became a luxury. I am a Skrull from the Andromeda Galaxy. Carrot L smiled at Colonel Leon. Look, isn't this an alien spy? The results of this mission screened that Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is suspected of colluding with the Skrulls, attempting to cause large-scale military conflicts, and engaging in espionage infiltration activities for a long time. Natasha Romanoff rushed out and asked in disbelief. Oh, my god, what the hell is this? Why did Nick Fury become like this? Carrot, did you do it? Seeing this, Carrot took out a satellite phone from the Skrull without any extra nonsense and called directly. Beep. The phone rang once, and Nick Fury sighed impatiently from the other end. Carrot, let's talk. I knew you didn't have the courage to face me. You would just hide behind me and call it wisdom. I'm sorry to inform you that you have lost the qualification to stand in front of me. Carrot L said coldly to the phone. Also, even if you are on the other side of the earth, I can still kill you right now. I also know where you are. Do you want me to tell you your current location and coordinates? Hearing this, Nick Fury's voice fluctuated slightly. What do you want? Carrot L threw the Skrull to the ground, and Diana immediately held the rope tightly. It's very simple. You take the initiative to submit a resignation report, as well as a comprehensive review report from S.H.I.E.L.D., a personal fund freeze report, a personal tax investigation report, and disclose the Skrull's affairs. Let the military and parliament completely eliminate the Skrulls. All the forces of the Lu people on the earth. In the phone, Nick Fury's angry voice came. You are venting your anger. No, you are playing with fire. Carrot L asked coldly, do you know what is the funniest thing in the world? It is a self-righteous fool who tries his best to act smart and thinks he can deceive everyone. In fact, except for his own fantasy, no one in the world believes him. Carrot L did not give him any face. The only reason he can live is that Carrot knows that there is a kind of suffering in the world, called the bottom life, also known as being unable to live or die. It is because you can taste this kind of suffering in the world that you can live. This is the price you pay for provoking me. I'm very merciful by only asking you to cede land and pay compensation instead of killing you. Remember, after you resign as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., all your finances and insurance will be frozen, and you will have to go to the black neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen and beg on the street for 6 months. This is my personal punishment for you. There is no medical parole, no sentence reduction or good behavior, only an increase in sentence. If you don't reform yourself, your sentence will be extended indefinitely, from 6 months to your entire life. Of course, you have another choice. That is to call someone who is more capable of fighting to play with me. You can try, but... Carrot L leaned close to the phone, his tone full of sarcasm, and said with contempt. Do you still have the courage to gamble? Carrot L's words anchored the winner's judgment on the loser, and also marked the end of the return journey for the visitors in this endless snowy land. In a dark but luxurious basement, Nick Fury threw his cell phone to the ground angrily and frowned deeply. Carrot is not just venting his anger unilaterally. The appearance of the Skrulls in this operation is completely a soy sauce roll. If he had to retaliate in the form of venting his anger, shouldn't Captain America, Diana, and Hulk, who attacked him, be directly targeted for revenge? But in the end, Carrot chose to uproot the Skrulls directly, and left the complete eradication operation to two unreliable things, the military and the parliament. This move deeply aroused Nick Fury's vigilance. As an alien, or even as a citizen living on the other side of the ocean, does Clark's grandson trust these things so much? Natasha Romanoff also stared at Carrot with deep eyes. This invincible god on Earth is by no means a reckless man who only uses his fists. He is well versed in the rules of human society and knows how to use these rules to make what he wants to do more beneficial. Carrot, I think. As soon as Natasha spoke, Carrot interrupted her and looked into her eyes calmly. Don't beg for mercy. I know you have a good relationship with that braised Dantu, but the biggest beneficiary after his downfall is you. Carrot's words stunned Natasha. Suddenly, she discovered that this human god was actually very close to everyone. If the place he reaches when he takes off is a height that we can never reach, then when he lands, the warmth he brings is so tangible. Carrot L said calmly, with Nick Fury alone, you will never be able to live the life you truly deserve. Because he will not let such an outstanding ace agent who can continue to work leave him. But if this continues, you will become a fly like him, or die in one of the missions. Natasha Romanoff's eyes dimmed, she took 2 steps forward, shook her head charmingly, and lightly hit the S on Carrot's chest. Thank you for your kindness, friend, but I don't deserve that kind of life. I am a relic of the old era. Besides, you said you saw it before, and I can't act like a normal person. Natasha thought that maybe she had been in the snowy land for a long time, and her body and heart had reached the point where she could no longer keep warm. Don't be like that old popsicle over there. He's useless and just makes trouble. Carrot L continued to interrupt Natasha. Let Diana take you to Paradise Island, or you come to me. I also have a lot of things I need you to do. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff raised her lips in self-mockery. Sure enough, all the organizations in the world are greedy for her abilities, and for this reason, they will do anything to recruit her. Even Carrot is no exception, and immediately mocked. Then what's the difference from before? And what's the difference between you and Nick? Carrot looked directly into Natasha's eyes. He shook his head word by word. No, remember what I said. Natasha Romanoff lowered her eyebrows and hesitated for a moment, then asked, exchange sincerity for sincerity. Carrot's face showed the gentleness that belonged to Superman and Wukong, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as soft as the rays of the sun. Well, of all the organizations in the world, there is no one who doesn't desire the Black Widow's spy capabilities. But I don't need your professional agent level or the physical body that can add to this level. Because that's not your real power. Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked at him doubtfully. But what else do I have besides these? The delicate heart that has been polished in danger, the empathy after witnessing all tragedies, and the heart that finds another one in the abyss that one wants to save, and the most selfless protection of the people around him. L answered without hesitation. It sounds idealistic, but I'm not that noble. Natasha Romanoff's tone was very understated, but there was some hidden movement in her heart. Shook his head silently. It's just a kind of reliability. This is all about me and Nick Fury, and those organizations don't care at all. Natasha Romanoff looked angry and funny. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? You actually said that a spy is reliable. Seemed to have not heard her words, turned around and said, there are many people like you and me who need a destination and a starting point. And I'm doing it. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but be silent for a long time. The Black Widow, who never hesitated no matter what decision she made, actually showed a rare hesitation at this moment. And the reason for that hesitation was very simple, just because Al understood her. Except for Clint Barton, this alien whom she had only met once seemed to understand her better than everyone she knew. After a long time, Natasha asked, then why are you doing this? L turned back and smiled, like you, I am not that noble. I do this because I have a desire to rule over power, status, and wealth. Many people regard this as a villain, but if we can do better and be more reliable, don't we have the right to vote and be elected? Another selfish point is. L looked back, his blue eyes flashing with ambition and solemnity. I hope that in this era, his last name is L. And my era must be the best era. To this end, we must pick up sincerity and strength. After the voice fell, L walked towards Sergio Leone, who had been standing at attention for a long time, without looking back, and gently patted his shoulder. You are good, you have a wide road to walk. After reporting and exposing Nick Fury, you should have military merits. Sergio Leone's mind moved, and his eyes lit up unconsciously. Glanced at the Kryptonian reconnaissance ship, and walked step by step to the front of many soldiers. His flying cape and the S pattern of the silver dragon coiled like their well-deserved idol logo. He began to speak. Hello, soldiers, I am L, CEO of the Universal Capsule Company. This visit to the 12th Military Research Project in the Arctic has been successfully completed. For your selfless dedication, on behalf of the Universal Capsule Company, I would like to express my condolences to everyone. Stark and his men were amazed by the set of rhetoric. L faced thousands of troops, delivering his post-war speech. Of course, since the research is about to end, everyone will be able to return home soon. As a reward for everyone's hard work, a bonfire party will be held tonight, and I will pay for it. All those who participated in this mission can get $1,000 in consolation funds. Although it's not much, it's enough to fill everyone's table with a steak and a glass of whiskey. Sergio Leone rushed up with a goose step, his eyes shining, and shouted to the people below. In order to thank Mr. Al for his funding, everyone fired a cannon to express their gratitude. Colonel Leon felt extremely excited. He never expected, that the ultimate vested interest would be him. Under the stunned eyes of Wonder Woman, Black Widow, Iron Man, and Captain America, who was rescued by Diana's sword and shattered the ice, their views were shattered. The blue sky suddenly rang out with gunshots and cannons. The missiles that were supposed to hit Carrot now turned into fireworks specially set off for him. Amidst bursts of cheers, Carrot waved to everyone silently, like a leader responding to their soldiers. This scene made Tony Stark's gums tremble when he saw it. He didn't know whether he was cold or frightened, so he muttered in a low voice, "Oh my god, what kind of nonsense has this guy learned in human society?" Diana smiled softly and looked at Elle's back. At some point, she had already changed into the attire for the dinner. Isn't that good? It shows that he has really integrated into this place. Steve Rogers immediately pulled a blanket over his body and wrapped it tightly around his arms, with a cold breath coming out of his mouth. Okay, now I know what it means to be cold. I really don't know how I survived those 70 years. Natasha held up her forehead with a helpless expression. I'll go, this trick is really fucking slippery. Time is frozen in the distant tomorrow. The sunlight reflected through the blue ice reflects Carrot's smile as he slowly looks towards the sky. The bonfire slowly rose, and as the bright moonlight from the horizon fell on the earth, among countless armies, the 12th Arctic Military Base finally ushered in a bonfire party with the complete completion of the research project. Natasha stayed by Hawkeye's side, feeding him a bowl of soup, telling him the story of Carrot and the fate of Nick Fury in the end. I heard the wounds on Clint Barton's body being torn open again and again, whether he was laughing or angry. Sergio Leone was sitting in front of the computer, frantically calling his boss and typing emails. On the other side of the computer, General Swan, who was in the military council, had a complicated expression after receiving the report from his subordinate, but at the same time he was stunned and remained silent for a long time. Bruce Banner slowly woke up in bed. When he woke up and saw Carrot for the first time, he almost fainted again from fright. Steve was originally looking for Stark to reminisce about old times, but these two pairs of shields and irons, who are incompatible with each other in nature, quickly started fighting after a few words of conversation. And Stark, who has been trained by Piccolo hell, can fight with the American team back and forth without using steel armor. If it weren't for his 50/50th attributes, he could even be knocked down directly. The soldiers who returned to the military base seemed to be in a dream, but more and more people discovered that in their twists and turns of life, they still had money, wine, food, and they could go home. After spending so many years in this barren world of ice and snow, many soldiers have become aware of their homesickness. Carrot's method of ruling with a big stick and sweet dates, although not brilliant. But since one is willing to take the steps, the other is willing to walk up. Why don't you all enjoy it? As a result, countless soldiers seemed to explode, and the most talked about topic was Carol. Some say he is a god on Earth, some say he is a generous capitalist, some say he is a god who subdues monsters. Of course, some people will say in their hearts that he may be the incarnation of the devil in the human world, but he has a short mouth to eat others and a short hand to take advantage of others. As long as there is no poison in this food, then whether you are a god or a devil, what does it have to do with me? What's more, the people at the top are there to exchange cups with him, so what do they have to worry about? Some soldiers were even brave enough to ask Al to come on stage to perform a heat ray. So, when Carrot L looked at him with red eyes, the soldier directly explained on the spot what it meant that Yagong was a good dragon. The best martial arts club in the world sounds interesting. With the wind and snow blowing, Carrot L and Diana stood side by side, looking at Stark, who threw Captain America to the ground in the audience, and their cups also clinked together. These two of the three giants of Jinglian finally met at the origin of this world. What you said to Natasha before was to consciously gather people like us together. Diana lifted her hair and asked Carrot tentatively. She thought Carrot would deny it, but the man in front of her unexpectedly nodded and sighed deeply. We should do this, shouldn't we, Diana? Have you been waiting for a day like this for a long time? In other words, everyone like me, or even everyone in the parallel universe, should have been waiting for a long time. Not only do we unite and fight on the unknown side of the world, we also unite on the basis of the original social foundation of this world. The world will let you down, essentially because you have forgotten the process of connecting with it. Maybe in billions of worlds, you are all like this. But in fact, if these two places are regarded as battlefields, then you who are protecting the masses on the other battlefield should also be protected by the masses on this battlefield. So now, just think that I am doing this as a human being, and wait until one day humans want to do it and can do it. As I should, I came to your side. The soft light of the bonfire fell on Carrot's face in the swaying, and was heard by Natasha, who came to deliver wine behind him, and also made Diana's eyes fascinated. He seemed to understand why Carrot said such words during the day. He was neither a hero nor a devil. He was a human, or rather, he was a kind of person who was more human than them. So, he could be a bridge connecting them and lead them to fly higher. But humans are sometimes not so beautiful. Diana sighed secretly. So, we need some people who are both light and human. Drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Carrot L's words murmured and echoed in the night sky. We also need an excellent ruler. Suddenly, the two looked down at the same time. As the bonfire rose slowly, rows of soldiers stood in line on the empty playground, pulling a banner with a smile on their faces. The eye-catching S was enlarged as the first letter, and the outlined lines and logos made it clear at a glance that it was the pattern on L's chest. That is. In Diana's surprised eyes, Carrot L silently read out the word, Superman. Suddenly, Carrot's eyes suddenly looked into the distance, and saw the window of the Kryptonian spaceship standing on the snowy glacier, revealing Jor-El's relieved smile. Carrot smiled knowingly, took a new margarita from Natasha's hand, and slowly raised the glass to the soldiers below, with wine as a meaning. Cheers to the moon, to hope, to my father, to my life experience, to planet Vegeta, to my mother. Cheers to the earth, and to the beginning of the future. Although the wind and rain outside are sweeping the world like a bucket, in this chaotic world, which day is not facing the crisis of destruction? Kent Farm, Smallville, Kansas. The wheat swaying in the wind creates a prosperous scene on the land. Farming will always be the unchanging theme of human civilization. Since the old man's surnamed son passed away, the Sun family farm next door was originally taken over by Zhang Shu, but later Carrot was acquired by him again when he came of age and merged into the Kent farm together. This place is no different than the night in Gotham, filled with the mysterious blackness of sinful viruses. It can't compare to the daytime in New York, which is dazzling and filled with the hustle and bustle of the bustling city. This town is very plain, even very backward and poor, but this endless golden tassel is the only pure land in Carrot L's heart. And here, he also has another name. In the pure white farmyard, the barking of chickens and dogs could be heard. The little white native dog was sniffing something around him. Suddenly he raised his head and looked around. Woof, woof. On the kitchen table, there is always a stick of sweet roasted corn next to 2 plates of croissants. They still remember that Clark's favorite food when he was a child was roasted corn. After returning from farm work as usual, Jonathan parked the tractor in the barn, took off the straw hat on his head, and walked into the house. As dusk came, Martha prepared today's sumptuous dinner for him. She looked at his movements of wiping sweat and said complainingly, "You don't have to work so late every time. The money sent by my son is enough to support us in the next life." However, as soon as these words came out, Martha's eyes dimmed. She wiped her hands on the table with a rag and suddenly paused. "I know, but we're not old enough to spend our son's money yet." Jonathan responded casually, picked up the tea on the table, and drank a cup casually. You know what it means when a Kent boy finally learns to make money. It means we're old and it's time for him to take over the farm from us. Martha smiled. The hot weather made her turn on the air conditioner and smiled. Old man son's farm belonged to him 5 years ago. Are you planning to leave your farm to others? Jonathan was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression on his face, and whispered, I don't want to die so early. I also want to watch Clark get married and have children, and even watch his grandchildren grow up. The two sat at the dining table. Martha brought a plate of croissants to Jonathan's side, and then began to cut the ham. After hearing this, she rolled her eyes at him. What you think is quite beautiful. If it weren't for you, Clark wouldn't have left. After hearing this, no matter how many times the two of them had quarreled about this matter, Jonathan Kent would always pause slightly when picking up the knife and fork, and sighed in a low voice. I'm sorry, Martha, but you have to understand that the world is not ready for him, for our child. You saw the reaction of those neighbors 5 years ago. They didn't feel grateful whether Clark saved them or not. They were just afraid, instinctive fear. When he said this, Jonathan Kent's face was full of helplessness and heartache. When Martha saw this, she also sighed slightly, walked to the kitchen and took out the fresh milk from the microwave oven, but her eyes always stayed on the skewers of roasted corn. In the end, Martha leaned on the door frame and sighed tiredly and heartbroken. I know, and I understand you, Jonathan. Growing up, we have gone through many surveys, from schools, communities, and interest classes. Is there ever a time when I'm not on tenterhooks? I don't blame you for saying this. I understand that our son deserves a better sky. I am. Martha suddenly choked up, holding back her tears, and touched the photo frames everywhere in the house. I just miss him a little bit. He was only that old when he left me. I don't know how much suffering I have to endure in a big city alone. It's all because we didn't protect him well. Upon seeing this, Jonathan Kent immediately put down the food in his hand, hugged his wife Martha, and patted his back gently. Okay, he has already learned to send money home, and nothing will happen to him. You also said that when he grows up, the money will be enough for us to spend for the rest of our lives. And Martha was in his arms, sobbing. Come on, you dare say you never miss him. Don't think I don't know, your smoking addiction has gotten worse since Clark left. Jonathan Kent gently patted Martha on the shoulder and sighed. Yeah, how could I not want to? He is the whole meaning of my life, but it's funny, I keep telling him to ignore those things, but I do. Jonathan Kent paused. He deeply regretted his impulse to rush to save people that day. But I charged into the storm. That also led to him having to leave. I believe that one day the world will see this, and at that time, if he makes any mistakes, it will be because I failed to protect him. The two hugged each other in silence, like two empty nesters, expressing each other's longing for their son, until a sound that was too familiar to be heard came along with the barking of a dog at the door, and the sound of the key turning to open the door revealed a grown-up figure. But if something happens to you that day, it will be my unforgivable fault. The soft words replaced the longing for the vicissitudes of life. The student who had been away from home for several years finally stood in front of his parents again after replacing the tenderness of his shoulders. Jonathan and Martha were shocked by the person who opened their door with the key. After 3 seconds, tears gradually filled their eyes. Carrot, who was wearing casual clothes, slowly put down the large and small bags in his hands, slowly opened his hands, and there was also a hint of ripples in his voice. I'm back, father, mother, Clark. Martha widened her eyes in disbelief, and rushed forward excitedly to hug him. What a familiar voice, what a familiar figure. Even if he has grown up, even if his appearance has grown up, as a parent, even if he will be surprised at his growth, he will never forget who he is. Oh, my God, you've grown up so much, my child. Is it you? Am I not dreaming? You're back. Carrot Owl hugged Martha, stretched out his hand, gently helped her tidy up her hair, with a smile on his face. This is not a dream, Mom, I'm back. Compared to Martha's undisguised excitement, Jonathan turned around quickly, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then turned around without changing his expression, walked to Carrot's side, and patted his shoulder. Have you eaten? Your mother prepared your favorite roasted corn. Carrot Owl scratched his head, and his throat tightened for a moment. Jonathan turned around and wiped his tears. Naturally, he saw the action of Jonathan turning around and wiping his tears. Of course, I can eat anytime, Dad, especially at home. After saying that, Jonathan Kent looked at Martha who was crying in Carrot's arms, and cleared his throat, as if applying for a report. Ahem, I want to drink that special wine tonight, you are not allowed to stop me. Martha glared at him instantly, gritted her teeth and looked her husband up and down, and smiled coldly. Huh. I seem to remember the special wine Clark sent back last time, didn't you say you finished it? Did you hide it secretly? Jonathan Kent's face was panicked, and Carrot Owl saw this, shook his head with a dumb smile, and quickly rescued his father. Okay, it's okay, Mom, I got a lot of new ones. When Martha heard Clark's words, she gave Jonathan a fierce look, and the joy of her son's return finally made Martha let him go. All along, Martha thought her husband was just smoking, but she didn't expect that he was secretly drinking without telling him. Working so hard on farm work every day, isn't this body in bad shape? Carrot Owl looked at Jonathan Kent and Martha for a moment. His eyes could see more clearly than the best X-ray machine in the world. Jonathan Kent was fine. It was just that his lungs had been damaged by smoking. Seeing this, Carrot walked up to him, pulled out the cigarettes and lighter from his pocket and threw them into the trash can. No more smoking in the future. Jonathan Kent was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand to pinch the back of Carrot's neck. Although he didn't pinch it, Carrot still shrank his neck in cooperation with him. Smelly boy, I haven't fallen to the point where I need you to control me, right? But there is no negotiation on this matter. Jonathan Kent. Seeing the father and son playing, Martha couldn't help but smile warmly. If you come back more often, he won't smoke. Walking into the kitchen, Martha sorted out the various foods brought in the package, all of which were specialty snacks from all over the country. She began to blame her son for spending money indiscriminately, but her eyes were full of a relieved smile. Carrot L looked at Jonathan Kent with a smile on his face. Really? Then I have to come back often to keep an eye on you, father. Jonathan Kent looked like he was about to collapse, and lamented, oh, God, I'm old, so old that I need my son and wife to supervise me at the same time. Ha ha ha. The laughter brought by the joy, the warmth between family members, is often the most pure and simple. Carrot first toasted his adoptive parents Jonathan with 3 glasses of wine. The half-inch between the cups was slightly lower, which also symbolized respect for the two people. After 3 rounds of wine and 10 dishes, Carrot L suddenly fell silent after enjoying the warmth for a while. What's wrong, son? Feeling that the atmosphere had changed, Jonathan Kent and Martha looked at him with concern, and Martha sat directly next to him. Carrot looked at them solemnly. Father, mother, I found my origins. The two bodies shook at the same time, and Jonathan Kent gently grasped Martha's shaking hand. Carrot L pondered for a moment, looked into their eyes and said solemnly, Carrot L, this is indeed my name. I know where I came from, I know all my origins, I know who my parents are, and I have found the meaning of my coming here. Martha's eyes were slightly red, with tears in the corners of her eyes, but the hand that stroked L's cheek was full of blessing and joy. Wow. Congratulations, Carrot, you are no longer a child without a past. No, mother, don't call me that name. Carrot L with one hand he held Martha in his arms, wiped the tears from her face, and gently coaxed her. That name doesn't belong here. Don't cry, I'm not going anywhere, and no one will take me away from you. I'm here. I will always be your son. Hearing Carrot's words, Martha choked with sobs, hugged him tightly, and sobbed. Clark, my son. Jonathan Kent hurriedly poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all until the spiciness of the alcohol spread to his throat, and then he held back the tears in the corners of his eyes, but he still couldn't help sniffling. Good boy, you have really grown up. Carrot L patted her back gently. Only here could he talk about everything. I say these things because I have to face it. Face the world, face the public. For 5 years, I have been preparing for this day, so that the world can accept me. Although it will not be the gentle form they want, I must try to make the world accept more people like me. I have to take the initiative, I have to face these. Jonathan Kent poured another glass of wine for his son, and his gratified eyes extended a sigh of distress, but he had expected that this day would come. If you think it's time, then go fly, son. Fly in the sky in front of the world. Last night's wine seemed to be more intoxicating than ever. Carrot's first feeling when he slept in this small bed that belonged to him again was, how come it is much smaller? Although he didn't need to sleep, he slept particularly sweetly in this bed last night. After waking up, Carrot stroked the little border collie's dog's head. Unfortunately, he didn't have the superhuman dog little Krypton. But this is normal. He came from planet Vegeta, so Jor-El wouldn't deliberately steal a dog and stuff it into the spacecraft to visit them. As for whether Jor-El would have built a rocket on Krypton to mail the little Krypton over, that was unlikely. Just for a dog, I boarded a rocket, and the Kryptonian public funds can be used privately. After putting on her clothes, Carrot L turned on the TV. At this time, the news in New York was already breaking out. Tony Stark returned from his disappearance and immediately shut down the weapons manufacturing department. However, this time, Stark Industries shares did not fall so alarmingly, because he took Wanda and his sister to the press conference. Along the way, Carrot took a video of Stark's torture and sent it to them, which made the two of them less angry. And he also fulfilled the treaty between the two parties and handed Stark over to Wanda and the others. The two parties had a frank talk, and while Tony expressed his regret to the two and admitted his mistakes, he also informed them that they would completely close the weapons manufacturing department. He even directly invited Wanda brother and sister to speak out with their own personal experiences and denounce the evil military industry in front of the entire United States. Wanda and Wanda were already dubious about Stark's repentance, so they also went along, and the result? They have become stars. No 5 Ryan. Seeing Wanda and the others being pushed in front of the media, Carrot L wanted to call Stark and force him to write a 500,000-word adventure experience. But looking at Wanda on TV, who was gradually filled with tears under the public's concern, Carrot finally sighed and silently dialed the number of the Public Relations Department of the Universal Technology Building. Bob, warn all media and private marketing accounts that if there are any articles that discredit Wanda and her siblings, they will pay the price. After the matter is over, find a way to make them fade out of the public's view. We can't let them become tools for those unscrupulous media to make money. You and the legal department will follow up at the same time and protect them at all times. Got it, boss, don't worry, Miss Bulma has already ordered it. After hanging up the phone, L leaned on the sofa silently, looking at the sweet girl with a queen-like style on the TV, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This girl is always so easily moved. Since the world owes you a concern, let it pay it back. If it doesn't, I will force it to pay it back. Clark? Someone is looking for you at the door. Just then, Martha's voice came from the yard, and L was stunned for a moment. Huh? Looking for me? Who can look for him and come here? I'm here. Confused, Carrot found a pair of trousers and put them on while shouting at the door. In the yard, Martha was feeding chickens and dogs, while Jonathan was preparing to build a stable, because the geographical environment of the Kent family farm was not suitable for driving. So he planned to raise 2 horses, one as pets, and the other to keep the cows in the cowshed company. Seeing L walk into the yard, a city girl in formal clothes instantly cast a curious look at him. Who are you? It's not easy to find you, mysterious Mr. Al. My name is Lois Lane, from the Daily Planet. Lois Lane had a confident look on her face. She was confident that she could find this place alone. Al's pupils shrank, and she was stunned for a moment. Lois Lane? Superman's official match? Al looked at the girl in front of him. If someone else found this place, he would be a little surprised, but if it was Lois Lane, it would be very reasonable. For no other reason, it was because she and Superman were destined in countless universes. Louise Lane turned her head slightly, looking at Al and the farmyard in front of her. Won't you invite me in to sit down? I've been walking for 2 hours. Al returned to the house, took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator, threw one to her, glanced at the adoptive parents beside him, and shook his head. No, let's go out and talk. After that, he took Louise Lane outside, and the two came to the wheat field, walking between the golden ears of wheat until there was no one around. What do you want to see me for? Interview. Louise Lane nodded, observing Carrot with a smile on her face. The sun shone on the two of them, leaving only 2 pairs of eyes looking at each other in the wheat field, slowly staring at each other. Yes, Mr. Al, I attended the first press conference of the Universal Capsule Company, but unfortunately I didn't see you there. So I want to know the story of a business legend. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to get such an opportunity next time. Al listened to Louise Lane's frequently changing heartbeat and shook his head on the spot. If it's half true and half false, you'd better replace the false part with the real one, maybe I will agree. Louise Lane's face froze. She didn't expect that she would be exposed so quickly. She could only spread her hands, took out the recorder on her body, and symbolically turned it off. Okay, this is indeed my original purpose. What about the purpose now? I came here 3 days ago. Louise Lane hesitated, as if judging and speaking is it dangerous to come. I have found out some other things here. About you? Hearing this, L nodded calmly. He never expected the farmers nearby to keep secrets for him for a lifetime. He was thankful that he could squeeze out 5 years. So, Ms. Louise, are you going to expose these? Louise Lane fell silent. She didn't know how to answer, but L continued to ask. Have you thought about the consequences? First, I can kill you to silence you. Second, once my affairs are exposed, it will not be me who will be in trouble, but you? Not to mention whether the public will accept it. Do you think Zhengshu will let this rumor spread? After a report, the Daily Planet may close down in an instant, or even disappear from this world overnight. L looked at her calmly, and gave Louise Lane the deepest hair stand on end with the most indifferent and contemptuous warning. After standing under the golden wheat field for a long time, Louise Lane finally nodded solemnly. I know the answer. So, do you really have that kind of superpower? L murmured in reply, yes, and it's stronger than you think. Louise Lane followed Carrot's gesture of crossing her arms across her chest, and also covered her arms in front of her chest, smiling and saying, then this can be considered a secret between us. Of course, the premise is that you destroy the recorder hidden in a certain part of your body for me. Yes, that part where your hand is placed, no need to hide it, I can see it. Louise Lane. Suddenly, at this moment, a call came to his mobile phone, and Carrot, who answered the call, began to look more serious when he heard the content. Well, okay, I know. Thanks, Natasha, please send the detailed information to my computer. Leave this matter to me, don't interfere, it's not something you can handle. After L hung up the phone, he seemed to have forgotten that there was someone beside him, just silently lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, but a plant suddenly came out of his mouth. Fuck. What's wrong? Louise Lane saw that Carrot's face looked a little strange, so she asked, and at the same time handed him the hidden recorder. Ms. Lane, I also have a question. As a reporter, do you really want to do something with this method, or do you just want to win awards and make money? Suddenly, L, who took the recorder, crushed it into pieces with a bang, and looked at Louise Lane with a look of scrutiny. Louise Lane opened her mouth in horror, and blurted out without hesitation. Of course, both. L nodded. That's great, Louise, I'll give you a business card, and when I need you, I'll let you witness and report something with your own eyes. Name, Yuen Daegu. Age, 26 years old. Sentence of imprisonment, alien civilization infiltration. Donor code, 1. Experimental project, Gene. Signed documents as follows. I, Yuen Daegu, was arrested on August 31, 2004 for alien civilization infiltration and interstellar espionage. After investigation, I was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of social rights for life. I am applying for a project report today. I will voluntarily participate in the research of the number 0 experimental project as a donor. In order to contribute to the development of human civilization into the universe, I will unconditionally and voluntarily donate my body with scientific research value. Organizational relationship, Emperor. Signature, UN Daegu. Eyes, not yet opened, the voice heard in the hazy moment penetrated into my mind from my ears coldly. The transparent glass flashed the pale shadowless lamp of the laboratory, and the originally blurred vision began to gradually become clear from the anesthesia. UN Daegu opened his eyes weakly, and his scattered pupils gradually focused on a pure white color. Drip drip drip. Here. Where is this place? Standing around him, pairs of cold eyes looked at him as if they were looking at meat on a chopping board. Daegu panicked and wanted to sit up, but was horrified to find that his limbs had lost all feeling, and the faint needle holes were obviously injected with anesthetics. Who are you? What do you want to do? He remembered that on the night when he defeated the Kyrielloids, he was about to return to the team when someone suddenly covered his mouth and nose from behind, and then it seemed that a needle injected something into his hand, and then he lost consciousness. Welcome to Wake Up, Donor No. 1. Rob Edmonds, who was in charge of Project Zero, smiled faintly when he saw UN Daegu wake up. Donor No. 1. What donor number 1? What are you talking about, you bastard? UN Daegu stared at the man with a pale face. For a moment, he was stunned and showed a look of extreme fear. In addition to being anesthetized, his limbs were tightly handcuffed. The eyes of everyone around him made him shudder. Damn it. UN Daegu had never experienced such a degree of fear, and he couldn't even hide it. Even if he faced a terrifying monster as big as a mountain, he dared to rush forward, and even when facing a cosmic visitor who challenged him, he never retreated a bit. However, at this moment, he felt a kind of cold. It was a kind of cold that seeped out from the bottom of his heart and was hard to get rid of. However, the next second, a hand wearing a white glove immediately pressed his arm, forced one of his fingers apart, and dipped it in ink. Rob Edmonds in front of him symbolically showed him the document in his hand, and when he saw the content on it, UN Daegu was struck by lightning. Let me go. What aliens sneaked in? What volunteered to be an experimental donor? I don't admit it. Let me go. UN Daegu desperately shouted and struggled, but he couldn't stop his fingers from being pried open and his fingerprints pressed on the terrible document. For a moment, the feeling of collapse and despair swept over. The taste of panic and trembling gradually paralyzed his brain. When the figure of his companion disappeared, he was left alone. Sir, he is a little too noisy, do you want to sew his mouth? Suddenly, a strong hand pressed his mouth, making Daegu even hopeless to shout in despair, and the whole person fell into collapse and despair. No, Verena, give me another shot of anesthetic. The meeting outside is being held, and I can't wait to extract his genetic results. That will make our situation more favorable. Rob Edmonds glanced at UN Daegu, who collapsed in the struggle, and gently stroked his hair, as if stroking a rare treasure. Okay, sir. Verena nodded, but the moment she took her hand away, UN Daegu suddenly felt something in his mouth, cold and irony. He glanced at Verena, and saw that the woman wearing a mask glared at him with a slight warning, as if telling him to be honest. UN Daegu suppressed the fear and doubt in his heart, and calmly put the thing under his tongue. The terrible situation in front of him left him no time to think about the whole reason for coming here, but he had to seize every possible opportunity to escape. Verena Custer slowly pushed a shot of anesthetic into the vein in his arm. Not long after, UN Daegu felt dizzy and fell into a coma again. All this happened too suddenly. Do these people want to analyze the power of the giant? What is the end waiting for him? In this dark laboratory, will someone outside come to save him? If they really analyze the method of becoming a giant, will humans be in danger? If. It seems that there is no if. Thinking about it, UN Daegu closed his eyes again after a dizzy spell. Seeing this, Rob Edmonds smiled coldly. Let's get started. Prepare to take the donor's genes. Boom. In the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean, a pyramid-shaped floating research base is standing under the dark clouds on the sea. TPC Earth Peace United. Strong winds and rain, accompanied by dense thunder nets in the sky, layer upon layer, like a shadow hanging over everyone's heart, suppressing the heart of everyone in the command room. A photo listed as the highest level wanted poster appeared on the big screen in horror. The partner they used to spend day and night with has been missing for more than 18 hours. Zizzy. At this moment, the door to the war conference room was suddenly slowly opened, and a mature and beautiful woman with long hair reaching her waist walked in with a solemn expression. When everyone saw this, they immediately gathered around. Captain, what on earth is going on? Why is Daegu suddenly wanted? Where is he now? Is there any news about him? Munakata and Shinjo were the first to speak among the crowd, but it was Lena who had the most eager eyes. As the last person to see Daegu, Huijian was called for questioning as expected. She shook her head deeply. No, and from now on, all personnel of the victory team will enter the review period and suspend all work at hand until Gensha's review is completely completed. Everyone looked at each other in shock. When Zinken heard this, he dropped his cup impatiently. What the hell, what are these guys going to censor? It's just baffling. Where's the director? Where's the staff officer Quan Tang? Why did it become like this overnight? Zinken's roar also represented the anger and grievance in everyone's heart. Zhong Feng immediately pressed his shoulders and looked at him to calm down. New town. Huijian didn't understand everyone's mood. As a person involved, everything happened too quickly. Daegu disappeared and a wanted order was issued, but the most important thing was, you guys should take a look at this first. The deep blue sea is turbulent. In a ship suite heading to the southern Pacific Strait, the Kremos Islands, L was also watching the same video. About 10 hours ago, a call from Natasha brought him an astonishing message. The official world supernatural organizations of various countries simultaneously received an email from the Imperial Organization. The content of the file is the whole story of the TPC Victory investigation team going to the giant pyramid to stop the super ancient monsters Galzin and Melba from destroying the giant stone statue. And the whole thing ended with the giant codenamed Ultramantiga waking up from his long sleep. But at the end of the file, a deliberately marked flight video that was restored from the black box of the Victory Swallow No. 1 crash. It was suddenly transmitted to the computers of those official organizations, and that plane was driven by Yuan Daegu. Almost immediately, the Monarch organization applied for an arrest warrant and a wanted order from the Genshu Joint Management Association, and at the same time put pressure on Sakura Genshu as an official of America. There is no way, he is the father. Will it work if he doesn't obey? When L activated the super hearing detection, he actually found that this matter had something to do with him. Remember that he knocked down Godzilla, who was greedy for Stark's body, with one punch at sea, which caused an uproar in the Monarch organization. Unexpectedly, his actions also caused Dr. Saraizawa to speculate that the giant defeated the monster, and he immediately reported to the top of the Monarch organization. In other words, Yuan Daegu took the blame for the alien infiltration for him. The Monarch organization, which has been dealing with various Titan monsters for many years, naturally took it seriously as soon as it heard that the giant could deal with monsters, and sent people to investigate. And this also allowed them to accidentally obtain key information, the black box of Feiyin No. 1. As we all know, Feiyin No. 1 has chased countless times, and there are countless black boxes. But only the first time, it crashed completely. Because even Masaka Kigo in the later period could only retrieve the satellite images at that time, but did not get the flight video in it. In other words, it was completely broken. At the same time, the TPC headquarters, which was anxious to send manpower to recover the stone statue debris, had no time to deal with the wreckage of Feiyin No. 1 next to it. This just happened to give the Monarch organization a big chance. And the reason why L asked Natasha to evacuate and not to intervene in this matter because of the Order of S.H.I.E.L.D. was because he noticed more things at the first time. Behind this is likely to involve the struggle between the two major organizations of Monarch and TPC, and also involves the worldview of the monster universe. And Natasha is alone. If she really rashly participates in these things, she will be in danger. Pulse 340. Blood pressure 390. Body temperature is close to 45 degrees. Donor No. 1 has severe breathing difficulties, immune system disorder, and blood oxygen saturation decreases. Test records. The experimental subject is already at the limit of the human body. There is a possibility of dying. Unknown reactions are occurring. Life data is in uncontrollable growth, and genetic changes have been recorded. Doctor, should we continue to use drug stimulation? On the cold laboratory table, the dazzling shadowless lamp shines palely on the pure white surroundings. The reactions from different drug stimulations make the face that was once as bright as the sun no longer show a trace of innocence and simplicity, only stupidity and dullness caused by brain overheating. Yuan Daegu lay on the cold sterile bed, like a piece of raw meat placed on a plate for people to taste, with only occasional beating nerve reactions left to please the people who were cutting him. Various instruments were connected to his body, frantically drawing his blood, while supplying him with nutrient solution at critical values, and even sedatives and anesthetics were ready to be injected at any time. However, facing the dying Daegu, the figures in the laboratory who took the knife were not moved at all. There was no trace of pity or sympathy in their eyes, because in their hearts, they did not regard Yuan Daegu as a fellow. He was just an alien, not a human being. It's unbelievable. Rob Edmonds exclaimed in shock, and his dilated pupils were full of greed. From a clinical medical point of view, the human body will inevitably suffer irreversible cell damage and complications when it falls into this state of dying. But the body of donor No. 1 has only been extremely overdrawn in physical strength so far. It's incredible. Here, Yuan Daegu doesn't even deserve a name, and everyone calls him just donor No. 1. Doctor, the gene analysis report is out. There is a special root factor in his genetic factors, which is neutralizing his condition in a unique form of conversion. Rob Edmonds' eyes were as bright as the greedy demon in a horror story. He looked at Yuan Daegu's eyes as if he was bewitched by Pandora's box. Continue. Continue to increase the dose. I want to see how far this change can go. But, if the dose is increased again, Rob Edmonds glared at Verena coldly. It doesn't matter. As long as the final data can be recorded, he will die. He is not one of us. Why do you feel sorry for him? Besides, even if he is. Rob Edmonds slowly took off his mask and showed a kind smile. So what? Seeing this, Verena Castor silently looked at the timetable on the experiment record, and then showed the same smile. Click. The next second, the lights in the laboratory suddenly went out. In the darkness of fear, Verena locked her hands around Rob Edmonds' neck and replied coldly, "Yeah, even if you are human, so what? Gaba. In the darkness, the sound of a broken neck bone suddenly came, followed closely by the suffocation of a needle piercing the throat. In an instant, the wolf that had just raised the butcher's knife became another lamb to be slaughtered. After killing all the experimenters in 3 strokes, Verena quickly dismantled all the instruments on Yuan Daigu's body, shook his mouth, took out the key that he had just stuffed in just in case. Come out. Unlocked the cuffs on him. Hey, wake up, are you okay? Seeing that Daegu had no reaction, Verena tore off the high-tech face-changing mask, revealing Natasha's face, and then took out a green bean from her bag. Well, dear Mr. Superman, I hope this thing you gave me is useful. The green beans were swallowed down the esophagus and into the stomach. Daegu, who was originally weak and unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Ahem. Natasha's eyes suddenly widened when she saw the scene of resurrection, and a voice suddenly popped up in her heart. Damn it, am I losing money by giving it to him? After being stunned for 3 seconds, Natasha realized that she really wanted to slap herself twice. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have given Clint 1, then kept 1 for myself, and then saved 1. When Carrot L first gave this thing to her, Natasha thought that Carrot L was a farmer addict and had grown some agricultural products to share with her friends. But Carrot told her that this bean is actually medicine, which can heal injuries and restore physical strength. It is also a life-saving medicine in the most urgent moment. When you are injured to the point where you only have 1 breath left, eat this bean. Natasha had to pay attention to this and carry it with her everywhere. Natasha wanted to try the effect of giving it to Daegu just now. If he didn't die from eating it, then she could eat it with confidence. She originally thought that this thing would be good if it could help her survive in a life or death situation, but she never expected that the effect of this little bean would be so abnormal. At first, Natasha thought that Hawkeye's injury could be used just right, but Hawkeye himself refused because he wanted to avoid disaster. Nick Fury can now be said to have completely fallen, and the most terrible thing is that he is still under investigation for being a traitor. The entire SHIELD is currently in a state of turmoil, and everyone is in danger. After all, there are Hydra everywhere you look, so who is not panicking if they investigate? Therefore, Clint Barton decided on the spot that he would stay in the hospital to avoid the limelight. Anyway, his injury would recover slowly and he could recover. Carrot gave Natasha 3 fairy beans in total, which were considered gifts between friends. As for how his fairy beans came from, it has to start from that dark and windy night 5 years ago. At that time, Carrot and Bulma had collected all the Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. When the majestic dragon body suddenly appeared in the sky, Carrot opened his mouth and said 50 million tons of fairy beans, which almost frightened the dragon. Later, after rounding up and bargaining, Carrot L raised his fist and said again and again that he was here to negotiate terms, and then he exchanged 5,000 kilograms. Oh, this guy Carrot is quite interesting. Thinking of this, Natasha felt a hint of warmth in her heart, and the corners of her mouth curled up silently. Then the next second, Yuan Daegu, who had already woken up, punched him with a fist when he saw that the situation was not good, and was immediately locked to the ground by Natasha's legs. Hey, you actually regained your fighting strength. Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, and was even more shocked by the curative effect of fairy beans. Who are you? Yuan Daegu, who had lost the ability to resist, could only squeeze out a space to speak. Natasha Romanoff is currently affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., but she may rebel at any time. Natasha explained briefly, and seeing that he no longer resisted, she slowly let go of him, stood up, and pulled him up from the ground. If you don't want to lie back on the test table, just come with me. It will take up to 5 minutes for power to be restored. Put on their clothes and let's go out. Yuan Daegu rubbed his aching neck that was pinched by those beautiful legs. Although he couldn't feel the condition of his body, he still did as the woman said. It's no worse than lying on the laboratory bench. I don't know if this is because these people were given too little anesthesia, but my god, he was still conscious for a moment during the experiment. Yuan Daegu immediately put on his clothes, put on a mask and followed Natasha out. Along the way, the two walked quickly, and Yuan Daegu was surprised to find that the overall building of this so-called laboratory was not as professional as he thought. After leaving the gate of the base, the smell of earth and metal followed, and the whole place looked like a huge cave filled with steel frames. Boom! Suddenly, a strange feeling came into his mind. Faintly, he seemed to hear something roaring deep underground in the base. Come on, don't stand still. Natasha Romanoff immediately pulled him, and the patrols with guns on both sides were passing by them one row after another. Yuan Daegu quickly came to his senses and did not dare to stop immediately. He just walked to Natasha silently, walked side by side and asked, "What the hell is this place? Why was I caught here?" Yuan Daegu touched his clothes, but the divine light rod was not in his hand, leaving him without any sense of security. While walking, Natasha was also observing the sentry, and reminded her calmly, "You'd better wear a tight mask so that no one can recognize you, and move more naturally, relax your hands, and don't look around." The two of them walked through a corner passage, and Yuan Daegu was like a newcomer who had just debuted, being led by Natasha to perform a task. I'll make a long story short. The black box of the Fian No. 1 aircraft you were aboard that crashed has now been exposed. The matter of Tiga has been brought to the negotiation table of various organizations, and you yourself have been issued a wanted order by the United Government. There is basically no place for you in the outside world now. Natasha's words made Yuan Daegu feel as if he was falling into an abyss. His eyes went dark, and he asked hurriedly and concernedly, "What about the captain? How is the victory team now?" The last news I received before coming here was that the entire victory team was suspended for investigation, so that the entire TPC will be held accountable by Zhengshu. What? No, I have to go back. Seeing that Yuan Daegu was about to lose his pace in anxiety, Natasha's eyes turned cold, and she took advantage of the gap when no one was around to pull him into the corner and coldly pressed him against the wall. His cold eyes revealed the chill of having killed countless people, and he asked word by word, "Are you an idiot? If you don't go back, these people may still distance themselves from you. If you go back, are you waiting for them to be completely implicated and killed by you? Zhengshu's people don't want to conduct any investigations at all, do you understand? If we really investigate your little thing, it will be clear in less than a day. Have you ever thought about why your video was exposed? If it was exposed by TPC headquarters, the matter would not be so big, because Sejing would definitely block all the news at the first time. And your current situation is a final conclusion, there is no way to find out, and there is no way to turn over. If I hadn't saved you, you would still be a guinea pig on the experimental table." Natasha Romanoff looked at Yuan Daegu's increasingly pale and weak eyes, and let him go. Seeing that he was no longer impulsive, her tone softened a lot. "This is a premeditated action against TPC by the top leaders of the Imperial Organization, and you are just a stepping stone. If you are not an idiot, give up the idea of returning to TPC, you can't go back. Besides implicating them, you have no chance of saving anyone." For Yuan Daegu, before he could bear the title of hero, he was branded as a traitor first, and was even tied to the experimental table and allowed to be slaughtered, causing TPC to be held accountable. "Then why did you save me?" The expression on Yuan Daegu's face gradually changed. It couldn't be said to be cold and solemn, but it definitely couldn't be said to be the sunny and cheerful before. He asked instead, "Didn't they say that I am an alien who is endangering the world? Why, you want to betray humanity too?" Natasha Romanoff shrugged indifferently, "It's just a mission." "Oh, mission." The curve of Yuan Daegu's mouth showed a bit of bitterness, like self-mockery or sarcasm. "Take me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Not necessarily. I plan to find a new boss. You may have something in common with him." Natasha Romanoff walked in front, and in an instant, the overwhelming sound of alarms resounded throughout the cave. "Attention to all, a massacre occurred in the laboratory, and donor number 1 is missing. Please block all entrances and exits immediately. Repeat, block all entrances and exits immediately." The surrounding armies began to enforce martial law, and before the two of them could get out of the last guard post, they were immediately blocked by an army of troops. "Damn it, we're trapped. We have to change our route. There are a lot of armed helicopters and individual rocket launchers near this base. We can't grab the plane and run away, we can only change our route into the mountains. Wait a minute, do you know where I put something like a sword hilt on my body?" Just when Natasha took Daegu and turned to leave, Yuan Daegu suddenly asked a question. Natasha turned around and looked at him up and down for a while. After confirming that the solemn look on Daegu's face was not a joke, she suddenly smiled. "Let me guess, that thing is the key to your transformation into a giant." Yuan Daegu nodded vigorously. Compared with the recklessness just now, he was obviously much calmer when he entered the state. "Did you see it? It seems that it was taken away by a woman. Is she some kind of doctor who studies myths and legends? But you'd better be mentally prepared for this situation now." "What preparation?" Natasha Romanoff looked into Yuan Daegu's clear eyes. "Preparation to kill." Yuan Daegu's pupils shrank and he did not answer the question, but his lowered eyes became complicated in an instant, and he silently clenched his fists. "Good evening, Dr. Ling, this is what you asked for." "Well, leave it there. What happened outside?" In a small room deep in the base, Dr. Chen Ling, who was temporarily transferred here due to Godzilla's slumber, was holding a sword hilt-like object with golden patterns and carefully comparing the information on the internet. As a member of a family that has served the Imperial Organization for generations, Chen Ling has been studying various ancient legends since she was a child, especially those about giant beasts. Because of this, he was also ordered to be transferred to Outpost 31 to cooperate with the research on the giant incident. "It's nothing. It seems that the underground Muto has moved again. We are under martial law now. During this period, please stay here, lock the doors and windows, and avoid going out." The leader of the soldiers who walked in first looked around the room and then spoke. He did not tell Chen Ling the real answer. After all, some anti-human things do not need to be known to the public. "Okay, I understand, go down." At this moment, Chen Ling was holding the warm jade handle of the divine light wand, but her mind couldn't help but be lost in thought. She didn't notice the flaw in the soldier's words. If something really happened to Mutuo, the first thing they should do is to escape and evacuate, rather than locking the doors and windows. Somehow, when Chen Ling looked at the spark prism in her hand, she felt an inexplicable feeling. She sifted through almost all the data and inquired about the local historical process based on the area where the giant first appeared. At this moment, a stone mural whose origin was unknown showed a comparatively successful message in the computer data. Pulling up the picture, I saw a certain pattern on it, which was almost the same as the spark prism in my hand. Apart from some differences in the texture and size of the handles, the appearance is basically the same. Scanning the stone murals on the picture, there are some text messages on it that are being deciphered by the computer. Diga, the god of war who seals demons. The person who is echoed holds a holy object. It can awaken the resurrection of the gods. Squeak. Suddenly, at this moment, the door behind him was opened again. Why do you have anything else? Chen-Ling wanted to turn around in confusion, but a hand suddenly pressed her mouth. When she panicked, a cold dagger was pressed against her neck. Don't shout, don't say a word. Hearing this, Chen-Ling did not dare to resist at all. The fear of death made her tremble and close her eyes. A rising desire to survive prompted her to slowly raise her hands. Good girl, so obedient. Natasha smiled charmingly when she saw how cooperative she was. Perhaps only the Black Widow could smile even when surrounded by thousands of people. When Yuan Daegu on the side saw the divine light stick on the table, his eyes widened. He immediately took it in his hand and felt a strong sense of security. Just when he was about to put the divine light stick on his chest and prepare to transform, a sudden phone ring interrupted the process. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Natasha quickly hung up the phone on Chen-Ling. But within 5 seconds, the phone rang again. Ding ling ling. Natasha frowned and was about to turn off the phone, but she hesitated for a moment and had a thought of getting information. She gave Chen-Ling a look to answer the phone and turned on the hands-free mode. However, the next second, the voice from the other end of the phone stunned the 3 people present at the same time. I told you not to worry about this matter before, but you really didn't listen, Natasha. Yuan Daegu was stunned for a moment, and the familiar voice made Natasha relax and look surprised. Are you, Al? It's me. Getting the response, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, God, you scared me. Natasha's guard was slightly relaxed. If Al knew she was here, then no matter how many troops were outside, she would not be in any danger. Well, my dear Mr. Superman, when did you learn the same communication skills as Coulson? By the way, this is to retaliate against my future boss for telling me that he doesn't need my professional skills as an agent. Oh, my God, this is the biggest insult to my career. L. Hearing Natasha's answer, L rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. God, you women are so horrendously vengeful. Natasha's tone was seductive and provocative. Yes, Mr. L, so you must not offend a woman, especially in her professional field and say, no, need. I'm sorry for this, ma'am, what happens next will be dangerous, so please be careful. Carrot's words made Natasha raise her eyebrows disdainfully. You are looking down on me again, Al, what can a mere imperial organization do to me? After boarding the Strait Islands, Carrot Air looked at the TPC ships approaching in the distance, silently pulled his tie, and sighed in his heart. I'm so sorry, I'm not talking about the imperial organization, but me. On the other side, Daegu, who had picked up the divine light rod, suddenly discovered the information about Diga on Chen-Ling's laptop, and hurriedly went over to check it out. With your mind, you should be able to see clearly that this matter involves the dispute between the TPC and the imperial organization. Seize power. The 2 organizations want to swallow each other up. Before Carrot could finish speaking, Natasha Romanoff answered him first. After all, after spending so many years in S.H.I.E.L.D., I still have this sense. Carrot L nodded. Yes, the Yuan Daegu incident allowed William, the leader of the Imperial Organization, to obtain Sawai's lifeline, but Sawai did not have William's lifeline in his hands. Natasha Romanoff heard something different from these words, so Carrot L walked step by step towards where Sawai was docked. So I plan to give Sawai a lifeblood of the Imperial Organization. Natasha Romanoff, you want to intimidate public opinion. Tell them to be aliens, oh no, expose the fact that Daegu was dragged into the experiment to Sawai. Natasha's words made Carrot L frown. It sounds like she doesn't know much about this organization and isn't very wary of the Emperor. You don't seem to know much about this organization. Natasha put her cell phone on the table, turned on the speakerphone, pressed her hand against Chen-Ling, found a rag from somewhere, and stuffed it into her mouth. As a professional agent, she knows how hard a person's mouth must be blocked before he can't speak. It is safe to keep the piece of cloth stuffed until the throat can't even spit out. It's true that there aren't many. They have very high authority and are older than S.H.I.E.L.D. The record given to them by Nick Fury when he was in office is an organization responsible for investigating sea monsters, exploring legends, and searching for endangered beasts. It is quite well funded and has terrifying armed forces. He speculated that the investigation and research on water monsters conducted by this organization was just to deceive others. The real purpose was to cooperate with Zhang Shu in carrying out global armed infiltration. So after he investigated for a period of time, he ordered not to investigate too much. In response, Carrot L sighed deeply. I really don't know whether to call him smart or stupid. His guess is the closest to reality, but he doesn't seem to have thought that reality is the most magical one. Natasha Romanoff's hand movement paused. What do you mean? Carrot L did not answer her words, but changed the subject and asked. Let's get down to business. Where are you going to take this kid? Go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Yuan Daegu, sighed and shook her head. I don't know, but apart from S.H.I.E.L.D., where else in the world can he be accommodated? Are you sure S.H.I.E.L.D. won't use him for experiments? Natasha Romanoff waved her hand casually. Not sure, but what does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Yuan Daegu on the side held the spark prism tightly in his hand and took 2 steps back as he watched Natasha. Seeing his frightened behavior, Natasha Romanoff quickly showed Daegu a Black Widow's iconic charming smile. Don't be afraid, little brother, I will definitely sell you a good price, right Al? You name a price, and I'll pack it up and deliver it to you by courier. Carrot L smiled, then you'd better escape first. The Emperor's outposts around the world are equipped with military-grade satellite positioning and sonar detection equipment. Even if you can escape from here by disguising yourself, you won't be able to go far. Natasha Romanoff asked, aren't you going to pick me up? Carrot L glanced at his watch and murmured, I have something to do for the time being, but out of kindness, I can provide you with a route. Oh, tell me. Strictly speaking, Natasha has not known Carrot for a long time. If it were Tony Stark, he would refuse on the spot without hesitation and run away. Never follow the path given by this perverted sadist, ever. Maybe there's something weird on the road? Hey, you just decided my future? Has anyone asked me for my opinion? After reading the information, Yuan Daegu pointed to himself with a speechless expression. Hello, Team Daegu, right. With the phone on speakerphone, Carrot L could naturally hear Daegyu's voice. He still admired Daegu very much. I didn't expect to talk to you under such circumstances. To make a long story short, I am currently in the Kremos archipelago. Your director Sawai will be questioned here and will make a formal statement about you. Listen, time is running out. If you want TPC and your director Sawai to get rid of this crisis, then next, no matter what happens here, no matter what disaster you see happening, you are not allowed to turn into Tiga to stop it. Yuan Daegyu's pupils trembled and he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Carrot L. Remember, you are no longer affiliated with the victory team. You only need to obey Natasha's personal command. After you two escape from here, fly to Juliang Island. Everything will be solved when you get there. Not me. Carrot's words were full of commanding tone, leaving Daegu no chance to even interrupt. Before he could sort out the clues, Carrot immediately gave Natasha a route, telling her not to think about going outside, but to go all the way down. Since they have been kidnapped, why not just kidnap them all the way to the bottom, let Chenling lead the way to the bottom, and then, release the sleeping Muto. On the other side, Sawai, with a pale face, walked down from the cabin. He had not slept for several nights in a row, so his complexion was naturally not very good. Director Ji Gang stood beside him. Although he still looked cold on the surface, he still reached out and helped him. Are you okay, old friend? It's okay, let's go. Main line, wreak havoc on Daeko and Natasha. Sideline, teach the two major organizations a lesson. Seeing this, Zay waved his hand lightly, indicating that Ji Gang didn't need to support him. As the founder of TPC, he couldn't show any physical discomfort to the outside world. Therefore, no matter what time it was, this white-haired old man always had a kind and approachable smile on his face. Rather than saying that he had reached the point where he couldn't show his emotions, it was better to say that he was born this way. Hello, Director Zay. Suddenly, a figure in a burgundy suit appeared in front of the sails of the blue sea. It was not until the gentle sea breeze blew up a corner of his clothes that everyone realized his appearance. Who is it? Dozens of bodyguards from the elite of the defense force reacted immediately and stepped forward to separate Carrot L and Director Zay. Zay and Ji Gang were also stunned for a moment, but after all, they had seen big storms and waves. They just frowned slightly at the appearance of Carrot and did not mess up their steps. From the beginning to the end, Carrot L's eyes were looking at Zijing, and he completely ignored the alert people on both sides. Zijing looked at him in confusion. Kid, who are you? Please call me Mr. L, thank you. Carrot L reminded him, ignored the bodyguards on both sides, walked towards them step by step, and said, there are still 30 minutes before the meeting starts, but before you two meet, I want to talk to you. William, the senior leader of the Imperial Organization, and a large number of domestic and foreign reporters are waiting for you in the conference room now. I believe you two also understand that the Imperial Organization's global accusation this time is premeditated. Although there will be no changes in your TPC as a whole, I am afraid that the United Government will also revoke your local. This is exactly what the Imperial Organization wants. The Space Development Agency is the foundation of TPC, but since TPC has been involved in ground investigations, especially the establishment of a base in the Pacific, it has had conflicts with the Imperial Organization, and even SHIELD and many other forces in terms of global administrative authority. But fortunately, you do not develop military power and have no armed threats, so even if you have been at a disadvantage in the past games, they have not kicked you out of the circle. This is also the reason why those organizations did not deliberately target you, because you were just doing scientific research at the beginning. At this point, Sawai and Ji Gang could no longer hide their shocked eyes. This is not only because Carrot L knows the development process of several major organizations in the world, but also because while he was talking, he had knocked down all the dozens of elite bodyguards of the defense force who dared to intercept him. Even some of those who raised electric guns in the distance were thrown into the sea in the blink of an eye. What a terrible force. No, it's a special ability. What is the origin of this young man who calls himself Mr. L? After knocking out a person who rushed up with a slap, Carrot rolled up his sleeves gracefully, and only stood still slowly until Sawai reached out to stop the person who rushed up from behind, and continued to say to the two. But everything has changed since the Tiga incident. You started to develop armed forces, so that the Hawks even planned to expand the post-war defense force. This also angered the bottom line of others, and it is a reverse scale that they cannot allow. So even if there is no UN Daigo, there will be other incidents. Carrot L's words made Sawai and Ji Gang stand on end instantly. As superiors at the forefront of the times, the two naturally saw through the root cause of all this. But they never thought that all this would be so easy to say from the mouth of a young man who suddenly appeared. So, what do you want to talk about, Mr. L? Unconsciously, Sawai had changed his address. L stood in front of the two and said word by word. It's very simple. As long as you transfer Yuendagu's organizational relationship to the Universal Capsule Company, you can completely clear all suspicions. Huh. Hearing this, Sawai's pupils shrank suddenly, and he realized the identity of the person in front of him. So that's it, L, the CEO of the Universal Capsule Company. Sawai and Ji Gang looked at the visitor with deep eyes. Are you crazy? Mr. L, doing this is almost like being hostile to the whole world. Jigen beside him rolled his eyes at him with disdain. Even we dare not take in Yuendagu, you transfer his organizational relationship as a private company, are you looking for death? L's calm smile made Sawai and Jigang a little puzzled. They couldn't imagine where this person's confidence came from. That's the problem I want to solve, not yours. Staring at L solemnly, Sawai also fell into deep thought. In fact, let alone the outside world, even the public opinion within TPC, he was almost unable to suppress it. You tried your best to get Dagu, even at the cost of being hostile to the world, do you want to get the power of the giant in him? L shook his head slowly, but a smile appeared on his face. Oh, it turns out that you still know that he is not an alien, but do you dare to refute it in front of reporters now? L's words instantly made the atmosphere awkward, and several people walked towards the conference hall, but at Zijing's signal, the bodyguards behind them did not follow. Since you dare not, think about yourself first. Zijing hesitated and asked, why do you want to help us? L stopped, and with the sound of a message, he took out his phone from his pocket and opened the video on it. I'm not helping you, I just want the world to embrace the truth. Because only when you embrace enough truth, it will be easier to accept things beyond imagination. The picture slowly opened on the phone, and a flash of searchlight appeared in the dark underground world. At the end of the picture, a pair of huge wings stood motionless in the depths of the underground, sleeping motionlessly, and countless steel cages formed a surveillance frame around him, with patrols wandering on it. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the screen. A man with blood on his hands and red eyes holding a rifle was running wildly in the darkness. The sound of gunfire and fire behind him came one after another. The man's body was almost covered with hot blood, but the redness flowing in his eyes was more like tears rolling in his eye sockets. When they saw the appearance of the person coming, Sawai and Yoshitaka shouted in shock. Daegu. Yes, Daegu killed people. It has nothing to do with rescue, heroes, light, or darkness, just survival. In the process of finding a way to survive, life will inevitably step into choices, some of which are light and some are dark. But until the moment of action, Daegu realized that there was actually no choice at all. Just like when he was flying up the pyramid, no matter how he struggled with those choices or responsibilities afterwards, as long as he went back to the situation at that time, there was only one result. Either become Tiga, or die with Fiyin #1 on the spot. When layers of gunfire and fire rang out in the narrow corridor, when Natasha was surrounded and fought alone, she eliminated the patrols that besieged them again and again, until she was outnumbered and was pressed to the ground, covered with scars. Daegu finally took action. With the cold muzzles pointing at his head, at such a close distance, he had no other choice at all, and the only thing he could do was to pull the trigger. Crack. Bang 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 bang. Crack. The blood dyed his pure white clothes red, and also dyed his heart red. The once spotless soul like the sun has gradually been painted with a layer of color from hell. The sound of gunfire rang out one after another behind him. The two people who were chased and fled were not heroes at the end of their lives, but just two fleeing mice. Blow it up. When Natasha saw the huge figure of Muto, she forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart. She didn't care about so much at the moment, and picked up the grenade and threw it. Boom. The flames of the explosion soared into the sky, shaking out the dust and mud. A pair of huge red eyes slowly lit up. It was a monster like a flying insect, with a triangular head and jaws, two pairs of huge forelimbs, supporting the ground, and stood up. There was also a pair of relatively short secondary arms on the chest. Oh, my god, it's awake, fire, fire, crack, roar. This is a male Muto. Although it is smaller than a female, it has the ability to fly. As a giant beast that has been the enemy of the monster king Godzilla since ancient times, and even caused chaos in New York in a monster movie, it is simply not something that can be stopped by a mere outpost base in front of it. Damn Nick Fury, this bitch raised black egg. The overwhelming bullets hit the Muto's body, just like tickling, useless, and Natasha gnashed her teeth. What kind of broken intelligence is stored? If I knew they were doing these things, I would never come here. Roar. In the darkness, not to mention the visual shock brought by the huge size, when the powerful electronic pulse was released from the claws of the Muto, all the electronic equipment around it was paralyzed. This terrifying monster, which could cause landslides and cracks, started its brutal massacre the moment it woke up. It opened its big mouth and slender head and ate the people who shot at it. Is this a monster? Natasha Romanoff turned her head and looked at Daegu, with a complicated expression on her face. It's hard to imagine that you have been fighting this kind of thing. Daegu took out the magic stick from his arms and stared at the pattern on it. He was silent for a long time. His blood-stained hand tightly grasped the golden jade handle, and even his fingertips were pinched blue. Natasha Romanoff had no time to comfort the traumatized young man. That was the job of the psychologist. The most important thing now was to leave this hellhole as soon as possible. She grabbed him by the collar and started to pull him up. Okay, kid, now is not the time to be absent-minded. We have to leave quickly. Boom. Instantly, the people deep underground were eaten up. The Mutos sniffed in the darkness. The huge triangular head bared its sharp teeth, slowly bent down, and looked at the round ancient at the end of the corridor. Perhaps it felt the breath on him. The Mutos looked at him for a while, then ignored him, turned around, flapped its wings, and jumped out of the soil. Bang! The flames rose, and the surveillance layer of the entire outpost collapsed into a ruin at this moment. Everyone's attention was attracted by the Mutos in the midst of the shaking. Tanks, missiles, and planes all fired at it with an overwhelming firepower network. The black monster spread its wings, sometimes flying in the sky, shooting down the warships attacking it, and sometimes suddenly landing to destroy the artillery group attacking it. Run, run as fast as you can, this place is about to collapse. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly pulled Yuan Daegu and ran outside. Boom, boom. On the other side, Sawai and Ji Gang looked at the video in Carrot L's hand. The two old men who were originally calm showed an incredible look on their faces. What do you want to do? Sawai looked at Carrot L with a trace of fear that was difficult to conceal. The missing Daegu, the hidden behemoth, the base with the pattern of the Imperial Organization, and Carrot L who was always monitoring all this. Although he was obviously staying out of the matter, Carrot seemed to be a traitor, controlling every detail of the changes of these insiders. The Imperial Organization has a total of 57 outposts like this. Staring into Sawai's eyes, Carrot silently reached out and took off his tie, wiped the cold sweat from the old man's cheeks, and whispered, "They can use Yuan Daegu's matter to accuse you, and you can do the same. If this video and his 54 outposts are all exposed, think about what the Imperial Organization will face." Sawai's face showed a hint of hesitation. "Do you want to use TPC to bring down the Emperor?" As the chief of the police bureau who came from the defense army, Ji Gang reacted to a deeper level. His face turned pale, he pulled Sawai over and shouted, "Sawai, don't believe him, this is a trap." The next second, Carrot L pinched his jaw, glared at him coldly, and stretched out his finger to make a silencing gesture to him, SHH. Sawai's old palm slowly grasped Carrot's wrist that was holding Ji Gang, and shook his head at him, "Okay, EL." Carrot L let go of his hand and pursed his lips at the door that was close at hand. "You have the last 5 minutes to consider now." Looking at Sawai's hesitant look, Ji Gang knew that he must have thought of the consequences of his guess. Carrot L was not so kind. The video he gave seemed to be a gift to resolve the crisis. In fact, it was a knife that killed people without blood, hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and hurt itself 800 times. No matter how the two used it, it was their TPC that was ruined. What are you going to do about Daegu? After being silent for a long time, Sawai weighed the pros and cons in his mind and asked the most critical question. This question will also determine what he will do in the next meeting. Carrot L smiled calmly and said, "He will not appear again until everything calms down. So, you've left me with no choice." Sawai showed a wry smile with regret. Daegu will not appear, which means that Tiga will not appear. Then Gongji Genshu will not gamble, and neither will TPC. Ji Gang was so pinched by Carrot L that his jaw was dislocated, but he ignored the pain and hurriedly went up to persuade. "Sawai, please don't make the same mistake. Ji Gang, we can't gamble with all of humanity." After saying that, Sawai walked forward, and only when he pushed open the door of the conference hall did he turn back and smile at the old man. "Besides, I am the director." At the same time, on the other side, the battleships in the sky were shot down one by Muto. Taking this opportunity, Natasha and Yuan Daegu rushed to the parking lot of the Emperor Organization and grabbed a plane that no one noticed. Small transport aircraft. "Can you fly a plane?" Yuan Daegu asked in surprise when he saw Natasha snatching the driver's seat. "Nonsense. I can drive better than you." In my ears, bright explosions bloomed into fireworks of life and death. In front of my eyes was the scorched earth of hell. Everything I could see were ruins and wailing. Chen Ling hid in the corner, her trembling body staring at the destruction caused by the giant beast. God, what a terrible natural disaster it was. Natasha sat in the main pilot's seat and quickly started the engine. Somehow, out of an inexplicable sixth sense, she didn't dare to let Daegu fly the plane. However, the plane flying away from the runway caught Muto's attention and flew towards them. "Shit, this monster is coming after me." Natasha's pupils were shaking and her face turned pale. Being targeted by this thing was no joke. "Hold on." Roar. Suddenly, a black shadow on the clouds suddenly pounced on the two of them. The attack just now made Muto think that anything flying in the sky like this was his enemy. Natasha held the control stick tightly and rolled on the side to avoid Muto's dive. Sitting in the co-pilot in the back seat, Yuan Daegu once again recalled the scene in the pyramid when he had the courage to rush towards Gulzin even though he had no weapons. "Do you know? This reminds me of that time in Budapest." Natasha Romanoff barely missed Muto's wings, showing her extraordinary driving skills and tactical acumen in the danger. After avoiding an attack, she seemed to have thought of a way. Seeing Muto chasing after her again, she began to fly higher. The stimulating feeling made her lick her lips and muttered in a low voice, "Sorry, forgot you're not Clinton." Yuan Daegu sat in the passenger seat behind him and looked at her red hair, which was so intoxicating. Although she didn't know what Budapest she was talking about, she still responded with a gentle smile. Yeah, it also reminds me of that time at the pyramids. Sorry, I forgot that you are not Lena either. When Natasha Romanoff heard the same tone, the corners of her mouth raised silently, and she clenched the joystick in her hand. Haha, that's right, boy, just think of it as a new beginning. Roar. The next second, Muto above the clouds blocked the flight path of the two people, and the one who looked into those scarlet eyes was the mocking look of the Black Widow. Hold on, boy, let's have an exciting time. The next second, Natasha suddenly changed her course and hit the ground. Muto followed closely behind her and was about to catch up with them. Yuan Daegyu looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer in front of him. He instantly realized what this crazy woman was going to do, and he shouted out with his eyes blank, "Oh god, this is a transport plane? You are crazy. You sure?" Boom. The next second, when the fast-moving transport plane reached its lowest point, Natasha made a quick flash and pulled the plane up almost close to the horizon, balancing the wings on both sides. If she was not careful, she would be caught by the airflow. Go, roll over and crash. Behind him, a loud roar stirred up dust, and Muto fell straight to the ground. After lying in dizziness for a while, he staggered up from the ground and shook his head in a dazed state. Damn it, I was stunned. After slowing down for a moment, the male Muto looked at the transport plane that was about to go away, arched his body, as if his hair had exploded, revealing his irritated wildness. Roar. No, it's coming again. Yuan Daegyu suppressed the vomiting after rolling in the air and immediately reminded him. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow flitting through the sky had arrived in front of the two of them. Two pairs of hooked claws released strong electronic pulses, instantly causing all the instruments on their plane to malfunction. Boom. The next second, the wing began to hit the Muto, and Natasha Romanoff shouted on the spot, "Superman! Is Superman here? Carrot? Carrot? Help!" Thousands of miles away, Carrot L, who was waiting for the results of the conference hall, suddenly frowned, and his figure swayed slightly to the beach. He raised his hand and fired an energy bomb. Boom. Death enveloped everything, and a dazzling white light bloomed from the devouring fire. Natasha and Yuan Daegyu were instantly submerged in the explosion of fire. Dying? Will people like me die one day? Did I atone for my sins before I died? With such questions, Natasha walked across the edge of life and death. When she opened her eyes, a white light seemed to flash in front of her eyes, until the appearance of a three-colored giant slowly froze into a huge figure, and she was being carefully held by the giant in his hands like a treasure. Daegyu also looked at Natasha and nodded gently. Ouch. At this moment, a provocative roar interrupted the stares between the two. Daegyu instantly became alert. Judging from his height, Muto's size was almost the same as his. This was probably going to be another fierce battle. However, the moment Digga raised his head, a golden light came straight from the horizon and unexpectedly hit the roaring Muto, dragging him into the sky with a terrible thrust. Boom. The terrifying explosion woke up the clouds above the sky, and the huge titan was blown to pieces in the blink of an eye. Digga. Standing in the palm of Tiga's hand, Natasha Romanoff held Daegyu's thumb and looked up at the brilliance of the sky. A joyful smile appeared on his face. At this moment, she is being saved and comforted by two different rays of light. And those two rays of light are both called hope. Boom. The moment the fire turned the blue sky red, the transport plane Natasha and Daegyu were riding finally crashed. No matter how tough the old man is, he can't carry the man above him. What is that? The firelight illuminated Digga's stagnant face, and the scene of the sudden explosion was still echoing in the visual residue at this moment. If the blow just now had hit him, the outcome might not be much better than Muto's. The ray of light that flew from a distance was extremely terrifying. It just touched Muto lightly and instantly shattered it into pieces. Daegyu remembered the word Natasha Romanoff shouted out in desperation just now. Superman? Superman? El. Natasha Romanoff murmured something, as if she was answering him or talking to herself. No matter how many times I witness the power of L, it is an unimaginable visual shock. Yuan Daegyu looked deeply into the direction of the light bomb. There is no one in the distance, separated by the vast sea, so the distance spanned by this energy is more than 1,000 miles. Natasha's cry for help just now was just a short moment, but he was able to accurately kill Muto instantly with a beam of energy from thousands of miles away. How scary is this guy named L? L Superman, who are you? Why do you want to help me? Daegyu was confused. The sweet sound of the phone rang in Natasha's pocket. When she answered the phone, Carrot's voice came. You can shout earlier next time. Hearing that slightly reproachful voice, Natasha Romanoff felt inexplicably relaxed, and she pursed her lips with a smile. Then you should save me in advance next time. After wiping the wound on her face, Natasha looked at the people crawling out from the ruins on the ground. Almost every one of them was looking up at the invincible figure of the giant. Some religious believers even knelt down and kowtowed, not daring to look directly at this god. You are really exposed now. Natasha raised her head and looked at the two big bright light bulbs above her head. How about it? They worship you like a god. Somehow, when he heard this, Yuan Daegyu felt an indescribable disgust in his heart. He didn't even hate these people for doing experiments on him, but the way they were kneeling now made Yuan Daegyu really angry for no reason. Where is the courage you had to fight the monster just now? Just because someone else appears who defeated the monster, you will choose to kneel down and pray to that person without hesitation, worshipping him like a god. Once, twice, every time you encounter a terrifying monster, continue to kneel down and pray. In the end, you will just kneel down. Just. Yuan Daegu didn't want to watch anymore, so he stood up and flew into the sky. He didn't fight this monster anyway, so what does it have to do with him? Moreover, he also wants to see the Superman that Natasha talked about, L. Karai Island. The scene of blue sea and blue sky spread to the depths of the island. Since Carrot bought this place, there are no traces of people wandering around the entire island. The high demolition fees made everyone a huge profit, and the application documents of Magnum Capsule Company, which approved 10 years of construction work, were completely blocked. However, no construction team has been recruited here, and there is not a single worker on the entire island. There were only 2 huge monsters with backs as sharp as rocks, frantically digging, making rocks, and building houses. As we all know, Magnum Capsule Company is recognized as the world's #1 company in terms of saving time and effort in contracting projects, and it is especially good at cleaning up dirt and garbage. No matter how big the construction area is, one energy bomb will clean it all for you. Now they have made another strategic leap in recruiting construction teams. They no longer need to hire any workers, not even buying safety helmets. The construction time of the entire island was less than 2 weeks, but the work done by Gakuma was really high-end, grand, and classy. The monster brother who once hated the contractor the most has finally become the person he hates the most after receiving a severe beating from society. I also started digging on the big island. Am I dazzled? Yuan Daegu was petrified on the spot, and the moment he turned into Diga and flew here, he froze in confusion before he even had time to release the transformation. There are actually monsters on the island? Well, it's not that unusual, but here's the thing. The damn monster is building a project? Natasha Romanoff also opened her eyes in disbelief, and her heart was beating wildly. He doesn't intend to let you live here, does he? As a giant, he stands tall and can naturally see further. The entire interior of the island is filled with stone buildings. Various houses, supply stations, equipment stations, material stations, using seemingly inexhaustible stones, opened up area blocks of several thousand square meters, as if to build a building spanning the entire island. Huge Su. What really made Daegu feel something was wrong was the center of the island, where there was a high stone wall standing like a maze. Inside the stone wall was a huge hole that seemed to be bottomless. Yuan Daegu hesitated for a moment and pointed in the direction of the pothole. I think he wants us to go there. Jumping over with a somersault, the Gakuma brothers seemed to be working stupidly, completely ignoring the appearance of a giant Tiga next to them. Placing Natasha Romanoff on the ground, Daegu quickly transformed back into human form. The contrasting change between the two made Natasha flash her big eyes in surprise, and circled around him. She even reached into his clothes, took out the light stick and played with it curiously. Wow, I can't believe you became so big just now. Is this what you use? It's so hard. Don't you feel uncomfortable wearing it on your body? The series of questions made Yuan Daegu blush a little, but when he saw the wound on Natasha's face, he still felt a faint pain in his heart and sighed helplessly. You'd better bandage the wound first. Natasha rubbed the blood scab on her forehead and smiled nonchalantly. No need. It has healed. I am a transformed person. My body's abilities are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Black Widow's seemingly casual words made Yuan Daegu freeze in place for an instant. He had just experienced the pain of being experimented on, and the pain he experienced would probably be unforgettable for the rest of his life. Natasha It turns out that she has experienced this early on. It's okay, it happened a long time ago. Natasha Romanoff patted his shoulder comfortingly, leaving Yuan Daegu alone to stare at her back infatuatedly. For a moment, he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Every word she spoke was so understated, and every smile was so charming. Even if we are surrounded by thousands of troops, even if the road ahead is an abyss, Natasha Romanoff is still trying her best to solve everything. It was the first time that Yuan Daegu saw such charm in a woman. In a sense, there is a suspension bridge effect. Because Natasha did save Daegu's life when he was most frightened. No matter what her purpose was at that time, but at that moment, Natasha's appearance was indeed like a ray of light, bringing Daegu hope to escape from hell. And when he heard that she had also experienced cruel human body modification, Daegu felt a protective desire to empathize with her and followed her silently. What the hell is this carrot doing? Where are the others? Put 2 moving stone lions here to welcome us. Natasha Romanoff shouted for a long time, and just when she was about to call back, she saw a sign appearing next to the pothole ahead. Underneath the sign were 2 backpacks. Natasha stepped forward and opened her backpack, which contained maps, flints, daggers, gauze, military kettles, ropes, and tents. What the hell? Natasha recognized it at a glance as something used for survival in the wild, and raised her head to check the notice board in front of her. Yuan Daegu silently walked to the pit, stretched his neck and glanced down. In an instant, his legs became weak. Oh my god, it would be easy for me to fall to death if I turned into Tiga. What's written on it? Daegu took 2 steps back in a hurry, touched his chest, and hurried to the side of the notice board, feeling much more at ease. After picking up the backpack, I saw that Natasha's face looked a little strange at this time, and she read word by word. Welcome to Incredible Adventures. Natasha Romanoff's face didn't look good. She seemed to have heard Stark speak impassionedly and indignantly on that windy and snowy night, and was affectionately called by him. A sadistic pua trip. She still remembers the message from the SHIELD agent responsible for monitoring Stark Tower, saying that Stark has been home for 3 days, but he curses Al in his dreams every night, and the words are not the same. Just then it seemed to get dark. Natasha looked at the deep pit in front of her, and seemed to have thought of something. A look of horror suddenly appeared on her face, and the nerves in her body became tense. No, I have an ominous premonition. Daegu, I'm going back to S.H.I.E.L.D. first. I still have a mission to come. Natasha reacted and ran away. Daegu was slow to beat her, but when he raised his head and saw Gakuma's huge head, he seemed to read the emotion called laughter from the face of a monster. Then, as if sweeping away rubbish with a broom, Kakuma gathered his little hands and pulled the two of them directly into the windy pit in front of them. The sounds of screams and wailing resounded on the other side of the earth, and the strong sense of weightlessness pulled the two of them down deep into the earth. Damn Carrot, you perverted sadist. Carrot L rubbed his ears. Who was speaking just now? Buzz? Buzz. The endless hole seemed to be an imaginary space leading to an unpredictable place. In addition to the increasingly terrifying feeling of weightlessness, a terrifying magnetic field seemed to be consciously isolating everything. Falling continuously. As if there is no end, falling towards the abyss that cannot be seen directly. In a daze, Natasha felt that all the bones in her body were about to break, and her ears were ringing so much that she couldn't hear any sound. At the critical moment, Daegu's figure once again turned into light and enveloped her. The two of them were like a stream of white light, chasing deep into the ground. Boom. I don't know how long it took, until the dazzling white light appeared in front of me, and the originally long and narrow world seemed to have reached the end of the abyss. It's like digging through the bedrock. Once you fall down, you will see the boundless sky. The day lights up eternity, and the distance between heaven and earth seems to be split open by an invisible force. When you see it, it's like another world, with incredible primitive mountains and rivers standing deep underground. The sun shining in the sky was like an eye monitoring all things, slowly looking at the two people. Boom, boom. Not far away, thick clouds condensed into a huge whirlpool, brewing a thunderstorm that would destroy the world. Soaring snakes dance in the sky, giant beasts dominate the jungle, there are rivers and lakes, and there is night and day. Natasha and Daegu fell straight towards the jungle below. It was not until a strong magnetic field formed a barrier against gravity in midair that they were frozen in the sky. And when Natasha and Daegu opened their eyes, the scene before them made them shiver unconsciously. 5 huge fingers seemed to be breaking out of their shells at the end of the horizon, stretching upwards and turning into pillars holding up the sky and the earth, opening a door to life in the underground world. Taishan, it is too huge to describe. It is more like a giant whale that fell into the universe, leaving its skeleton in this world. From the perspective of the two people, the whole world seems to be stretched out by those 5 fingers. Looking back, Natasha subconsciously thought about the more creepy place, if the distance of the entire Earth is taken into account. Then the world in front of her is like a chick that has just broken out of its shell, gently stretching its neck during the gestation process, stretching the distance between the egg skin and the eggshell. And that distance is a world. The two slowly fell to the ground along the magnetic field. At this moment, a dark figure appeared in Daegu's mind. The memory from ancient times spanned the distance of time and space, staring at him coldly and deeply. In the memory, a dark figure stood alone on the earth, staring at the endless beasts in front of him, a scene of beasts crossing the sky, and titans dominating the world. In that more ancient era, the land was churning with blue light that could destroy the world, and the sky was roaring with the coming of the storm disaster. In the world shrouded in black fog, it seemed that some kind of consciousness was communicating with this huge body. In a trance, Daegu's consciousness came back, and Natasha, who was standing next to him, was trembling and pointing at the front. I saw a bug bigger than an airplane, slowly chewing the meat on its teeth, staring at them closely. It's cracked, the Celestials plus the monster universe plus the Tiga universe. If you hadn't looked like you were confident of winning, I would have thought you were crazy. Are you planning on making everyone go through one hell of an adventure? On the island of Klymos, the friction of the air slowly opened a golden firelight. A bald woman wearing a monk's robe strolled over with a smile and stood behind Carrot. Superman. The first time the visitor appeared, Carrot L had already sensed her breath, turned around and nodded. Supreme Mage. Carrot L and Ancient One knew each other. About a year ago, he deliberately went to the holy sanctuary of Kamatage and visited the Supreme Mage. And Ancient One also received him. In a sense, they all belong to the same type of people, at least they have some similarities in their moods. It was from the mouth of Ancient One that Carrot learned some stories about the Anchor universe, and that was why he took the next series of actions. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ancient One, Carrot L slowly turned around and walked towards her. Although we sit back and watch their growth, we all know that it is difficult for either Natasha or Daegu to make further progress. I am different from others. I never expect miracles to happen, nor do I believe in the power that miracles can give others. Tony has experienced countless hells of death and rebirth, and has learned the use of chi. Coupled with his transformed heart of steel, he has opened a real treasure house. What Daegu really lacks is actually more than him, and it can't be obtained in 1 or 2 battles. So, I will let nature take him away, let the beasts gnaw his bones, let the worms suck up his blood, and let the never-ending jungle methods turn him into a real killer. As for Natasha, the corners of Carrot L's mouth raised slightly. Do you really think she didn't notice anything? She's a pretty good liar, isn't she? In the jungle at the center of the earth, Natasha Romanoff froze in place with her hair standing upright, staring at the huge insect crawling in front of her, not daring to move. Seeing this scene, De Guyi was shocked and frightened. He touched his lower back out of habit and his face darkened. Damn it, the hypa gun is long gone. The stench that hit your nostrils, mixed with a strong fishy smell, blew the weeds on both sides. When Dagu raised his head again, for just a moment, the huge insect opened its huge mouth and bit the dead tree stump close behind the two of them. The next second, with a tremor of the soil, what they thought was a dry tree actually revealed its barbed leg hooks during the struggle and rose up from the soil. Crack, click. In an instant, the sound of chewing fangs echoed horribly in the ears of the two people. As the huge front teeth kept chewing, the locust disguised as a tree was swallowed one by one. Yuan Dagu's eyes were dull and stunned. Just when he was about to vomit out in disgust, Natasha immediately came back to her senses, took advantage of the other person's opportunity to eat, picked him up, turned around and ran away. The two of them were hiding and fleeing aimlessly in this strange jungle with no goals, no way out, no tasks, no water or food. Every moment was a randomly generated adventure. This is the jungle, a killing place that appeared before the birth of civilization. Ru Mao drinks blood, the climate is extreme, and food is scarce. But every living being who survives will develop their most unique skills. What the hell is going on here? How did we end up in this weird ghost place from Kurashima? The two hid under a rock beside a pool, and finally saw that there were no giant creatures around. Daegu finally collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. After taking 2 breaths, he staggered up and went to the water to wash his face. Natasha Romanoff quickly dug out the map from her backpack. Her eyes were red and she was obviously angry, and she gritted her teeth and said, "No need to ask. It must be the fault of that guy from Carrot." The map was spread out, and Natasha discovered that the entire inner Earth world was divided into countless huge plates. There was also a letter on the map. "Hello, when you see this map, I believe you have arrived at this incredible new continent. I'm sorry to tell you that there are not many exits to the above world, only 5. The first is the ruins of Luluyi located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The second is following the skeleton crawler's lair and heading up to Skull Island. Third, there is the active volcanic magma layer deep in the core of Iceland. Fourth is the underwater palace where Godzilla, the king of monsters, lives. The fifth is the strategic transportation channel built by the Atlanteans on the site of the super-ancient ruins during the ancient divine war. Welcome to this journey of 10 deaths and no life. Please stay alive. Please stay alive. Please stay alive." Natasha Romanoff threw the map to Yuan Daegu with a snap, and the veins on her face jumped with anger. She could now understand why Stark was scolding him for talking in his sleep. This damn sadist? He really knows how to play. Boom. Earthquakes are heard from time to time in the wild forest, where giant beasts and titans fight unbridled. What do we do now? Did your boss really just abandon us here? Yuan Daegu, who also saw the map, turned pale and blue. He couldn't believe that there was such a boss in the world. Otherwise, he could just look through the skill list and teleport out directly. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly, "I repeat, he is not my boss, and I have begun to seriously consider whether to join his company. You'd better not think about running. I don't think you can beat him." Natasha Romanoff seemed to see his inner thoughts, but while resentful of Carrot, she also quickly added a sentence, and then asked in confusion, "Do you have common sense for survival in the wild?" Yuan Daegu shook his head, "A little, but not much." Natasha Romanoff smiled, stood up, and put on her backpack. "Hehe, everyone here has a little, but not much, because no one has survived in a place full of monsters like this. It's getting dark, we have to find a shelter first. I don't know if your physique can drink water from the wild, but I think it's safer to drink running water as much as possible. Also, you can't light an open fire here, so from now on, I will teach you how to dig a smokeless stove and some common sense for survival in the wild." Yuan Daegu didn't react for a while. When he thought that they really had to spend a long time here, his brain felt a little dizzy. "Why, isn't it said that fire can drive away wild beasts?" Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at him. "You also said that it was a wild beast, not a monster. These 2 pictures are not nutritious, you can skip them. Night always comes quickly, but tonight no one is destined to sleep. Daegu, wake up, don't sleep, run. Run quickly, damn Carrot, what the hell is this place?" In the middle of the night, Daegu, who had slept so hard that his head was filled with Diga, was shaken awake by Natasha with a dazed look on his face. In the blink of an eye, he was once again in a rush to escape, shouting without tears, "I said, how about I transform? How long can you transform? 3 minutes. Then do you fucking know there are 24 hours in a day?" At this moment, Natasha Romanoff pulled Yuan Daegu's ears and roared crazily. She realized that she had really underestimated the danger of this place. For them, the scary things often don't come from those powerful monsters, but from bugs that are about the same size as them. After finally ending their day of survival, the two found a decent shelter. However, as soon as night fell, they were surrounded by swarms of half-human-sized insects. "Go to sleep, stop thinking about it, run." At the same time, in the outside world, while the two were surviving in the wilderness, Carrot L also got the result he wanted. Since the launch of the Universal Capsule Company caused an uproar in the world, a global news called Monster Disaster has once again shocked the world. with Carrot L intentionally using TPC to fuel the flames. Overnight, all the outposts of the Imperial Organization were exposed by TPC Director Sawai. No one expected that Sawai, who was originally going to go on stage to explain the giant incident, would suddenly reverse the situation and expose the Emperor's organization's secret control of monsters around the world to the media. It also comes with a video and the addresses of major outposts given by Carrot. At this time, the whole world could not sit still. Tony Stark in New York, Bruce Wayne in Gotham, Lex Luthor in Metropolis, and Kigo Masaki in Kumamoto City, these people who are at the top of the human pyramid, all watched this video invariably. Everyone's face was extremely solemn. Stark had seen Godzilla with his own eyes, but he thought it was just a special product after a mutation, but he did not expect that there were still such a large number of these monsters on the Earth. It seems that my fate with that big guy is not over yet. In the Batcave underground in Gotham City, Batman is sitting calmly on a chair, thinking about a plan to prevent the 724th Titan from attacking Gotham. In Kumamoto City, Masaka Kigo, who is also a top genius, turned pale and clenched the wanted order of Endeko in his hand so hard that his fingertips turned blue. These idiots hold the light that can shake the giant beast in their hands. At this time, they only want to embezzle the rights of TPC. They are all crazy. At this moment, the officials are also in a state of confusion. The heads of several organizations are going back and forth with each other and making noises. The long white table at the Gensha venue was almost smashed. The Imperial Organization's public opinion was about to fall. S.H.I.E.L.D's funding was immediately cut, and the Skyward Sword Bureau's projects could only be suspended for the first time. By the way, everyone also charged Nick Fury, who was begging for food in the black neighborhood, with dereliction of duty. But Sawai, who had accomplished all this, couldn't be happy at all. Because when the review results were announced the next day, Gongji Gensho still cancelled the TPC's ground administrative investigation rights and sent them back to the Space Development Bureau. This is an outcome that was already expected. Because if the survival of human beings is really threatened by monsters at all times, compared to the TPCs that have no standard to maintain peace, Gensha's official choice must be the Emperor organization with rich experience in dealing with monsters. Because they truly have rich experience in monitoring, mastering, investigating, understanding, and studying the weaknesses of these behemoths. And what about TPC? I'm afraid the only one who can take action is Tiga, right? It's a pity it's not available anymore. This is the reason, very simple, because you can't fight. So even if you suffer the loss this time, even if you are wrong this time, the justice that should be given to you still cannot be given to you. In the face of war, generals should not be changed. This has been the principle since ancient times. For the cosmic people, there is SHIELD, for the behemoths, and for the Emperor organization, it is obvious that TPC will be abandoned. As for Tiga's whereabouts, everyone's attention has once again focused on the Universal Capsule Company. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations, that is, Zhang Shu refused to disclose the results of the investigation. The really high-level people have all read Carrot's report on his actions in the Arctic. When they discovered that there was a shadow of Carrot L in this incident, everyone in the Imperial Organization fell silent except for the fact that they had never seen the power of a god on Earth and were still evil-minded. Why did you do this? Carrot? Did our old guys offend you somewhere? At this moment, in the VIP room in the rest area, Jigang's veins popped out on his face and he yelled at Carrot angrily. Carrot L took a sip of the tea brought to him by Guyi and said calmly, "Actually, this is the best ending for you, isn't it? No matter what you choose next, it is impossible to continue to hold the power of administrative investigation on the ground. The times are dangerous, and you don't want to go against your own ideals and develop military power, so returning to the Space Development Bureau is your best choice. It not only avoids the storm, but also attracts public praise. Don't fight for the moment, only then can you gain eternity." This is also the reason why Sawai finally made the choice, because the most basic fact is that without Tiga, you can't deal with any monster. Remember the question he asked me outside the conference hall? This is the answer, because you can't even keep Tiga. Hearing this, Ji Gang's questioning tone suddenly choked, and even he had to admit that although they advertised several victories to the outside world, in fact, they all relied on the power of Deko, that is, Tiga. So Sawai is the director, and you are just the director. Carrot L looked at the lonely old man blowing the sea breeze outside the window, and murmured. What he fought for was never the rights of TPC, but the future of mankind. Ji Gang sat down silently, and after a long silence, he was still angry and slammed the table. You are morally kidnapping. Carrot L spread his palms and asked with a smile, "Oh, then what did I do? I just gave you a video material and a choice." Carrot L put down the teacup and stood up silently. But unfortunately, you all guessed the direction of the next era wrong. Also overestimated the Imperial Organization and Zhang Shu. So what era do you think the future will be like? Jigen asked with indignation. He guessed the direction of the era wrongly. If someone else said such an arrogant and self-righteous statement, Jigen would just treat it as fart. But from Carrot L's words, he was sure that he heard a murderous meaning. Yes, murderous. Perhaps because he was born into a family of military officers and generals, Jigen was very sensitive to those aggressive intentions. Carrot L's words seemed to be a pity for Sawai, but Jigen always felt that there was a chill of knife light and blood in them. 3 parts of nobleness, 3 parts of murderousness, and 3 parts of calmness. This is Jigan's evaluation of him. Nobility is innate, calmness is deliberately cultivated, and only murderousness is his own nature. The imperial organization will fail because they are a mess, with military and political divisions, factions, and each doing its own thing. They wish their 12 heads could pull out 64 directions. L walked to the window with a teacup in hand, drinking tea while admiring the scenery outside the window. It must be said that the tea sent by Master Guyi is tasteful. Some want to fight monsters, some want to release monsters, and even worse, want to create monsters themselves. This group of people are in chaos and can't accomplish anything big. I have to say that UTPC did a good job on this point, but to be precise, it was Sawai who did a good job. As for the co-governance of the Dawn, it was originally the most turbid puddle in the world. How could it become a sharp ice to open up a new era? The future must be the era of superheroes. L looked up at the sky and said in a rhythmic voice, "Whoever controls the situation of superheroes controls the changes of the times." Jigan looked down with disdain. "It's ridiculous and ignorant. Is this why you tried so hard to seize Daiko? Since ancient times, all countries in the world have always been the most powerful, and officials are the most important. Even if it is Tiga, what can he do? It's not that he was forced into a desperate situation and wanted by the world with just one sentence." Hearing this, L sat down calmly. "Yes, if I hadn't appeared, these fools would definitely be gradually swallowed up by you after sacrificing, dedicating, and paying for you, but it's a pity. I'm here." The words are known at this time. Carrot's eyes looked at Jigan like 2 pairs of cold knives. "So you will no longer have any say. I have always believed in one thing, as long as these superheroes are given a sufficient platform, they can conquer a complete world for you to rule. Therefore, the next era will definitely belong to us. If you don't recognize it, you have to fight." L smiled indifferently. "I don't say your position is wrong, but I will definitely defend what I think is right. Although the essence of the strong is not to obtain it by exception, he must have the ability to obtain it by exception." Hearing this, Jigan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and stood up. "What do you want? I remember, half of the Space Aerospace Development Agency, the supply of technology projects is all done by Sadaik Company, right? Then from now on, Sadaik Company will not provide any technical support, and your projects will be taken over by Universal Capsule Company." After drinking the last sip of tea, L covered the teacup as if he had issued the final order. "Of course this is not free, the price is the core power of TPC and 30% of the profit." Bang! The fan in G-Gang's hand was broken into 2 pieces, and his face was full of anger. "What did you say? Young man, don't push me too much." The atmosphere in the room became depressed for a while, and the terrible feeling of suffocation, like a precursor to the collapse of negotiations, penetrated into the heart. Facing Jigan's anger, Carrot crossed his legs and continued nonchalantly, "There is something I forgot to tell you. Now Stark Industries will stand on my side unconditionally." Jigan subconsciously took a half step back. He never thought that Carrot's appetite was so big. It was obviously just a private organization, but he seemed to have an ambition to swallow the world and devour everyone in a planned way. And the most troubling thing is that he deliberately put himself in the position of a good person. Compared with the Monarch organization, he is the real enemy? At this moment, Jigan had such a thought in his mind. Even if you can control Stark Industries, what about Sadaik Corporation? Does it have to follow your lead? The arrogant Masaka Kigo won't listen to you. L looked at Jigan with a hint of sympathy. "That's why I said, you are stupid. You think that Masaka Kigo is a fool like you. In the face of the cusp of the times, he has the courage to give up everything to fight for the right to speak in the next era." Jigan laughed in anger. "Is this the era of superheroes you mentioned? Would he be so stupid? Give up everything in Sadaik Corporation and become a superhero?" L looked into the distance and murmured, "He wants to be more than anyone else. No one will have stronger ambitions than him in this regard, a person who works hard to become a Superman." L thought to himself, "Since Tiga has left, then use Masaka Kigo to complete the harvest of the Imperial Organization, and let him see how strong the so-called Ultraman family can be. I think this period should be enough for you to be busy, so let's do this." The entry period of Universal Capsule Company is tentatively set at 1 month. After 1 month, we will send scientific and technological personnel to TPC to take over scientific projects, including the MAG's power system and the artificial Sunday. At the same time, stop the human cell transformation plan and promote a new route. Specific deployment. I will hold a meeting in 1 month to announce the development plan for the next era. Carrot's current demeanor is as if he has already settled in TPC. He talks and deploys slowly, which makes G-Gang want to curse, and his chest is stuffy with blood. Except for Sawai, he has never heard another person talk to him in this tone. However, the next second, Carrot stretched out his hand to open the window and said to him in an even more extreme tone, "Oh, by the way, don't think I'm negotiating with you. I can understand that you love peace, but please also understand me, I love war. Let's go, the bed here is too hard, I can't sleep on it." Bang! After the voice fell, the slightly threatening voice was instantly annihilated in the vast sonic boom, and the whole island could hear it clearly. G-Gang stared at Carrot's figure disappearing in the sky in amazement, and remained silent for a long time. Deep in the center of the earth, strange dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if this was the only sign in the boundless world. The dark purple thunderstorm was densely covered with lightning nets in the depths of the dark clouds. Seeing this scene, the two pairs of pupils looking from afar could not help but reveal the pain of a long journey. Natasha Romanoff hid in a tree hole in a towering ancient cave. The scabby wounds were branded with countless lingering scars. Those blood-stained clothes had been skillfully used as bait by her, hanging on the treetops in the distance, attracting the giant beasts to bite. Crack, crack. Gnawing on a small piece of snake meat with bones, Natasha threw the last piece of gauze in her backpack to Daegu. At this time, Yuan Daegu was scarred. The deadly battle in the depths of the jungle completely overturned all his previous battle conjectures. Or so that the battle itself that he knew had undergone a fundamental change. He had always thought that he could solve all the threats here by becoming Tiga. But now, he found out that he was wrong, and he was so wrong. These beasts would not shrink back because of the huge body and terrifying light of Tiga. On the contrary, they are all real predators, primitive killers with unique skills, superb patience, and wildness. They are not monsters, but giant beasts. They can lie dormant in one place for several days without eating or drinking, hiding in mosquito-filled, muddy, and dirty puddles, just for the last moment of biting the prey's throat. Even if they are scarred, they still want to bite a piece of meat from you and chew the flesh in their mouths. What's more, they can follow you for a long distance, chasing your scent, even if it stretches for hundreds of miles. They will never let you go. You attack them and run away, and they will follow you as soon as you leave, until they exhaust you to death. Even birds are dangerous here. They will stare at you all the time until you relax and wait for the moment to take you away. Yuan Daegu had never seen such a fighting style, let alone such a killing. Their attacks were fatal, not a fist fight between you and me, but they wanted to bite off your throat and dig out your heart in an instant. As long as you fall, the whole tribe will swarm over and bite you, making it impossible for you to stand up. Because of hunger, they understand better than any other living thing that hunting only takes a short moment. If you miss that moment, you will starve to death. In just 7 days, no one can imagine what kind of life and death they have experienced. No one knows what kind of killing these two humans who rashly broke into the monster jungle faced. Only the sun hanging high in the sky like an eye is always watching them. Fighting non-stop, as if they are Shura in the field of hell, only knowing fighting and killing. What nature teaches to give life will never be beautiful, but it will give you the most abundant desire to survive, so that the more you live, the more you want to live. But don't forget, the biggest difference between Daegu and Stark is that he doesn't have a treatment cabin. So, when he was only one step away from getting up, Natasha took a risk and pressed him down, covered with mud, and lay by the water pond for 3 days and 3 nights, just to let him learn how those water-drinking animals avoid being preyed by prehistoric giant crocodiles when they drink water. Taking the gauze handed to him by Natasha, Yuan Daegu skillfully wrapped it around his neck. He must first protect the vital parts. There is no good place on his body. Fractures and bruises have long been commonplace. The scars have begun to make him iron-blooded. But for now, he can only rely on Tiga's light energy to remove the negative effects of his body, and then use his body to overdraw Tiga's gigantism. It is painful to get stuck in a bug, and it overdraws Daegu's own vitality, but now he has no choice at all. Looking at the vine snake meat buried in the soil in front of him, Daegu showed a painful expression on his face. He rubbed his cheeks vigorously with both hands and buried his head deeply in his knees. This is almost the best meal they have eaten in the past few days. But Yuan Daegu, who has calmed down, is almost swallowed up by the pain. Every part of his body hurts, and every part of his heart hurts. The most terrifying thing is often not the process of chasing, but the time of quietness. Now, as long as he is in a quiet environment, all the pain will be swept away. Natasha Romanoff looked at the boy in front of her and felt a little bit of pity in her heart. Carrot, what kind of danger makes you force everyone to grow up in this way? After a few days of getting along, Natasha has completely understood the character of this boy. How to say it? In terms of quality alone, it is the kind of super soldier serum that will abandon Captain America and him. However, there is a big difference between him and Captain America. He now lacks the courage to move forward and the will to face desperate situations, or he has not grown to that level yet. But Natasha can foresee that the future of this man in front of her is absolutely limitless. She has already guessed Carrot's intention. I am afraid that these beasts in nature are his best teachers, and this escape between life and death is his most terrible will. The dawn after that night is his most indisputable hope. And only when that moment came, he was qualified to explore this bizarre world. Roar. At this moment, a roar of a wild beast resounded throughout the jungle, and the huge towering ancient tree where the two people lived was hit with a bang. Daegu rushed out, like a startled sick deer. His movements were surprisingly fast, and his body almost instinctively ignored the feeling of pain. At this moment, Natasha could foresee that if Daegu really learned all the skills of wild beasts here, he would definitely be stronger than ever before. The next second, the two of them jumped out. No one cursed, no one complained, because they had already cursed thousands of times. Now that they have adapted to this process, they are too lazy to say a word and are ready to escape at any time. However, the huge guy that appeared in front of them made them, who had seen countless rare and exotic animals, still stunned in surprise. Because it was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Well, although in this place, extinct things like Tyrannosaurus rex are not very rare. But the strange thing is that there is a long scar on the face of this Tyrannosaurus rex, and only half of its tail is left. Natasha Romanoff recognized the cut on the tail at a glance. It was definitely not a tear caused by a wild animal, but was cut off by a sharp blade. The look in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex looking at the two people was not only full of appetite, but also full of hatred. Ayaha! Ouch! The roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex echoed in the valley, and the scene from the movie Jurassic Park was vividly displayed in front of the two of them. It's endless, I can't run anymore. The dense vegetation and growing trees almost blocked the remaining sunlight in the inner Earth world. Daegu entered the woods with his eyes darkened. Fortunately, Natasha kept pulling him and prevented him from hitting the tree. Superior. His bones are almost falling apart now, and he really needs to be chopped into pieces and made into bone soup. At this moment, there was almost no trace of civilized society on the two of them, and they were covered in mud and blood. With the way they were running wildly, no one would doubt them even if they were savages. Don't give up, kid, you're stronger than you think. Natasha spit out a mouthful of mud. God knows how she still had the energy to comfort Daegu at this moment. Daegu looked at Natasha's back with a complicated expression, gritted his teeth and continued to push forward. So amazing. This woman is really amazing. Perseverance, patience, tenacity, will, and mind are all impeccable. Just at that moment, Daegu learned another lesson from Natasha. She was not running blindly. The dense vegetation and lush woods were the best shackles for those huge beasts to restrict their movement. Once you enter, it will be like a mud cow in the sea, and it will be difficult to catch it out. The moment the crisis came, even his own action was at most nothing more than escaping, but Natasha took advantage of the surrounding geographical advantages very early and planned an escape route. No, it should be said that when she chose that big tree as her habitat, she had already thought about how to avoid the pursuit of large beasts. She even had time to comfort him. A trace of self-mockery flashed through Daegu's dim eyes. It was unbelievable that a weak woman could survive like a fish in water after being thrown into such a desperate situation and starting from scratch. Although he could become a giant, Daegu deeply felt at this time that without this woman's teachings, he would have died many times. What really frightened him was that the Black Widow's heart never showed any signs of collapse. She has never been confused or given up. No matter what kind of danger or crisis, she always seems to find a way to solve it all. In comparison, his hesitant behavior when picking up a divine light stick is simply hypocritical. Boom, boom, boom. The huge solace of the feet stepped on the muddy ground, making a loud groaning sound. Roar. Opening his mouth wide, the stench spread out and could be smelled from half a mile away. The two of them couldn't outrun the huge creature in front of them, so they could only wander around the tree trunk to avoid its attack. Boom. The fangs protruded from the other corner of the tree trunk and bit down, almost biting off Natasha's arm completely. I guessed it right, this guy is really targeting us. Will anyone else come here? Who can cut off the tail of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Carrot. It's possible, but why would he cut off its tail? While the Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing Daegu, Natasha Romanoff calmly observed it and suddenly discovered a faint light in the bushes not far away. Boom. At this moment, Daegu was accidentally knocked away because the wounds on his body affected the movement of his muscles. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out from Daegu's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the divine light rod fell out of his arms and rolled down under the muddy dead leaves. Ho ho ho. Seeing this scene, the injured Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly showed excited eyes and ran towards him crazily. Damn. Natasha Romanoff cursed secretly, raised her head, rushed forward, and shouted, "Hey, big guy, come at me." Hearing the cry, the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and saw Natasha waving at it with her teeth and claws open, standing in front of it without fear. Well, the eyes that were originally full of wildness showed a look of greed and hatred. He looked at Daegu again. After confirming that he had lost the ability to move and had reached the fat around his mouth, he immediately turned around and chased the other Natasha. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps made a heavy humming sound, like a hammer hitting Daegu's heart, hitting him hard. Natasha. Daegu clutched his chest, his ribs seemed to be broken, and he didn't know if they had penetrated into his lungs. He only felt an incomparable pain every second he spoke, and blood slowly overflowed between his lips and teeth. In an instant, the escape between life and death was staged again. Every second spent in this dark jungle seemed so long. Natasha Romanoff ran towards the lush trees. A glimmer of light shined through the gaps in the leaves, allowing her to vaguely guess the scene behind the trees. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on, bet again, roar. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff's eyes became determined, and there was a sound of wind behind her ears. In the blink of an eye, a whistling roar mixed with a fishy and unpleasant smell suddenly came up. Natasha could judge the distance between the two without thinking, and she timed it well, leaped out, and suddenly dodged to the side. Wow. The next second, the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a broken tail didn't have time to turn, and stepped on the soil at the edge of the bushes. The rubble rolled down, the soil collapsed, and the vines and leaves rooted on the cliffs were brought down. With a wow, the originally obscured jungle world revealed a corner of the sun. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next second, a deafening sound shocked the whole earth. The collapsed cliffs were hit hard on the rocks by a long tail, and the hideous skull opened its big mouth. It was unknown how long it had been crawling here, and it bit the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This time, the earthquake where Natasha was directly flew out. Natasha Romanoff's feet were empty, and her horrified eyes with incredible despair slowly fell to the ground. She stretched out her hand desperately, and her instinct for survival made her want to grab a life-saving straw. Her 10 slender fingers, and the nails were rubbed with blood. However, in the collapsed and falling soil, there was nothing for her to hold on to. Snap. At this moment, a hand with blood stains, regardless of the pain of ribs piercing the lung lobe, grabbed Natasha's wrist at the critical moment. Yuan Daegu gritted his teeth and grabbed her tightly. The blood oozing from between his teeth gradually dripped onto Natasha's face. But Natasha Romanoff did not dislike it at all. Looking at the red face, holding on to her light despite the severe pain all over his body, he seemed to have figured something out. So that's it, Al, is this what you mean when you say I can connect them? Why are you standing there? Hurry up and climb up. Yuan Daegu's face was so painful that he was sweating, gritting his teeth and roaring. However, at this time, Natasha, who was hanging on the cliff, made no move to climb up. The sun's rays fell on the two of them, seeming to illuminate the farewell scene clearly. At the bottom of the cliff, the skeleton crawler biting the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard Daegu's movements, bared its fangs, and jumped towards them from the bottom of the mountain. Natasha Romanoff heard the sound, glanced down, slowly took out the second fairy bean from her pocket, smiled, and murmured in a low voice. Remember kid, you are far more powerful than you think. Yuan Daegu instantly realized what Natasha Romanoff was going to do. His pupils were shaking, and he couldn't help but panic. What do you want to do? No, we still have time. Don't do anything stupid. We will definitely survive. Daegu yelled downwards with all his strength. He couldn't believe that Natasha had actually done this act of almost giving up her life. He knew very well how powerful and formidable perseverance this woman had. She was the kind of person who would never give up until the last moment. How could she give up? How could she? Suddenly, Yuan Daegu seemed to see relief in Natasha's eyes. Don't you understand, kid? This is your journey, not mine. Natasha Romanoff murmured. I'm weak. I'm extremely weak. I don't have the power to become a giant. That's all I can teach you. Natasha Romanoff smiled softly. In the next second, she accurately stuffed the fairy beans into Daegu's mouth, then let go of his wrist and fell down. Remember, you are stronger than you think, believe it. No. For a moment, I felt something welling up in my eyes, and there was a buzzing in my head. Boom. The next second, the skeleton crawler jumped up. The monster landed with a loud noise, stirring up dust beside the cliff. Daegu rolled over and swallowed the fairy beans, and the blocked cliff prevented him from getting any closer. His red eyes flashed with incomprehensible murderous intent as he looked at the divine light rod rolling to the ground and rushed over like crazy. However, at the same time, just out of his sight, golden sparks overflowed and the space was torn apart, suddenly appearing at Natasha's feet. The falling figure fell into the portal in an instant and disappeared. Suddenly, as the spark prism bloomed, a dazzling light cut through the thunderclouds in the sky. In the distant sky, under the calm gaze of L, a giant silver hand broke the skull crawler's neck at the moment of transformation. Oh, what a cruel approach. He is completely different from before. How about it? Are you satisfied with the show I arranged for you? Taimu. In the inner Earth world, the sun that is always hanging high seems to be looking at L consciously. In an instant, two eyes overlooking the entire world rested on the giant Tiga at the same time. For a moment of trance, the three colors seemed to be more eye-catching than before. At this moment, an ancient and heavy voice sounded in L's heart. That voice had already stood at the end of time, watching all things with vicissitudes. Do you want to prove to me that it's possible for them to push the envelope? L stared down and murmured, I just want to try things that you can't do. Maybe I can do it. Ancient One told me that 30 million years ago, in order to allow intelligent life forms to multiply and obtain enough nutrients, you forced the giant beasts to give up the Earth. For this reason, we even used the anchor point feature to introduce another timeline. Using the terrifying scale of the super ancient war to cleanse the Earth of Titan beasts, let an ancient war of light and darkness sweep across the entire Earth. But the Earth itself is also beginning to save itself, and its consciousness gave birth to Godzilla. It also released the Zeala flower. In such a battle, Tiga became famous in one battle, which also made you bet everything on him. Although I can't figure it out. Today, you already have enough nutrients for intelligent life forms, why the progress of breaking out of the shell has slowed down. They even deliberately opened up this world to accommodate the Titan beasts. L looked at the sun in the sky. Where does the sun come from deep underground? Those are Diama's eyes. But the reincarnation of fate finally allowed him to open up the time of 30 million years again. Maybe this time, we can all find the best of both worlds. Thymo, what do you want to do? L said bluntly, I want to fight you. Thymo. L smiled faintly. He didn't hear the response from the other party, and he wasn't angry at all. He was like a person whispering to himself as if there was no one else around. All this time, in my super brain's deduction, there is a move that has not yet been completed. That's not because I'm not talented enough, but because I don't have a pure and kind heart, nor do I have the patience to communicate with the earth, mountains, rivers, and creatures. But I think if you need to find someone to pull off this trick, then Yuan Daegu is the most suitable candidate. In theory, if he can learn this move, it will be a good thing for everyone, including me. So, when he finishes his training and goes to see you, I hope you can teach him this move on my behalf. Taimo, why don't you teach it yourself? L raised his head and said to Taima, because I will go to the universe once in a while. There may be a way to release you without hurting this planet. But the condition is that I want to fight with you. Taima, Carrot, you should understand what kind of existence we are. Carrot L exhaled deeply, and somehow, Taima actually read some heavy pressure from it. But Carrot's pressure did not come from him, but he could feel that when Carrot L thought about this matter again, his emotions seemed very uneasy. I know you are all naturally born founding gods. Within your creation, no one can defeat you, but if I don't fight you, how can I confirm whether this chaotic anchor universe is okay? Forget it, it's too early to talk about this now. Carrot L shook his head hesitantly, and in a flash, he showed a relaxed and comfortable smile, as if nothing had happened just now. But Taima was sure that he who was under pressure just now was the real Carrot, and only in front of this founding god who has analyzed the truth of the universe, Carrot can briefly reveal the pressure he suppressed under the will to fight. Even this pressure is forcing him to take the initiative to interfere with the fate of Stark and others, making them stronger. But anyway, I'm not fighting you to win, but to confirm the power of your class. Deku's journey has just begun, let him continue what he was supposed to do in another form. Let's go first. After saying that, Carrot waved his hand and disappeared from the spot. This time, his biological stance concealed the loud sound of the sonic boom and left silently. But as a member of the ancient celestial god group, Taima was not so calm after talking to him. Carrot L just mentioned the anchor universe. What does he want to do? At this moment, the breath of the earth seemed to suddenly become heavier, as if it wanted to tell Taima that what Carrot was going to do might be far beyond everyone's imagination. Before opening his eyes, a wisp of white light slowly fell on his eyelids. At the foot of the Himalayas. Comatage. When Natasha opened her eyes from the small room, there was only a clear glimmer of light left in the dark room, coming from an old-fashioned kerosene lamp beside the pillow, flickering on and off. Suddenly, the candle went out. Natasha instantly thought that Carrot had tricked her into something else. She jumped up like a kitten with its hair blown off and looked around in horror. Time passes minute by minute. It wasn't until a long time later that the room was still so quiet, and there were not a few more supernatural events like she imagined, such as ghosts demanding lives, chainsaw murderers, perverted ogres, and things like Natasha. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. The intuition derived from the ace female agent awakened her. If Carrot wanted to torture himself, he would definitely use this trick. After coming back to her senses, Natasha collapsed on the ground, her face darkened, and she slapped herself on the forehead. Damn it. She has the same superhuman phobia as Stark? Call. Standing up while holding on to the wall, she picked up the match next to her and lit the oil lamp again. Natasha then began to look at the things in the room. The entire house was made of dark solid wood. It was as old as a museum from the old century. It exuded elegance and at the same time was full of poverty. There is no doubt that she has returned to civilized society, but this place is not so prosperous. Looks like I made the right bet. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff's mouth showed a touch of joy after the nightmare was over, and she touched the mattress in front of her. She couldn't believe the feel of this soft quilt. She really didn't want to stay in that primitive jungle full of monsters for a second. Carrot L is right, she is a liar, a very good liar. In fact, Natasha already understood Carrot L's true intention from the moment she saw the map. In addition to reminding herself several times before, she also chose to help Carrot add fuel to the flames, but it was also because that boy Daegu was too useless and left him there by himself. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to survive 2 days. And when Natasha finally confirmed that Daegu had a certain life-saving cost, just kidding, Guy K continued the adventure with him. So, when Black Widow saw that Daegu was about to collapse, she immediately designed a way to die for herself. What could be more inspiring for a warrior to move forward than this death of this partner? Daegu learned countless things from Natasha, but there was one thing she didn't teach, and that was lying. But Natasha thought that teaching him to lie would be harder than asking Captain America to shout "Long live Hydra." Yes, but not entirely right. At this moment, a voice sounded from the direction of the door, and the moment the kerosene lamp came back on, a bald woman walked in, waving a small fan, followed by a fat Chinese. Who are you? Natasha Romanoff looked at her with some vigilance. Judging from her clothes, the person in front of her looked like a practitioner. Gu Yi looked at her indifferently, considered her for a while, and then slowly said, Carrot L recommended an excellent liar to me, and I hope you can come here to study for a while. Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff immediately understood what was going on and decisively expressed her refusal. Stop. Shut up. I'm not interested. No matter what you are going to do, it has nothing to do with me. I have to leave now. Goodbye. Also, please tell Carrot L that I will only help him this time. Don't come to me next time. With that said, Natasha walked quickly outside, not wanting to stay here any longer. When Gu Yi saw this, he didn't mean to stop him. He still waved his small folding fan leisurely, but when Natasha was about to walk out of the door, he murmured, Isn't there anything you hate during this journey? Natasha Romanoff's eyes flashed with anger, and she said word by word, Of course there is. It's the one with the S on his chest. If I couldn't beat him, I would have kicked him to death 8 times. Ha ha ha, okay, lady, I sympathize with your experience. Gu Yi laughed out loud and couldn't hold it back. After laughing for a while, his expression changed again and he slowly approached Natasha. But I think what you hate more is your own weakness. The expression on Natasha Romanoff's face was disdain, but her steps surprisingly did not go out. There was a moment of loss, and there was a ripple of contemplation. Being chased by those terrifying titan beasts like insects, do you really not hate yourself for being weak at all? The way you chose to die, let's say you saw through Carrot's plan, but when you made the final decision, did you really not have the slightest thought in your heart that if you continued like this, it would hinder Daegu? You must know that his control of the giant's power will only become more and more familiar. The Ancient One's words touched Natasha Romanoff's heart. Natasha's hand that she had turned away slowly tightened her grip. Yes, weak. Why am I the only one so weak? Carrot is strong, Banner is strong, Diana is strong, and Steve is strong. Even that Playboy is said to be developing some kind of armor, and no one knows what Carrot did to him, but now he can tie with Captain America with his physical body. Now, any kid who pops out can actually become a terrifying giant. Sorry, I'm not interested, and I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Although she hated her own weakness, Natasha Romanoff has always been a person who can see the situation clearly, and turned around and left without hesitation. You think this adventure is just for you and Daegu alone, but in fact, you two are friends. Guyi's words made Natasha stop again and said coldly, but for people like me, power always has a price, and the price is very painful. However, hearing her answer, Guyi, with shining eyes, seemed to have picked up a treasure. Very good, that's the answer. So good, why didn't I realize that agents are most suitable for our business before? An excellent liar, always with a cautious heart, has a clear understanding of the price of power, but she dares to cheat, can cheat, and has enough experience and stories to cheat. And she is cruel enough, and she has the courage to rob after cheating. You are really suitable here. No, it should be said that you are more suitable here than anyone else. Natasha Romanoff felt more and more wrong the more she listened. Wait, why does this sound like a pyramid scheme? When did Carrot L get involved with a pyramid scheme? Wait, where are you? In front of Ancient One, Wang is always serious, Kamatage. Then what do? Ancient One, magic tricks. The sky of the Milky Way spans the boundless sea of stars, giving rise to the brilliance of billions of stars. Purple, white, blue, the airflow of countless colors seems to have no color at all, just a hazy phantom. Where Krypton was destroyed, there stood a death zone that ordinary people could not cross, and even time would stand still here. Just as Natasha and Yuan Daegu were starting a new life on Earth, 3 single-person spaceships that had crossed the other side of the Milky Way slowly settled in a corner of Krypton's phantom zone. Even though those 3 people had witnessed the destruction of countless civilizations and their hands were stained with blood, they still sighed when they saw this desolate scene. This is the other hometown of that bastard cockroach. How sad. The floating spaceship slowly froze in the universe. As the cabin slowly opened, 3 tails swayed in the air, but no one stepped out of the cabin. For the Saiyans, they do not recognize the name Carrot L, and the name assigned to him by planet Vegeta is Kakarot. That Carrot was just changed later to suit the Kryptonian name. This is something that Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, does not agree with. Besides him, there is another person in the universe who also does not agree with it. Every time he sleeps and dreams, he calls out Kakarot as if he is possessed. Special. Opening the door to the space cabin, feeling the harsh environment here, a burly bald Saiyan sneered and touched his chin. Humph, that thing that stained the Saiyan bloodline. It is said that when he was born, his combat power was only 2 points, making him the lowest level warrior. After all, Raditz, you are still his brother, right? The other man's hair grew like a hedgehog, all behind his back. After hearing Nappa's words, Raditz showed a look of disgust. It's just an expression. Nappa glanced at Raditz. Every time he saw his hair, he became angry and taunted him in a bullying manner. Blood is thicker than water. Hearing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel, the leader, the little man with long hair, gave them a cold look. Shut up, you two. As soon as Vegeta spoke, neither of them dared to speak and stood aside respectfully. Snort. Vegeta glanced at them indifferently, crossed his arms and looked at the white light around him. We need the power of the Kryptonians. They have the technology to transform the planet's environment. The code of life in my body also comes from here. With that said, Vegeta also raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector worn on his left eye. Then let me see the power of Kryptonians. Did he? Oh, have you sensed life forms so quickly? Sure enough, there are still people alive, huh? This is... Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils were shocked and he froze on the spot. A terrifying value on the detector made him feel threatened by his status. 17,000 is impossible. 90005000835. 512. Except for the leader, who shocked Vegeta, he didn't pay attention to the values of the others. However, Raditz and Nappa who heard on the side were extremely frightened, and both of them pressed the button one after another. The detector looked at it. Nappa swallowed and clenched his fists. If such fighting power really followed them, it would most likely affect his status next to Vegeta. Interesting, it seems that the combat effectiveness of this group of Kryptonians is not constant. They are all amazing values. One powerful combat value after another. Even Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but in an instant, he made up his mind. Hey, Raditz, go tow the spaceship and take them away from here. Vegeta. Raditz seemed very hesitant. Even Nappa felt threatened by his status. How could Raditz not be afraid with his thousands of fighting power? But Vegeta seemed to have made up his mind and snorted coldly. This is an order. Raditz opened his mouth, his eyes a little complicated. Regardless of his status or combat power, he would not dare to disobey Vegeta's orders. Even if it weren't for his father's military exploits back then, he wouldn't be qualified to follow Vegeta. Because of this, he has always regarded this matter as an honor. I know. Not long after, a huge Kryptonian battleship pulled by a few people slowly broke away. Finally, Zid and others who had been trapped in the Phantom Zone for more than 10 years were released. They had not experienced wandering in the universe. Although they had less experience, they also retained their most perfect physical strength and combat power because of the time freeze. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, Raditz looked at the edge of the Phantom Zone as if he had something in mind. There was a single-person cabin that was very similar to their spaceship. He quickly pressed the detector and measured the value. Oh, does that guy inside have a combat power of only 500? He doesn't pose a threat to me. After thinking about it, Raditz also wanted to not be at the bottom of the team. While using the airflow to pull the spacecraft, he also brought the spaceship in. Soon, 3 small single-person cabins were towing a huge space battleship, slowly heading towards the end of the galaxy. And Vegeta and the others were not hypocritical. With a better spaceship, they no longer had to squeeze into a single cabin and landed on Zid's spaceship. The pain of freezing and the hatred of Sin spread. Under the cold gaze of Vegeta and the other two, General Zid, who launched the final transformation of Krypton, finally woke up. General Zid slowly opened his eyes. The 3 people in front of him were wearing the costumes that made him unforgettable. The combat uniforms of Frisia's army and the tail fluttering behind them. Saiyan, I didn't expect that there are still survivors in your tribe. After unlocking the device that blocked his movements, General Zid stood up from the cold bed, his eyes flickering as he recalled the scene of himself being thrown into the Phantom Zone. He said viciously, "Damn you, idiots of the Kryptonian Council, I said I would definitely come back." Vegeta frowned and asked in confusion, "Hey, have you ever seen a Saiyan before?" "Bardock, I fought that man." The vast ship was frozen in the depths of the starry sky. Zid, who had regained consciousness, slowly looked at the things around him. In addition to the 3 Saiyans, there were several of his subordinates who had not yet awakened in the spaceship. It seemed that it was these orphans of planet Vegeta who rescued them from the Phantom Zone. "Oh, I didn't expect it, Raditz. It seems your father is still very famous." Nappa mocked unhappily in his heart. Why could a low-level warrior's name be known to so many people? Even the living King Vegeta would be wary of him. No, not just King Vegeta. Even Frisia. Adults occasionally mentioned his name. Sigh. How great it would be if everyone in the universe knew his name. Nappa tilted his head. Vegeta, who knew Nappa's character well, could tell at a glance what he was thinking at this moment, and snorted with disdain in his heart. Oh, it's a nice thought, but it's just wishful thinking? After hearing the words of several people, Zid's eyes instantly stayed on Raditz. After observing silently for a while, his eyes actually showed a hint of concern, and he sighed. "I see, you are Bardock's son. I heard that your father was imprisoned after he returned. Did he survive, too?" Raditz opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer, but he was a little impatient because of Nappa. He glanced at Vegeta first, and saw that he always looked indifferent, so he guessed what he was thinking. After taking a general idea, he suddenly turned around with his arms crossed. "I see, you are the one who defeated my father on Krypton. Who told him to offend King Vegeta. Dead by the collision of a huge meteorite, he can be regarded as retaining the glory of the Saiyans. It is said that the Phantom Zone is a prison on Krypton. Have you committed a heinous crime like him and been imprisoned in prison?" Raditz's words made Zid stunned for a long time. He looked at him with a strange look. He was silent for a long time and smiled sarcastically. "Oh, I'm so ashamed that Bardock has a son like you. You are right, I did commit the same crime as your father." Zed's voice became cold, and what little remaining concern King had for his old friend disappeared. Raditz felt a pain in his heart, his face paled slightly, and he muttered in a low voice, "Oh, stop being so pretentious. I feel ashamed to have a father like him." "Enough." Vegeta stood up with a blue face, interrupted the two of them coldly, and glared at Raditz and Nappa with a fierce aura. "Shut up, everyone. Are you kidding me? Our Saiyan family affairs are not for you to bring here to embarrass yourself in front of outsiders. Let's be honest, Kryptonian, we have only one purpose in looking for you." Vegeta spoke bluntly, but before he could finish speaking, Zid had already said it for him. El. Zid stood up and slowly moved his muscles. As his body gradually recovered, the murderous aura belonging to a military leader in his body gradually began to emerge. "Or using the name of your planet, he should be called Kakarot. You deliberately rescued us for this purpose." Unlike the reckless Saiyans, the Kryptonian military leaders are genotype geniuses cultivated with the code of life. They not only have strong strength, but also have smart strategic minds. Planet Vegeta and Krypton have both been destroyed, so the purpose of these 3 people is naturally not that difficult to guess. Like them, Zid also had the same idea. The code of life on Krypton must be in El's body. Jor-El's son, although you and I have different ideas, I still thank you for leaving the last hope that I will find your son. No matter where you are, even at the end of the universe, I will definitely find him. But, Zid looked at the arrogant looks of the 3 Saiyans in front of him. They were obviously born into the elite of planet Vegeta. Do they know that Alaka prepared a code for lower-level warriors for Carrot? Zid thought about it and felt that it shouldn't be the case. With King Vegeta intending to erase it, Alaka's final actions must have been carried out secretly. Vegeta's lips curled up into a smile, and his contemptuous gaze stirred up a hint of ridicule wherever he looked. That's a pity. You guessed wrong. We have no interest in that low-level warrior Kakarot. I am looking for you this time. I just want to borrow the science and technology of your Kryptonians to reshape a new planet Vegeta. You may not know that I have all the code genes of the elite Saiyan warriors in my body. As long as I have enough technical reproduction means, I can immediately reshape planet Vegeta. When the time comes, I will protect you as the king of the Saiyans. Vegeta's words gave people an incomprehensible sense of arrogance, and his commanding aura also attracted Zid's attention, and he observed him silently. Oh, did you guess wrong? Zid's brows frowned tightly. It seemed that the three people in front of him really didn't know that L possessed the Saiyan life code. But it's also possible that they simply don't care. Even if they knew that a group of lower-level warriors might return to the world, they wouldn't care at all. According to the current situation, this little man should be the one making the decision among the three. Combined with Raditz' attitude towards him, Zid already had a rough guess in his mind. Are you Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans? When Vegeta was born, he was praised as a rare genius of the Saiyans because of his terrifying fighting power. King Vegeta sent congratulatory statements to most of the planets conquered in the Milky Way, and even destroyed several planets to celebrate, and named his son after his own planet, which also made Zid slightly heard of it. Amazing knowledge. It seems that you have heard of more than just Bardock, so you'd better think about your next choice. Vegeta raised his head, although there was no expression on his face, but the look between his eyebrows gave people a sense of arrogance. Since you have such knowledge and combat value, you should be in a high position in Krypton, right? Hearing this, Zid really didn't know how to evaluate Vegeta, but he did have a little fear in his heart. Just imagine, as a lower-level warrior, Bardock is already so strong, then how powerful should Vegeta, who has been praised as a genius warrior since childhood, be? This is also one of the reasons why Zid did not turn against them immediately. As a warrior, especially as a military leader, he must know how to judge the situation. I have no interest in your Saiyan affairs, but I can agree to your conditions. But as a deal, I want Kakarot EL. Zid's conditions made Vegeta frown. Kakarot? Why do you want that trash? Zid's eyes examined the expressions of the three people. Except for the one named Vegeta who was worthy of fear, the rest of the people were not worth worrying about. You don't have to worry about this. Just tell me his whereabouts. Vegeta didn't know what Zid was thinking, but he didn't care about Kakarot L, a low-level warrior. Okay, I can agree to your conditions. You have also heard a little about our rules. Saiyans with low combat effectiveness will be sent out of planet Vegeta to perform invasion missions on lower planets. Zid's eyes were fixed on Vegeta. Vegeta is not a secretive person. He is more open about the terms of the deal than most people. That guy was sent to Earth, a remote star in the solar system located in the 2814 sector of the northern Milky Way. But I guess after so much time, he has completed the invasion mission 7THL? The conversation between several people resounded in the spaceship without hesitation. At this moment, a pair of pure and beautiful eyes woke up from the cold sleep after leaving the extreme environment of the Phantom Zone. Carrot, what should I do? Opening her eyes quietly, Kara Zor-El thought of her unmasked younger brother. Surrounded by tigers and wolves, she could only pretend to be asleep and lay in the cold cabin, quietly eavesdropping their conversation. So that's it. Has it been so long since the destruction of Krypton? Then Carrot must have grown up too, right? My poor brother, both hometowns were destroyed and there was no sister here. It must have been difficult for you to grow up, right? My sister hasn't seen you yet, and she hasn't hugged you yet. Lower-level warrior? On planet Vegeta, was Arrow rated as a lower-level warrior? Yep, he is such a weak little brother, but hey, he is also very cute. Since time almost stood still, Kara's impression of her brother was still the cute baby described by Jor-El. It is said that he can still cry. It seems that he cried so loudly in the incubator on planet Vegeta that he scared another child to tears. Hihi, what a careless brother. Kara L eavesdropped on their conversation, lying there motionless with her eyes closed, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. No, Zid is indeed targeting L. This dim executioner, he's not going to attack Carrot, is he? Thinking of this, Kara L's heart thumped, and she began to worry about Carrot. As a descendant of the L family, she knows better than anyone else who General Zid is and how terrifying he is. This time it happened. My brother is in danger. Kara L began to panic. If there is a Voldemort ranking list in the universe, Kara L must be on it. The whole meaning of her life was to ensure the existence of Carrot L. If something happened to him, Krypton would be over, the L family would be over, and so would she. No, I have to go find him? I thought to myself that Kara L had been silently pretending to be asleep. Anyway, according to the display on the detector, her combat effectiveness was the lowest, so it was reasonable for her to wake up at the latest. Until Zid took his old subordinates to sort out the supplies on the spacecraft, and Vegeta and others had to return to their single cabins to enter hibernation before arriving on Earth due to their huge appetite. Kara L then quietly crawled out of the thawing program of the dormant cabin. When they all dispersed, she escaped in the single cabin she was riding in. Whoosh! On the display screen of the detection device, the silver-white stream of light opened a bright arc and headed towards the sky of the Milky Way, like stars lighting up the dark night, slowly flying towards the place where hope falls. Looking at this scene, a beautiful Kryptonian woman sorted out the data on the instrument and stood respectfully beside Zid. General, as expected, Kara L escaped. Oh, she really thought I didn't recognize her. There was a trace of anger in General Zid's eyes, and he said coldly, just let her go, or send a message to Kara L. These Saiyans really thought that time would make us forget the hatred from back then. If it hadn't been for King Vegetos' violation of the contract, Krypton would not have been destroyed. Maybe we would have immigrated to a habitable planet long ago. Zid holds the greatest hostility towards all causes that lead to the destruction of Krypton. Vegeta, that little brat, still wants to cooperate with us. How arrogant. Relying on his own strength, he boasts the pride of a poor prince, but little does he know that he is just an obedient dog under Frisia's command. Fiora glanced at the three people sleeping in the single cabin, stood next to Zid and asked softly, then why didn't the general just kill them? Zid looked at the destination displayed on the radar, and indeed thought about the possibility of taking action directly, but in the end he shook his head. No, with our current strength, we may not be able to defeat Vegeta, and you have to understand clearly that Frisia's army is standing behind the Saiyans. There was a subtle hint of fear in Zid's voice, but on the surface, as a general of Krypton, he always kept his emotions in check. Although I asked Carrot to leave, even though it was to inform Carrot L, it was also because I didn't want to be an enemy of Frisia's army. What I want to do is just to prevent the outcome of this deal from being reached. After receiving the news from Carrot L, I don't think Carrot L will be stupid enough to wait for us there. If I can't find Carrot, then there is no need to fulfill the conditions agreed to Vegeta. Help him realize his wish to revive the Saiyan planet. Zid's fist slowly clenched, his cheeks tightened so hard that his teeth trembled. A large part of the hatred of Krypton must be attributed to them. The Saiyans are a group of cruel and unfaithful people. I will never let them go. We paid such a high price and fulfilled our obligations. So much sincerity. But in exchange for this result, Fiora strongly agreed with General Zid's idea and asked tentatively, what about Carrot L? Zid pondered for a long time, raised his head, and sighed deeply. Do you think Kara L will tell him about that? What? Under Fiora's puzzled eyes, Zid turned around, and a complex look extended from the depths of his pupils. I killed his father. Hearing this, Fiora immediately knelt on one knee and said to Zid respectfully, General, you are for the future of Krypton. And Carrot L and his father have no feelings. Zid's eyes became firm, and his solemn expression flowed with decisive determination word by word. Yes, for the future of Krypton, nothing can be sacrificed. Besides, you also heard what Vegeta said. Lower-level warrior. Ha, Earth Universal Capsule Company. When the Kryptonian spaceship, which was like a miracle, slowly stopped on the ground and opened the hatch, Bulma took Carrot's arm and stood in front of Joelle, nervously tidying up her clothes. Carrot L touched the back of her head helplessly. Is it that serious? It's just an artificial intelligence, why are you so nervous? Besides, haven't you already met my adoptive parents? Bulma rolled her eyes at him. That's different. You weren't my fiancé at that time. Thank you for taking care of L, Miss Bulma. It was L's greatest luck to meet you when he was young. Seeing Bulma leaning nervously on Carrot's side, tightly holding his strong arms, Joel's mouth also showed a relieved smile. It seems that there is hope for the prosperity of the next generation of the L family. Looking up, this city of human civilization is filled with sunshine that Krypton has not seen for thousands of years. And Carrot L, who can get the greatest feedback from this sunshine, has also established the closest relationship with the people on this land. Joel L is more and more sure that his behavior before his death was correct. The blue sky blows the corners of Carrot and Bulma's clothes, entangles each other's hair, and the interweaving of blue and black connects the two beating hearts, which are gradually approaching. Even the wind thinks they are a good match, blowing the two people's tightly clasped fingers together, making them look at each other affectionately. No, father. Bulma blushed at Joel's words. She held Carrot's hand tightly. Sweat had already overflowed from her interlocked hands. She glanced at Carrot from time to time, and her mouth was as sweet as freshly brewed honey. It is my greatest luck to meet him. Carrot L couldn't help feeling sweet in his heart when he heard Bulma call Joel father. He touched Bulma's head gently and whispered, Do you know why I don't take risks myself and like to let others take risks? Because the most beautiful scenery in the world is already in front of me. Joel L. Somehow, a swear word appeared in his artificial intelligence program. After a moment of silence, Joel released the intelligent projection. He thought it would be better for Carrot to take Bulma to visit this Kryptonian battleship. Just kidding, he has nothing to do. What is he doing here as a light bulb? Seeing that Joel had left tactfully, Carrot L smiled, took Bulma's hand, and walked step by step into the depths of the spaceship. In front of Carrot alone, Bulma was more relaxed than before, looking left and right, studying the spaceship with great joy. The document records of this spaceship contain the knowledge of 100,000 different civilizations. There are many different areas in it. I gave you the highest authority on the spaceship. You can check and learn all the knowledge at any time, and you can also operate any equipment here. But Carrot L paused, took Bulma's hand, kissed her forehead gently, and warned seriously. You must be careful. This spaceship has a built-in artificial intelligence. You can use it to operate. Because there are many weapons and equipment here, be careful not to hurt yourself. Bulma's cheeks were a little hot. No matter how long they were apart, the relationship between her and Carrot was like destiny, always so sweet. Okay, I know, Sunjun. Ugh. Somehow, a burst of unbearable nausea suddenly surged into Bulma's mouth, and she immediately held the corner of the wall and vomited. What's wrong? L was so anxious that he immediately supported Bulma, hugged her shoulders, and gently patted Bulma's back. It was unbelievable that this man who was calm and composed in front of the Celestials, Diamo, was actually nervous at this moment. Are you okay? Are you not used to the air on the ship? I didn't think it through. This is a Kryptonian ship after all. L secretly blamed himself, but saw Bulma rolled her eyes at him, skillfully took out a sour candy from her bag and put it in her mouth, complaining coquettishly. Do you remember how long you have been gone? L thought for a while, about 1.5 months. Hearing this, Bulma Irma winked at him playfully, pursed her lips and said, it's the time when morning sickness occurs. L's eyes widened instantly, and he said in shock, what? Joel, who had disappeared, suddenly jumped out, scaring Bulma. God knows why, as an artificial intelligence, he was so excited with his eyes shining. My L family has a successor. L was stunned for countless seconds. For him, every second could be extremely long, but these countless seconds were indeed too long. You mean? After reacting, hugged Bulma excitedly, with a happy smile on his face, I'm going to be a father. Bulma patted him coquettishly, with a resentful tone, as if she was acting coquettishly with her lover. Her face was always filled with a blush of happiness, and she threw herself into Carrot's arms and whispered in his ear, yes, you are going to be a father. L panted excitedly, and after hugging for a while, he couldn't help but fly into the sky excitedly. Bang! The deafening sonic boom tore apart the sky above New York, and within 2 seconds, it stood side by side with the vast sun, shouting towards the vast sea of stars. L didn't know what to say, or at this time, no words could describe his excitement. It was like a wanderer who had been alone in a distant place for decades, and finally found a new home in that unknown place that could not be reached. If the universe itself is an anchor point, everyone in it has their own timeline source, and they are connected to their own world outside that anchor point. Now, as an outsider traverser, Carrot finally has his own anchor point here. This was the first time in his life that he shouted excitedly. The entire north of the galaxy seemed to feel his powerful breath, and countless falling meteors and meteorites shattered around him. The light rising slowly in the dust, bathed in the yellow sun, is eternal. Boom. However, at this moment, a thunder in the distance came from nowhere, and with a rainbow-like light covering his steel body, a square iron hammer suddenly hit his head and bounced out. Bang! L was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand and subconsciously touched the back of his head. Who is sick and throwing things in the universe? L grabbed the hammer and took a look at it. His face darkened. He looked at the direction where the rainbow was flying and threw it back without thinking. Swoosh! I stayed up all night, not sure how much I could change. I've already finished my 3rd cup of coffee. 9 realms of Asgard. After the turmoil in Olympus, the god King Odin, who succeeded the new father of the gods in Norse mythology, ushered in anger unprecedented in thousands of years. The eldest son Thor, god of thunder, looked so reckless and stupid that it made Odin's beard stiffen with anger, and he was about to fall into Odin's sleep. So he sealed his power on the spot and knocked Thor off Midgard. The Thor's hammer is imprisoned, and only those with sufficient qualifications can lift it and gain the power of Thor. However, just as Odin sat on the throne and sighed deeply about the future of Asgard, a terrifying aura suddenly came from somewhere above the atrium, spreading outward almost without limit. Boom, boom. The unparalleled momentum was overwhelming, and the entire Asgard was shaking. No, not only Asgard, Jotunheim, Nidavellir, and Vanaheim were also affected by this terrible aura. How is this going? For almost thousands of years, nothing like this had ever happened in Asgard, and even Frigga couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although shaken by this power, it seems that as long as the father of the gods is around, the Asgardians will never be afraid. What's wrong? What happened? Is someone attacking Asgard? Heimdall, wherever the enemy is, everyone must meet the enemy immediately. Thinking that a war was about to begin, this powerful and warlike country quickly entered a state of war in just a few minutes. Odin's brows suddenly became serious. The terrifying momentum almost reminded him of the Olympus war. He immediately summoned the eternal spear and struck it heavily on the ground. Boom! The powerful thunder glowed with white light, spreading the majestic aura of killing, and enveloped the entire Asgard in an instant. Then an extremely terrifying towering giant network was formed, spreading outward until layer upon layer of collisions offset the fluctuations transmitted by that force. Odin walked out of the hall, and just when he wanted to see what was going on, he saw the Thor's hammer that he had thrown at Midgard come back and hit his throne with a bang. Odin. On Earth, Ancient One activated the magic defense network and withdrew the magic he released with a look of helplessness. After all, you are still a young man. Aren't you just giving birth to a child? As for being so excited, I haven't lived for hundreds of years. Nonsense? Guyi's face turned pale for a moment, and out of the corner of his eye, he somehow caught a glimpse of Natasha in the room who was memorizing the 76th magic book quickly, and he couldn't help but sympathize with her. After venting his excitement in space and taking care of the space debris, L couldn't wait to return to Bulma's side to protect her. However, it was precisely because his attention was all on Bulma that he did not notice that a spaceship also engraved with the L family's S pattern had arrived in the solar system and was heading towards the Earth. And where he ended up was Gotham? The Dark Knight spreads eternal and endless evil. Death, blood, killing, violence, and all darkness that cannot be seen will become the cradle of evil reproduction. We are naturally afraid of the dark. As long as our eyes still need light to see things, we are destined to fear the dark corners that cannot be seen. Someone walked into the dark night with a light in hand, but was torn into pieces because the light was too bright. Some people are condescending, overlooking all living things, but they keep falling because they spread their wings. The irreplaceable city of sin is shrouded in a gray sky with no sunlight all year round. Darkness and humidity are present in almost every corner of the city. Death is the eternal theme here. In places where light cannot reach, the only ones that can take root in the depths of darkness are some rodents. Two pointed black ears stood on the roof of Wayne Tower, dancing with the roaring thunder, as if they were thinking about the outcome of the city's fall. How ridiculous, a man who, with a mortal body, can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, has defeated countless extraordinary beings, created countless miracles, and saved the world many times, can't even save a city. We don't deserve any land, we don't deserve to step into the glorious dawn, we don't deserve to be redeemed at all. We are stained with sin, we are born sick, simply because we are born and in the abyss. We will go crazy, collapse, suffer, despair, and fear, but we will be happy with it. So if this is the case, why do we desire salvation? Because all of this is a disease. Although there is no cure, no one wants to treat it. But as long as it is illness, it will cause pain. As long as it is illness, it will lead to death. So at least before death, we should let the world hear the cry for help. So, I am the knight. I will take revenge. I am Batman. Boom. As he finished speaking, a huge S-shaped pattern penetrated the sky and hit Batman hard. Batman was stunned for a moment. He had indeed never made a backup plan for being struck by lightning after saying these words. Seeing the hot fire getting closer and closer, Batman jumped suddenly and jumped down from the tall building. With a bang, Kal-El's spaceship smashed deeply into the top floor of the Wayne building. Although the huge impact had been offset by the shock absorption system, it also smashed deeply into the height of 2 floors from the top of the building. And Bruce, who jumped down from the air, was also knocked to the ground by the impact of the collision. Although he was a little dazed, his vigilant mind still reminded him of the possible danger. He didn't care about his injuries and turned over and hid in the shadow of the corner. He was not sure what attacked him, but its power was definitely not small. The aftermath of the shock did not kill him, all thanks to his armor worth over 100 million yuan. Ahem. The door of the spaceship opened, and a girl in strange clothes staggered out holding a little white dog. She didn't seem to be very clear-headed, and kept muttering a name, but from her tone, you could tell that she was very anxious. Carrot. Carrot, where are you? There's no time. Run, you have to leave here. Zed is coming soon. Batman was observing the girl in the shadows. She was a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Naturally, what she just said was heard by Bruce. Carrot. There are many people named Carrot in the world, but the one who has left the deepest impression on people around the world recently is Carrot, CEO of L Universal Capsule Company. But who is Zed? I don't have any manuscripts saved, so I'll write them as hard as I can. With a hint of doubt, Batman also determined that the girl's purpose was not to attack him, but just to pass on information to someone. The girl was passing on information by driving a flying vehicle, and her body was so weak, which meant that the girl came from a dangerous place, at least unable to make a long-distance call, and she was likely to have escaped. As for this information, it must be very important to her. However, her flying vehicle seemed to have a problem and fell in this hellhole of Gotham. Seeing this, Batman couldn't help but look at the strangely shaped round single cabin, always keeping a solemn face, and showing a deep sense of vigilance. But the premise is that it is really a flying vehicle, not something else. As the huge roar gradually subsided, Alfred's concerned voice came from the radio. Are you okay, Master Wayne? I'm fine, Alfred. Hearing Batman's low voice on the radio, Alfred breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a sigh. I have to remind you, Master Wayne, this is the 3rd time Wayne building has been bombed this week. Can you be a little more respectful of the property left by Master Thomas? Alfred, help me check the names of Carrot and Zed. For everything he doesn't want to explain or answer, Batman will always choose to skip it directly. Alfred sighed deeply and leaned back in his chair exhausted. He really felt very powerless about Bruce's mental state. Perhaps this damn city and this damn man are destined to fight forever until the moment of death of both sides. Plop. At this moment, the blonde girl who came out of the spaceship seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the climate and environment here, and suddenly fainted on the ground. The white puppy in her arms was also extremely weak at this time, but still lay in Kara's arms and licked her gently. Batman looked at the girl who was so weak that she fainted on the ground, and finally walked out of the shadow slowly. He immediately stepped forward and touched the artery on her neck. Well, the person is still alive, but the signs are very weak. Batman noticed that there were no obvious external injuries on Kara L's body, but if he wanted to do an internal examination, it would be better to use professional instruments. After taking a look at the city tonight, Bruce decided to take her back. If such a beautiful girl stayed in Gotham that night, the ending could be imagined. Rape, being sold, digging organs, and drawing blood are all necessary. The girl and the dog were placed on the bat fighter, and Bruce began to check the aircraft she was riding. However, after a while, his face showed a look colder than icebergs and lemon soda. He was sure that this thing was definitely not a product of the Earth. If this girl is not from Earth at all, then it means that there should be an alien on Earth, an alien named Carrot. Unless she got lost and went to the wrong planet, the alien named Carrot must have lurked in a long time ago. Combined with the panic of the girl, Batman felt that she was more likely to escape, so he couldn't just leave her here. So, Bruce drove the Batfighter to bring the people and the spacecraft back to the Batcave, and of course the dog. This Batcave is not the Batcave Bruce is using now. As a persecuted paranoid, Bruce has built countless Batcave. This is the base he carefully selected and ranked above the top 5, and it is ready to be abandoned. Batman, who experienced the alien incident for the first time, had to take out 1.2 million points of vigilance to face and guess. However, an hour later, Batman found that he was still not vigilant enough. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing intrusion alarm was accompanied by the flames that shot up into the sky, and the explosions one after another almost turned the Batcave into a sea of fire in an instant. There is no doubt that Kara-El, who had awakened, began to destroy the house. And Batman, without kryptonite, could not stop Kara-El, who was in a stress reaction, even if her combat power was only 500. Kara-El looked at this guy who didn't look like a good person in a panic. And Batman on the side was also stunned by her powerful destructive power. He glanced at the large amount of fear gas, crazy laughing gas and other things collected in the Batcave, and finally chose a freezing gun to freeze Kara-El's feet. Bang! Kara-El was more certain that the guy in front of him was not a good person after being attacked, and he shot him with a heat ray on the spot. As we all know, Batman has a special dodge skill similar to Ultra Instinct, called Sense of Crisis. This sense of crisis engraved in the soul will drive him to make actions similar to predictions in battle. Even Batman himself said that he would be stronger in this state of crisis than when he had superpowers. And it was precisely with this sense of crisis from the soul that Batman mysteriously dodged Kara-El's heat ray. Boom. In an instant, the red light like a knife cut through the granite behind him, making the entire Batcave shaky. Carrot. He rolled to avoid the hot red light. While still feeling frightened, Batman also remembered the name the girl had mentioned before, and shouted out when he saw something was wrong. After the words fell, Kara-El suddenly showed a look of astonishment when she heard the name. Carrot. Seeing that the name was useful, Batman repeated it again. Sure enough, when she heard her brother's name, Kara-El's movements gradually stopped, and the red light in her eyes slowly swept toward her frozen feet. It didn't dissipate until the ice melted. You know, Carrot. Kara-El looked directly into Batman's eyes and said doubtfully. Batman also scrutinized her movements, and their eyes met. Although there was no expression on his face, his alert posture never relaxed. His brain was working rapidly, and he lowered his voice and said, "There are many people named Carrot on this planet. I know many of them. Which one are you looking for?" Kara-El opened her mouth hesitantly, wanting to say Carrot's full name. If it were normal times, she would definitely not reveal the slightest bit on this strange planet. But now that Sid and the Saiyans are attacking, it can be said that the sharp blade that kills them is already hanging above his head. If he cannot find his brother as soon as possible, then both she and the planet may face unimaginable disasters. It's really lively tonight, Master Wayne. At this moment, Alfred came over with some water and food, glanced at the ruined Batcave, walked up to Kara-El, and smiled kindly. Although I don't know who you are, I think you must be hungry. Do you want to eat something? Kara-El carefully observed Alfred. This old man gave her a completely different feeling from the guy with pointed ears, and he looked much more pleasing to the eye. Under the slightly encouraging gaze of the old man, Kara-El stretched out her hand, tentatively grabbed the pizza on the plate, took a gentle bite, and after chewing twice, her eyes suddenly lit up and she started to devour it. At the same time, looking at the Batcave that was almost completely reduced to ruins in front of him, Bruce's vigilance not only did not decrease, but instead increased several notches. While Kara-El was eating, Batman looked at Alfred and said solemnly, "Judging from the DNA test results, my judgment is correct. This girl is not human. Her blood stem cell concentration value is abnormally high." Alfred was a little surprised when he saw that Kara-El's appearance was no different from theirs. "You said she is an alien. Maybe people in Gotham are inherently more accepting of things than people in other places." Although Alfred was not a native of Gotham, he had spent half his life here, so he was only slightly surprised. The main reason is that his young master never cheats when it comes to doubts and self-doubts, and he wishes there were no mistakes at all. Behemoths, aliens, giants, monsters. I can't imagine what weird things there will be in the future. Alfred watched Kara-El wolfing down an entire pizza in a few seconds, and then looked at him without saying a word. Alfred pondered for a moment, then asked softly as if he was afraid of scaring her. "Hey, you can call me Alfred, how can I help you?" Alfred didn't expect Batman to take the initiative to comfort people, so he had to do it himself. Just kidding, if Bruce's disapproving look doesn't scare people away, it's considered a good deed. Carrot? Kara-El. Kara-El suddenly thought of her brother, and hurriedly grabbed Alfred's clothes corner, and said anxiously, "I have to find him, please? I have to find him. If it's too late, your planet may be destroyed." Alfred's arm was a little sore when he was caught, but he still patted Kara-El's shoulder gently like a kind elder. Okay, take it easy kid. Bruce's face showed solemnity and his brows furrowed. You said the entire planet may be destroyed. What do you mean by this? Is the carrot you are talking about going to destroy the Earth? Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. However, before Kara-El could answer Bruce's words, the entire Batcave suddenly fell into darkness. Whizzing. Upon seeing this, Bruce pulled out the batarang with his backhand, and Alfred pulled out a double-barreled shotgun from nowhere. Kara-El froze in panic. In the darkness, the only remaining set of electronic equipment began to operate automatically. The entire network was taken over in an instant, and a piece of text and sound slowly reflected on the electronic screen with the bat mark. Not only that, the world's electrical energy was paralyzed in an instant. The lights dimmed on the Earth, pulling the world into darkness without warning. The eerie atmosphere indicates the coming disaster of the end, and everyone may become a prey to be slaughtered. Batman watched this scene coldly and clenched his fists hard. The other party actually invaded the network of his Batcave. What an arrogant and open provocation! Provocation to Batman, trampling on the Earth, and contempt for mankind. Zizzy, you are not the only one. You're not the only one. You are not the only survivor. In Stark Tower, in a dark laboratory, Pepper hugged Tony in panic. At this moment, the pale screen light shone on Stark's face, reflecting his frighteningly white complexion. The suppressed anger seemed to burst out from his eyes as he stared at the computer fiercely. While Stark hugged Pepper's shoulders tightly, he looked at the new armor he had just built. In the desert oasis, feeling the terrifying aura coming straight from the solar system, Piccolo's eyes suddenly looked deeply into the sky. Siddiq Company, Kigo Masaka's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat the person opposite the computer. In Osaka City, Makoto Kairano sat in the auditorium of the horse racing competition, pushing up his glasses with an expressionless expression. Although he stood far away from the world, he could still feel the changes in the world at this moment, including what was happening outside. Superman. Are people like you and me really destined to have no destiny? Now that you have been completely exposed, how should you face the doubts from the public? TPC Far East Headquarters. Although the power of ground administrative investigation was wiped out by the Koseto government, fortunately, the establishment of the Victory investigation team was retained due to Sawai's arguments. In the command room, the faces of Jianjianhui and others also showed an unacceptable look of unwillingness and resentment. Damn it. What do these guys think of humans? Not only them, SHIELD, Monarch, Assassin's League, Hand, Daily Planet, Daily Bugle. From gangsters, rogue students, genius scholars, elite families, almost all people in the world were attracted by this sudden scene. For a time, the atmosphere of fear and tension quietly spread all over the world. The people were panicked, and the geniuses were angry. Zizi, Zizi. For a long time, Zid's unconcealed voice came from the flickering screen. The contemptuous tone conveyed to humans for the first time, a terrifying warning from the distant starry sky. People on Earth, my name is Zid. I come from a distant place you can't reach, that is the depths of the universe. We came here specifically because there is a person hiding on this planet who comes from the same place as me. I ask you to hand him over. He has been hiding here with you, and he has tried his best to integrate into you and become a part of you. But he is not. He is different from us. He has no destination, there is no hometown, no place to go, no group to integrate into, no matter which planet it is. General Zid's words do not have any emotion, but his condescending attitude really gives people a sense of sarcasm. Because he is not pure. I believe that some people on this planet know of his existence. I would like to inform these people that the fate of this planet is in your hands. L, I give you 24 hours to surrender and come to me, otherwise you will bear the consequences of the destruction of this planet. When the ultimatum was announced to the world in the form of an email, the uproar caused suddenly plunged the world into endless panic. Countless media outlets rushed to report on the denunciation of searching for aliens. Official press conferences and news conferences also replaced idle dramas on entertainment channels on this day. The era that has opened in a hurry seems to be rushing forward impatiently, and it is difficult to cover up the ordinary and reality of the past. Today, everything that is normal and harmonious is irreversibly collapsing in an unknown direction. Since the Titans were exposed to the world, people with various superpowers have also appeared on the world stage. Nowadays, another cosmic being is suddenly revealed hiding among the crowd, and there are even threats from extraterrestrials glaring at them. In the Batcave beneath Gotham City, with the sound of sparks flying, power was restored to the entire city. Is this the crisis you're talking about? At this moment, Kara-El can only choose to believe the person in front of her. Yes, they are here to capture Carrot. I have to take him away. Zid is ruthless and he will not let Al go. Batman pondered for a moment. His mind became clearer and clearer, as if there were countless bats flying in his mind, and he squinted his eyes. No, it's not that simple. Simply looking for someone doesn't require such a big fanfare. Zid is trying to push Carrot into a desperate situation. Or maybe Zid is forcing him to side with him. Kara-El was stunned for a moment. What? Batman's voice was hoarse as he said, this sudden global crowd movement appears to be threatening the world, but in fact it is blocking Carrot's retreat, leaving him absolutely no room for maneuver. That will only lead to one result, which is to completely separate humans and Carrot. And Zid repeatedly emphasized to humans in his words, Carrot and humans are different, you are not the same kind, and he also gave Carrot you are not the only survivor. This kind of hint of the wanderer returning home is very simple application of psychology. It seems that Sid does not simply want Carrot's life, but wants Carrot to choose to become his companion when there is no way to retreat. As Batman spoke, he walked up to Kara-El, looked at her up and down with a slightly scrutinizing gaze, and asked one word at a time. So, why do you think Sid will kill Carrot? This is inconsistent with his current behavior. You are lying. Kara-El suddenly stood up, her eyes instantly turned red, and she retorted loudly, no, I didn't. This time, facing the hot red light flashing in his sight, Batman stared into those eyes without retreating and said, then tell me the truth and don't hide it. Kara-El lowered her head, a trace of struggle appeared on her face, hesitating and still unable to speak. When Batman saw this, he stood there expressionless, as if sighing. Okay, let me tell you a few doubts. 1. How did you escape? 2. Why did Zid come over with his hind legs as soon as you arrived with your front legs? 3. Zid gave Carrot 24 hours. During this time, he can completely escape, right? 4. Do not talk. Kara-El took 2 steps back and looked at Batman like a monster. She was obviously the more powerful of the two, but she was the one who was most afraid of him now. In exchange for this, Batman looked at him with disapproval. He turned around and sat back at the computer desk, operating the keyboard. Concealing it any longer will mean nothing to you and will only cause greater danger. If Sid did everything on purpose, how should you deal with it? Batman knows that if you want to understand a person, it's not about what he says, but what he does. No matter how ridiculous Sid said in front of the whole world, as long as we base on what he did and make inferences in reverse, you can learn that his purpose is to divide Carrot and mankind. Such a huge effort, even crossing the Sea of Stars, is definitely not just to kill him, but Kara-El's words were not lies. Zid was indeed hostile and wary of him, otherwise there would be no need to force him to take sides. Then there is only one possibility left. Kara-El has what he wants. Thinking of this, Bruce had a vague hunch that he might make a decision against the world. Because almost all criminology around the world has recorded an ironclad fact. When terrorists choose to show their true faces to the hostages, no matter what conditions they say to keep you safe and sound, in the end they are just farts. And Zid's behavior now forcing them to hand over Kara-El is very similar to a similar kidnapping incident. In the end, Kara-El could only put down her last guard. Okay, I tell you that Al and I are both from Krypton. Carrot. Meanwhile, Magnum Capsules Inc. Bulma leaned on Carrot's shoulder with a worried look on her face. Hope, Breeze, Wanda, Quicksilver, Hank Pym, Bruce Banner, all gathered in the room. Since the last meeting in the Arctic, Bruce Banner, who had nowhere to go, naturally stayed in the Universal Capsule Company. Here, Banner was extremely happy. He could almost be said to have jumped back to the peak from the lowest point in his life. Not only did he completely return to civilized society, he also started new research projects on the emotional spectrum and the Red Lantern Corps. To be honest, Kara-El helped him a lot, especially helping him beat up the Hulk. Well, no matter what choice you make, I support you, Al. But I have to say, I don't think this guy is a good person. Bruce Banner rubbed his hands. Since wearing this ring, he has never taken a cold shower again. Those words just now were a bit too cold, weren't they? That doesn't look like you are a surviving companion. Wanda, wearing a red leather jacket, echoed his words with her hands on her waist. I agree, I also think these guys have bad intentions. Blitz patted Carrot's shoulder, and the black cat in his arms jumped onto Carrot's shoulder and gently rubbed his cheek. As Bulma's father, Blitz chose Carrot as the pillar of the family early on. Child, just tell me what you need. As long as we old men can still operate scientific instruments, there is nothing we can't make. Me too. Dr. Pym also expressed his support for this. At worst, he would turn on the Pym particles to the maximum power and send them to the microscopic world to shrink infinitely. The Wasp, who was leaning against the window frame, suddenly received a video call from the Parliament, and asked, Military and Parliament, do you want to answer it? Yes, we will have to face it sooner or later, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Kara-El nodded, and the next second, the three-dimensional projection generated by the light curtain was slowly reflected in the room. Two familiar figures appeared in front of everyone. One was the Speaker of the Parliament who was often seen on TV, and the other was Sergio Leone's boss, General Swan. We have to talk. Kara-El. About your series of actions and the bad influence now caused. The atmosphere gradually extended a heavy meaning. Kara-El stood in front of the two people and greeted them politely. General Swan, Speaker of the Parliament, good afternoon. Don't be nervous, it's just a small storm and won't cause any trouble. Compared to this, I want to tell you that I am a father. Welcome to my child's full moon wine. Thank you. The sunny smile on Kara-El's face was not deep and solemn before the war. The bright corners of his mouth deeply choked the words that the two were about to blurt out. He was stunned for a long time, and finally said, Congratulations. General Swan looked at him meaningfully, as if there was something behind his words. Congratulations, Carrot. Kara-El returned him a look of honor. General Swan, the Martian hunter in the Man of Steel movie universe, a wanderer hiding in the human military for many years. I know what you want to know from me. Sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, Kara-El gestured to the two people openly. This was also the first time that a member of the Parliament had seen his team. I know you are under pressure from public opinion. I can accept the disclosure of my identity, but you should know what to say and what not to say. From Kara-El's last sentence, the Speaker of the Parliament heard a soft threat. Carrot was also forcing them to express their attitude. With official endorsement, the negative public opinion faced by Carrot L would be reduced by at least half. Zid's goal is nothing more than to separate me from the Earth and go to his camp, but who can guarantee that he has not set a trap? Right, Speaker of the Council, you are much more proficient in these conspiracies than I am. The Speaker of the Council ignored Carrot's mocking words, contacted them first, and then got straight to the point. So how are you going to deal with it now? How can we guarantee your attitude? Carrot L raised his hand to interrupt him. Although the person standing in front of him was just a projection, the words that Carrot conveyed to him were every word. Penetrate into the heart. I am not an enemy, sir. I have always hoped that you would understand more. Both Krypton and Vegeta have been destroyed. You must know that those who are now hovering over the Earth have the power to blow up the entire planet. Think about it, such powerful people, and the planet they live on is destroyed. Carrot L's words were not only spoken to the Speaker of the Council, but also to everyone in the room, including the one who eavesdropped outside the window and the one who eavesdropped through the network. I will help you, but in my way. Carrot L stared into his eyes and warned him seriously, not to become your weapon, but to be truly self-reliant. So, I need you to provide help, or even give up some of your original power. Appease your people and let us do what we should do. That's it, sir. After the voice fell, Carrot L snapped his fingers, and the projection in the room disappeared. He has already responded to the human side. So now, Carrot slowly walked to Bulma's side, hugged her, squatted down, and gently put his ear against her belly. Sorry, I thought they would come later. At least someone will come to see me after my child is 5 years old. But since you are here now, you don't have to face the wind and rain outside. The next second, Carrot L reached out and pressed the button on the wall, and the bookshelves on both sides slowly opened, revealing his exclusive battlesuit inside. In the blink of an eye, Carrot's figure flashed and changed his clothes within 0.001 seconds. The black cloak fluttered in the room. Facing everyone, he flexed his fist and said, "Fuck, he used Krypton to pressure me. Give him face and I will call him uncle. If you don't give him face, I will let him die. Those who can fight and fly, grab weapons and follow me, let's go. Those who can cook, go cook. Those who can trade stocks, hurry up and stabilize the situation. Don't let the stock of Universal Capsule fall. We must always learn from the fate of Stark Industries' stock crash." Bang! As soon as these words came out, a golden and red steel armor suddenly smashed out of the window, revealing Tony Stark's face as black as a rough house. "I said you've had enough, instant noodles." Carrot L smiled indifferently and said, "This has nothing to do with you, why are you here?" Stark crossed his arms, and now he finally enjoyed the pleasure of flying in the sky that Carrot had before. "He hacked my butler, and it has something to do with me. Let me make it clear first, I won't show mercy just because he is of your same race." Carrot L was amused by his words. "How many years have you practiced? You are awesome if you can beat him. What about me?" Suddenly, a voice came from a distance, followed by a golden lock that tied the corner of the window edge, and Diana jumped down heroically. The heroes gathered together. The heroes gathered together. Carrot L looked at the people in front of him gathered together because of him, and felt warm in his heart. Finally, I am not alone. No matter how strong he is or how far he travels alone, every time he looks back, he sees stars shining brightly, chasing him. Then come on. In the Gotham Batcave, the Bat Shadow flew towards the sky, spreading its wings to fly into the night. Alfred was sitting behind him, and Batman was carrying Kara L towards Carrot L fly to hometown. Kara L has put on the same black uniform as Carrot. Batman, who stole the military's top-secret information, also saw Carrot's once shocking scene. In comparison, he thought Kara L was not weak at all. But Bruce still made a suit of armor for Carrot based on what she wore, except that the S pattern on the chest was inlaid with a hook that resembled a bat's wings. "Batman, what do we do?" Kara L also knew this man's name at this time. "Go to Kansas where your brother descended." "Why, don't we go find Al?" Kirill asked in surprise. Batman lowered his voice and flew the plane without looking back. "I just eavesdropped on his strategic deployment. Your brother did not make any military defense against the Universal Capsule Company. If Sid is really coming for something, then the most likely place is there." This time, Batman didn't explain to Kara L why that was the most likely place. His mouth is tired, so he might as well rest down. On the other hand, after the meeting with Carrot L, Koji's Higso immediately disclosed top-secret files about Carrot L. Codename, Superman. Boom. Seeing this scene, Director G. Gang, who was far away in the TPC, slapped the table in the conference room and broke it, and shouted angrily, "Damn it! This liar! So why? We actually believed a man from space. No wonder he is so confident in everything." Director Sawai was also shocked by Carrot L's identity, but he was obviously more rational than G Gang. Their words represent the entire TPC, so once a choice is made, there is no retreat. Now the whole world must believe in this cosmic man, and we must believe that he can solve these problems. Are you kidding? How can the future of mankind be entrusted to an alien of unknown origin? Of course the future of mankind still lies in the hands of mankind itself. Sawai looked at the excited G Gang in front of him, and the solemn look on his face was more serious than ever before. Carrot L thinks so too. So, he is human. Sawai's meaningful words were as clear as a flash of inspiration that awakened G Gang, and also caused the entire TPC conference room to fall into silence. Huijian murmured, that's why he is a human being. Daijing and Xingqian felt very complicated. They both saw Daegu disappear silently into TPC and was put on a wanted order the next day. Yes, he had no obligation to face it. It is precisely because we are human beings that we have to face it. L. Red Ribbon Legion, deep underground in a certain Al-Qaeda organization. Dr. Jero looked at the information disclosed in the news, with lingering hatred in his eyes. With a bang, he crushed the teacup on the table. Even though the broken glass pierced his palm and blood was all over the floor, he felt no pain. Superman. I will definitely take revenge on you. Tabloids around the world, including the Daily Planet and the Daily Bugle, were covering the official announcement with overwhelming coverage. In an instant, the world's attention was focused on it. Sir, Satellite 14 is connected and can transmit images at any time. Public opinion is still very strong. The stock price of Magnum Capsule Company has plummeted slightly, and organizations have started demonstrations in various places. The public calls on Zhang Shu to fully disclose this negotiation, and condemns Zhang Shu's behavior of completely letting go. Hearing these voices, the Speaker of Parliament rubbed her brows helplessly. After many years in the political arena, this was the first time she felt that someone was holding your neck to do things, but they said, I am doing this for your own good. This bastard is just playing tricks on me. The Speaker of the Parliament slammed the table heavily and said to his men, okay, now that everything has been made public, let's make it public more thoroughly. Mobilize satellites 14, 16, 19, and 31 to broadcast the entire negotiation scene. Sir, the radar shows that 3 spacecraft have just separated from Zid's spaceship and are landing towards the Earth. We tried to call, but the other party did not respond. The report from the satellite department caught the attention of the Speaker of Parliament, and he hurriedly asked, where's the location? In Superman's hometown. General Swan beside him felt something was not right. Sir, are we telling Superman this information? The Speaker pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, doesn't he want determination? Then let's show him. Move the troops there. It seems that the other party made some moves during the negotiations, but we just don't know who else we can use. General Swan seemed to be relieved when he heard this. Don't worry, sir, we are ready. The scorching desert is burning everything in the world, and the hard sandstone seems to stand at the end of time, listening to the sound of dust falling. Choosing to meet here, in addition to having a wide enough venue, is also L's answer to Zid. If he chose to be friendly, then the meeting place should be at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Building, where a sumptuous banquet should be set up to entertain friends from Krypton, instead of being tense in this barren land of yellow sand. At this moment, a radius of hundreds of kilometers has become an absolutely forbidden zone due to the arrival of L. All troops seeking to join the war were ordered to stay put. I swear, I don't want to come to this damn place again. Wearing a bright red armor, he fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the majestic spaceship landing towards them, Stark complained with lingering fear. Perhaps it was fate that Wanda wanted to match L's black outfit, so she also put on a dark-style makeup. She wore a hair crown similar to that of a medieval witch on her head, and looked at the ship from the spaceship with frivolous eyes. The woman who came down smiled at Stark and said, that alien girl looks pretty good, Playboy, why don't you go have a date with her? Maybe we can still calm down this negotiation. Quicksilver, wearing a light blue battlesuit, was standing in front of Wanda, ready for battle. When he heard this, he almost choked to death with a mouthful of phlegm in his throat. Ahem. What did you say? Damn it, don't go to Stark Tower anymore. You heard me, you've learned bad things from this arrogant egomaniac. Hearing this, Pietro looked at Wanda's fancy outfit and felt more and more annoyed. What is she doing? Role-playing? Compared to Pietro, Stark raised his mouth, opened the helmet on the armor with a bang, and said with a teasing look. That's right, Wanda, this is called releasing nature. But I think alien girls are not easy to pick up. How about you set an example for me and take down the sadist next to you first? By the way, are you dressed to match his sadistic style? Wanda blushed and wanted to say something, but Diana suddenly yelled impatiently, okay, shut up. The few people suddenly quieted down. A woman wearing a transparent mask walked down from the spaceship, and her scrutinizing eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally stopped on L, or more precisely, on the S pattern on his chest. Although it has been modified, it can still be seen that it is the pattern of the L family. Fiora looked at the son of Krypton who had always been on General Zid's mind. It must be said that this tall female warrior was indeed a top-notch warrior. L, welcome back to our arms. General Zid has been waiting for you for a long time. Come with me. Bruce Banner and Diana stood on L's left and right, wearing the standard uniforms of the Red Lantern Corps. The Red Lantern ring on his hand flashed a hot scarlet, beating slowly like a heart. As long as Carrot gave an order, he could transform into Hulk at any time. Diana put her hand on Carrot's shoulder and gave him a supportive look. However, after hearing this, Carrot had no intention of following her. The corners of his cold mouth raised a scornful arc, and he said word by word, let Zid come down and talk to me. When Stark heard the familiar tone of L, the mask on his face slammed shut, fearing that a fight might break out in the next second. Wanda's face lost its previous teasing, and she spread her palms, with red light coming out of her palms, staring coldly at the newcomer. Suddenly, Pietro felt that everything around him was gradually slowing down. Banner's eyes were filled with anger, and he silently clenched his fists. Diana immediately put her hand on the hilt of the sword. What did you say? As a die-hard fan of General Zod, Fiora's eyes were stunned in disbelief. She seemed to find it completely hard to imagine how L could say such a thing. Do you know what you are saying? El. L narrowed his eyes faintly. You heard what I said. Damn you. The moment the words came out of his mouth, the yellow sand that rose into the sky stirred the airwaves under his feet, and opened a deafening sonic boom. Bang. Fiora punched Carrot's cheek. But Diana, who was well prepared, blocked it with a shield and chopped it back with a sword. Clang. Fiora was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that someone in this remote planet could block her fist. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Seeing the sharp sword light coming down, she quickly dodged. However, before she landed, the scarlet color that spread from nowhere instantly wrapped her limbs. Wanda behind Carrot slowly opened her 5 fingers, and the terrifying power of chaos almost tore her whole body apart. The next second, Fiora let out a painful wail, and she felt that all the cells in her body were being torn apart at the atomic level. In a blink of an eye, the protective clothing Fiora was wearing began to crack, and the mask that originally allowed her to adapt to the Earth's atmosphere was completely shattered by Wanda with a bang. You should know that in this movie, the mask was broken after being hit by Superman several times, but now Wanda only has the power of the first stage, and it completely shattered it. Facing the chaos magic of Scarlet Witch, let alone Fiora who has not been bathed in the yellow sun, even the third stage Sid may not be able to withstand the first stage chaos power of Scarlet Witch. Enough. Under Carrot's order, Wanda immediately stopped the action of her hands. Fiora, who was dragged into the air by the power of chaos, fell heavily to the ground. After the mask was broken, her breathing suddenly became a little difficult. Cough cough cough. For a moment, the feeling of suffocation surged, and the whole lung seemed to be squeezing the movement of the body. A mouthful of blood spit out from her mouth. It is difficult for Kryptonians to adapt to the Earth's atmosphere in a short period of time, unless there is a yellow sun to repair their bodies continuously. Otherwise, Kryptonians who have just arrived on Earth are likely to die due to inadaptability. As for why L adapted so quickly, it was because she was younger, and the time in the Phantom Zone was still, keeping her in the youngest and most vigorous state. Her metabolism is even faster than Superman's peak time, so she can start to adapt to the Earth's atmospheric environment after a very short period of weakness. Carrot pinched Fiora's neck, without any sympathy, looking down at her, and said lightly, I don't know what identity you are talking to me, lady. Kryptonian. If it's Krypton, you should call me king, or god. If you are an enemy, you should call me Superman. L got close to his face and warned, I'll spare your life, go and give Zid a message. I have nothing to talk to him, let him roll down to see me. I know he killed my biological father. I know too. You think he is carrying the future of Krypton. But now the code is in my hands, and the future of Krypton is also in my hands. I am still the only naturally born child on Krypton, and I am not controlled by genetic attributes. L pinched Fiora's neck, slowly lifted her up, and gradually exerted force on her hands. What you want is nothing more than reviving Krypton, but I don't think there will be a place for me on your Krypton. Just like you can't adapt to the atmosphere of the Earth, I can't adapt to the atmosphere on the Kryptonian spacecraft. Tell me, if a Krypton that I can't adapt to at all is revived, will I be dead or alive? L has no good feelings for General Zod. Although he has many fans, he has been whitewashed in countless fan fictions. But just because he killed Jor-El, forgiving him is something that only God would do. As for the so-called future of Krypton, let's not talk about it in the comics for now. What he did in the movie is really not a human thing. Not to mention this kind of threat, it is completely a forced coercion of the enemy at the gates of the city. Putting Superman on the opposite side of the Earth, he didn't give him any chance to choose. For example, after tricking Clark onto the Kryptonian spaceship, he didn't even have the slightest intention of negotiating. In essence, he used the atmosphere of Krypton to make Clark unable to resist. However, when he was weak, he tied him up and drugged him without saying a word, making him unable to move. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. If you really want to cooperate, then show your sincerity. If you really want to talk about compatriots and hometown, then you have to show the corresponding feelings. But what about him? What did he pay? On the one hand, he tricked Clark onto the spaceship, and on the other hand, he threatened him with Lois. Then, he actually went for Martha. Is this a human thing to do? He still has the nerve to say that Clark turned against him in the end. If it weren't for Superman's kindness, he would have died 800 times earlier. L didn't have any good feelings for such a despicable guy who acted secretly. Clark had shown enough sincerity to talk to him, but what about him? Was there any sincerity to talk from beginning to end? Sorry, Carrot is not a kind person like Superman. He didn't have any good feelings for this person from the beginning. Looking carefully at the various actions of the Man of Steel, Zod has never heard Superman say a word. From beginning to end, he was acting subjectively and presumptuously. Even if Superman's good temper couldn't be tolerated, how could Carrot tolerate it? The next second, Carrot raised his hand and waved, and an energy bomb directly blew up the spaceship that Fiora was riding. Then he raised his head, his eyes seemed to be looking for something in the sky, until he saw Zod's spaceship. L grabbed Fiora's neck and threw her up suddenly. In an instant, the majestic force tore through the whistling of the sky, and a beautiful figure rubbed out hot flames in the atmosphere, turning into a ball of fire and smashing straight into the Kryptonian battleship. Boom! The brilliant explosion lit up a firefly-like spark in the darkness of the galaxy. When the spark bloomed, the piercing alarm sounded, signaling a distress signal of aircraft destruction and death. General Zod was thrown off balance by the sudden attack, and the almost crippled Fiora in front of him made him even more furious. Faced with L's table-turning move, Zod immediately ordered the warship to open fire and destroy the Earth. But what he never expected was that L's attack of throwing Fiora like a ball was aimed at the energy transmitter of this Kryptonian warship. Good job, Joel, you really gave birth to a good son. General Zod gritted his teeth, suppressing a burst of anger in his chest. And Fiora, the female general who had fought with him for many years, although seriously injured, did not forget to convey L's words to Zod. L is showing us his power. General Zod stroked the big hole in the spaceship, looking at the huge blue-white planet in front of him, and narrowed his eyes with lingering fear. He wants to tell me that he has the capital to negotiate. This young yellow sun has brought a lot of energy to Carrot. Zod's eyes flashed with coldness, staring at the groove on the battleship that was loaded with the Saiyan spaceship, which was now empty, and turned his sight to the Earth. Vegeta is also playing tricks. Everyone land, go to Earth. Not long after, when the repair of the main reconnaissance ship was close to stable, countless single cabins fell to the ground. Zod led his remaining subordinates to the battlefield where he had an appointment with L. But at this moment, his expression was no longer as calm as at the beginning. Many things were developing in a direction beyond his expectations, but the only core was still L. Zod's big round eyes widened and he shouted, L, I gave you a chance. For Zod, this was no longer a provocation, but an open declaration of war and plunder. The boundless sea of sand was churning with a solemn atmosphere. The surging heat wave spread the tension of awe-inspiring war. The two sides confronted each other, and the 11 Kryptonians and the 6 people on L's side each took an offensive posture. L looked straight at him, neither retreating nor avoiding. A breeze blew across his face, blowing away the surrounding yellow sand, and slowly floated into the air and said, I, too, have given you the last chance. The two people's eyes met at this moment, and each saw the irreconcilable look in each other's eyes. Bang! In a flash of lightning, the movements that no one could see clearly had collided in midair. The figures of L and Zod disappeared at the same time. With a deafening collision like a tsunami, the sky-high airwaves were overturned in an instant, shattering 2 sand dunes not far away. Roar! The angry roar of Hulk came to my ears. Bruce Banner instantly turned into the Hulk, and fought with a 2.7-meter-tall Kryptonian wearing heavy armor. The two grabbed each other's arms and rolled in the desert like primitive beasts. The battle kicked off, and the side representing Krypton also rushed up. The eyes of the whole world were watching them. From the co-governing Dawn Council, SHIELD, the Monarch Organization, TPC, to ordinary people, the Assassin's League, the Hand, everyone's heart was tense, watching this scene of human god fighting. Hey, woman, you don't think I can't stand up, do you? Fiora waved to Diana, who had just suffered a loss from Wonder Woman and was almost seriously injured by Carrot's attack. But the broken mask also allowed her to bask in the sun for a while and recover some of her strength. As warriors, they never choose the environment and opponents, but both of them are women and are also second in command, which can be regarded as destined. Iron Man dodged the laser on Non's armor with a side dodge and jumped into the sky. Non was not to be outdone. With a kick of his huge legs, he jumped into the air, grabbed Iron Man's legs, and threw him down fiercely. Bang! Tony's tank was thrown on the sand dune by a ruthless man. He struggled to stabilize his body and fired a hand cannon, but was dodged by Non. As scientists who can fight, one has just been exposed to the yellow sun, and the other has practiced chi. Now the game is about who has better equipment and who has higher tactics. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch fought with the rest of the people. The scarlet covering the sky and the sun filled the sea of yellow sand, flooding the countless steel bodies present, and knocking everyone to the ground. The situation was almost one-sided, tilting towards L's side. Bang! 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 In the sky, there was a sound of 2 afterimages clashing and colliding, and from time to time, parts of the armor were knocked down. When the whistling wind passed by his ears, L crossed his arms and dodged every attack slowly. You are a traitor to Krypton, just like your father. In an instant, Zod's fist swept across Carrot's ribs, cheeks, neck, and forehead, but L's dodge seemed so unhurried. He didn't even make a move, with his hands on his chest, and didn't even make a big move. He just turned sideways and tilted his head slightly, and Zod's fist swept across his body like a breeze, like a clown playing with a doll. This made Zod angry and humiliated, and he once again cursed the Vegeta Star's combat power evaluation system. Is your machine broken? You call this a low-level warrior? Bang! 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 Suddenly, the collision of punches and kicks showed a sharp increase in air pressure on the satellite screen. Seeing this, people all over the world swallowed nervously. They couldn't see the specific movements, but the inflated values and airflow trends on the satellite map alone were enough to illustrate the grandeur of the scene and the magnificence of the fighting power. Except for Quicksilver, it was difficult for everyone present to see their movements clearly, and the entire sky became a battlefield for the two. The sea of clouds was opened, and waves of air shattered countless sandstones. Although it was useless, all Zid could do now was to attack, and attack. However, what he didn't know was that Carrot was also constantly observing him and calculating his final fighting power. He didn't use air, but simply used physical strength to fight Zid, and also to test how far he could reach as the steel body of Krypton. I just sorted the things I was going to write about this article into a table according to the chapter names, but after reading it, there was only one word, shit. The two of them were submerged in the blue sky, turning into two tiny afterimages, walking back and forth above the clouds. Boom. After hearing Zid taunting him, Carrot L frowned slightly and kicked him away. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You are a guy who uses military power to rebel, but you still have the nerve to call others traitors. In an instant, Zid felt as if a terrible force had penetrated his body, and he flew backwards. It was not until he was more than 10 miles away that he was able to freeze directly above a cactus, holding on to steady his body. Ahem. Vomit. But the next second, the armor all over his body began to crack, and with a bang, it shattered into a ball of debris. Whoosh. Seeing this, Carrot L came to him in a flash, grabbed his neck, and said coldly, "You always thought you were right, that no one but you could change Krypton. You are arrogant and conceited. You don't trust anyone, but you never thought that you might be wrong. You asked me to tell you where the code is. Okay, then you answer my question first. That is why you are so weak," Carrot L said, slowly tightening the 5 fingers on Zid's neck. The force that seeped into his skin almost made him suffocate and faint. After basking in the yellow sun, Zid's ears began to be filled with various sounds. But unlike Fiora and the others, Zid had done enough homework. He had already secretly adapted to the atmosphere here through the mask's atmosphere modification system. Zid forced out a few words in his strangled voice, and glared at Carrot L fiercely. "The place where I train is on countless battlefields. What about you, Al? Are you in the crop fields? You are just a young boy who has been basking in the sun in the farmland for more than 10 years. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson?" Carrot L shook his head indifferently, with a trace of ridicule in his solemn tone. "What if I tell you that the place where I train is a space with a gravity of more than 3,000 times? Zid's pupils suddenly trembled, and his shocked eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at him in horror. Carrot L said word for word, "As far as I know, Krypton's gravity should be 200 times that of the Earth. If a living body can freely walk and jump in an environment with 200 times gravity, its combat effectiveness can reach 180,000. This is just adapting to changes in gravity, and does not include Kryptonians absorbing the energy of the yellow Sunday. However, during the fight just now, I roughly estimated your combat effectiveness. It's less than 20,000. Let's assume you have 20,000, but please tell me why you only have 20,000 combat capabilities." Carrot L's question caused Zid's pupils to visibly flash in a daze for a moment, but the next words pierced his heart like a knife. "The answer is that something is suppressing your body cells and forcing your cells to remain in an extremely weakened state. And when you come here, the confinement in your body is opened, and your combat power will expand like a volcano. But that's not because you absorb the yellow sun faster than me, it's just your original potential." Boom. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Carrot L raised his fist, punched him in the face one after another, and cursed angrily. "So now you know how wrong you were. Bang. 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 Obviously there can be a better living environment. As long as we adapt to the atmosphere here, we can usher in a new evolution. You actually forcefully plan to transform the planet just because of this nonsense, and then trap the people of Krypton into a cage where they can be bullied. As a general, you would rather die standing than live on your knees, but what you are doing is creating a Krypton that will kneel in front of the entire universe." Carrot L pinched his neck with one hand, and with the other hand he condensed the yellow light bullet that destroyed the world, and slowly raised it. "Since you said you came to me in the name of Krypton, then I will kill you in the name of Krypton. Go to hell." For a moment, I looked at the bright light in Carrot's palm, what an unrivaled terrifying power it was, and then looked at Carrot now, how vast the appearance of a god was. For a moment, Zid's unwilling eyes fell into deep memories. Damn it, am I defeated like this? There was no way to fight back. Joel, am I really wrong? Could it be that your choice is the right one? At this moment, Zid's body seemed to confirm Carrot's words and burst out with powerful power. This power was something that even he could not imagine before. More than 10 times. But even so, at this moment, he still couldn't break free from Carrot L's arm. How powerful has he become? Suddenly, at this moment, Carrot L's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes instantly looked behind him. Zid was sure that this was the first time he saw an emotion called anger in Carrot L's eyes. The next second, before he could react, a yellow energy light pressed on his chest and exploded with a bang. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and a figure disappeared on the spot. The devastating explosion, like the annihilation of stars, illuminated the entire desert into a world of white light. Bang. In the smoke-filled place, the terrifying sonic boom once again soared into the sky, and it was more terrible than any previous time, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart, and it seemed to cross thousands of miles in an instant. Carrot L disappeared on the spot, leaving only a black figure burned to charcoal, slowly falling into the hot yellow sand. Kent Farm, the ruins have become a dark haze. Countless bodies in military uniforms fell to the ground, and the blazing fire seemed to burn the entire town to ashes. Kara L staggered to her feet, covering a bleeding arm, like a bullied little girl in front of Naba. The bat fighter had already been shattered into pieces. It was a miracle that the guy who challenged the gods with his mortal body was still alive at this moment. After all, he had never won a battle. The small courtyard of the Kent family had become a ruin. Martha and Jonathan trembled and hugged each other, holding several sets of photo albums that they had finally snatched from the fire. The three tails swaying in the air in front of them looked so familiar. They still remembered that Clark had the same tail when he first came here. 30 minutes ago, while Carrot was confronting Zed and others, the Kent family's small farm received several uninvited guests. After nearly 20 years, a spaceship falling like a meteor once again hit this peaceful town. Boom. The huge plume of dust and smoke spread across the farmland where the wheat ears were golden, frightening the nearby farmers beside the haystacks and hurriedly asking their families to hide in their houses. But he had the courage to pick up a shotgun and quietly reached over. Walking into the wheat field, the farmer's face suddenly showed heartbreaking grief and indignation, and his eyes gradually turned red. Their entire year's harvest was wiped out by the raging fire. The wheat fields that were once cultivated by hard work are now only a deep black crater, indicating that the town is about to face a natural disaster that will destroy it. The doors to the three cabins slowly opened. Raditz, who was the first to go out to explore the road, noticed the farmer holding a shotgun at a glance. He immediately reached out and pressed the detector. When he saw the number 5 displayed on it, he rolled his eyes coldly. Tisk, garbage with a combat power of only 5. After the words fell, Naba also walked out of the cabin, with an impatient look on his face. It has to be said that for his huge body, huddled in a small single cabin is really an unimaginable torture. While looking around, Naba stretched his muscles and murmured, "What happened? There are still living things on this planet. Didn't that kid Cockroach kill them all?" Vegeta lowered his head coldly. It seems that bastard has forgotten the mission given to him by Planet Vegeta. It's really unpleasant." Vegeta glanced at the surrounding rice fields, a group of farming people. They are just lambs being slaughtered. I didn't expect Cockroach to live in harmony with No and the others. He has lost his Saiyan nature. "Hey, you guys, did you destroy my wheat field?" At this moment, the farmer with the shotgun in his hand had the courage to yell at the three Vegetas, but what he received in exchange was an understatement from Raditz. Snapped. The next second, the head exploded, and a ball of flesh and blood dyed the yellow soil red. This man who had been farming for a lifetime turned his own life into fertilizer. Nappa's expression did not change at all. Seeing this, Vegeta grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and squeezed it, with an evil smile on his face. "The soil is very good, just suitable for planting tailors. Although Kakarot is a guy who embarrasses the fighting nation, for the sake of our compatriots, let us finish his mission." He, that's right, Vegeta. Hearing this, the corner of Naba's mouth turned up with a hint of gloominess. He took out the cultivator's beans and buried them in the soil. Not long after, short green monsters broke out of the ground. Their terrifying laughter was like little devils in hell. In the blink of an eye, they scattered across the entire town. Hey, ha 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 ha. By the way, why are we here, Vegeta? Looking at the cultivator's retreating figure, Raditz asked doubtfully. Vegeta crossed his arms and replied coldly, that guy Zed actually goes to such great lengths for a low-level warrior. This means that Kakarot must have something he wants, and after he gets it, will he still cooperate with us? But it doesn't matter, just have some fun, let's go meet Kakarot. Not long after, the cry of killing dyed the entire sky blood red, and the three Saiyans slowly walked towards the Kent family's farm. At the same time, the Kents were also watching the live broadcast of alien negotiations on the TV channel. The two of them held each other tightly, their eyes a little complicated. They knew early on that such a day would come, but they didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. No matter how deliberately they hide the truth, external forces will eventually break the peaceful time they have tried to make up for in an instant. When they saw their son on the TV, the Kents couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. The horrific destructive power produced when the two sides went to war also made them involuntarily worry about their son. "No, Jonathan, they're going to take Clark." Martha's eyes became moist, and she held back the collapse deep in her heart and held on to the hem of her husband's clothes tightly. Jonathan held her in his arms, his firm tone full of trust in Clark, comforting his wife. "Don't cry, Martha, you forgot. My son said he would never leave, he is with us. It's all your fault. I have taught him to be a good boy since he was a child and not let him fight. What if they kill him?" After hearing this, Jonathan looked at Martha's resentful eyes and sighed helplessly. "You have wronged me. You have to know that I can't control Clark since he passed his rebellious phase, and he has been rebellious since he was adopted by us." Jonathan teased, and then hugged his wife tightly into his arms. The longing of memories appeared in his pupils, and he smiled happily. "Actually, this kid has been secretly practicing martial arts all this time. Although I have never let him fight, I have always known in my heart that my son is the best in the world." When he said this, Jonathan's eyes were filled with pride and pride like a radiance. He always believed that his son was the strongest man in the world. Boom, boom. Just then, the flames that shot up into the sky, like the storm that swept here 5 years ago, spread across the entire town in an instant. The deafening explosion rumbled like thunder. "What's going on?" Hearing the noise from outside, Martha and Jonathan ran out in a panic. "I saw a fighter plane shaped like a bat flying low over the town. firing several missiles and hitting a group of green figures that were wreaking havoc. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, he he he. A group of monsters that looked like children, with the purest evil, killed the residents of the town without hesitation. Cruel, violent, laughing, playing, they were like natural killing weapons, brutally slaughtering the entire town. In a blink of an eye, this remote town was turned into a doomsday ruin. What's going on? Bang bang bang. What happened? Boom. Monster? It's a monster? Help! There's a monster? Children, run. Screaming, wailing, despair, death. This is not a fight and slaughter, but more like a teasing chase under the game. All those who are still alive at this moment, who can still make those painful groans, are just because of the deliberate teasing and playing of those children. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a human head with an exposed brain suddenly jumped out from the top of the beam in the Kent's yard, scaring Martha, and stretched out her claws at the Kent couple with a scarlet look. Ah ha 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 ha, boom. At the moment when the blood was about to turn red into the day, a woman wearing a black Superman suit blocked the blow in time. Run away. Kara L shouted to the two of them anxiously, and her whole arm was numb from the impact. Just as she was about to break away from the cultivator, Kara L immediately followed the fighting method Bruce taught her. He grabbed the cultivator's hand with his backhand, and then used the red light of the heat ray to bombard its exposed brain, killing one of them. But before she could recover, 6 more cultivators surrounded her in a blink of an eye, surrounding her and attacking one after another. Jonathan hurriedly pulled Martha back into the house and ran out from behind with the family dog. However, the moment he stepped out of the house, he hit a wall of flesh with a bang and stumbled to the ground. Tap tap, tap. Naba's tall figure walked into the house step by step. He looked at the environment inside the house with his cold eyes and smiled. Haha, this is where Kakarot grew up. You are really poor. Jonathan stood in front of the shivering Martha, his eyes flashed with determination that a man had never shown before, and he looked at her face to face and said, "Sorry sir, we don't know any Kakarot. There is only a child named Clark here, who is my son." Naba took off a picture frame from the wall. On it was a couple gently holding a little boy with a tail. Clark. What are you talking about, man? Isn't this kid Kakarot? Boom. While speaking, Naba grabbed a corner of the table and threw it towards the Kents. He enjoyed the brutal killing process and deliberately used the force that people on Earth could bear. At the critical moment, although Jonathan closed his eyes subconsciously, he still pushed Martha out quickly. Boom. At this moment, the husband's back was bearing the heaviest force in the world, and the huge force even directly smashed him into the wall. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out from Jonathan's mouth and nose, and the raised dust mixed with blood instantly stained the walls red. Severe pain filled his mind for an instant, making him almost faint. Kent. Martha's brain buzzed, and tears suddenly fell from her eyes. She rushed forward like crazy and hugged him in panic. Napa, on the other hand, looked at this scene with a look of enjoyment. In the small town, an atmosphere of despair spread across the land, and children's tears flowed freely on their cheeks. Boom. The next second, the bat fighter flying in the sky was also captured by the cultivator. Although it turned out that Bruce's deduction was correct, the huge gap in combat power still caused fatal flaws in his plan. At this moment, 3 eerie smiling faces jumped up to the top of the wing, leaning against the window and making childish faces at him. The mocking expression with his tongue hanging out made Batman feel sick to his stomach like never before. The humanoid creatures that appeared under the uncanny valley effect made Bruce really think that the clown looked pretty. At the critical moment, Bruce took advantage of the moment when the fighter plane rolled and ejected out of the sea of fire, but he still rolled to the ground and broke 2 ribs. The battle is far from over. Looking at the small town in front of me, I don't know how many people have died here. The fire is almost burning the harvested wheat fields. Batman clenched his fists tighter, feeling for the first time that his so-called plan was so vulnerable. Alfred, we don't have enough firepower. Earth's weapons can't deal with them. We must contact Carrot L and tell him something happened here. Batman's low voice was filled with unprecedented solemnity, and that terrifying willpower allowed him to stand up despite being scarred. But when the 3 cultivators saw this scene, they looked at each other as if they had discovered interesting toys, and they all laughed sinisterly. Hey hey, hee 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 hee, ha ha ha. 2 cultivators lifted Batman up, one on the left and the other on the right, while the other punched him in the abdomen like a punching bag. Bang, bang, ugh, ugh. Not long after, the mortal body under the bat skin was already on the verge of death from the playful beatings. With a cry, the blood spit out from his mouth flowed down the corner of his mouth, dyeing the bat pattern on his chest red. Fire, fire, fire. At the same time, Gensha's army, which was pressing down on the border, also began to launch rescue artillery fire. Under the roar of the mountain and the tsunami, the overwhelming sound of gunfire greeted the leaping green figures one after another. However, when the 2 sides collided, the dust stirred up in the sky did not hurt them at all. After being covered by 2 rounds of artillery fire, the group of unharmed devils were still smiling sinisterly at them. Damn it, what a monster. Our weapons are completely ineffective. Damn it, did you see that kid holding a missile with one hand? Immediately apply for the use of higher-level weapons to strike. The horrific massacre in Kansas terrified the whole world, and people finally realized one of the most critical issues. That is, they are weak, very weak. They are lambs to be slaughtered, fish on the chopping board. Boom. As a wave of air lifted the roof of the Kent family, Kara-El fell heavily from the ceiling. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and a good woman cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. What's more, there is now another Raditz. Wait, it seems that the cultivators are better at fighting than him? Oh, it looks like there is another good bug. Seeing Kara-El falling into the house, Vegeta immediately drove away the cultivators who were chasing her, walked out from behind Nappa, and narrowed his eyes condescendingly. Are you Zed's man wearing Kryptonian clothes? Or are you Kakarot's companion? Although it's a little different, it seems that you can give me some answers. Tell me, what are you looking for? Kara-El stood up with all her strength, stared at them angrily, and took a fighting posture. But just as she was about to attack, Batman's already unclear voice came from her earphones. Delay for Superman. Kara-El gritted her teeth and said something that shocked Vegeta and the other two. El has the life code that carries the hope of the Kryptonians and Saiyans. As soon as these words came out, the 3 Saiyans present were shocked at the same time, their pupils widened their eyes. Batman's eyes went dark. I asked you to delay for time, not to deliver intelligence. Kara-El's words shocked Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who stood there in disbelief. What? The code of life? Are you kidding me? Isn't the code of Saiyan only in my body? Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, and he jumped out, pinched Kara-El's neck, and shouted angrily. What a joke. Just relying on that low-level soldier. Just relying on that low-level soldier Kakarot. Vegeta stared at her with gritted teeth, and the anger filled every cell in his body at this moment. Tell me, what's going on? Where did he get the code of life? Kara-El was strangled and fell into a suffocation mutation. She struggled to utter a few words from her throat, and said intermittently, it's the genes of all the low-level soldiers abandoned by you, your clan, and King Vegeta. What? Hearing this, Vegeta's forehead burst with blue veins, and the muscles all over his body were surging with huge power. Cold-blooded madness instantly filled his red eyes, and the hideous face that had long been stained by long-term killings seemed to tear off his cold and arrogant skin, revealing, oh, so that's it. This is the real reason why Bardock was imprisoned. You have communicated with Krypton and stole the genes of those lower-level Saiyans. Raditz's eyes dimmed for a moment, and where his eyes extended, there was lingering anger and unwillingness. Why did my father betray Planet Vegeta? Damn it, even if you really want to do this, then why did you choose Kakarot instead of me? Just then, 2 cultivators carried the dying Batman in and threw him on the ground. As soon as he entered the room, a familiar call seemed to ignite the memory deep in the heart of the Dark Knight, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. Martha. Martha. The weak Jonathan Kent tried his best to open his eyes and looked at the lover in front of him with the last call he could make. Martha collapsed beside him, hugging him tightly with desperate tears and shouting. For a moment, Bruce was in a trance, and he almost thought he saw an illusion. Time seemed to go back to the night of Gotham 20 years ago. His parents were the same. Perhaps it was an illusion filled with the moment of death. The scene in front of him actually overlapped with the Gotham Alley 20 years ago. At that time, he was unable to save his parents, and now Bruce, who has become Batman, still cannot stop all this from happening. At the same time, a terrifying breath bloomed. Vegeta stared at Kara-El angrily, clenched his fists, and the white gloves sizzled. This monster formed by self-esteem hates equality and transcendence from the lower level more than anyone else. The terrifying breath suddenly exploded, almost uprooting the hut and blowing it to pieces. It's so funny. The bastards of Krypton and a group of lower-level traitors actually want to be resurrected. It's ridiculous to put hope on Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta lowered his voice and his face was hideous. People like him are usually as cold as ice and have no interest in anything. But once there is an emotional fluctuation, it is an extreme emotion that is almost like a demon, and he will not give up until he achieves his goal. Die. After the voice fell, Vegeta threw Kara-El into the sky along the broken hole in the ceiling. Bang. With his arms open, the brilliant energy almost melted everything around, gathered in his hands, and hit Kara-El. Final flash. Boom. The terrible power made Nappa and Raditz close their eyes. Time seemed to be completely still at this second. Kara-El, who was thrown into the sky, had a horrified look on her face. She could already feel the scorching heat behind her, even igniting her hair. On the ground, the majestic and rushing air waves were about to sweep over Martha and Jonathan. Suddenly, at the moment when the final flash was shot, a white cloak covered the figure of Supergirl and disappeared in an instant. Boom. The next second, the flash lit up the burning dusk. Almost at the same time, the black cloak stained with bloody determination also wrapped Martha and Jonathan. The open arms were like a bat shattered in a sea of blood, and were torn into pieces the moment it spread its wings. Batman used up his last bit of will and used his shattered body to support the moment of dawn. Bang. When the night fell and the day came, the silver-gray S pattern fell from the sky and blocked behind Batman. In an instant, a terrible stance isolated all the vast power. Amidst the countless dust, a pair of eyes were cold and frightening. Batman stood up with all his strength, using his body as the last shield. At this moment, he had only one thought, which was to make up for his regrets. But he was ready to die, but he did not feel any power coming from behind him, not even a tiny breeze passed through him. There was only a black cape that intersected with the color of his blood-stained bat wings. It was like the alternation of day and night, and it was like heroes supporting each other. What a strong shoulder that was, able to cross time and retrieve the 2 bullets in the alley. What an invincible figure, the most perfect self in his imagination, and he also did what he had never done. You are finally here. Bruce didn't know where he got this belief from. Maybe it was the moment he saw Jonathan calling Martha in a pool of blood, and he mistook L for himself at that moment. Just because he could appear at this time, just because he retrieved the bullets he had not retrieved in the same scene at this moment. Batman relaxed and closed his eyes and fell to the ground. After a long time, the light dissipated, and Vegeta was stunned in surprise. He saw a figure in a white cloak, who seemed to be exhausted, staggering, and falling to the ground. At this moment, Piccolo was breathing hard, and dark purple bruises and scratches could be vaguely seen on his green cheeks and forehead. Ha ha, ha. At this moment, his cape was almost torn into 2 pieces. He held L with one hand, and carried 2 people wearing Frisia's military uniforms under his ribs and on his shoulders. Seeing Carrot appear, Piccolo bowed his head to him with apology. Sorry, son, I just caught up with your request now. I met these 2 difficult guys on the road just now, and I couldn't take them down in a short time. L cast a cold glance at the 2 corpses hanging on his body. In fact, from the moment he decided to meet Zed, he had been on guard against a sneak attack by this group of Kryptonians. While leading everyone to the battlefield, he also asked Piccolo to come here secretly to protect his family. But he never expected that things would turn out like this. While fighting Zed, Carrot felt the smell of Piccolo's fierce battle coming from near the town. He was in an inextricable battle with 2 terrifying evil auras. Carrot didn't know that the Saiyans had also followed Zed here. He thought that Piccolo had stopped the Kryptonians who were going to attack. But not long after, several evil auras came from the entire town, followed closely by wailing calls for help. The cry from his parents made L instantly look here. By the time he arrived, more than half of Gensha's troops outside had been killed or injured, and the surrounding farmland had also turned into a sea of flames. L turned around and saw black-red blood spurting out from Jonathan's mouth and nose. It was obvious that his internal organs were shattered and he was dying. At this moment, he only felt his brain buzzing, and all the sounds in the world disappeared. Jonathan's dying eyes looked at him silently, looking at his son's upright figure, as if saying goodbye to him. There was no trace of complaint in his eyes, but full of relief and reluctance. Dad. L's heart suddenly collapsed into a flood. He squatted down in a panic and took out the fairy beans from his body with a heart-wrenching feeling. Sorry, Dad, I'm late. Don't talk yet. Eat this. You must eat this first. The pain in L's heart felt like a needle pricking him. Looking at the blood that was constantly flowing out of Jonathan's mouth and nose, he couldn't swallow anything at all. He just stuffed the fairy beans into his mouth and pressed his lips forcefully. Swallow down your throat. Chew, chew, swallow. Gillo. Fortunately, Jonathan finally swallowed it. After Carrot's mouth and nose were blocked, a large amount of blood also accumulated in the mouth. He choked suddenly, but it was this moment that made Jonathan swallow the fairy beans. Plop, plop. Piccolo threw the 2 corpses hanging on his body to the ground, and they fell loudly in front of the 3 Vegetas. At the same time, L was also released. The 2 fallen corpses were wearing the clothes of Frisia's army, and they caught the attention of Vegeta and the other 3 at a glance. When the leader saw clearly who was coming, the 3 people's pupils suddenly trembled, and Naba and Raditz's legs were trembling in fear. Impossible. Master Sabo, Master Dodoria, how is this possible? Why are the 2 of them here? Nappa and Raditz looked in disbelief at the 2 big men who usually stood tall and followed Lord Frisia, and could only be admired by them. At this moment, Sabo and Dodoria were obviously 2 corpses, with their necks broken and their hearts pierced. It's impossible, how could they appear here and die in your hands? Piccolo spit out the blood in his mouth, looked at the 3 of them with contempt, sneered, and mocked. Ha, of course they came here to kill you, and Sunday is also among their targets. During the battle, we used a trick to force them to interrogate. The thing on their faces was installed with a listening device. The plan to resurrect the planet was completely overheard. They are here to execute the extermination order. Vegeta's face turned ugly, he took off the detector, thought about it, and crushed it into pieces. Nappa, on the other hand, yelled at Piccolo in complete disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? You name Kian. We Saiyans are Lord Frisia's most loyal subordinates. We want to resurrect planet Vegeta, but also to better serve Lord Frisia. How could Lord Frisia kill us? We are so loyal to him, it is not an exaggeration to say that we are acting like cattle. Naba's words were righteous and impassioned, and even Raditz, who was echoing from the side, agreed. Seeing the stupidity of these Saiyans, Piccolo really wanted to laugh loudly now, but when he saw Carrot's cold eyes from the corner of his eye, for some reason, he didn't laugh out loud, but just cursed coldly. Humph, what a bunch of ridiculous guys. What did you say? Aha. At this moment, Jonathan Kent, who was resurrected with full health after swallowing the fairy beans, sat up suddenly and instantly attracted the attention of the 3 Saiyans. Jonathan blinked, held his son's shoulders, looked at his hands in disbelief, and groped his body up and down, but there wasn't even a single injury. The whole person seemed to have come back to life. Not only were all the previous weaknesses and injuries gone, but even the old cold legs and rheumatism were healed. Clark. At that moment, Martha's heart was broken. Seeing her husband finally safe and sound, she hugged Carrot excitedly, and her emotions were released all at once. I'm here, Mom. Carrot patted her shoulder comfortingly, glanced at Batman on the ground, took out a fairy bean from the bag, fed it to Bruce in the same way, and then threw it to Piccolo and Martha. One of each. After doing all this, seeing that his parents were completely fine, L's heart finally relaxed, and his clenched fist softened all of a sudden, but in an instant, it was twisted into a fist again. He coaxed Martha in the most gentle tone. Close your eyes and don't look at anything next. Clark. After hearing his son's words, Jonathan and Martha knew what was going to happen next. Just as they were about to open their mouths, L stretched out his hand and hit them. Don't stop me, Dad. Enough. Enough. L's voice seemed to be a little bit unbearable. He slowly stood up, his eyes calm like a pool of stagnant water, coldly looking down on the three Saiyans present. L wanted to go up and talk to her brother, but was immediately stopped by Piccolo, who saw that the situation was not right. Kryptonians or Saiyans, everyone keeps saying they are my compatriots, and everyone keeps saying they are my kind. L's cape silently rose up, his red eyes emitting scorching flames, and he said word by word, "None of you will survive today. Standing means death, kneeling means death." At the moment when the voice faded away with the wind, L raised one hand, and the golden light instantly flew out of his palm, hitting the sky in the air and exploding. The scattered afterglow accurately hit every cultivator who slaughtered humans on the ground. In the small town, the fire burning in the sky was instantly extinguished by the airwave on L's body. The light falling from the sky was like a punishment from the gods, turning the monsters that killed humans into ashes one by one. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions sounded one after another, and the scary laughter of the ghost children finally turned into screams. L silently stared at the destroyed farmland and town around him, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. As the fire went out, the smoke filled the air, spreading the misery of disaster. But the apocalyptic scene in front of us has no ending at all. Boom, boom. The next second, the oppressive clouds swirled into a huge whirlpool in the sky. As Carrot clenched his fist, a series of destructive power grids were intertwined at the top of the sky. Talk. A strong wind passed by, and deafening lightning struck the treetops, making the earth tremble in shock. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on L. How dare you? L's cold gaze gave Bick a look that startled him, but he also understood Carrot's meaning, picked up Martha and Jonathan, and flew towards a safe place. Seeing this, L also pulled up Batman and looked at L with a complicated expression. L glanced at her, a trace of surprise flashed deep in his pupils. Just looking at the clothes made after him, the identity of this person was already revealed. L. Nowadays, the symbol of the Al family is the dragon-coiled pattern on his picture. If the visitor deliberately wears the same clothes as him, it means that he recognizes his identity as a family member. Hearing this, L's brows were filled with joy. Do you know me? Walk. L retracted his gaze, spoke coldly, and uttered a single word, interrupting L's next words. L has tried his best to suppress the breath escaping from his body, otherwise everything around him might be instantly shattered by the airwaves. And no one left here will survive. L hesitated for a moment. Although Batman was still surprised at his fully recovered physical condition, he also saw Superman's uncontrollable anger at this time and immediately said to her, "Listen to him and go." Kara nodded and left the battlefield with Batman. Ha 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 ha, cockroach, were you kidding just now? After everyone left, Nappa took off the combat uniform of Frisia's army and clapped his fists together. It was obvious from his look that he wanted to fight. Hey, Raditz, how much is Cockroach's combat power? Raditz looked at his younger brother in front of him with a complicated look on his face, but he pressed the button anyway, as if he wanted to see his combat power, but with a bang, the detector exploded. TCH, what happened? Is the detector broken? Raditz's eyes were dazzled by the explosion of the detector. He felt impatient for a moment and yelled at Carrot. Hey, Cockroach, have you forgotten the mission of the Saiyans? Why hasn't this planet been destroyed yet? L's figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Raditz with an expressionless face. He was soaring in the air, overlooking the relative from planet Vegeta in front of him. Then, boom, an arm pierced Raditz's chest and held the beating heart. Nappa and Vegeta were shocked to see this scene. L's eyes were unwavering. He stared at Raditz's widened eyes, squeezed his heart word by word, and murmured, "For the sake of mother and uncle, I will give you a happy one. Don't talk to me about the mission and pride of the Saiyans. Is that kind of declaration of a violent maniac who kills the weak worthy of dignity? Kneeling down in front of Frisia and pretending to be a horse, is it worthy of being called pride? You can't squeeze out the power center even if you are a popular stick, but you still claim to be loyal. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, but you have been his dogs for decades. You are worthy of mentioning Star Vegeta to me." L's cold eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. As for relatives, if you treat me as a relative, visit me openly, and reminisce about the past in an honest way, I will entertain you with good wine and meat today, setting up 10 tables and 8 tables, and introduce you to my friend and wife. I want to ask, are you coming to me now? Why haven't you been here for the past 20 years? Killing my adoptive parents and destroying the town where I grew up. As he spoke, Raditz's body began to expand as if inflated, and L's hand that reached into his body continued to inject energy. Just when Raditz was about to explode, the last words he heard from L were, "Go to the kingdom of death and ask Bardock if he will recognize you as his son." Boom. The majestic energy exploded instantly, burning pieces of flesh from the inside out, leaving not even a scrap left. This scene of cruel killing shocked Nobito, but Vegeta felt very happy and smiled secretly in his heart. Haha, very good Kakarot, you look like us Saiyans. You are ruthless, disown your relatives, and show no mercy. This is our fighting nation. Ha 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 ha. The sea of fire in front of him reflected Carrot's angular face, and his cold eyes suddenly looked at Nappa. The whole person flashed in front of him, staring into Nappa's eyes very close. Ah. Seeing this situation, Nappa's body subconsciously took a step back, and his heart tightened. At that moment, he completely failed to capture Carrot's movement. But looking at Carrot's superior posture towards him, a sense of shame at being despised by lower-level warriors suddenly surged into his heart, causing him to punch him. Boom. This punch hit Carrot L's abdomen without hesitation. A loud bang caused the entire house to collapse, and even the surrounding land was cracked inch by inch. However, Carrot L's eyes never wavered. The motionless steel body was like a mountain that could not be moved. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move even half an inch. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief, and the pain that seemed to be broken in his finger bones was faintly reminding him that the combat power of the person in front of him was already beyond his reach and imagination. No, it's impossible. Aren't you Kakarot? It seemed that he was completely unable to accept this reality, and the feeling of fear gradually came into his heart. Nappa punched twice more without belief. This time, he used all his strength. Bang, bang. However, Carrot L didn't even raise his eyelids. He slowly placed his fingers on Nappa's forehead and said coldly, "You just asked him how much my fighting power is, right? Tell you that's a number you'll never understand." Snapped. Carrot L's fingers flicked lightly, and the next second, Nappa only felt a terrifying force impact on his forehead, and his whole body immediately flew backwards. Vegeta, we are all Saiyans, so don't be shameless. Carrot L, what's wrong with being so shameless? Do you know where Krypton's Krypton comes from? Boom. There was a loud noise, and the dust in the sky opened up a ravine that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Nappa's body rubbed against the ground and created long sparks, breaking countless rocks along the way. It wasn't until it hit a huge mountain peak that his huge body was forcibly embedded in the rock, and then slowly stopped. Boom. In the landslide where rubble collapsed, a pair of hands with overturned nails suddenly stretched out from the rubble. At this moment, the noble superior warrior of the Saiyans already looked in a miserable state. His appearance was no different from that of a refugee, struggling to hold on to a stone and breathing heavily. Ha ha ha. After finally stopping his strength, Nappa's figure staggered, barely able to stand firm. At that moment, he had exhausted all his strength, and all the muscles in his body were swollen. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. It's just a slight flick. Drooling and panting, the whites of his eyes were covered in blood and his pupils were shaking. Nappa covered his bruised forehead and his eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible? Unbelievable? Kakarot, who was known as a low-level warrior, actually beat him like a dog. Damn it, bastard. Kakarot. Nappa's angry shouts erupted into a powerful roar in humiliation that could be heard 2 miles away. However, the moment Carrot L reappeared in front of him, the angry shouts suddenly stopped. Tap. Nappa trembled and took 2 steps back. At his feet, a mudslide poured down with the gravel rolling down, hitting the ground hard from the top of the mountain. Just like his once high dignity, it collapsed in the face of the fear of death. Screaming, "Why don't you continue?" Carrot L's cold eyes were like a bolt of lightning, striking Nappa's heart, causing him to retreat in shock. Endless fear bloomed in his shrinking pupils. Monster. Who are you guys? Aren't you Kakarot? Nappa simply couldn't believe that the invincible guy in front of him was actually Kakarot's brat who was judged to be the lowest level warrior, a trash with only 2 points of combat power at birth. Carrot L raised his hand towards him, spread his fingers, and asked lightly, "If so, what do you want?" If so, Nappa looked at the yellow energy light overflowing from Carrot L's palm. With no way to retreat, his eyes actually flashed with a cunning sneak attack. Suddenly he opened his mouth, and a terrifying ray spewed out from his mouth. Seeing this, Carrot L narrowed his eyes and sighed in disgust. Call. Blow out in one breath, and the energy emitted from Nappa's mouth was immediately returned to his mouth. Well, seeing this, Nappa's eyes widened in horror. How is it possible? Could Kakarot also use the same trick? Seeing the energy light being blown back into Nappa's mouth, Carrot L immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. He only heard a bang and the energy bomb that Nappa had held back in his mouth exploded. Boom. After a loud noise, smoke began to pour out of his 7 orifices, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The dying man opened his eyes. When Nappa opened his mouth, he spit out a stream of black smoke and broken teeth. He murmured with difficulty in the direction of the town, throwing the ground with his hands, as if he was going to crawl to that place. "Vegeta, help me, Vegeta." As soon as the words fell, Vegeta's figure fell from the sky, but he just stood aside with his arms folded, looking up and down at Carrot L with interest, without any intention of taking action. Carrot L glanced at him, picked up Nappa in front of him, and asked coldly, "Is this what you are proud of? Bully the weak and fear the strong?" Vegeta proudly raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "Whatever you say, Kakarot. Next, I will show you the true power of our fighting nation, the Saiyans, that gap you can never cross." Naba reluctantly called for help to Vegeta, and he stretched out his hand to him with all his strength. Help me, Vegeta, help me. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the scene of blood and flesh appeared again. Carrot immediately raised his hand and chopped off his outstretched arm. Crack. In an instant, the thick arm slowly fell to the ground, and scarlet blood spurted out, covering the ground. Ah. For a moment, Naba's painful screams echoed across the land he looked down upon. The harsh wailing was far more painful than the farmers who were being chased by the cultivators just now. Seeing this scene, Vegeta snorted fearfully in his heart. TCH, it's more cruel than I thought. Sure enough, is that the only trick I can use? Kakarot, you will regret that you gave up the true power of the Saiyans. Carrot L looked at Naba coldly. An energy sword of the same type as Zamasu condensed from the front of his palm. After cutting off Naba's arm, he raised it high. Did you just hurt my parents with this hand? Carrot L stared at the broken arm washed away by the mudslide not far away, stared hard, and with a loud bang, the broken arm turned into ashes. I will never let you die so easily. Carrot L slashed down with a sword, and as the blood and flesh flew in front of him, he cut off his ears, arms, and feet. The sharp air blades cut his flesh alive again, and finally cut his back. This bloody scene can never be combined with the word Superman. At this time, Carrot was like a butcher who had worked in a bloody slaughterhouse for many years, skillfully cutting off the limbs on the chopping board. Even Vegeta had to admit that he was a little scared. And Carrot L also showed his unknown brutal side without mercy. Just like what he said to Jonathan, enough is enough. This sentence was once said by a Superman. Do you know how weak you are in my eyes? Do you know what kind of starry sky I want to take you to see? Do you know how much I want to accept you as my friends? But why do you have to go against me? Every time he cut off a part of Nappa, Carrot L asked himself as if he was venting his anger. One or two of them said they were my compatriots. But they were all killers, and their eyes were full of contempt. How dare you attack the person who raised me? Carrot L grabbed Nappa's spine and twisted it hard. With a snap, he pulled out Nappa's spine. However, he started from the ribs and pulled out his bones one by one, until there was only a head with eyes wide open, which Carrot kicked in front of Vegeta like a ball. Boom, boom. Suddenly, all the fallen limbs were detonated by the remaining energy in the energy sword. In the firelight raised by countless explosions, Carrot L's cold eyes still looked at Vegeta slowly with unquenchable anger. He raised his hand and threw it, and energy suddenly overflowed from his palm, turning the remaining skin and flesh of Naba into ashes. Vegeta, on the other hand, caught the head kicked by Carrot with his feet and stepped on it hard. The ruthless eyes were accompanied by a sneer at the corner of his mouth, as if in response to Carrot L's murderous intention towards him. That's great, Kakarot. Your power is beyond my expectation. Carrot L stared at him expressionlessly and said word by word, you don't deserve the honor of being blessed by this name. What? Vegeta's face turned dark, and his veins popped out. He clenched his fists in anger and glared at him with gritted teeth. Are you kidding me? Who wants to be blessed under your name? Carrot L's calm tone contained a hint of sarcasm. Oh, it's just a reality that has happened in countless universes. I am not surprised at all by your ruthlessness in sitting back and watching your companions die. But after seeing my strength, you still don't run. Could it be that you think you can win me? Carrot L's contemptuous eyes showed a hint of doubt. Vegeta clenched his fists deeply, white light emerged from his hands, and his ferocious face was filled with madness. Are you kidding me, Kakarot? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I be afraid of you, a low-level warrior? I want you to see the true power of us Saiyans. It's also the gully where you, a low-level warrior, can never challenge me. Carrot L narrowed his eyes. The thing didn't seem to be an air bomb. Sure enough, Vegeta raised his hand and waved, but instead of hitting himself with the light, he threw the energy bomb into the sky. Carrot L looked at him quietly, without any intention of stopping him. Instead, he looked up silently along the white light. When he saw the white light fixed in the sky, Carrot already understood what he was thinking. I see. Do you want to transform into a giant ape through an artificial moon? Oh, that's all. Raising his head and looking upward, Vegeta's eyes were fixed on the white ball of light, and his pupils began to shrink continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The beating of the heart, the sound of the echo of the blood, echoed in the ears, and in the blink of an eye, the ferocious face extended its long mouth forward. Vegeta's body also became larger, and black hair began to grow all over his body. Roar. The pain of the mutation squeezed out a hoarse and heavy cry, until the moment it roared out of his throat, his originally dark eyes instantly turned red. The huge figure swelled to dozens of times, transformed into a hill-like titan beast, and shockingly became a huge orangutan. I don't know what King Kong thought after seeing it. He might be thinking, can I actually become a human? The wind roared, the air around was surging, and with the thunder falling, the terrifying wind blew against everything in the mountain and forest, uprooting the dense jungle. Carrot L looked at this scene expressionlessly. His feet slowly rose into the air, and flew into the air until he was a head higher than Vegeta. Not far away, listening to the huge roar ahead, Piccolo protected the Kents and placed them on the top of a mountain. Not long after, Carrot L followed with Batman. Here, the two of them could clearly see the battle ahead. Looking at the huge orangutan appearing in the distance, cold sweat gradually overflowed from Piccolo's forehead. Damn it! What an unimaginable power this is, at least 10 times more powerful than before. Although Batman also felt the pressure brought by this majestic momentum, he did not understand how powerful the specific manifestation of this power could be. He asked uncertainly, "Is this strong?" "Of course." Piccolo nodded to him. He still had a good impression of this ordinary person who dared to face his cultivator and stood up to protect the Kents even when he was near death. "Let me explain it to you this way. If the combat power of that guy just now was converted into numerical values, it would be at least 25,000. With such power, if you use all your strength, you can destroy this planet with one blow. But now that he has turned into a giant gorilla, the little man with the hair growing upward has actually reached a combat power of 250,000. Can you understand this concept?" Hearing this, Batman narrowed his eyes instantly and frowned tightly. Actually, when Clark was little, he had the same tail as them. It's just that we performed surgery on him to remove it. Seeing Vegeta's huge tail from a distance, Jonathan's mind flashed to Clark's appearance as a baby, and he blurted out. Hearing this, Piccolo and Batman looked at each other silently, and they seemed to have imagined in their minds that Carrot would also turn into a chimpanzee. Damn it, no, it's so annoying. Batman quickly closed his eyes to clear his mind, and Piccolo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His face seemed to be even greener, and asked with a strange expression, "So, he can actually turn into a gorilla?" Jonathan didn't know how to answer him. After all, he had never seen Clark transform since he was a child. He sighed and said, "Maybe." Hearing this, Batman shook his head. "No, he shouldn't. If Carrot Al can also turn into a gorilla, that guy is using this trick now. It's useless. So the key to the transformation should be the sphere he threw into the sky, but not all of it. At least this kind of sphere has no effect on Carrot." As the few people talked, Martha on the side seemed to have not recovered from the shock of today. At this moment, looking at the two faces of Batman and Piccolo in front of her, she was still a little scared. One wore a bat mask with two pointed ears. The other had tentacles on his head, and his face was green, and why were there lines on the muscles of his arms? Is it a tattoo? Aliens have tattoos. Martha and Jonathan looked at each other silently. What can they say? If Carrot L had looked green when he was picked up, they might have reported it directly. But what they didn't know was that Piccolo was much easier to feed than Carrot L. He could survive by saliva. As if he felt Martha's strange gaze, Piccolo's face turned slightly red and explained, "Don't be afraid, we are your son's friends." Martha's embarrassed eyes forced a smile of acceptance. "I know you all have cloaks after all." After this, the three of them silently looked at the cloaks behind them and fell into deep thought. It's not scary to bump into cloaks. Whoever is the weakest will be embarrassed. Batman. Picker. Kara L scratched her head and grinned. He. After a long time, Batman looked at Jonathan and his wife with a complicated look, turned around and looked at Piccolo and asked, "Can he win?" Picker's face was filled with the most trusting smile, a smile that Batman would never have. "Heh, don't worry, even I can feel the breath of that guy, so son can too. Look at him now, how can he look scared? To be honest, I don't know how strong he is. But I'm afraid his strength has far exceeded our imagination." Hearing Piccolo's words, Kara L was stunned with a dull look, as if she didn't dare to believe it, and murmured, "So, my brother is so powerful." Hearing this, Piccolo instantly showed a look of shock. Brother, you are her sister." Kara L nodded when she saw this. Upon hearing this, Martha and Jonathan looked at her in surprise. "I didn't expect that Clark actually had a sister." However, the next second, Piccolo's words made Kara L's eyes black, and she was so angry that she vomited blood. "Then why are you so weak?" On the other side, the huge body covered the sky like a mountain and sea, giving people a sense of oppression of giant phobia. Feeling the terrifying power filling his body, Vegeta's red eyes slowly looked at Carrot. "How is it, Cockroach? Are you angry that you don't have a tail?" After transforming into a giant ape, the power of us Saiyans can be increased to 10 times what we originally had. Ha. Enjoy despair, Cockroach. As a bonus, I'll tell you another fact. Even if you have a tail, you can't control your consciousness when you turn into a giant ape. This is something only we super elites can do. Feel the horror, Cockroach. After the voice fell, Vegeta, who had completely completed the giant ape transformation, punched him as if he couldn't wait to regain his prince's dignity. Bang. However, after the deafening sound of the punch, Vegeta's ears once again heard Carrot L's indifferent voice, still calmly asking, 10 times. So what? Coming into view, Carrot L raised one hand and took the blow lightly. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock, and he was stunned. What? Impossible? How could this happen? Vegeta gritted his teeth, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He immediately jumped back to distance himself, and then countless energy bombs flew out of his hands and hit Carrot L. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang bang bang, boom, boom. The energy explosion, like a waterfall, poured on Carrot's body, facing Carrot's unyielding gaze, stirred up smoke that covered the sky and the sun, and swirled around. Boom, boom, boom. Energy bombs poured out one after another like a waterfall, and the bright yellow beams burned a mushroom cloud in the sky. Everything around was shaking, and the terrifying sound of sonic booms lasted for a long time. Countless destructive energy bombs shook the whole world like a natural disaster at the end of the world. Ha. Damn it, die for me, Cockroach, I am the strongest Saiyan. After turning into a giant gorilla, Vegeta's red eyes seemed even more ferocious and terrifying. He waved his arms desperately and exerted all his strength in the shortest time. He stopped his movements until his physical strength was almost overdrawn, panting greedily. Ha ha, ha. However, when the lingering smoke slowly dissipated, L's unscathed figure appeared again, still looking at him without changing his expression, and even disdained to hide. What? At this point, Vegeta's face completely froze, and he opened his mouth in shock. Looking at those cold eyes, at this moment, the anger called shame and unwillingness seemed to turn into a substantial attack, squeezing his heart tightly, and every beat was a step closer to the edge of collapse. What a joke. What a joke. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. A pair of huge fists clenched tightly until the knuckles creaked, and blood slowly seeped out from between the fingers. Impossible? How could this happen? I attacked with all my might, even turning into a giant ape, but I couldn't even hurt a hair of Kakarot. Why does Kakarot have such fighting power? Am I not the strongest Saiyan? How could I be so thoroughly surpassed by a lower-level warrior? Vegeta's mumbling gradually turned into an angry cry, and the whole world was filled with waves of air as he roared unwillingly. This monster formed by self-esteem, in the face of absolute power, was left with an emotion of despair. In response, L just shook his head at him lightly. Identity, blood, fighting power, bullying the weak, kneeling to the strong and bullying the weak, and giving birth to your so-called dignity and pride on this basis are just a shackle, an illusory castle in the air. Vegeta looked at him suddenly, angry from his heart, gnashing his teeth and said, What? What did you say? Bang. Hearing this, L narrowed his eyes, raised his leg and kicked Vegeta out. The huge body raised a large cloud of dust and hit the corner of the mountain fiercely. The moment it fell to the ground, the whole earth was shaking. You heard what I said very clearly. In the rolling pile of stones, Vegeta staggered to sit up, and L's figure instantly flashed in front of him, and hit Vegeta's jaw with another uppercut. Bang. The giant ape let out a painful wail, was hit into the sky, and flew towards the sun. The whistling wind passed by his ears, and a sound burst resounded through the clouds. His fists were like a raging wave, piercing through the sky and the earth. L instantly flew to a position parallel to Vegeta, punching him in the abdomen one punch after another, and each punch made his entire arm dent. Ugh. Wow. Blood gushed out of the prince's mouth, covering his blue and white combat uniform. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. The higher he flew, the clearer he could see the ruins under his feet. L looked at the scenes of broken families, countless burned farmlands and houses, and corpses everywhere, which could be called a purgatory on Earth. The small bed that once made him sleep most at ease has been broken into a pile of sawdust, and the most precious memories from the Kent family are only a few photo albums. With this in mind, L could no longer control the huge energy overflowing from his anger. His attacks became heavier, and he did not stop even though Vegeta had been beaten to the point of losing his ability to move. He suddenly appeared above his head and then stepped on his head. Bang! A deafening sound was like a comet hitting the ground, creating a deep pit in the depths of the wilderness that spread out in all directions. L fell to the ground, stepped on Vegeta's head with a cold expression, and raised his hand to shoot an energy bomb at the moon he created. Boom! The brilliant explosion raised the dust in the sky, and in the sky illuminated by the fire, Carrot's condescending view was reflected. When Vegeta released his giant ape transformation and opened his eyes with difficulty, Carrot grabbed his hair, lifted him up, and asked, What's wrong? Where did your momentum go? Come on, let me see your pride again. At this time, Vegeta had difficulty even opening one eye, and his internal organs seemed to have been broken. Hearing Carrot's mocking voice, his eyes were filled with the unwillingness of his dignity being shattered. You bastard. L pinched his neck with cold eyes and murmured, I believe your father must have told you that you were born with meaning. You were born to be the strongest Saiyan, and the proudest prince. He gathered the code into your body, saying that you were born with the future of the Saiyans. But you wasted it all. L's powerful words echoed in Vegeta's ears as he was about to faint. You completely wasted this identity of the Saiyan prince and the talent of this super elite warrior. You have never done anything for planet Vegeta. How much training have you done? How many times have you become stronger? You must have encountered many opponents stronger than you in the universe. If nothing else, there are quite a few in Frieza's army. Then why didn't you talk about dignity with them when you were Frieza's thug? You keep talking about the pride of the prince and the dignity of the Saiyans, but you are doing the business of bandits and robbers. What qualifications do you have to use planet Vegeta to pressure me? True dignity is something far more noble than that. Maybe you will understand it in the future, maybe you will really get it in the future. But you don't have a future anymore. L glanced at the tail that had already fallen behind Vegeta, pulled it backhanded, and pulled his tail off. Vegeta, who was about to faint in pain, was forcibly awakened by this severe pain. Blood gushed out from behind him and flowed to the ground like a faucet that had been opened. You don't deserve this dignity. Stop preaching to me here, Kakarot. After cursing, a drop of blood slowly flowed from Vegeta's forehead into his eyes, and everything in front of him began to turn red. This scarred body, bones and internal organs have been crushed. L grabbed his hair and flew out of the atmosphere. Seeing this, Vegeta seemed to understand his idea. Kakarot wanted to let himself die in the most humiliating way for him. The body of a Kryptonian can survive in outer space, but as a pure Saiyan, he can't. Damn it, Kakarot. Why? Why do you have this power? Are you a Super Saiyan? Are you a Super Saiyan who is born only once every 1,000 years? Vegeta's pupils suddenly shook, and this most unlikely guess popped up in his mind. L slowly looked back, and in an instant, the white clouds were already under his feet. What came into view was a dark expanse, which was the sea of stars that humans looked up to. No, but as a bonus, I will also tell you a piece of news. When you were born, the legendary Super Saiyan in your mouth was exiled to a place where no one lives by King Vegeta, so as not to affect your throne. So, do you understand now, Vegeta? The fight between you and me did not actually start now. Everything that happened today is the result of the struggle of the previous generation. The air became thinner and farther away from the ground. In the black world, the sun's light was so dazzling. The moment he flew out of the atmosphere, the feeling of suffocation began to fill Vegeta's body. The whole person seemed to be strangled by the throat of fate and could not make a sound. The vision gradually became blurred, but the memories in his mind became clearer and clearer as if he was just passing by. Vegeta, you are a true genius warrior of the Saiyan race. We Saiyans have been evaluated for our combat power since birth, and those who are judged as lower-level warriors are not qualified to stay on the planet at all. They will be sent to marginal planets in various parts of the universe. And you, my son, are you the one who has been rated as the highest-level warrior since birth? Lord Vegeta, it's bad. Planet Vegeta has just been destroyed due to the collision of a huge meteorite. Oh, is there anything else? No. Boring. Then I'll go to Lord Frieza to apply for a more interesting planet. At the last moment, Vegeta looked back at his short life and laughed. He has done the word evil to the end, and he is proud of it. Planet Vegeta has given him the glory and pride that he always talks about, but in the face of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he has always treated it as a joke after dinner. Faced with the death of his companions, he turned a blind eye, and faced with the slaughter of his people, he was like a wall watching. But until this moment, he seemed to realize with horror that perhaps he still had a hint of affection for this planet in his heart. Piccolo's words were still ringing in his ears. As he grew older, he had already made many guesses about the attitude of the Frieza army towards him. I see, Kakarot. My father, King Vegeta, and your mother, Erika, and Bardock. Line struggle? Huh, what a ridiculous word. At this moment, every word Vegeta said was extremely difficult. So, is this his fate with Kakarot? No, with L? The upper nobles who represent the elite warriors, and the lower warriors who represent the resistance. Whether it is Broly who was expelled or Carrot who was exiled to Earth. Everything is for his own throne. In order to defend his rights, a ruler still chooses to eliminate dissidents in the face of national extinction. As a descendant of the Bardock family, the feud made it impossible for L to show mercy to Vegeta. The next second, L threw Vegeta into space with a backhand. This almost useless Saiyan prince could only use the remaining breath to form a layer of air shield to maintain his life. Drifting in space is an extremely long process. And for the Saiyans who are born to fight against the sky and the earth, this is an extremely humiliating way to die. However, L can move here leisurely. Obviously, he is also showing Vegeta that the biggest weakness of the Saiyan family has been overcome by him. The previous generation has entrusted us with two different routes with all their efforts, and whether we are willing or not, we silently carry it and walk towards two new roads. At the last moment of life, despite thousands of helplessness and grievances, but Vegeta had to admit that the sight of L standing in the sunlight like a god did make him feel a little relieved. Thankfully, the Saiyans still have a future. You had the opportunity to become stronger. If you could train silently beside Frieza, bear the hatred of your clan, and endure the humiliation, you might eventually become a Super Saiyan. While he was talking, L didn't know what he felt in his heart. It was like crocodile tears, and it was like the last regret for his compatriots. And if your purpose of looking for me is really for the alliance of Saiyans, instead of attacking my family, I will also open up the future with you. Facing the death of the last compatriot, L felt a little pain in his heart, but he would never hesitate. Because he is not Kakarot. But L? In a sense, the meaning of the L family's hope coincides with the portrayal of Kakarot's life of letting his enemies go. They all believe that the wicked will become good, no matter how he has committed a heinous crime. And in the end, Superman and Kakarot did the same. But for L, this is the only thing he did not inherit from the origins of both parties. Whether you will become good in the future, what does it have to do with me? Whether you were born a bad person, what does it have to do with me? So, he changed the logo of the L family. You will slowly die in this space. However, seeing L's back as he was about to leave, Vegeta suddenly sneered, and the breath in his body continued to expand. Humph, what are you kidding, Kakarot? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I die in such a humiliating way? Whispering silently, Vegeta clenched his fists again, stared at L fiercely, and even took off his only remaining air mask. Haha, even if the bones of his body were broken, even if his breathing had begun to gradually stop, such a terrifying power still burst out with a majestic momentum and bloomed. L noticed that although Vegeta's eyes were full of the meaning of death, there was no trace of relief. The heat in his eyes seemed as if he could not let go of the hatred at this time even if he reached the deepest part of hell. Finally, I'll tell you that the genetic data of the codex in my body has been extracted using Zed's spacecraft. And After the words fell, Carrot L also heard the meaning of his last words. Instantly, golden light flowed from Vegetas' body, and his body covered by the light was so dazzling in this dark world. At this moment, it seemed that he looked at Carrot L so frankly for the first time, with an arrogant smile on his face. Don't expect me to beg for mercy from you. If you are right, prove it to me. You keep saying that I don't care about the lives of my compatriots and the destruction of planet Vegeta. Since you care so much, then pick up your identity as a Saiyan, and then use the hands of a Saiyan to defeat Frisia. Kakarot. The next second, the light was brilliant, and the golden light gathered into a terrifying vortex, which instantly spread into a huge ball of light, spreading from Vegetas' body to the outside. Carrot L looked at this scene calmly. He did not avoid Vegetas' final self-sacrificing attack, and flew into the light. Goodbye, Prince of the Old Times. Please, if you are still a Saiyan, defeat Frisia. Use the hands of Saiyans to regain our lost dignity. Golden light bloomed from the universe, the bright golden color even enveloped the dark clouds over the entire Kansas. The Saiyan prince chose his own way of death. Maybe at that last moment, he regained his dignity, but for Carrot L, there was no regret for him. When the bright light faded again, Vegetas' body was not even dust left. His spirit was completely gone. Carrot L stayed in silence, solemnly watching as if in mourning, and remained silent for a long time. Looking up, through the light of the sun, at the end of the sight, it seems that there is a man with a blood-red headscarf and a woman with gentle eyes standing faintly. Kakarot, our will is handed over to you. The fate of planet Vegeta, the fate of the Saiyans, and the fate of the Earth. It's up to you to continue. No need to tell me about this. In the darkness, Carrot L opened his eyes facing the golden sunlight, and his words slowly floated in the silent space. It was both a response to Barak and Alika, and a final respect to Vegeta. Today's farce has lasted long enough. Let's end it. The moment the scarlet light flashed through his pupils, Carrot L flew up again and dived into the depths of the desert. Bang! At this moment, Fiora was fighting with Diana, and suddenly a terrifying force came straight down from space, like a rod of God, accurately piercing her body. Boom! A deafening explosion lifted the yellow sand that stretched for thousands of meters, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Iron Man was being pressed to the ground by Non, spitting blood. He was about to use his last trump card to fight against the Kryptonians with his mortal body, but was suddenly interrupted at this moment. The yellow sun almost brought endless energy to the Kryptonians. The hot blood reflected the angry eyes of Hulk, who was obviously beaten badly. He smashed, and no matter how hard he smashed, the man in front of him seemed to stand up soon as long as he didn't die. The only one who had a kill record was Scarlet Witch. Quicksilver on the other side had an advantage of 600 times the speed of sound, but in the face of many Kryptonians besieging at the same time, he could only do a parry. At this moment, both sides thought they were defeated miserably, including the elites on the opposite side who had fought on Krypton for many years. For them, fighting on this small and remote planet until now, with more than half of them dead or injured, is really a shame among shames. Boom! Instantly, the explosion that soared into the sky made everyone look over. The yellow sand was scorching, and Carrot L slowly looked back at everyone with an invincible posture. At this time, he looked different from usual, less peaceful, and more angry. He attacked with a straightforward and decisive killing. If it were the usual L, he would never do this. Enough confidence and arrogance allowed him to let his opponent grow and become stronger in the battle. He was so arrogant that he didn't care about others targeting at all. But at this moment, Carrot L could clearly see the color of anger. Iron Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek twitched. Tisk, he is so strong. We can't beat this guy with all our strength. Just one blow. When he saw Carrot, Hulk's body seemed to tremble, and the action of hammering people in his hand could not help but restrain a little, like a child who met his own adults after making a mistake. Carrot L. Impossible? Why did you show up? Where is General Zod? How is General Zod now? When the Kryptonians saw Carrot's figure, they had already guessed General Zod's fate in their hearts, and stared at him with wide eyes. Carrot L saw this, and did not answer their questions, but opened his arms and laughed to himself. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. What a ridiculous joke. A person who carries the fate and hope of 2 planets, but he has a deadly enemy with his hometown since he was born. One is fine, but there are 2. Carrot L didn't even know how to miss the place he had never met. He had no feelings at all. Even if he wanted to cultivate feelings, others would not give him the opportunity. In this case, the old era should be completely destroyed. No, in fact, it has been destroyed long ago. Now he is just sending the last remnants back to their hometown. Then, I will build a new Star of Hope on the ruins. Non kicked Iron Man into the sand and asked sternly, what's so funny, Carrot? Bang! Carrot L appeared in front of him and chopped Non's body with a knife, breaking him into 2 pieces instantly. I don't like it when 1 or 2 of you speak to me in this tone. The cold words echoed in the ears of everyone, but the scene of blood and flesh flying did not appear. The knife that Carrot L cut down was filled with energy. The moment Non's body was broken into 2 sections, it exploded with a bang and turned into a ball of hot flames. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the whole desert seemed to fall into a dead silence, which stunned everyone present. To be honest, before the fight, everyone present actually had the mentality of giving Carrot L face. After all, they were all his compatriots, so they just beat them up, and there was no need to kill them. If they really killed without any scruples and pissed off Carrot, they would be in trouble. But no one expected that the first one to kill was Carrot L. How come he was so cruel to his own people? Diana found that she could not see through him more and more. When he beat Hulk, although he was beaten badly, he still had a breath in the end. Why did he kill him this time? Suddenly, as the engine under his feet started again, Tony Stark jumped out of the hot sand dunes. Although he can fly now, why should he fly himself when he can use the machine? His intuition told him that something must have happened just now, otherwise, with Carrot's character, although he is a bit sadistic, he will never kill if he can talk. Jarvis, do you know what happened just now? Sir, just now several spaceships landed from General Zed's battleship to Mr. Al's hometown, slaughtered the residents there, and almost killed his adoptive parents. Mr. Al arrived and a fierce battle broke out. As he said, Jarvis listed a small window in Tony's armor panel and played the scene at that time. When he saw the heavy casualties of the residents of the town and the army that came to rescue, Tony Stark also had an uncontrollable anger in his heart. He realized it. My goodness, you are really insidious, you even touched someone's parents. It would be strange if you were not angry. How could a compatriot do this? If you want something, why don't you just say it? Why do you have to snatch it? Or are they used to snatching in the universe? Stark thought about it and decided that this was very possible. I didn't think it was anything when I heard Carrot's story before, but it wasn't until he saw the visitors from outside the universe that Stark felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Any alien present here today could cause genocide to mankind. Carrot L looked around. There were 11 Kryptonians in total, and now only 7 were dead. Don't bother me. I'll kill you all with the next move. Non's condescending question to him made Carrot L wipe away his last trace of hesitation. I saw him slowly falling to the ground, bowing up, standing in a charged lunge at his feet, spreading one hand in front of him, and clenching the other hand back into a fist. What does he want to do? Everyone stopped what they were doing, and Diana jumped up and landed next to Wanda. She raised the shield in her hand vigilantly. Her intuition told her that the power of this move would definitely not be small. Even Hulk ran away when he saw it, and roared at Carrot L from a distance, as if to cheer him on. Boom, boom. The next second, Carrot L's right fist slowly clenched. His aura became fierce, and looming lightning appeared around him, twisted by the high-intensity magnetic field, and struck the ground in a winding way. Cold sweat gradually broke out on everyone's faces. In their impression, this seemed to be the first time that Carrot L had assumed an offensive posture. In the past, the iron body with deep roots could remain calm no matter what kind of attack it faced. That thing is... Diana was stunned for a moment. For a moment of confusion, she seemed to have seen a trace of hallucination. As Carrot clenched his fist, the dragon spiraling into an S on his chest seemed to come to life faintly. Wanda's face froze, a scarlet color appeared in her pupils, and she murmured softly, as if to remind Diana that she was not wrong. Dragon. Soaring in the sky, Iron Man's heart was beating wildly, and his expression became tense. Jarvis, start the video quickly, the highest level. Jarvis, don't worry, Mr. Al, I have already started recording from the moment you peeped at Mr. Al's window. Hearing this, Stark cursed inexplicably. Okay, anyway, just record it. Let's talk. Stark stared at Carrot L's movements intently, for fear of missing a minute. The Kryptonians did not dare to be careless at the moment, and quickly dispersed, surrounding Carrot from all directions. Damn it, Carrot L, you destroyed Krypton and destroyed General Zed. You are an executioner and you killed Fiora and Non. We want to avenge them. Ouch. An ancient dragon roar came from Carrot's fist, reflecting the pattern on his chest and converging on his arms, forming an invisible wind golden dragon, roaring up to the sky. What it is? Monster. Impossible, Carrot can actually launch such a terrifying attack. A group of Kryptonians attacked Carrot as if they were facing a formidable enemy, using their long-range lasers to continuously hit Carrot's body, causing bursts of explosions. Bang bang bang. Stark was so shocked that he was speechless in the sky. Jarvis's calculation just now told him that if this move locks the target, it cannot be avoided anywhere on the Earth. Even Wanda felt a terrifying threat from this move, and the power in her body even resonated strangely with it. It was not a simple Qigong wave or energy bomb, but a blow that penetrated the martial arts of heaven and earth, the determination, the will to win, and the evolution of oneself in a state of absolute idealism. That is, Dragon Fist. Amid the explosion, Carrot L suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire arm seemed to be integrated with the golden dragon. In an instant, the illusory divine dragon seemed to materialize. If it touches it, it will die, and if it touches it, it will die. The terrifying roar opened the huge mouth of the abyss, and suddenly swallowed up all the remaining Kryptonians with the force of thunder. Boom. Boom. The dazzling golden light was as bright as the first shining of heaven and earth, making it difficult for people to look directly at its power. Vaguely, a winding dragon body seemed to outline an S pattern on the ground. The moment the pattern was formed, the terrifying golden energy exploded as if it was about to ignite the world. While everyone was shaken so hard that they couldn't open their eyes, waves of air blew everyone away. Ah! The fist wind passed by, and the moment the golden light exploded, only a few screams could be vaguely heard in the ears, which were quickly drowned in the explosion. This is the first time Carrot L has used such power. Although it is not as powerful as the main universe to shatter the six-dimensional space and explode the multiverse with one punch, it already has the idealistic state of merging personalities. Time seems to stand still at this moment. A long time. When the golden light of the dragon's roar slowly dissipated, the huge dragon body was again fixed on L.'s chest, bringing an end to this battle. The day was still shining in the sky. L. raised his head and patted the dust off his body. The cloak that was originally raised slowly fell down, standing deep in the yellow sand, without moving for a long time. The super hearing in his ears allowed him to hear the cheers of all mankind. The dawn parliament of the co-governance. The speaker of the parliament looked at the series of numbers displayed on the satellite. His heart was thumping wildly, and his face was unclear. At this moment, everyone present had a new understanding of L's strength. The monster that made the army collapse was like paper in front of him. Sir, I have to admit that based on the data, we have no way to deal with him, even if we use our top weapons. Fortunately, he is on our side. I hope it can continue like this, Secretary General. When Carrot's child is born, no matter what happens, you must reserve time to attend. I understand, sir. I hope we can continue like this. The Sai at this time seemed to cross time and space, extending from the other side of the distant ocean to Sawai's side, muttering. But even if he is willing to be sincere to us, humans will eventually survive in the universe by their own strength. And L. also heard such words, silently lowered his head, and said to himself, so, I also have my way of doing things. Wow. Where the dune collapsed, Quicksilver held Iron Man's metal arm and pulled up the buried Stark. Oh, God, I feel like I'm experiencing the end of the world. Climbing up from the sand dune, Stark felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Even a shock-absorbing system worth hundreds of millions of dollars could not save him from the aftermath of this move. Not far away, Diana helped Wanda climb out of the sand as well. The two collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, and couldn't help but smile at each other. You really have terrifying power, girl, maybe even more powerful than the new gods. Diana reviewed the battle just now in her mind. The terrifying aggression Wanda sent out was simply unreasonable. Wherever the red light passed, almost no one could resist it, not even the Kryptonian body could withstand it. It seemed that the sand was burning her butt. Wanda stood up and patted the dust on her body. Her smooth white fingers were inserted into her slender waist. The smile on her face seemed sweeter than anyone else. Al also said the same, but I don't want to be so powerful. I just want to live a good life. Play well, study well, eat well, and sleep well. After hearing this, Diana wiped the sword in her hand, looked at the girl in front of her who was protected by the sun, slowly carried it behind her, and murmured, there is no conflict. Happiness must be protected with all your strength. With that said, Diana also stood up, walked step by step in front of Wanda, and looked at the sun with her. The smiles on the corners of the two women's mouths were so sweet that they seemed to melt the sun. Keep saving the world, kid. Suddenly, Diana waved her hand and said something meaningful. The next moment, I saw Wanda's hand patting her shoulder and hugging her neck, with a smile on her face. Then you should also live a good life, we are bent. Soon, the Hulk in the distance gradually returned to Banner's appearance. Fortunately, the Saiyan clothes that L wore when he was a child have been mass-produced by Bulma, so Banner no longer has to be naked after each transformation. Nothing said. Magnum Capsule Company is absolute heaven? The yellow sand is long and countless planes are flying here. At the same time, L has flown to the place where Zed died alone. In the dark explosion crater, Zed's body could not be found, which made L frown deeply. Did his blow turn him into slag? Maybe. L can be sure of the power of his move. At least 200,000 can definitely kill Zed, but he is really not sure whether it will be beaten to a pulp. Just in case, L closed his eyes silently, listened to the movement around him, and carefully felt Zed's breath. Until a long time passed, I felt nothing. Apart from the disappearance of the body, there was nothing unusual around him. Suddenly, at this moment, Iron Man's figure fell from the sky, and the remaining people followed closely and came to his side. Sorry, buddy, it's inappropriate to say this, but, are you okay? Looking at L, whose expression was obviously not right, Stark hesitated for a moment and then asked. After all, it was not his character to keep silent. L shook his head at everyone. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing this, Diana put her hands on his shoulders and said softly and solemnly in his ear, don't be sad, you still have us, L looked into Diana's eyes and didn't know what to say. Wanda, who was on the side, supported the bruised Pietro, took out her mobile phone and took pictures of his bruised nose and face, and began to take photos of everyone present. Iron Man's mask slowly moved away from his face, and bursts of stinging pain spread from his bleeding forehead. He stretched out his hand to wipe it away, and Stark cursed in his mouth. If you mess with fake, I know something bad will happen if you enter the desert. Well, that move you just made was pretty cool. Everyone, now that the battle is won and it's dark, can we leave this ghost desert? How about we go to a dinner party? When Wanda heard about the dinner party, she suddenly became excited. Okay, it's great to have a dinner together. Let's have a big meal and have a good time. L caressed the dragon pattern on his chest and breathed a deep sigh of relief. No, it's not over yet, we still have some things to do. Bruce Banner stood up at this time and sighed worriedly. Carrot is right. This time the aliens attacked, we were completely exposed. Our transcendence, our abilities, even our identity. Especially Tony and Carrot, the Universal Capsule Company and Stark Industries, I'm afraid they will all suffer unimaginable impacts tomorrow. Especially Zhengshu. Iron Man snorted with disdain, TCH, why do they care? You can't do anything to me. Before he finished speaking, the rest of the people looked at him with disgusted and helpless expressions, as if they were looking at a child who had not grown up at home and accidentally went out to have fun again. This look made Stark's face turn red. He stupefied the next words of the bastard maniac and looked at Carrot. Okay, so what do we do? Carrot L raised his head and looked at the people in front of him, with a trace of solemnity on his face. In this battle, heroes from all over the world made their debut, and officially kicked off the prelude to the arrival of the superhero era. Originally, according to Carrot L's conjecture, Vegeta and others would not come until Son Gohan was 4 years old, that is, 5 years later. By that time, after the world's first martial arts tournament, the Earth superhero system was basically formed. In addition to his hobby, the essence of his martial arts tournament was to select members of the future alliance, use the superhero era to take over the political Dawn era, and thus manipulate the global layout. But now, everything has been advanced, perhaps because of Zid, or perhaps because of some other things. The progress in the universe may not wait for his development step by step. This also forced Carrot to make some additional preparations. Carrot L touched the logo on his chest. I think you all understand the meaning of the S on my chest, but why it is a dragon pattern, you don't seem to understand it very well. Upon hearing this, several people looked at each other and showed a puzzled expression at the same time. Could it be that this dragon pattern is not just for the dragon fist, but also has some special meaning? At this moment, there was already a fighter plane in the sky that was contacting them, slowly landing on the ground. After negotiating with them, Carrot L took a ride on it. Let's go to my old home first. We still have some people there. After we're done, we'll hold a press conference to announce the establishment of the alliance. The plane pulled away the white clouds over Kansas, leaving a long arc that reflected the smoke rising from the ground. Since Carrot L and the others arrived together with the Genshu army, some of the public opinion that was unfavorable to them in this incident was partially quelled. Before boarding the plane, the first thing Carrot did was to let Bulma and others recover all the spaceships, including the planet transformation ship. These things cannot fall into the hands of Zhengshu or other private forces. They must be in his own hands to be safe. Mom. Help mom, please help my mom. Below the ruins, the little girl's screams were heard. After hearing the screams, Carrot L lifted the house up. Looking at the little girl with a broken leg under the rubble, he threw the house aside, silently stretched out his hand to cover her eyes, and then hugged her in his arms. It's okay, it's okay. Carrot L gently patted her shoulder. Not far behind her, her mother had been torn into 2 pieces by the cultivator. The blood was hanging on the wall. Whoa. The warm embrace tightly wrapped the little girl who had lost her loved one, and her almost collapsed emotions made him hug the big brother in front of him tightly. Stark was flying around in midair to put out fires. God knows where the fire extinguisher conjured on his armor was extinguishing the fires burning in the farmland. Wanda gently put a piece of candy into the hand of an injured little sister, and then stretched out her hand to touch her brother's hair. Although his arm was broken, the little sister's brother still tried his best to comfort his last relative. Except for Banner, everyone is busy with post-war rescue. Although Carrot L had moved the battlefield to the desert in no man's land, no one expected that this sudden war would still affect this peaceful land. Diana silently walked to Carrot's side, knelt down and looked at her with memories in her eyes. I have seen wars that are more cruel, even far more cruel than this. Carrot L nodded with deep understanding and said in a casual manner. I've also seen it. When it was a baby, a planet was destroyed. So I'm always ready to talk to them with my fists, always ready. I never slack off in training, no matter how powerful I become. Beside the two of them, Batman inspected his crashed bat fighter, recovered some important parts, and walked up to Carrot. This was also the first meeting between the 3 giants of the Zhenglian Alliance. Carrot El. Bruce Wayne. Carrot raised his head and blurted out his name, which made Bruce stunned for a moment, but only slightly. Anyway, thank you for coming. Carrot L extended his hand to him. Thank you also for saving my parents. Batman hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand and shook it politely, as if he was not used to shaking hands with others, and quickly took it back. But the next second, smoke slowly began to rise from his fingers. Seeing this, Carrot L gave him a smile. The two looked at each other knowingly. Batman was silent for a while, having a deeper judgment about Carrot, cautious and cunning. After a long time, he said like a normal person, "You're welcome, you saved me too. By the way, sister, you broke my $300 million testing equipment." Hearing this, Carrot Air nodded solemnly, turned back to look at Kara Air who was accompanying the Kents, and responded, "Okay, I will compensate." "Forget it." Bruce shook his head. Anyway, neither of them needed the 300 million. He walked forward and stood with him. "Actually, what surprises me the most is not your power to defeat them, but that you are now leading everyone in post-war rescue operations." Carrot L looked back at him, with a deep look in his eyes, and said, "We should always do this, right? I heard that in Gotham, every time Batman showed up to cause damage, he would be bought at a low price because he was too dangerous, and then sold at a high price after establishing a new district. If we can handle the follow-up, there won't be so much chaos." After all, a hero never achieves justice after defeating someone, but he has to keep fighting without end, so he never dies. Batman frowned and looked at Carrot deeply with his narrow eyes. It sounds like you have other plans. Yes, would you like to come and listen? The post-war statistics and rescue work continued for some time, and everyone gathered together on the Kent family's small farm. Somehow, seeing their son surrounded by a lot of people in strange costumes, the Kents couldn't stand it for a while. Batman, Supergirl, Devilman, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Iron Man, Hulk, and Superman are finally together. Although this is not the final number of people, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Tiga, Jinglian, and Avengers are missing. But judging from the people who are currently exposed to the public eye, Carrot L can be considered to have a certain team. At least with this team, they are still qualified to negotiate with the world. In the small courtyard of the Kent family, the remote house seemed to have never been crowded with so many people. After meeting, the few people got familiar with each other and soon chatted together. Kara L finally found an opportunity to come to Carrot's side. Her heartbeat was a little faster. She stretched out her hand to touch Carrot's cheek, hesitated and shrank back. In her impression, her brother was just a baby, but now he has grown up. Although she had talked a lot about Carrot with the Kent couple just now, Kara L still felt strange about him in her heart. However, this strange feeling disappeared completely until Carrot hugged her in his arms. Welcome home, sister. After hugging, Carrot L looked at Kara L gently and stretched out his hand to help her tidy up her hair. This should be his last blood relative in this world. Kara L's eyes flashed with tears of joy, and she hugged Carrot tightly. I finally found you, L, my brother. At the feet of the two, Xiao Krypton, who was still a little puppy, was ignorantly walking with his short legs, sniffing the smell of Carrot very hard. It seemed to remember this smell forever, wagging its tail happily, and making a coquettish sound. And the big border collie raised by Kent seemed to have noticed that there was a new member in the family, and took the initiative to assume the responsibility of the older brother, licking Xiao Krypton's fur. The rest of the people looked at this scene with a playful smile on their faces, but they also had the idea of being happy for Carrot. Jonathan and Martha also looked at this scene with tears in their eyes. In theory, this was the first time that their son brought so many friends back. As elders, they should leave enough space for these children to talk and then cook a meal for everyone. But in this situation, even their house has been destroyed, and where can they get food to cook? They can only stay with them at this time. Stark dragged the iron shell weighing dozens of kilograms, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. He couldn't wait to take off the armor and rubbed his shoulders tiredly. I'm so tired. Can I pay directly? Please, I really don't want to participate in those scenes. Al, the rescue work is done now, can we go to the dinner? You don't really plan to hold a press conference to expose us all. Bruce Banner rubbed his hands, and in such a crowded occasion, he returned to his previous shy look. It's not good to leave now. After all, there have been large-scale casualties. Public opinion will be very unfavorable to us. How about we find a lawyer or something? It just so happens that my cousin is in this business. Carrot L patted Kara L's back, as if to comfort her. After hearing what everyone said, Carrot left for a while, and when he came back, he had an extra backpack on his body. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The next second, Carrot L took out a small box from his backpack and opened it, revealing 7 golden balls. The inside of the ball was filled with some kind of energy, always shining. It seemed transparent, but the internal structure could not be seen clearly. 1 to 7 stars were arranged inside the 7 balls. When they gathered together, they emitted a faint dazzling light. Shenlong, I'm here to negotiate terms.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.